Chapter 53, Extinction 11-1 No Fear. Extinction 11.1. No Fear. My name is Lord Inquisitor Odysseus Tor. I am a member of the Ordo Malleus of the Holy Inquisition. In the lifetime of work since I was ordained by my master and given the inquisitorial rosette of my station, I have cleansed countless planets of the threat presented by the enemy beyond, no matter if it appeared in the form of traitor Astartes, corrupt governors closing their eyes on their friends' abominable crimes, heretic cultists, or denizens of the warp. This does not mean I am not familiar with the threat posed by the Xenos. When you live as long as I have, you are one day or another forced to keep one eye on the machinations of the enemy species living across the stars. And besides, it isn't like there are no worshippers of the ruinous powers among the ranks of the spacefaring alien races wishing to exterminate us. Sometimes, the enemy at the frontiers can be left to its own devices until the Ordo Xenos has the opportunity to deal with it permanently, but there are cases, admittedly rare, where the enemy demands a joint intervention of the two Ordos Majoris. Kamarak was such an instance. I wasn't present, but I personally interrogated many of the Drukari and other Xenos prisoners in the years after. No matter how long I have yet to live until the God Emperor calls me back to him, I will remain convinced the destruction of the Webway's Dark City was one of the best things that could have happened to this sin-plagued galaxy. Unfortunately, Kamarak also led many Inquisitors, including myself, to make an erroneous judgment. With the perfidious Drukari of Kamarak wiped out, we naively thought the Orc threat would be the greatest challenge of the Ordo Xenos for at least the next several centuries. It was a challenge, let there be no mistake about it. Any Inquisitor or senior Imperial commander who has read even a single treatise about the War of the Beast will be unable to forget the sheer danger of a greenskin warlord once more uniting the vociferating hordes and launching a galaxy-spanning WAIC. As the Orcs would evolve and bring back their damned attack moons, the Imperium would again have to fight for its very life. A defeat would be synonymous with the collapse of mankind as a civilization, and enslavement under the merciless fist of the beasts would be the best possible outcome. But as the cataclysm of Macrage began, I learned there was a Xenos race far worse than any greenskin onslaught. It is a cancer born to eat and to devour. If it is given the time, it will leave a dead world in its wake. This horror, this abomination, this tyrannid, has thought and purpose. It functions on an unimaginable galactic scale. And its first, second, and third instinct is to unleash bioengineered monsters against us which will be a match for anything in the Imperium's arsenal. It devours. And with every species it has devoured, it adapts. The name Lady Weaver gave this threat is incredibly accurate, and I am not stupid enough to believe it is not going to spread terror when quadrillions of beings will become aware their imagined fears about the monsters are in fact understating the magnitude of the problem. For Behemoth is aware of our existence now, and it knows us as prey. I suppose every new gallery opened deserves a written explanation of how it was acquired. The future visitors of my incredible museum deserve no less. Where to begin? Ah yes, the First Tyrannid War. The humans have given it a lot of meaningful and easy to remember names, you know. Let's see, there is the Cataclysm of Macrage, the Siege of Macrage, the Battle of the Swarms, and that's for all the major names which describe the overall slaughter. Subtheater assaults are called, in relative order, the Cauldron of the Death Corpse, Valen's Folly, the Revenge of Calth, the Battle of Pharsalis, the Tide of the Tyrants, and the Hera counterattack. This spectacular battle, whose prime and only reconstruction is in this humble gallery, took place in the Macrage system. For Necrons and non-Necrons not familiar with the Macrage that was, in 310M35 Human Imperial Calendar this part of the Ultramar realm included the following planets. Macragi, the chapter planet of the Ultramarines, extremely mountainous and boasting enormous military defenses, approximate population 2.4 billion, presence of the 1st, 2nd, and 6th companies of the Ultramarines, the 3rd company of the Genesis chapter, and the 2nd company of the Praetors of Orpheus confirmed. Laphis, the paradise world of the Macrage system, little defenses and little in the way of things of interest to any would-be conqueror save an intact Webway gate, approximate population 910 million, defended by the 8th company of the Ultramarines. Nova Thulium, a typical agri-world of the humans, solely devoted to agriculture and food production, approximate population 1.73 billion, presence in orbit or on surface of the 7th company of the Ultramarines and the 4th company of the Brazen Consuls. Thulium, the usual world filled with unruly beasts and deep jungles, why anyone would choose to live there is beyond me, approximate population of 520 million. The Space Marines had the 10th company of the Ultramarines and the 5th of the Obsidian Jaguars stationed there. Artium, a hive world, far less populated than the one my dear friend Weaver rules, and also far less productive and interesting, approximate population 82 billion, defended by the 3rd company of the Ultramarines and the 2nd company of the Iron Hounds before the Tyrannids and other dangerous creatures attacked the system. Mort Ndar, a cold planet, the Imperium somehow thinks it is suitable to garrison their troops upon, approximate population 2.7 billion, presence of the 9th company of the Ultramarines confirmed. In addition to the planets, the Blue Armored Order maniacs had the massive thing they call Star Fort Galadon in the outer system, though given the distances involved and the shadow in the warp phenomenon, it and the 4th Company of the Ultramarines would play little part in the opening stages of the battle. Now for the recounting of the battle itself, credit must be given to. I think we always knew they would try to come back and finish their treachery. The mark of Calth still burned. Captain Ventanus and his warriors exterminated the word-bearers in the catacombs, but we soon learned that despite the destruction of the Infidus Imperator by the Macrach's honor, that animal Corphaeron somehow managed to escape. The mark continued to run through the Horus heresy, and it never stopped. How could it, when tens of thousands of the 17th Traitor Legion escaped into the warp storm so that our vengeance would be denied? But they are here now. And the command of the Primarch is clear. All the bastard sons of Lorgar are to be exterminated. And if their abomination of a Primarch is with them, he will suffer the same fate as his misbegotten progeny. No fear, brothers. Ultima Segmentum. Realm of Ultramar. Macrage System. High orbit over Fenris. 11 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Thought for the day, they are coming. Tyranid Hive Ship Behemoth. The Hive Ship had no self-given name to designate itself, and had never felt the need to have one. What it desired, at this very moment, was to feed. Waking up from its long hibernation had cost it a lot of biomass. Returning to the surface of the oceans it had slept at the bottom of was anything but cheap in term of calorie reserves too. Some of it had been compensated by consuming hundreds of whale-sized beings. But then the Hive Ship's danger senses had warned it staying where it was would be courting disaster. The ancient void Leviathan had escaped the gravity well of the ice planet where it had hidden for so long. Its hunger increased, and so did an emotion most races would have recognized as frustration. The unknown psychic phenomenon had sent it far away from its previous hunting grounds, and for all its great purpose of devouring everything which stood in its way, the Hive Ship was suddenly very aware there was far more prey than it could safely engage. The creatures spawned from its bioessence would be returned back to its control, of course. The hive mind had not used the synaptic link in an eternity, but enforcing the hive domination was incredibly easy for something of its power and terrifying ruthlessness. In the meantime, the Hive Ship would. The lone Hive Ship paused. There was a connection coming from the outer void. If the Tyranid entity's sense of self had been similar to that of a human or an Eldar, the beast would have roared and told itself it was impossible. The brood it was part of had been exterminated by the Cetan, and the ones like it which escaped this purge had been hunted across the galaxy. But the red-black Tyranid Hive Ship was not human, and had not been conceived by the old ones for anything approaching what a human mind could do. The synaptic connection was tenuous. But it was established. And for all its individual power, the entity the Imperium would call Hive Fleet Behemoth in the future took over. Quadrillions of minds more powerful than any psychic gestalt ever conceived by the old ones turned their attention in the direction of the Macrage system, and as they focused on it, the phenomenon of the shadow in the warp, already impressive for a lone hive ship and some debased creatures bearing their bioessence, grew tenfold. Hundreds of astropaths in the realm of Ultramar died screaming, and hundreds of latent psychers awoke their powers in those disastrous seconds, only to lose control of them moments later. If not for the baleful influence of Behemoth's shadow in the warp, Macrage would have likely suffered major demonic incursions on several of its worlds. The Hive Fleet's mind could not know about it, but had they been able to evaluate the damage caused, the cold intelligence of billions of merged Norn queens would have appreciated the advantage. The hive mind's mental judgment only took 5.4 seconds to arrive at its final conclusion. An unprecedented opportunity had been given to the Hive Fleet. This system was filled with an abundance of different starfaring prey. There was something else too. Something which pushed against the connection of the hive mind. That could not be tolerated. The beings behind the light were to be consumed at once. Fighting and conquering the different planets would give the Hive Fleet an excellent pantry and vital biomass after its long travel across the intergalactic void. The Hive Ship didn't roar or show any inclination to grandstand. It was intended for unrelenting aggression when its creators planned its birth in their secret laboratories, and it was not calmer now it had merged with the hive mind. The plan was solid. The opportunity was priceless. It would devour. And in the hours to come, the prey would learn that Hive Fleet Behemoth was their predator. Gloriana Class Beta. First Hero Master Machiavelli Gonzaga. 11 hours ago, and to be fair in all the hours since then, Machiavelli Gonzaga had thought the worst that could happen was that he and his loyalists would die. The prospect of letting anyone, Imperium or worshippers of the ruinous powers, take control of the Beta, would be horrifying in normal times, but since the legionnaires and cultists they were fighting were their own brothers hours ago, there was the very likely possibility the Beta would be repaired in short order and commissioned anew flying the banner of anarchy. Assuming the squeaking rats and the legionnaires he had killed by the dozens could agree upon something as mundane as a banner, obviously. And then a section of a compartment he fought in to deny the enemy as it would grant access to the Beta's bridge exploded. Machiavelli was experienced enough that the effect of a boarding attack craft didn't exactly trouble him anymore, but no Caestus assault ram or any Imperial-built machine emerged from the smoke. Instead what appeared was best described as a maw. It was a horrid color of red, and then it proceeded to get a lot more nauseating by vomiting some kind of red fluid into the heavily contested compartment. And as the liquid touched the floor, it was quickly revealed to be corrosive. What in the name of Malal is? The black-white armored space marine of the Alpha Legion didn't finish his sentence as a six-limbed monster jumped out of the freshly opened conduit and dug its claws into the ceramite. Machiavelli felt sudden shock at the sight, though he rapidly fired at the creature, and to his deep satisfaction, the abomination didn't resist the 5 shells of his Great Crusade-era bolter. But in its death, the six-limbed thing had somehow still been able to tear apart the Mark IV Astartes armor and drive its fangs into the exposed throat of the anarchy-worshipping space marine. Fortunately, as more emerged, a coordinated barrage of bolter shells killed them before they could do more damage. The beast, Machiavelli arrived at the unpleasant conclusion at the color and unnatural aggressiveness of those Xenos. It is not just a single being which was sleeping under Fenris, it is a carrier for more horrors and... The compartment's walls exploded on his right, and this time the impact was far more violent, and the conduit of red vomit acid expelled was larger too. Hundreds of creatures shrieked and charged. The bolters killed half of the wave, but more came from other compartments, and rapidly it devolved into a brutal melee. I am Alfarius! Machiavelli shouted the war cry while pulverizing 2 creatures which had tried to assault his back while he was busy with the other Xenos. The irony was difficult to overestimate. A few minutes ago, they were all busy killing each other, and now, anarchists and non-anarchists fought together like demons for the sake of staying alive. I am Alfarius! He repeated while drawing his power sword to meet another wave of monsters crawling out of several small corridors they definitely shouldn't have the mobility or the size to use. I am Alfarius! I am Alfarius! I am Alfarius! Alpha and Omega! I am Alfarius! Machiavelli would never know the Tyranid forces the Alpha Legion crew of the Beta would be called Gene Stealers by the Imperium. But if he had been aware of it, the first Hero Master would have not been surprised by it, as the tube-like tongues of some of the creatures were inserted into serfs and operatives they had managed to neutralize. And he could do nothing to kill them, busy as he was fighting for his life. Emperor-class battleship Hydra's scales. Hero Master Fikrin. First Hero Master Machiavelli Gonzaga's armor, once something impressive, was a ruined thing and would likely need hundreds of hours of work from a tech marine if its owner wanted it restored back to its previous glory. Assuming the tech marines in question were still alive. And the first words coming out of his mouth were not of a nature to reassure anyone. They have taken the approaches of the bridge. The former advisor of their Primarch announced bluntly. I don't know how Fenris or any Death World managed to spawn such a horror, but the creatures this monster uses as shock boarding parties have claws and other weapons which can pierce ceramite in mere seconds. This is... But the other Alpha Legion officer didn't let him finish. The apothecaries managed to destroy the apothecarium before the abominations could feast on organs and gene seed, but we weren't so fortunate with the Enginarium. And more than 2/3 of the Beta is lost by now. I lack the resources to board a Gloriana and retake control. Fikrin admitted stiffly. Even if he for some insane reason felt the stakes were worth it, and they could be, the Beta was the pre-heresy headquarters of the 20th Legion. There was no way his warband could fight its way through the corridors and the command control stations fall into the Xenos and repair everything so that the Beta escaped the Macrage system. I know. Machiavelli Gonzaga nodded. That's why I am implementing Lost World right now. And in the next minutes, the Hydra's scales will have to destroy us. Many Astartes and non-Astartes next to him gasped. The communication between the two ships, despite being at less than 200,000 kilometers, chose this moment to shut down. When it was finally re-established, the quality of the VID was abysmal. It will be the end of the Legion if you do something that, permanent. Fikrin warned. The Legion is dead. Machiavelli admitted reluctantly between electronic screeching and parasite interferences. Save what you can, Fikrin. Herzog, the Hero Master corrected for the first, and likely the last time, Captain Herzog. Ah! An enormous hammering sound was heard, and this time he was sure this wasn't a problem with the communication. Yes, I am Alfarius, I see. Yes, that was kind of the point, when you were a copy of the Primarch, who was to say you couldn't act in his stead? Destroy the Beta. I have no clue if the Xenos can decipher our encrypted archives. But where we are, the Imperium will bring Isley. Let the Legion die. Some part of him wanted to scream there had to be another way. A Gloriana was a prize like no other. And yes, there was no way his warband could launch a rescue operation alone and unsupported, but give it a few standard months, and with proper countermeasures against those ceramite carving beasts, some sort of gene-targeting gas, maybe? They could retake the Beta and tow it to a shipyard whose allegiance was to an Alpha Legion-friendly master. But the scions of Alfarius had always been pragmatic, and in that instant Matthias Herzog, former captain of the Second Company, acknowledged the first Hero Master was right. If the Imperium won this battle, the Heracles Wardens would have a golden opportunity to learn a lot of things they had never been privy to, and then they would share it with the rest of the Imperium. If the Word-bearers somehow pulled off a miraculous win, it wouldn't be any better. It was entirely possible it might be worse. Weaver's new auxiliaries would make sure they would be hunted relentlessly for hundreds of years, unraveling millennia of effort and generations of genetically improved operatives. The word-bearers were the kind of enemies who spread dissent with unverifiable information. The archives of the Beta would therefore be a dagger ever at risk of slicing their own throats. And if none of those things happened, the Beta might become part of a space hulk, carrying a lethal cargo of horrors and priceless information anywhere the warp threw it to. Prepare the lenses. The Harrow Master ordered, before turning to Machiavelli Gonzaga. And I'm sorry for everything. Don't be. The plan was. The communication became a mess of garbling sounds for 3 seconds. Too desperate, they are breaking the doors. Stop them from. The screams which came after that should not have been made by any human throat, but they were. You know where the weaknesses of the Beta are, artillerists. Give them a quick death. Fenris. Asayhaim. The Fang. 12 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Calidus assassin Elena Kerrigan. Elena was amused that her being adopted by an enormous mother frostlion had instantly divided the Space Wolves' ranks where she was concerned. Oh, most of the Astartes the young assassin had spoken with professed to not hold a grudge against her for her choice. It was too bad for them, but most of the Space Wolves couldn't lie convincingly. So as a result, Elena found herself congratulated by the local Astartes who had bears as companions, while those who rode and did not leave the side of the giant lupin creatures steered very clear of her unless they were ordered not to. Yet in the last hour or so, Elena had realized this was just not a difference of opinion which was dividing the sons of Lemon Russ. The 3rd and 8th Great Company's survivors, though everyone here called them the Great White Bears and the Silent Wolves, were the original force of Space Marines which had defended Fenris when the Black Crusade smashed their homeworld's defenses apart. The other companies? They were the reinforcements which had joined the Primarches for the space battle, and if the grumbling was any indication, it had been quite a few years since they last returned to Fenris. Under the gaze of the Primarch, everything was forgiven, but whenever they went to spread the Fenrisian tribe's refugees and their girls' escorts throughout the Fang, it did not take long to show little had been forgotten. Elena didn't mention it. Shadow improved powers or not, the internal affairs of a chapter as famous or infamous as the Vilka Fenrika, the locals were quite proud of this name and disdainful of the Imperium's designation, was not the business of an agent of the Officio Assassinorum. When in doubt, speak of the subjects they all loved, not the ones expected to cause strife. You have a nice collection of Terran blades. The female para-human complimented the young Astartes who had been assigned to her as a guide to some human-purposed armories. Ha! The feral-looking, blonde-haired transhuman replied. This collection you saw is only one of the smallest ones we have. In the Jarlheim, we have hundreds of them for each battle brother. Elena Kerrigan was really surprised, and not just because of the quality of the weapons contained by the armory they had just left behind. How, the Wolf Blade Honor Guard of Holy Terra provides you the blades. They do that. The Space Wolf confirmed. And a lot more things we aren't supposed to talk about. Don't tell me your wolf lords are spying upon the Vilka Fenrika, I won't believe it. If there was a chapter less suited for sneaking through the palaces of the throne world without the custodes and the billions of defenders raising an alarm, Elena had never heard of it. The Space Marine burst into laughter. No, no. Though the ancients insist it's quite practical to be warned in advance when we need to be, a bit more discreet. And the Wolf Blade members are practically a law unto themselves, assassin. I've never seen one return alive, and if I survive this year, I will be. The stench chose this moment to assault her senses. Elena had discovered in the last hours everything she took for granted had been heightened to a ridiculous degree, be it her reflexes or her hearing, and in general it was a pleasant surprise. But this time it was just horrible. It was like someone had detonated a bomb whose sole purpose was to stink, and then multiplied the effect until it fully rivaled the putrefaction and pestilence of the Death Guard traitor Astartes incinerated after the Primarch's battle. Next to her, the Space Wolf was experiencing the same olfactory attack she did, and it was as repugnant for him as it was for her, she thought. By the guts of my first kill. Red Cyclops cursed backside. If it wasn't stinking so much, Elena would have laughed at the insult. This better not be Tobias' newest trick. It smells. Oh, by the Golden Throne, it was going to take several showers for her to stop smelling like a diseased grox. I think it's coming from that direction. There's nothing but the trophy hall that way. Her guide shook his head. Right. Stay behind me, assassin. I don't think the Primarch and the Jarls would punish me for showing you those halls, but better. The Astartes coughed, as the closer they got to the source of infection, the worse it got. Fortunately, the hall in question was not locked, and only a significant push after a brief gene scan, Elena noticed of the Son of Russ was needed to open it. The duo froze as the source of the stench was revealed. What had been a wolf-themed decorated hall of the Fang was stinking so hard it could be considered a chemical attack in its own right. And over the multitude of stasis fields proudly displaying the most impressive kills and looted artifacts the wolves had acquired in their campaigns, there was an enormous amount of red slime spreading. The source of it was not difficult to find. The creatures were hexapodal, and their faces were a mix of tentacles and fangs. By the ancient sermons, the Kraken's egg has hatched. Indeed, with her training, the young Calidus had no problem spotting a large object which looked like it could fit the definition of egg. Well, if by an egg you thought of something as tall as she was. But as yet another creature emerged from it, there wasn't much doubt this was both the origin of the abominable stench, and a threat it was better to neutralize immediately. Let's hurry and kill them. Her Astartes guide roared. With any luck, the ruckus and the stink will alert the packs we have a new mess on our hands. Sunrising Gate. Wolf Lord Olaf Dire Bear. My Jarl, we have a problem. That wasn't what he wanted to hear, but not answering the communication and blaming it on the damned interferences would not convince the problem to go away. I hear you, Tyr, he growled, and winced, as the Voxcaster went on to torment his ears again. What sort of annoyance has reared its nasty head now? By the bones of the Thunderfist clan, he really hoped this wasn't the announcement they had missed a tribe or two in their evacuation efforts. The traitors and the never-cursed enough malefic Aram had exterminated so many proud tribes and untold generations of hunters that the Kraken's egg hatched. And it was filled with small horrors having too many common points with the big horror which hangs out above our head. As the gates of Morkai are my witness. Then the Lord of the Great White Bears truly assimilated what Tyr had just told him. Wait a minute, Tyr, if the thing which is currently trying to eat all warships in orbit is linked to the egg. So are the Krakens, yes, Jarl, words he didn't want to hear arrived a heartbeat later. Boo's paw struck the corpse of a Chaos Marine, throwing it onto one of the big pyres with the rest of the traitors and their malefic Aram works. Is the problem in the Hall of Trophies handled? It is, the Long Fang assured him. One of our grey hunters arrived to slay the beasts, and he was with the Shadow Assassin. They made short work of the creatures. I almost pity the young fools we will make clean up this red slime. It stinks horribly. Pictobius, Olaf had thought he was rid of the irritating blood claw after the retreat to the Eat, but of course his luck was not that good. The young hot-headed menace had come back at the vanguard of an army of wrath badgers, an army of dangerous animals Boo and every living being with a dose of sense was extremely wary of, for good reasons. The Alfather knows he deserves it. Now I'm unsure what do you want me to do? I mean, this is bad news, and we will have to go on several Kraken hunts once we have dealt with the traitors, but... The fog which had obscured most of the landscape suddenly lifted, and Olaf stopped speaking. The Wolf Lord was familiar with the enormous tentacles of the adult Krakens. He was not hunting them like Hakon Kraken Slayer, but he knew what they looked like. Thus there was no need to call for an expert and wait before describing what he saw. I see, at least 3 massive tentacles. All belonging to Krakens, they have all mutated to reflect the color of the big monster. They look like they are spawning small creatures in our direction. And where the tentacles were protruding from the ground locations which were nowhere near the sea, his mind pointed out it was like the Fenrisian soil was contaminated, the snow being painted a dark red, dark blue which could mistaken for black, or some sort of ugly mix between the two. Warn the Primarch, Tyr. Everyone must return to the fortress immediately. Whatever the Great Wolf intends to do, we must close the gap where the Bloodfire Gate was quickly. Jarl, there are. Within the hour. Who helped him support this opinion? The Krakens are weapons of the enemy. That's why so many animals and tribes were fleeing before we sounded the alert. Olaf Direbear cut off the communication, and urged the Fenrisian men and women to enter the Eat. Their slowness had been mildly frustrating before, but now it was a grave peril. The hordes of crimson dark predators were not slowing down, and as the sun of the Macrage system chased the darkness away, the size of the hordes crawling out of the ocean bordering Asaheim grew more and more numerous, to the point of representing a real threat, even for the shields and batteries of the home of the Vilka Fenrika. To the Sunrising Gate. To the Sunrising Gate. It is the will of Russ. What in the name of the Fenrisian blizzards were the Ultramarines waiting for to intervene? Laphis. Outer perimeter of the Webway Gate. 12 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Captain Eonid Thiel. Eonid wondered what the 13th Legion and its successors had done so wrong for 4 millennia that on this very afternoon, the galaxy saw fit to punish them by having things go absolutely to hell. There had to be a reason, but for the life of him, he couldn't guess what it was. At least he had a direct Vox and Lithocast link to the squad he had ordered to watch over the Webway Gate, and he had been able to give orders not to fire before communications went down. Otherwise, the Ultramarine captain had no doubt each and every battle brother present there would have been dead by the time he arrived. It could still happen, and this was why his words were relatively polite when one considered the one he addressed was a Xenos. Queen of Blades. While there is no formal accord preventing you from stepping on an imperial world, it is considered polite that you would avoid doing so. The Imperium through the voice of Lady Weaver promised there would be no invasion of the Webway. We expected in return no forces coming on planets claimed by mankind. Please, don't hide behind the name of my Empress, the ancient being who could be mistaken as a red-haired female Eldar if you looked at her from far away chided him, and this is not my fault. I blame the clowns. This is necessary, bearer of the first sword. One of the multicolored Xenos sang, and yes, clown was indeed appropriate to describe it. According to the dance of Crone, supported by the prophecy. Prophecies were useless at Kamarak. The blunt assessment generated plenty of silent outrage on several of the clown's masks, as well as the faces of the Craft World warriors present. What matters right now is that the Herald of the Great Devourer is here, in this very system. The 11th most wanted being of the Imperium deadpanned as if she lived through that sort of situation on an average day. The Great Devourer? Is that the name your race had for the Tyranids? The communication had been garbled, but the name had begun to spread despite how erratic and fragmented the non-astropathic messages were. As for astropathic exchanges, they were all down. That was what happened when half of your available astropaths died, and the other half had to be sedated before they shared the same fate. Tyranid, Lelith Hesprax uttered the name slowly, like she was tasting it. Not a bad name, I suppose. And no, it is the name Vol had for them. The old ones who were involved in the improvements of the Ildari project dubbed it a folly. And they were completely right. But you have experience fighting those beasts. They are not beasts, the Queen of Blades interrupted him with a haughty look which made the best efforts of arrogant planetary governors look like inelegant tantrums and poor imitations of her behavior. They are an uncontrollable weapon. And my forces, back in the final stages of the war in heaven, did not fight them. We hunted the fleeing remnants after the Cetan incinerated the entire galactic region where they were feeding after escaping the Old One's control. Ian Idthiel didn't like that. He didn't like that at all, both from a theoretical and practical perspective. How does one incinerate an entire galactic region? Lelith Hesprax gave him the equivalent of a mocking smile. You prime hundreds of suns to be on the cusp of going supernova, then trigger them all at once. Ian had not been given all the information the Imperium had gained from the Necrons about what was certainly the first great primordial conflict in recorded galactic history, but the more he learned about it, the more he was certain he would not under any circumstances want to live through that era. Well, enough about that, the Queen of Blades' face returned to a more neutral expression. I have a Tyranid to hunt before it creates so many creatures that life will begin to be a little too exciting even for my taste, and you have a planet to defend. We are not under attack. Marcus Flaminius protested. Yet, the ancient being corrected him. My precognition abilities are unreliable due to the devouring shadow, but I can tell you the city westwards had been marked for tragedy and war. Moreover, with traveling abilities, severely disrupted, the Webway Gate is one of the most reliable remaining paths to leave this stellar system. The female Eldar gave a glance to his assembled Ultramarines. Most Xenos reacted to the sight of them with terror, or at least with a lot of wariness. The being who answered, sometimes, to the name of Enaria Eldinesh looked at the sons of Gilliman like they were a band of dumb children. In my great and very limited generosity, the red-haired Ildari spoke after a loud sigh, you can keep the Alet Oak Rangers and the clowns. The reaction was immediate on both sides of the structure where Astartes and Eldar were staring at each other. Captain! We aren't going to listen to his Eldar blade dancer. The Codex does not approve. Queen of Blades. My forces and I will not help those brutish. Quiet. There was no power behind the word, it was barely above a whisper, and yet everyone fell silent. I don't care about your prophecies, clowns, the ridiculous codex you worship, humans, or the nonsensical pride you should have lost after Kamarak, Rangers. What matters is stopping the Tyranids from devastating this region of space, assuming you care about living in it after the slaughter. The Cetan are shattered and imprisoned, and most of the weapons of the old empire are gone. This is not going to be an easy battle. Ianid was far from convinced by those words. There are numerous recordings of your duel against Lady Weaver. Fighting a psychic being, even if it is one the size of a battleship, will be no trouble whatsoever for you. Maybe, Lelith Hesprax smiled again. Maybe. Maybe, the gladiator-clothed female repeated herself. It entirely depends on whether this beast has devoured and assimilated Ildari essence before staying dormant for millions of years. Emperor-class battleship Majestic Mandate. 13 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. War Master Ender Trevain. The battle in the Fenris system had been a nightmare of dying ships, heretical sorcery and surprises any officer could live without. The battlefield had changed, but the nightmare was far from over. Our starfighters and bombers have been savaged, War Master. Any further operations beyond defensive maneuvers are completely unacceptable. Then place us on an escape course. We need to get away from that thing. Without its wings of starfighters and bombers, half of them already lost at Fenris, the capabilities of an Emperor-class battleship were massively reduced, and this didn't count the other damage the traitor battleships had inflicted upon it. The invincible reason. Supreme Grand Master Lucifer was confident he could eliminate the infection of the Xenos monsters which boarded his ship, but we have received no news from him in the last 15 minutes. At least the Dark Angel's Gloriana is still moving. The enormous beast attacking everything and everyone that was in its range of engagement had decided to focus on the super battleships first. The Heretic's Trezagun had managed to get away nearly unscathed, but the beta of the traitor Alpha Legion hadn't. The Hrafnkel of the Space Wolves had to leave the battle after hellish acids opened large sections of the ship to the void. The Wolves' crew was still fighting to save the Gloriana. At least they didn't have to request the implacable justice to fire upon them. Speaking of which, status of the traitor Emperor-class battleship the traitor Astartes used to destroy their own ship. How bad must it have been aboard the Beta for Astartes to consider it a lost cause? Ender Trevain preferred not to think about. No change so far, War Master. It continues to run away. The problem was that this move was likely to work. The anti-warp effect the beast was generating had a tremendous range, but it couldn't engulf more than a few light months. Sooner or later, this battleship was going to reach the limits of the field, preventing warships from making a warp translation. Ender was tempted to order one of his ships to break formation in pursuit of the traitor Astartes. The idea of letting any of those bastards go unpunished after the ruin they had caused to Cadia, Fenris, and many other planets was revolting, as it should be for any loyal officer of His Most Holy Majesty. But his firepower was extremely limited. He had 3 battleships, and all of them were heavily damaged. None of the Imperial Navy's warships would win a one-on-one fight against a warship defended by traitor Astartes in significant numbers. And the battle barges and super battleship of the loyal Space Marines were fighting under their own authority right now, mainly trying to slaughter the murderous things the 60 kilometers long beast had sent to board their ships. The rest of the Great Heretic Fleet, still trying to regroup 1 million kilometers away from our location. One of the lieutenants in charge of the Auspexes answered as the technological devices of the Adeptus Mechanicus fizzled and projected garbled images and data. The communication problems had not diminished in the slightest during the last 2 hours, and trying to wake up an astropath was a death sentence for the Psyker. It looks like they're waiting for the battleship we identified as the Great Slaughter of Beta Garmin. The officer shook his head. So far, the battleship of the heretics has activated some kind of sorcery which burns the boarding tendrils of the beast and energy spike. Amagos interrupted the report. Massive energy spike coming from the beast. The readings, they are blasphemy against. The Auspexes stabilized for a couple of seconds, allowing the bridge crew of the Majestic Mandate an excellent view of the colossal Xenos creature firing an enormous blast of red-colored energy at the Great Slaughter of Beta Garmin. The void shields of the traitor battleship were up, and its heretical commander had diverted what had to be most of its surplus power to it. Yet when the terrible attack hit, it went through the shields like they didn't exist. There was an enormous flash. And when the Auspexes were able to give a frazzled view of the war zone again, the Great Slaughter of Beta Garmin was gone. There was no crippled hulk or some massive debris field of adamantium and machinery. The traitor ship was truly gone. By the Golden Throne. God Emperor save us. War Master, that was a psychic attack. The Adeptus Mechanicus tech priest informed him. Probability, 99.12%. Estimated optimal range of the psychic phenomenon, unknown. Ender Trevain wasn't willing to take chances, not after seeing that. Get us at least 1,200,000 kilometers away from that super battleship-sized beast. And pass the word to the Adeptus Astartes, we can't fight this monster at anything even resembling close quarters. Legate-class battleship Hand of Destiny. Chaos Lord Mofrin. Mofrin bowed and delivered the bad news. No doubt the Supreme Dark Apostle knew exactly why and how it had happened, but it was better to fulfill his duties perfectly. The Great Slaughter of Beta Garmin is gone, Hand of Destiny. Sorkanath chose his fate. Yes, Hand of Destiny. We haven't yet heard from our great ally Kor Phaeron. No, Hand of Destiny, this time, Mofrin permitted himself a smirk. None of the faithful here were admirers of the Black Cardinal. Had they been, they wouldn't have been invited to serve aboard this Legate-class battleship, they would have been purged the moment they stepped foot inside one of the hangar bays. Not a word. Typical, the reply of his lord came after a snort. Well, enough is enough. If the Dark Council wants to die here, who am I to stop the mighty Dark Apostles? They can wait for the curse or the Xenos to slay them, without us. I have no objection to this, Hand of Destiny. Mofrin replied sincerely. Like all legionnaires of the 17th Legion, he was resisting the curse through sheer willpower and several blessed artifacts of the gods. But this Xenos is generating a system-wide field which prevents us from making a warp translation. And while the dogs of the false emperor ignored the Hydra's scales escape, I don't think they would ignore the Hand of Destiny. Especially as the Vindication of Loyalty is able to intercept us without moving from its current position. Fleeing through the warp would provide no salvation, the exalted Dark Apostle declared, and his words rang like divine truth. It will take too much time to accede to the realm of the gods in any case, but once we are inside it, the curse of the flesh change will be magnified, not lessened. Anarchy has enforced its dictate upon the 17th Legion, and it won't relent until we are spawns or we crawl at its feet. Yet for all its scheming ability, Anarchy has committed a mistake. There is a realm where the flesh change's effect can be kept at bay indefinitely. Why then didn't the Thousand Sons use it before the rebellion against the false emperor? The Chaos Lord asked. Because that realm is the webway. Yes, it made sense. Unfortunately, Mofren could see a glaring problem with this strategy. That is extremely interesting, Hand of Destiny. But we are in the Macrage system. Surely the rigid dogs of the false emperor who recite the platitudes of their dead father would have discovered any webway gate they found near their home, and then destroyed it. As it happens, you are wrong. The fools of Macrage are blind and ignorant. And my WIRD slaves can feel the webway gate of Laphise being activated as we speak. Laphise. A captain repeated with a shadow of annoyance in his voice. But we aren't anywhere near Laphise, Lord. Fenris is currently on a collision course with Macrage. We won't be able to go anywhere near that planet without being intercepted by the defenses of the Ultramarines or the other dogs of the false emperor. Everything you have just said, Captain, is false. The Hand of Destiny seized from the nearest altar a dagger most loyal sons of Lorgar had heard of at one time or another. It was an athame. It was likely the last athame in possession of the Legion, since so many had been lost during the rebellion against the false emperor and many were broken, stolen, or lost in the millennia after. Mofren felt himself grinning. With this apparently unimpressive dagger, the members of the Dark Council could carve up reality as they desired. Call our allies and friends in the Grand Armada. Within this anti-warp field, the effect won't last long. If they are loyal to our cause, they will act without delay. Yes, Hand of Destiny. The loyal sons of Lorgar chorused. In the immortal words of that blinded fool Cor Phaeron, Dark Apostle Erebus proclaimed, "We are the warp." The athame struck, and reality screamed. High orbit over Tio. Battleship Enterprise. 14 hours after the mark of oblivion. Lady General Taylor Hebert. It had been a vain hope. The galaxy wasn't going to stop sending her horrors and evil surprises just because she was exhausted. But even after a few hours of rest, several injections of golden Bacta, and a short nap while she returned to the Enterprise, Taylor had not expected the galaxy to go crazy like it did. In no particular order, the highlights could be listed as follows. The behemoth Tyrannid had dynakinesis psychic abilities. Anarchy was a very sore loser. Not only had the planets of Tau and Fenris been sent into the Macrage system, one or more ruinous powers had engineered things so that they were on a collision course with Macrage itself. The astropathic communications were down. The non-psychic means of communications were so unreliable at long range they might as well not exist. For all intents and purposes, this meant that the battle groups of Operation Stalingrad were all she could control as they were coalesced in a massive fleet, and if she was forced to detach them, there would be little oversight and coordination. As if things couldn't get worse, the word-bearers had somehow found a way to displace their battleships in the equivalent of a short warp jump, and 3 of their heavy warships along with hundreds of small craft were rushing towards Laphise. Why the traitor Astartes wanted to despoil this paradise world in particular Taylor didn't know, but she was willing to bet the answer wouldn't be enjoyable. So many problems. Fortunately, the warning of Hanzo Hattori had given her the time to deploy some of her contingencies, and this meant the battlefield was merely a disaster in the making, not something they would need the Emperor himself to overcome. Let's begin with the most urgent problem. The Lady General commanded as all High Commanders' hololithic representations answered her summons. If nothing is done, 2 planets are going to ram Macrage in less than 15 days, and I think we would all prefer to avoid that kind of cosmic catastrophe. Archmagos Belisarius call. Please tell me you have the tools and the skill to teleport Fenris and Tau away before they collide with the Primarch Guilliman's home world. I do, the Archmagos answered, visibly relishing being the center of the high-ranked audience's attention. Though technically it is not teleportation, such a thing is impossible with the shadowy field spread by the Tyrannid. What I propose is to... Taylor cleared her throat, ironically a fraction of a second before Dragon did. But the technical data will be explained in good time, the radical Archmagos assured them. To answer the original question more accurately, yes, I have the skills and the tools, though some will need to be duplicated, since moving the first planet away in a gravitic tunnel will impose the creation of secondary tools. Archmagos Hediatrix will give you the resources available to our Arsenal-class star galleons, within reasonable limits. It would have created countless political issues to make such a request under normal circumstances, but right now? With 2 planets about to collide with a third, and 2 out of the 3 being famous first founding chapter homeworlds, there was no time for pretenses and influence quarrels. It will be done, chosen of the Omnissiah. Taylor silently thanked the voice of Mars and the other Archmagi who had backed her up of their own volition. I am beginning the preliminary procedures and the deployment of all required instruments as we speak, Call continued. As we are in high orbit of this Xenos world and it is currently uncontested, I think, we can all agree, it is best to begin with the simpler task. However, there are some issues which need to be resolved. Name them. The golden-winged para-human pressed on. First, this, not teleportation scientific exploit will not be able to move all the Tau orbital fortresses with the planet. What would happen should it be attempted? Inquired Chapter Master Tafor Hezon. At best, they will be disintegrated by the transfer energies, Call shook his head. At worst, they will collide with the planet. There was a decision to be made, damn it. Fine. General Flabinico, your men have taken significant losses against the Flayer Necrons. The report her chief of staff had given her about the fighting to secure the Noctilith was not the kind of reading one wanted to be given. 10 regiments of Ventrillion nobles will supervise the orbital-to-land transfer of Xenos civilians to their homeworld and then begin garrison duty. The Mechanicu's ships will tow the orbital fortresses and the shipyard away when the evacuation is complete. If they won, everything would be disassembled and studied by the tech priests before being moved elsewhere. There is also the problem of the destination this planet must be moved to. The tone and facial expression of Call, though the latter was almost hidden by his red hood, were enough for anyone who had met him several times before to know what was coming. You have an idea, Archmagos, and I don't have time to waste. In this case, in order to avoid jurisdiction conflicts and various problems from several narrow-minded bureaucrats, I propose to send this world, Tau, to the Nyx sector. Since you are Lady Nyx, any planet within your frontiers falls under your responsibilities. Taylor didn't know if she wanted to laugh or sigh. But Call had a point. When this battle was over, an outcry to purge the Tau species was likely unavoidable. And the tech priests of uncountable forge worlds were going to be salivating and shaking their mechadendrites in jealousy at the idea of having the Earth cast's works under their optical augmetics. Where? The Aurelia system. It is definitely within range of my instruments and devices. It was a system of the Moros subsector, and there was only a dead world there, if she remembered correctly. Unlike most stars which didn't have an Imperium-inhabited world orbiting them, there were warp trails leading there, and not just because it was next door to Faye and Petersburg, but this was something that could wait. The Lady General turned towards Dragon, who gave her a noncommittal shrug. Assuredly, Call had his own ambitions where Tau technology was concerned, but in this instance, their interests aligned. Then Aurelia it will be. Continue your preparations, Archmagos Call. The El Dorado and Battle Group Berzina will assist you. Most of the Mechanicus hololithic representations flashed out, though there remained enough Magi and Archmagi to form a very respectable tech delegation. Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller, your report on the second threat, please. By some foul heresy, 3 traitor battleships were somehow able to bypass Macridge and its defenses and flank us. They are racing to strike directly at Laphise. No matter how we react, they're going to be in position to launch a direct assault on this paradise world in 1 hour. Strength of the garrison. Princeps Seniorus Darius Sobek inquired. Based on the most recent information available, there was a company of Ultramarines and an army group of Ultramar Auxilia stationed on Laphise. Some of the guard officers present clearly expected the Lord Admiral to add more. But the tally of the order of battle if Laphise deserved such a generous description was complete. That's all. Muttered an officer Taylor didn't manage to identify. Laphise is a paradise world on the doorstep of the Ultramarines' home world, Dragon interjected. Normally, it shouldn't require more. But it clearly needs more than they currently have, the High Marshal of the Black Templars proclaimed. Your Celestial Highness, allow me to take the Black Templars to Laphise. I vow that before. I am sure you and your battle brothers would slaughter the traitor word-bearers with ease, High Marshal, the Lady of the Nyx sector assured him. But we must keep our focus on what is important, eliminating the majority of the traitor fleet present in this system, and slay the monster code-named Tyrannid Behemoth as fast as possible. If you go to Laphise with your Black Templars, the absence of the Eternal Crusader might be the difference between victory and defeat. And the Gloriana of the 7th Legion wasn't the only thing which would be missing in the order of battle if the Black Templars departed. They had several strike cruisers, about 1,700 battle-ready Astartes, the list could go on for quite a while. The Insect Mistress addressed her Chief of Staff, because she had to find a solution, of course. General Rokossovsky. I noticed that between all battle groups, we still have a large reserve which was left idle. Yes, Lady General. The Vostroyan replied. You're thinking about sending an army in particular. I was thinking about the 10th Corps of Krieg. It was a very large army with 600+ regiments and approximately 10 million men. If it couldn't stand against the traitor guardsmen, then Krieg wasn't worth anything as a guard recruitment world. For an instant, she considered giving a Krieg general the theater command, but it was too risky. General Swartz, you will have command of the guard regiments sent to protect Laphise from the heretics. Yes, Lady General. The Katachan officer grinned carnivorously. Lady Weaver, if I may. The Supreme Commander of Operation Stalingrad gave a respectful nod to the dreadnought who had just asked for the floor. Yes, Ancient Rylaner. I do not doubt the courage of the Ultramarines or the training of your Krieg Guardsmen, but your forces will be massively outnumbered in Space Marines. They need someone to bolster their spirits when they will face transhuman shock for the first time in battle conditions. The White Thunderbolts company I have the honor to command is trained to bolster guard regiments. And unlike the valorous Black Templars, our absence is unlikely to weigh down the battle groups. The Angels Vermilion are ready to help our cousins. Because, of course, once a chapter of Space Marines volunteered, the others were not far behind. After 5 minutes of proposals, Taylor considered it a near miracle she had managed to keep the forces down to 4 companies of Astartes, the 10th Corps, the 12th Artillery Army of Nyx, 2 air forces of the Aeronautica Imperialis, and the lances of House Terran. Ancient Rylaner will have overall command over the Astartes companies. In order to ensure the best possible coordination, elements of my Templar Sororitas and Adjutant Spiders will act as liaisons between all components, with General Swartz in theater command. Admiral Oscar von Ruenthal will take command of the naval theater forces. His forces will include the 4th Battleship Division and 3 Astartes strike cruisers. They are to be reinforced by the Audacious in carrier support, and Battle Group Dawn will divert 4 flotillas of Hoplite-class destroyers. The discussion was not nearly finished. There had to be ships to detach from the main battle groups, squadrons to reform, and obviously the orders had to trickle down the chain of command. And this was just for laugh-eyes. Lord Inquisitor Tor. Given the psychic taint inflicted by the archenemy on this system, the old man declared bluntly, I am going to deploy inquisitorial task forces on every planet answering to the rule of Macrage. Between the danger of this Xeno's influence and the sinister corruption of the enemy beyond, I think it is vital the Holy Ordos is certain of the ruler's purity and loyalty. Surely not Macrage. An officer of the Vostroyan Firstborn asked. Especially Macrage, Odysseus Tor retorted icily. You don't think the heretics would have come here if they didn't already have infiltrated cultists ready to wreak havoc upon the Ultramarines' defenses, do you? High orbit of Macrage. Battlebarge Caesar. 14 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Chapter Master Cato Valens. The Ultramarines were almost certainly on the eve of the most critical war of the 35th millennium as far as their chapter was concerned, and the last thing the regent of Macrage wanted to hear was that the citizens of Macrage were unsuited to fulfill the duties they had sworn their existence to. Unfortunately, looking at the auxilia general who had somehow been able to take command of the Illyrium military district, this was exactly what he had just been told. Theoretical, you are incompetent and stupid. Lord Regent. I must protect. Practical, you are incompetent, stupid, and your own reply should have been, I take full responsibility for my subordinates' colossal mistakes. Cato Valens managed to articulate without adding an execution order for the man, who had clearly been elevated way beyond his real command aptitudes, to his scolding. You are relieved of your command, effective immediately. General Trapezus. You are promoted to the command of the Illyrium military district. Your first duty is to exterminate this cultist rebellion, no matter the cost. Those treacherous wretches have chosen to side with the enemies of Guilliman and the Emperor. They must pay the price for it. Yes, Lord Regent. The blonde-haired officer in blue carapace armor saluted. They will all be dead within 24 hours. The hololithic projections vanished, and the Ultramarines chapter master permitted a grimace to appear on his face, something he wouldn't have done if there were non-Astartes present in the war conference room. He somehow missed more than 20,000 cultists, and when they revolted, ordered a retreat, unbelievable. In all fairness, Illyrium has always been a breeding ground for unsavory elements, Captain Torquatus Rebilus of the 6th Company pointed out. And some insurrections happened while the Primarch, blessed be his name, walked among us. That doesn't excuse this massive failure. The regent of Macrage snapped, before calming himself. Let's go back to the general situation. The situation remains disastrous, Gaius Pompeius, captain of the 1st Company, answered. There are still 2 planets on collision courses with our home, and it must be hoped that the loyal fleet orbiting the 2nd planet has some way to destroy them and expel the remnants out of the system, because our chapter does not have the armaments required to destroy something so massive in the days we have left. Maybe the Macrage's honor Cassius Becurius began, only to be interrupted by the man he considered his rival. The Macrage's honor is a mothballed museum ship, Cassius. Gaius retorted. And even if it wasn't, it hasn't been modernized since we used it in the War of the Beast. Moreover, there are so many Glorianas currently in the system that I don't think one more will be very useful if the massive fleet which must be Weaver's Operation Stalingrad can't do it. There can't be many loyal fleets of that size operating near the eastern fringe. True, Cato Valens conceded. Do you believe they can deal with the planets? Theoretical, I believe so, the 1st Company captain nodded. Since our communications are unable to reach them, we can't be certain, but there has to be a reason 2 Arx Mechanicus and many capital ships are staying around the intruder planet while the rest of the fleet rushes towards Macrage. Practical, Cassius Becurius' voice was loud and sounded ready to object, Weaver can't be. Stop. The captain of the 2nd Company went silent. The more time I spent analyzing your decisions at Nyx, the less confident I grew we followed the path which would have pleased the Primarch. Cato Valens knew it was far too late and he had supported Becurius, but it needed to be said now, before it caused another disaster. But the hour is too grave to spend it in recriminations and complaints. We have neither the firepower nor any solution to deal with those planets. We have exterminatus weapons, but ours kill worlds by scouring a planet of all life, something that will be absolutely useless when the cleansed but structurally intact planets will still collide with Macrage. And the prospect made him nearly mentally ill. Macrage was more than the recruitment headquarters of the Ultramarines, the place where the Codex was penned, or a formidable fortress where they could let the citizens of Ultramar prosper in peace. It was where the shrine of the Primarch had been built, and both the resting place of their Lord Father and priceless treasures of the time before the heresy were protected here. The thought of losing this legacy, the thought of Guilliman's wisdom and inheritance being no more, it was unbearable. If Weaver or any Archmagos she has allied with possesses a solution which won't result in Macrage being destroyed, we will have to pay the full price for it, even if it requires closing our eyes against multiple Codex infractions. Am I clear? Yes, Chapter Master. Mercurius replied unhappily. Good. Status of the other companies. We can't expect any help from Thiel, Captain Torquatus Rebilus explained to No Space Marine's surprise. The Imperial fleet is sending reinforcements to Laphise, but the word-bearers are going to arrive first with a lot of margin to launch an unimpeded planetary assault. As far as we can tell, the Mare Nostrum is maneuvering to ambush them, but I doubt its crew will be able to hinder more than one battleship. The 8th Company is going to fight for its life, and the garbled communications before everything was cut mentioned Eldar. Practical, the 8th Company will be unavailable for operations outside Laphise. This was a positive way to look at it. In reality, if the 8th Company were not led by a hero of the Great Heresy, Cato Valens would not be very optimistic about the chances of survival of his ultramarine battle brothers. 3 battleships like the ones the hated Oathbreakers and Demon Worshippers used could contain as many as 3,000 or 4,000 traitor Astartes supported by 500,000 cultists and mutants. Whereas the 8th Company had 96 Space Marines. The 7th has left Nova Thulium with the Brazen Consuls, but their course will not allow them to do more than catch up with the Imperial fleet in a few hours. The 3rd Company and the Iron Hounds seem to be completing their redeployment, but they too are more than a standard day away. Only the 10th and the Obsidian Jaguars may reach us before the battle against the Word-Bearers fleet begins. The 10th is not trained for a naval battle of this magnitude. They were scouts, by Guilliman's laurels. If he threw them into a space-boarding action, they were going to be slaughtered by the bastard sons of Lorgar, who for all their crimes were veterans of millennia of murderous void battles. We must hope Captain Fabius Decius will try to return to Macrage as fast as the engines of his ships allow. The 4th and the 9th are too far away for us to see anything, given how bad the psychic and non-psychic interference is. Rebilus concluded. The theoretical is of course they will take as many as their forces with Galadon and return to protect Macrage, but Mort Ndar is so far away our preliminary calculations predict the companies will not be able to participate before the first 4 days of battle are over. In that case, Gaius Pompeius said, it is more vital than ever we hold our ground and you would hide behind the orbital grid like a coward. Mercurius hotly demanded. I would. The captain of the 1st Company replied, his blue eyes shining with distrust for his fellow captain. The word-bearers have a crushing advantage in tonnage and capital hulls. They may have lost 1 battleship and sent 3 others to Laphise, but that leaves them 24, plus the monstrous Treason. Why would we risk the future of our chapter when Weaver's fleet is going to be the hammer and our orbital fleet will be the anvil? Because it won't be the hammer you want it to be, the captain of the 2nd Company answered more reasonably after the regent of Macrage gave him a glance warning him to not go further than he already had. The Treason is able to tear apart our orbital defenses like it did at Armatura 4,000 years ago. And the traitor fleet will arrive far earlier than Weaver's. If we stay here, we are going to be slaughtered at high anchor. And the sons of Guilliman, for all their polyvalent skills, honed by millennia of Codex wisdom, were not the masters of defensive warfare. This distinction went to the sons of Dorn, as long as they weren't Black Templars, of course. Gaius, execute Plan Calth's revenge. The captain of the 1st Company obviously didn't like it, but unlike Mercurius, Cato knew he could count on the leader of the warriors of Ultramar giving everything to its accomplishment now that the order was given. The civilian population's evacuation protocols must be activated. The Auxilia will have to make sure as many people as possible find refuge inside the polar fortresses. As a proud son of Guilliman, he wanted to save them all, but no matter how much time the Ultramarines bought with their lives, there were going to be traitors sullying the soil of Macrage, and maybe something worse coming behind the bastard sons of Lorgar too. The army groups must proceed with all due celerity. By the time the first enemy boot touches Macrage, I want at least 75% of our military assets ready to defend the Sirocco line to the north and the Pharsalis line to the south. Theoretical, it wasn't ideal. Practical, even during all of the most stringent military exercises Cato had participated in, no ultramarine commander had ever thought to evacuate more than 2 billion people in so little time. Not to mention that Illyrium wouldn't be evacuated, you could fight cultists, or you could conduct an evacuation, but you couldn't do both at the same time. The traitors are here, brothers, and the orders of our father still stand. Cato Valens declared to the 3 captains and their high-rank subordinates who had participated to this war summit. Kill them all. Carrion-class heavy battleship Vox Dominus. 14 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Dark Apostle Peristir. There were a lot of things to be furious about. The Black Crusade had utterly failed. Anarchy had ascended to become a ruinous power. That unworthy pile of rat excrement had transformed their father into a chaos spawn. The Grand Armada was still powerful, but it was a shadow of its former self. All battleships were damaged to varying degrees, and the hastily made repairs were so pathetic the problems would reappear the moment the battle started again. Even the prospect of fighting ultramarines, the possibility of breaking the faces of the sons of Guilliman and defiling their gold-blue banners, seemed unimportant now. And Erebus had betrayed them, again. Despite all their contingency plans to prevent it, despite spending a fortune in spies, packs, and measures to pulverize the vile one the moment he made his move, they had failed. Erebus had used the last athame, the last dagger of its kind to be in possession of the 17th Legion, to cut his way through reality and attack Laphise. This was truly a plan worthy of the vile one's treacherous mind. The warriors of the 8th Great Host may survive if the plan was successful. Or not. There were plenty of legionnaires who had deserted their original Great Host to throw their lot in with lackeys like Lucius and Mofrin, but Erebus had never won any great victory when he was the supreme military commander. This was infuriating. But at this very moment, even the anger Perister directed towards that vermin they should have killed eons ago was fading. Because in a few hours or days, it wouldn't matter. The Word-Bearer's legion had been sentenced to death. Perister felt it pressing against his mental defenses and the packs protecting his flesh. Sometimes, it was like a berserker of Kern trying to crack your bones, in several instances it was like a choir of Neverborn trying to charm you into embracing them. The curse's assault had failed, for him, for now. Every hour now, 1 or 2 legionnaires were abandoning the struggle and transforming into chaos spawn. And Corphaeron and Yarelak, as they were transported away by the warp tides, had made many divinations and studies, and arrived at the unpleasant conclusion the precious gene seed of the 17th Legion was contaminated by the flesh change curse. The unworthy fourth ruinous power had damned them for all eternity. Worse, it was originally a curse of the great architect, and this meant it had been devised to bring down the Thousand Sons, and for all the hypocrisy of the sons of Magnus, there was no doubt they were all psychers. That was not the case for the average word-bearer. Oh, all dark apostles were sorcerers and knew how to wield the power of the gods. But the majority of the legion had nothing but the blessings of the gods to help them withstand this dark time. And now the gods were abandoning them. No, they had abandoned them. It was just taking a few hours for the effects to become impossible to deny. The invincible reason, the Hrafunkel and the surviving ships of the false emperor are engaging the Xenos beast at long range. They don't seem to be having a lot of success. Let's be thankful the beast is here in the first place. Assuredly Tsor-Konoth would disagree, given how the great slaughter of Beta Garmin had been disintegrated by the flesh abomination, but instead of fleeing, he had tried to fight a 60 kilometers long beast. He couldn't complain about the outcome. Or rather he could, but his soul was in the claws of the gods now. Otherwise the dark angels would be pursuing us now. Minutes were spent in complete silence. They had lost, and no bluster could hide that. Communications from Lord Corphaeron, Lord Perister. Open our most reliable hololithic link. Even with the Trezagun so close to the Vox Dominus, psychic communications were extremely unreliable. It took 3 seconds before his fellow member of the Dark Council, what was left of the institution at any rate, materialized. Perister. I have a plan. I'm all ears, the Dark Apostle replied sarcastically. We are going to attack the Ultramarines fleet which is preparing to intercept us. The leader of the Third Great Host blinked in surprise. And why would we do something so stupid? I thought the course we were taking was merely to get away from the First Legion's ships and the beast as quickly as possible, not to slam our head against the gates of Macrage. We massively outnumber them, Corphaeron haughtily declared, and Perister chuckled darkly. Yes, they have only 5 battle barges and a dozen strike cruisers. May I remind you that all our battleships have just come out of a massive void clash, a clash we lost by the way. Perister shook his head. We have the Trezagun and 24 battleships. If we engage them, it won't matter whether they are predictable or not thanks to their ridiculous codex. We are going to take massive losses. Ultramarines always die killing a lot of enemies. I thought you had learned that at Calth. The Black Cardinal's expression after that was literally murderous, but Perister was not sorry to have spoken the words in the slightest. They had begun this Black Crusade with more than 200,000 legionnaires, they had less than 40,000 when they were ejected into the Macrage system, and of course between the death of Tsor-Konoth and Erebus' desertion, they had lost more. And he was not counting the losses of the flesh change curse. I have. But we don't have any other choice. The only thing that can ensure we are forgiven by the gods is to finish off Guilliman and destroy the Ultramarines. Perister winced internally. Something like that would have been difficult to accomplish with the full strength of the Black Crusade, a strength they didn't have anymore. Let's say I believe what you just said. Let's say we beat the Ultramarines and pay the price of doing so. We still don't have the strength to storm Macrage anymore. It is a heavily defended mountain world. The Trezagun will dismantle the orbital defenses, but too slowly. And by the Eye of Terror, we don't have time on our side. Weaver is here. The warp is screaming her name from the other side of the shadowy veil. She's already on her way to Makraj, and the moment she realizes we're truly trying a headlong assault, the false saint is going to accelerate her offensive schedule. And unlike the Ultramarines, she had enough battleships to keep a large reserve around the planet she had come with and still launch an assault led by 2 Gloriana super battleships supported by some nasty new designs of capital ships. The great plan had always been to fight Weaver, but not under conditions as unfavorable as these. We can storm Makraj. We have the Legio Vulturum. Correction, Peristur opposed, Sotanol has the Legio Vulturum. And I very much doubt she's going to let us borrow her last major force for a vague promise. We already didn't honor our previous commitments, and unlike us, she doesn't suffer from any curse. In case you haven't noticed, her squadron is already abandoning us. It was something, intriguing. For the goals every notable leader had sworn to their Gene-sire, the alliance between all factions was far more than a mere vellum parchment. Of course, as he had just acknowledged, they hadn't exactly honored their part of the deal. The participation of the word-bearers during the siege of the Fang had been at best limited, at worst counterproductive. The other explanation was that Sotanol was obeying the orders of someone else. Before Fenris, discovering the true allegiance of the Hellforge mistress were it to ever come into doubt would have been something high on his priority list. Today it was just something to let go, especially as they didn't have the warships to waste on a direct confrontation. Sotanol is not going to be in a position to oppose us. Vorjuk has collected several Necron artifacts which we are about to test. If Cor Phaeron had thought this was going to reassure him, the Black Cardinal was completely wrong. What sort of desperate betrayal do you have in mind? We need a distraction to delay Weaver. We need the Titans of Legio Vulturum. I think Sotanol has become an obstacle, wherever her true allegiances are, she is no longer on our side. Peristur could have replied to the other member of the Dark Council that after the punishment the Grand Armada had received, anybody would have been far less loyal if such a thing truly existed among the true legions and their allies than they had been at the beginning of the Black Crusade. But what would be the point of wasting time and words when they had so little left? If you are wrong about Guilliman's corpse being an adequate sacrifice, the Legion will die. What is your alternative, then? Cor Phaeron asked. Thanks to the Flesh Beast and the Anarchy Pretender, we are months, maybe years away from any of our strongholds like Galmech in the Maelstrom. We have to secure a cure for the Flesh Change Curse, and a new blessed world which will allow us to recover and rebuild our forces. Makraj offers both. If things go well, Peristur tempered. I know we sometimes improvised on the path and that we have a few outdated contingencies for the Ultramarines, but we are a fleet of wrecks and rust dogs have slaughtered more than half of our officers. In my opinion, we are far too likely to lose far more than we already invested. This isn't about winning anymore. And for all his seniority in the Dark Council, rarely had Peristur seen the Black Cardinal with such a devoted expression on his face. It's about making sure that everyone else loses. Unlike many cities of the realm of Ultramar, Ravenna, capital of the paradise world of Laphise, was never built with war in mind. This was one of the many reasons why its citizens loved Guilliman so much. Ravenna was an ancient memory of a time when the expeditionary fleets were triumphant on every front, an era when mankind's dominion of the galaxy was all but assured. It was the proof a Primarch had thought that war would end one day. It was an ideal which was destroyed by the Horus heresy and the Battle of Calth. But if the fortress of Hera and many citadels of the Ultramarines guarded the realm of Ultramar, Ravenna continued to stand. Ironically, in spite of many successive chapter masters discouraging the practice, several quarters of the city had been converted into churches and sites of worship. This wasn't limited to Ravenna itself. Across Laphise, there were many settlements which were entirely dedicated to the Savior Emperor and his avenging son. Unlike on a proper shrine world however, Laphise was certainly not ruled by the ecclesiarchy. The Ultramarines and the authorities they delegated their executive and legislative power to were the sole source of government. As a consequence, while pilgrims arrived and left, Ravenna remained a curious melange of secular traditions and new devotion, all the while prospering on a trade of artisan mosaics, ancestral metallurgy, and several other famous artistic pursuits, ranging from architecture of water fountains to sugar sweets. Situated on the banks of the Polenta River, Ravenna was a jewel which remained unaffected by time and the numerous military campaigns waged by Ultramar and the Imperium. Until the cataclysm of Makraj. Until the day the vile word-bearers and their hordes of heretics came. From Hell Cauldron, The Battle for Ravenna, by Julia Scribonius, Ultramar Rose Edition, 315M41. Laphise. Ravenna west of the Polenta River. 15 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Maya Numrius. Maya screamed alongside tens of thousands of other Laphisers when the Guilliman Bridge was destroyed. One moment the largest bridge to have ever connected the two sides of the Polenta River was standing high, as it had done for more than a millennium, the next a red bolt from the heavens struck it. While mag trains and uncountable people trying to evacuate were on it. The young mother at that very instant felt the terrible certainty they were all dead. Maybe the Ultramarines could survive that, but unaugmented men and women couldn't. All around them the alarms continued to blare, sirens shrieking as the civilians were ordered to evacuate and their entire world unraveled into chaos. People who had been running to the Gillimon Bridge were now trying to push through everyone else to escape. People screamed, begged men and women they had never met for a solution, or prayed to the God Emperor for salvation. Several enormous turrets rose from their hidden positions on the eastern bank, and went on to shoot at targets so high in the sky neither Maya nor anyone else could see them. But as the minutes passed it didn't reassure her that her daughter and she were on the wrong side of the river. Everyone knew the new ultramarine commander had begun building new defenses in eastern Ravenna to train his troops. How could it not be the talk of every person frequenting the Laphise markets, when nothing so extraordinary had happened for as long as anyone could remember? Don't worry, Celestine, she told her young daughter, trying to put up a smile. Everything is going to be fine. Hopefully, the Auxilia would organize another plan. Hopefully, there was someone competent who had predicted something like this could happen. And hopefully, this sight wouldn't be one her daughter would remember for the rest of her life. But as for her two first hopes, the next minutes were disappointment after disappointment. Everyone was screaming, trying to attract the attention of thousands of members of the Auxilia who were arriving from the south. But no one looked to be in charge. Many times the military broadcast messages for the people to go back to their homes. Maya wanted to scream at them that they should make up their minds. It was the evacuation procedures which had ordered them to leave everything they had behind, and now they wanted them to go back? Maya didn't know if she had the strength to do that. It had already taken so long to reach where she was, with Celestine in her arms, for what had to be an evacuation exercise like the ones the Ultramarines had taken to organize more and more those last years. Going back was. The sky, so blue, was turning an ugly color. And more bolts from the heavens like the ones which had destroyed the Gillimon Bridge struck their side of Ravenna. Maya thought she had seen panic before. She was wrong. The screams grew to another level of fear, and everyone was running everywhere like those poor lizards they presented tailless in the markets. And then the first thing descended upon Laphise. It was far away, no detail could be seen from where she was, but it felt incredibly evil from just a glance. Don't cry Celestine, we're going south. Daddy will join us there. In truth she didn't know if her husband would ever have been able to find them in this mob, even if he had the most perfect devices of Ultramar. Everyone was pushing everyone, and Maya had to hide behind an archway at the end of a street which was in reality a dead end. That's when she heard it. That was when everyone on Ravenna heard the cursed words of the heretics. Death to the false emperor. Lord Commander Lucius. It was really too easy to be considered a fight. Come on. One swing of the lash of torment, and 5 useless heads of the Ultramar Auxilia were severed. Come, slaves of Gilliman's corpse. Try to kill me. The insult struck true, and no matter how cowed they were by his glorious presence, all attempts to flee stopped. Courage and honor. Lucius laughed and began to use the ladder blade for the first time. There were about 100 enemies here, and he wasn't going to make it too easy. What pitiful words. The Lord Commander of the Emperor's children taunted them as he parted arms and limbs from their owners before hitting them with their own severed limbs. Courage and honor. Courage and honor. I have better words. Excess and perfection. Lucius tried to use some of the influence he held over the blessings of the dead goddess, but this time, even this minuscule attempt failed. And this made the highest-ranked survivor of the Emperor's children extremely angry. A second later, he stopped toying with his prey. The Auxilia fell first, and then he sated his bloodlust on the useless mortals, pursuing them house by house, sometimes letting 1 or 2 fire a shot with their last pistols, just for the pleasure of watching their horrified expressions when it failed to leave even the tiniest paint scratch on his armor. It was still too easy, but... What in the hell do you think you're doing, Lucius? The Lord Commander snarled at the word-bearer commander who had interrupted his fun. Ah, Marduk. I see you have finally broken the leash of Yarlek and enslaved yourself to Erebus. The dark acolyte of Yarlek, and yes, this had likely enraged the leader of the second great host beyond reason, seemed really furious he'd insulted him that way. It was too bad, because it was the truth. What do you think of my new redecoration? Are you pleased? He had lacked the time to do more than arrange the blood and viscera of Gilliman's Auxilia dogs in complex patterns, but it was already a nice beginning in his opinion, and... You are a perpetual disappointment and an insubordinate wretch. You were supposed to help our vanguard take the eastern bank of the city. Because of your tomfoolery, many of our battle brothers have been slain by the Ultramarines. Yes, well, I suppose you are getting used to it after what happened at Fenris and Cadia. Lucius mocked him, keeping a tone of boredom which was absolutely not feigned. This was one of his curses. Since the Naga was gone, he was surrounded by absolute boredom. Look, Marduk. It's Dark Apostle Marduk. Oh, Erebus had rewarded him with a Dark Apostle title for his betrayal? They were really handing those out to anyone and anything these days. Ah, oops. He had said the last part aloud. Yes, Mar, look. Tell me, what is the point of hurrying too much? It's not like a company of Ultramarines is going to last long once we launch the real assault. We already have more than 2,000 Astartes and... The Ultramarines are led by Aenid Thiel. Lucius' smile vanished. Though he had not participated in the Shadow Crusade against Ultramar or been involved in any action near the sieges where the Ultramarines fought, that name had become a legend in its own right. He's still alive. Granted, all legendary space marines lived long, but it had been a long time since the end of the siege of Terra and. Of course. He had probably been involved in the assault of Kamarak, and only then fled out of the webway where he'd hid for centuries. But now this veteran of Horus War was here, where he could kill him. His two hearts beat faster. At last a kill worthy of being claimed by my blades, Lucius hissed. Thank you, Marduk, you have proven you were not totally useless in the end. It was fortunate many legionnaires of his new warband, former Night Lords and word-bearers desiring to experience the bliss of excess, were taking position around him, for several lines of word-bearers were advancing through the avenue, before stopping a couple of feet behind the arrogant acolyte. A heartbeat later, a blue beam went through the head of the possessed champion of Yarelek's treacherous disciple. Lucius was impressed by the accuracy of the shot. It was right between the eyes, and possessed or no possessed, that was an instantly fatal wound if there ever was one. But as the red armor and its owner fell in a pleasing cacophony, Lucius compared his own handiwork to the coin-sized hole which had slain the word-bearer. And he knew instantly it was no imperial weapon which had made the kill. Eldar. Perfect Legion, the long ears are here. At last we will be able to punish them for Kamarak and their crimes against everything rightfully belonging to excess. No. Erebus lackey screamed. We push towards the eastern bank. We have lost enough time as it is. Yes, yes, O Grand Dark Acolyte. What a boring leader you are. Ravenna east of the Polenta River. Captain Aenid Thiel. If the Guild Council of Laphise had listened to you, we could have avoided this disaster, Captain. Aenid sighed. With ifs like that, Marcus, I could be chapter master by now. If is the bane of the theoretical and the practical, combined. With enough ifs, you could wonder what the Imperium would look like had 9 Primarchs not turned traitor. And practically, the Ultramarine veteran commanding the 8th Company continued, there was never any reasonable way to make Ravenna West defensible. 3/4 of the population lives on the western bank, Marcus, and to make it even moderately defensible, we would have to raise it entirely. I know, the champion of his company nodded. But it looks like the traitors are doing their best to do that anyway. Aenid agreed silently and grimly. From a strategic and tactical perspective, the traitor Astartes' assault the majority were word-bearers, but elements of most of the damned legions had been spotted was a chaotic mess. Their sneak attack upon Ravenna East and the Marius Gage spaceport 40 kilometers eastwards couldn't be described as anything but an epic defeat. Those Oathbreakers had arrived expecting a one-sided slaughter. Their expressions must have been quite a thing when the secret batteries he had spent years building for his exercises began to return fire. Ravenna West is going to be destroyed. Aenid declared unflinchingly. And while I absolutely hate it, a lot of the civilian population is going to share its fate. Without the bridges, and the enemy landing their macrolanders on the Aquila fields some 50 kilometers west, we can't do anything like a proper evacuation. Typical of your slow race, a voice which was not human and seemed to insult Low Gothic every time it arrived to his ears uttered. You are unable to. Farser Starbane, Aenid smiled with a courtesy he definitely did not want to give. With all due respect for the efficiency of the elite snipers your queen gave to help us, I would thank you to close your mouth and let the professionals do their jobs. And if I remember correctly, Kamarak and Biltan proved the Eldar race was not beyond failing to evacuate its civilians either. That arena monster is not my queen. The ridiculously armored Xenos blurted out with an expression of horror on his alien cheeks and mouth, and behind their helmets, Aenid was sure many of his battle brothers were smiling. Could have fooled me. Though in private Aenid might be willing to admit it was better to obey Lelith Hesprax in order to save many lives, the son of Guilliman wasn't going to voice it in public. But since the enemy has done the stupidest thing they could do and is engaging in a battle for the streets of Ravenna West, I think it would be rude to discourage them from throwing their army into this bloody quagmire. Remember brothers, the longer they are trapped in the city, the more time our reinforcements will be given to deploy. Theoretical, it's almost too perfect to not be a trap. Sergeant Furious Purpurio commented. Aenid turned towards the the sergeant was certainly the most conservative member of the 8th Company, and the closest he had to a problematic recruit. I understand, Sergeant. But we have to look at the practical. The Mare Nostrum is able to launch hit-and-run attacks against the enemy fleet, and their auspexes are still functioning. The reinforcements are truly on their way. Artillery shells began to fall upon the nicest villas of the western banks. The actual purpose of those strikes escaped Aenid, but then apart from the initial brilliance of blowing up the 4 bridges linking the 2 parts of Ravenna, the enemy was truly following a doctrine which was truly chaotic. So far he hadn't been able to figure out who was in command of the traitors, but by all evidence, said traitor was really an awful strategist. The barges are ready. He asked Marcus after turning elsewhere to not have to look at the devastation the bastard sons of Lorgar were wreaking on the city he was supposed to protect. The barges. Marcus lightly replied. I thought those were the yachts of the Macrage aristocracy we just repurposed into troop transports. That was what I meant. Ian had managed to keep his seriousness. The barges. Well, in that case, I would say we have enough to ferry a couple of auxilia divisions onto Ravenna West. But we are going to be forced to commit most of the aircraft we have in reserve, save those who protect the Marius Gage spaceport, Captain. So be it. That is not a strategy approved by the Codex. No, it is not. It somehow always amazed Ianid that people wanted to remind him about the tenets of Gilliman's greatest and longest work when he had been one of the veterans chosen to give his opinion on the preliminary versions written before it was officially published. And if I had a choice, I would never use the Ultramar Auxilia like this, the survivor of Calv continued as the word-bearers landed more of their mutated landers and flying abominations. But we do not have a choice. We must keep the word-bearers' eyes on us for as long as we can. And if we must throw 2 divisions into this inferno in order to let its feeding spiral out of control, so be it. The word-bearers won't escape through the webway gate or via some other trick this time. Courage and honor. Courage and honor. We march for Ravenna. Now to anticipate which nasty surprises the traitor 17th Daemon Masters had for him. The traitor legions are, by their very nature, not something you are able to feel respect for. They have betrayed the very ideals they swore to defend, and the ruinous powers have made sure they are so lost there is no way they realize the monstrous hypocrisy of their words and actions. Yet among the ranks of those treacherous monsters, the word-bearers are somehow able to make the others look good. As far as we are aware, their senior leadership truly tried its best to betray all its allies before, during, and after their Black Crusade went down in flames. Words attributed to Lady Magos Dogma Dragon Richter, spoken sometime after Operation Stalingrad. Macrage System. Arc Mechanicus Technologia Podstas EST. 18 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Hell Forge Mistress Sodanol. Before Lorgar's latest and final folly, although he'd labeled it a Black Crusade, was launched, Sodanol had calculated there was a likelihood of 0.00009% that she wouldn't be able to successfully complete any of the objectives given to her by War Master Abaddon before abandoning the word-bearers to their well-deserved fate. Clearly, her calculations had been wrong. Her assumptions of the minimal levels of competency their forces could expect from the 17th Legion had been extremely over-optimistic. Several improved enslaved cogitators continued to insist nobody could be that incompetent. Unfortunately, the evidence suggested otherwise. The survivors of the Grand Armada of Lorgar are still trying to redline their engines to reach Macrage as quickly as possible, Hellforge Mistress. One of her many subordinates announced. What new disaster are the idiots trying to plunge into? Sodanol canted in an extremely new variant of technolinguish she had personally invented. Do they want atonement for their previous failures by committing suicide against the Ultramarines' defenses and fleet? From a purely tonnage comparison, the word-bearers still outnumbered the chapter, which was all that was left, bearing the 13th Legion's heraldry massively. But in reality, this comparison was extremely flattering for the delusional sons of Lorgar, the Chaos Spawn. All of the surviving word-bearer battleships were severely damaged, and at least 2 would not survive another battle. At the first serious salvo which broke through what remained of their crippled void shields, those ships were dead. Since exactly 29 ships, the Treasagen and 28 conventional battleships, were all that had escaped the Fenrician defeat, and that Erebus had deserted with 3 of those, calculations suggested the word-bearers' crippled armada was going to die if they fought the Ultramarines and the defenses of Macrage. Oh, they were going to hurt the sons of Gilliman. They could wipe out several companies, kill millions of their population, destroy their war machines, humiliate their champions, and prove that nowhere in the Imperium was truly safe. Sodanol would concede all of those points. But all these small victories to be gained for those who opposed the false Omnissiah were nothing in comparison of the utter destruction which would be unleashed upon the 17th Legion. Already losses in Astartes and warships were far above the threshold required to meet the classification of catastrophic. If they continued, they were going to lose their entire legion for nothing. They didn't have the time to destroy Macrage. Weaver's fleet, and yes, Sodanol was able to count up to 50 battleships and add 2 plus 2 and conclude it was her was already in the system. There had been pleasant news: the ruler of the Nyx sector was in an economic and technological conflict of influence with Macrage, but if she had to pick between slaughtering word-bearers and the crippling of the Ultramarines, the choice wasn't going to be difficult for the destroyer of Kamarak. And as they went deeper inside Macrage's gravity well, all that Corfaeron, Perister, Muthake, and their last fanatics were going to achieve was die a glorious death. And it would be for nothing. Many of her best auspexes and augurs were dead, as the anti-psychic field of the Fenrician monster had destroyed them, but the non-psychic ones, reverse-engineered from the work of some interesting rebel forge archmagi of Mars, could clearly indicate to her there were other ultramarine battle barges coming to reinforce their home world. Unless the 17th Legion could kill them half a system away, the ultramarines would not die today, and they hadn't even managed to exterminate the space wolves with far more time given to them. Hell Forge Mistress. The Treasagen has opened fire on us. Sodanol at first believed her battle control nodes had taken more damage than previously thought. They were constantly increasing the range between the Grand Armada and her battle squadron. She wasn't fully out of torpedo range of the Treasujun, true, but the hundreds of thousands of kilometers were sufficient to negate any element of surprise of this betrayal. And this wasn't even the strangest thing in this new episode of sheer foolishness. They fired only one torpedo. Yes, Hellforge Mistress. Authenticity of the data confirmed. Only one torpedo is in active mode. The minutes passed, and there was no communication from the Treasujun, though given how bad the interferences were if you weren't at close range, that was hardly surprising. I don't think there is any danger, but ready the decoys and the anti-torpedo measures. Sodenal ordered as the distance of the threat fell under 200,000 kilometers. And suddenly an enormous explosion of green light began to appear on her displays, and all her machines began to shriek in pain. Evasive action. Evasive maneuvers. The entire system disappeared in a vortex of green energy, engulfing the Ark-Mechanik-Use Technologia Potsdam EST and her two large escorts. It was like her warship and everything aboard were propelled at an extreme velocity before coming to an extremely abrupt halt. Finally, the stars reappeared. Along with a lot of ships. Ships not on her auspexes, but mere hundreds of meters away from the Ark-Mechanik-Use Technologia Potsdam EST. Ships that according all laws of physics she couldn't be close to, because there was no way to. No. Corfairen, false omniscia is spawn. Launch all ultra scrap codes. Activate all furtivity measures. Do it or we are all dead. The word bearers had somehow teleported her into the middle of Weaver's armada, A&D. Yes, there was no trace of her Titan barges. Corfairen had better pray the ultramarines kill him because otherwise, she would make a servitor out of his flesh carcass. Battleship Enterprise. 19 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Lady General Taylor Hebert. For a second, Taylor stayed simply speechless. Her thoughts were a combination of they've done something diabolic again, and how the hell did the heretics manage to grab Necron artifacts. The scrap code struck a moment later, and all the IFF ship codes suddenly fell apart, rendering her entirely blind and deaf, unable to distinguish friend from the three foes which had just been teleported into their formation. Dragon. I'm already on it. It doesn't look like any chaotic scrap code I've ever worked with. It looks like a sort of hybrid scrap code with multiple Xeno signature emissions. My lady, we should use the macro. If we use any sort of major void weapons when they have us at close quarters, we are just going to end up shooting our own ships. She shouldn't have shouted, but how the hell did you prepare for something as insane as that? We will deal with them the old-fashioned way. Chapters of the Blood, the traitor arc is yours. I'm coming to support you as fast possible. Black Templars and Sons of Fukin, you take care of the battleship closest to you. The rest of the Sons of Dorn neutralize the third traitor battleship. By your will, your Celestial Highness. Ark-Mechanik-Use Technologia Potsdam EST. Warsmith Kurix. With the benefit of hindsight, Kurix should not just have abandoned the siege of the Fang. He should have turned his guns and other assets on the word-bearers the moment they began to renege on the accords they had themselves proposed. The leader of the Steel Brethren shook off the pleasurable thoughts of vengeance. The word-bearers were too far away to be destroyed, and it would be a miracle if they survived this last act of spite of the cowardly priests. Iron within. Iron without. The equations of war were implacable, and now the first and only priority was to get out of this trap their allies had condemned them to. They are. Explosions rocked the hangar bay, and despite the maglocks in place to avoid something like this happening, plenty of machines, tech horrors Sodanol called servitors, and many more things went flying, creating more chaos and killing several Astartes of his warband. The red-armored Astartes boarded 2 seconds later. For all the disasters suffered, Kurix smiled as he recognized the familiar sigils of the Blood Tier and the Wing. If they had to die, if the long war was to end here and now, there was no shame ending it against the Blood Angels and the Gene line of the 9th Legion. Fire! The Warsmith ordered, and he went on to lead by example, sending hundreds of rounds at the enemy with his assault cannon. Ha! This was going to teach them to bring no boarding shields to the party end. Kurix was halfway through his ammunition supply and no Blood Angel had fallen. What by the putrid wastes of the Eye of Terror was? By the damned wrath of Perturabo. The Blood Angels had armors equipped with proper ion shields. Curse it! The shimmering fields around them were a dead giveaway, and it was clearly not something hastily done for 1 or 2 champions, not with hundreds equipped with it. Stop firing! They have ion shields. Steel Brethren! We will kill them with our blades where their pitiful technology can't save them. Iron within. Iron without. For Sanguinius and the Emperor. We march for Makraj. Kurix laughed at the stupid warcry, and the next chuckle died in his throat as several of his Astartes veterans fell screaming in infernos of green flames. They had Folkite weaponry. The Blood Angels had functional Folkite weaponry, and in large numbers. Kurix screamed as one of the Mechanicum's horrors, in its haste to escape the pyre which was consuming it, pushed him right into a full kite volley and his armor began to burn. See you all in hell tomorrow. And then there was nothing but horror in the flames of war. Chapter Master Malakbal. The Mark 9 power armor might have been declared a stopgap measure before new and better patterns were introduced by its own creators, but Chapter Master Malakbal was of the opinion they were a bit too pessimistic. If 2 companies under his command had tried to board a trader ship and met equal numbers of trader marines, certainly an Iron Warrior splinter band by the colors with nothing but Mark 7, they would have lost far more than 1 dead and 2 wounded. Deployment pattern Archangel's Wing. Chapter Master. We have killed the Oathbreakers and their heretic horrors. 2 of his marines loaded a shell into their macro bazooka, which once fired went on to spread a gigantic quantity of full kite extinguishing foam across the hangar bay. Most of the blood nodded in appreciation. The tech priests were often insufferable, but here, all veterans who could compare how much easier a fight against the traitors had turned out to be with the new equipment they had received lately. We have killed many of them, yes. But it's an Archmechanicus of the Dark Mechanicum. If there were this many damned sons of the Fourth here, there may be others. Avoid the full kite blasters if we are not fighting somewhere where we can use the special foam afterwards. I am not explaining to Barbarossa and Hezon how you were killed by your own weapons. That would be embarrassing indeed. Onwards. For the blood and for the one who shields us from the rage. For Sanguinius, Lady Weaver, and the Emperor. Bays and corridors fell one after another. And unfortunately, his prudent warning had been extremely necessary. Malakbal didn't know how many horrors this Archmechanicus contained, but the Heretex ruling this domain of corrupted technology had been very busy. Few constructs had anything looking even vaguely like humans left. Most of the time, even the servitors were mutants with quantities of armament mutations, unless those were augmetics. The companies of the blood slaughtered them all. Full kite weapons past the initial boarding were unfortunately too dangerous to use, but the plasma weapons were there to provide a potent replacement, and as the ion shields of the Mark 9 were providing a protection the enemy had no answer to, it was a one-sided slaughter. Lord Malakbal. A brother of the Red called out to him as they arrived in a new hall filled with machinery in disrepair, including a land raider which looked like it had been half digested by something before being deemed inedible. New trader Astartes' presence confirmed. Those are Ave Dominus Nox. This time was the second instance the ion shields truly saved their lives. They had improved systems, and the Space Marines of Baal and their successors were no young-blooded warriors, but they really didn't see the ambush coming before it was too late. 1 second the hall had been empty, the next the Night Lords were falling from newly created holes in the metal above their heads or crawling out from debris and machines. For the Emperor, the plasma guns only had time for 1 volley, and dozens of the damned sons of Nostramo fell, but there were hundreds coming, and Malakbal like all his battle brothers had to fight with the axe mortalis to remain alive. And he did it. He was the regent of Baal, and in this hour, he would be the light the blood needed him to be. 1 Night Lord fell, decapitated. 1 more died. And then 1 more, though this one would live for a little longer, with missing arms. Hundreds of years of battlefield experience were barely sufficient to parry the next blow. Nobody could be fast. In a couple of seconds, Malakbal was suddenly on the defensive. What was he fighting? And how the hell was his opponent so surrounded by shadows and darkness? Worse, the axe mortalis was outranged by the chain glaive. How did? Several heralds and champions tried to give him space to breathe and adapt his style of fighting, but with a nightmarish facility, one by one they fell and Malakbal felt the chain glaive stab his 2 hearts in close succession, and suddenly, there was light. The Prince of Crows. It had been as perfect an ambush as he could prepare at such short notice. The terrain had been theirs. The advantage in numbers had been overwhelmingly theirs, more than 100 Night Lords against 41 Blood Angels. And it was a disaster. As the Blood Angel Hemek had identified as their chapter master fell dead, Iago Savitarian already knew that. There were still 9 Blood Angels standing, and more than 70 members of the 8th Legion were dead. The Prince of Crows killed one who roared in vengeance and charged him, but a second later, 2 more Night Lords fell, and if Hemek claimed 1 more kill after that, the odds weren't getting any better. And then he heard it. A sort of buzzing sound coming from above. Hemek. Fighting retreat. I'm grabbing one of the Blood Angels' corpses. Grab a few of their weapons and follow me. The first captain commanded. Why? We don't need. Don't be stupid, Savator chided, using the next seconds to kill yet another of the sons of Sanguinius. Those Space Marines have equipment so superior to that of the Sons of the Lion that it must be a new generation of power armors and offensive weaponry. We must get some samples to Sodanul and her Mechanicum, otherwise the next fights are going to be. The ceiling came down in a far more massive explosion than the charges used before, but to his surprise, it wasn't Space Marines who counterattacked. It was a swarm. It was a swarm of metallic insects. And what they did to the first 2 Night Lords. By the ruins of each world they had punished, what the hell was that? Run! Run! Run to the Stormbird now! Savator didn't wait to see if the other Night Lords obeyed, not as another gate exploded and something looking like an enormous scorpion rushed to kill them. His hearts were beating faster. His head was preparing countless ambushes, plans and contingencies, which were rejected one after another. Was it fear, what he was feeling right now? Was this what the Night Lords had inflicted on the humans for so long? It was not very enjoyable. They had been used to fighting enemies which considered them prey, of course. But here, somehow, it was different. It was like fighting an elemental force. Something that couldn't be stopped, merely delayed, by every blade and gun they fired at it. The first captain had a perfect map of the corridors and the detours they needed to reach the Stormbird whose pilot was warming up the engines. It was nonetheless a series of near-deaths to reach it. Luminous flies were providing targets for the Astartes snipers. Enormous ants were appearing in teleportation flashes, and by the hells of Nostramo, what did the sons of Sanguinius feed those beasts to have them sprout so many spikes and natural weapons? And of course there were the metal insects and the swarm pursuing them. When they climbed aboard the Stormbird, there were only 5 Night Lords alive, and he counted Hemek and himself among that short list. By the merciless punishments of the Night Haunter, Savator asked as their pilot finally landed them on the sole battleship of the Mechanicum after long minutes of acrobatic moves he didn't know a Stormbird could do. What was that? That, Hemek snarked, was Weaver's swarm. And now that we have survived it, may I suggest we run to the other end of the galaxy and avoid a second round of fighting with her? I think we angered her a little by killing all those blood angels, and I don't really want to give her a second shot at planting my head on a spike. That may be the most intelligent suggestion of your life. Iago Savitarian replied seriously and with almost no irony. Lady General Taylor Hebert. There were days when victories tasted bad. And then there were days when you wondered if the battle you just fought was truly a victory at all. It wasn't your fault, Your Celestial Highness. Captain Valerian Benlio consoled quietly as her golden fingers touched the immobile mask of Chapter Master Malakbal. You couldn't have predicted there would be so many traitor marines aboard this Ark Mechanicus. You are right, the Lady General acknowledged after several seconds. But that is very cold comfort right now. The Blood Angel captain was speaking the truth, she knew. Though no one had thought they would have to fight them with absolutely no warning, the Magi of Operation Stalingrad had tried to guess given the lack of data. It couldn't called by another description how many chaos-worshipping marines an Ark Mechanicus might have defending with. The most pessimistic estimate had suggested around 200 Astartes. Notorious heretics were rarely friendly with the traitor legions, as both the Dark Mechanicum and the millennia-old traitors wanted to have the best war machines available and weren't shy about killing the other oath-breakers to reinforce themselves. From the eyes of her swarm, she had confirmation of 598 traitor Astartes laying dead right now aboard this Ark Mechanicus. And several enemy leaders had escaped, including the killer of Chapter Master Malakbal. He died killing a lot of traitors. Benlio declared. Indeed, there was a sizable pile of ugly midnight armored corpses around, and the majority had not been made by her swarm. I must bring him back to the Covenant of Baal. Gamaliel will help you. My lady, He was your chapter master, Harold. I think, you all deserve a few hours to grieve. The Ark Mechanicus has been captured, and so has one of the other battleships. The battleship which escaped somehow managed to teleport far away. I don't think we will see it coming back for another boarding battle, even if it admittedly did somehow manage to pull off something which let them repel the assault of Black Templars as they tried to gain a foothold. Taylor sighed. Was this what the Emperor and other confidants of his had felt during the heresy? All the victories losing their meaning, as hard-fought battle after hard-fought battle killed the people they had befriended, and the cost of it became so expensive the bright future was extinguished? Thank you, my lady. Unless my duties force me away, I will return with you to Baal. Valerian thanked her, and quickly sanguinary priests and other space marines of the blood went on to organize their honor guard for the fallen chapter master and the blood angels who had perished. It was a considerable number, for nearly half of the first company had fallen during the extremely violent series of ambushes aboard the corrupted Ark Mechanicus. Something on your mind, Sigenandus? She asked as 30 of her Dawnbreaker guard silently volunteered to join and help their gene line while accidentally trampling the Night Lord's corpses. I had the privilege to spar a couple of times with Chapter Master Malakbal, Your Celestial Highness, the Emperor's champion stated in a firm voice. He was really good. As he should be, Taylor gave him the shadow of a smile. Blood Angel or no Blood Angel, no Space Marine arrived at the rank of Chapter Master because he was easy to kill. As he should be, the Black Templar of the Dawnbreaker Guard agreed. But that leads me to what I don't understand. The Night Lord who killed him, the survivors told us he was so good he could fight him and several of his first company simultaneously, and win. Yet we, of the Eternal Crusade, know that the pirates of the Traitor Eighth are not noted for their strength or their martial prowess. Not unless they've made pacts with heretics or worse. Taylor had not thought much about the subject, as she had been too busy trying to kill the traitor Astartes in question and then every heretic and other Chaos Marine who hadn't escaped. But now that Sigenandus mentioned it. It had to be a famous veteran of the heresy. Librarians will try, with the Blood Angel's permission, to see if we can identify this traitor from the survivors' memories. Someone that good must have committed plenty of carnage elsewhere. Perhaps, Tech Marine Silvera of the Death Knights spoke up with a concerned tone. But I have my doubts. The circumstances are troubling. On that point, I can safely say we are of the same opinion. If it's all right with you, my lady, I will try to access the databanks of the bridge. If the traitors didn't expect the word bearers to use them as a distraction, it's possible they didn't bother to hide their identities or the reasons why they took refuge aboard this ship. By all means, the commander of Operation Stalingrad approved the display of initiative. And since my beetles captured a lot of interesting things there, I think we can all head there for a short visit before returning to the Enterprise. It wasn't a long walk. Between Lisa's and her own efforts, the Archmechanikus had been bombarded with so much golden energy that anything corrupted still intact was necessarily protected by extremely powerful stasis shields, and a lot of those which had been active before the battle were now destroyed, courtesy of a lot of bolter shells and her insects acting as a very thorough wave of annihilation. The bridge itself, Taylor was going to say that if this was the reflection of the heretic's personality, the Mechanikus traitor in question could barely be considered human. Everything was clearly optional here: comfort, order, beginning with a lot of missing seats and ending with a god-awful number of heretic servitors, some of them clearly Xenos which had been repurposed for the latest madness of the Dark Mechanicum. How the hell did anything get done in this mess? Teclis Rubix asked before shaking his head. My lady, I think the bridge alone is going to need months of reconfiguration in Mechanikus yards before it can be commissioned again in loyal service. Well, the bridge needs months, the rest of the ship needs years, Forge Father Fukin Envar commented philosophically. I know the Ether Gold, Lisa the Moth, and so many things are constantly purifying the ship, but have you seen the number of Xenos devices on our way here? Many of them I've absolutely no clue how they work or even which race they came from, and... Taylor listened to his words amused, and then used the Baelite Scorpion which had been stationed on the bridge after killing most of its occupants to use its stinger where she had thought a cache was hidden from Astartes and human eye. Predictably, the plasteel caved. You could hide your treasures from a lot of things, but Taylor had many insects susceptible to vibrations, and the generators which were supposed to hide the presence of the cache had in reality been a siren for her swarm. What, they? Villanova was the first to ask as the large pincer recovered under her mental command the contents which had been hidden. Golden Throne of Terra. Is that what I think it is? That depends, Fukin Envar replied humorously. If you think they are STC templates, can I examine them, my lady? Go ahead, Taylor told them as the Predator of Baal placed 3 little black-colored cylinders in front of him. For a minute or so the Salamander Forge Father manipulated the first cylinder carefully, before finally using one of his minuscule artisan unlocking devices to access a panel, and an audible click resonated. A second later, a hololithic device activated. And Taylor froze, for what was broadcasted was certainly not schematics of some weapon or an explanation of how to forge something extraordinary while only using limited resources. No, the hololithic projection, it was the 3-dimensional VID cast of a Primarch. And the worst part, Taylor recognized him. How could she have forgotten his face? It was of course a record taken on a very different day, but there was no confusion possible, not when the Primarch had his enormous signature power claw, a thunder hammer, and a black armor decorated with the infernal eye which would set in motion the most devastating civil war the Imperium had ever experienced. Fabricator General Kelbier Hal, Horace Lupercal, Primarch of the 16th Traitor Legion, began, I have heard you had reservations about the place a Martian Empire would have within my Imperium. Let me assure you it is not in my intentions to limit the autonomy of your Forge worlds and the technology prerogatives discussed during our last meeting. To prove my goodwill, I deliver the 2 STC templates recovered from the Ortian technocracy into your emissaries' hands. May the prosperity of your lines of production and the skill of my warriors open the gates of Terra. The rest was just diplomatic grandstanding, but Taylor hardly bothered giving it her full attention. This could create a civil war if it wasn't handled right. Couldn't the heretic have bothered to delete the message once it took control of the STC templates? That was him, Diamantis' voice rarely seethed with hatred, but here, yeah, the Imperial Fist truly loathed the dead War Master. And now I think I want to have a little conversation with whoever ruled this Archmechanikus before we took it over. So do I, the insect mistress nodded. This message had been sent to Mars millennia ago of course, but there was a very high likelihood the heretic in command here had been a high-ranked traitor of Mars during the heresy, at least enough to recover this when the traitor legions had fled Terra after Horus' death. So do I. Heavy battleship vaults of Moravec. 23 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Hell Forge Mistress Sodanol. Sodanol had believed she had long since alongside her flesh left the ridiculous emotions of her human origin behind. It was with a certain amount of surprise the Hell Forge Mistress discovered she was wrong, after all. She could feel relief. The H1 special drive has successfully launched the vaults of Moravec past Artium, Hell Forge Mistress, Tech Servant 010 informed her as she stepped upon the bridge which belonged to her. Damage reports. The Martian arch-heretic canted. There had to be. The H1 drive was a combination of machinery from a race she had exterminated in the Eye of Terror, though as always in that prison of unreality, it was very difficult to confirm the certain annihilation of anything and remained a prototype which had been tested no more than 8 times. Extensive, the tech servant replied. And with the loss of the Technologia Potsdam EST, the repair response teams are missing 60% of the spare parts required to return it to functionality. Problematic, but given the lead we have over our pursuers, the H1 special drive is non-essential at the moment. The critical device is the furtive system. It functions within your exacting specifications. The cursed flesh emotion of relief flooded into her once again. This was a weakness. A weakness Sotanol would have to remove, in time. The arch-heretic had not the time to ponder upon this flaw any longer, as Surveyor of the Night Lords invited himself upon her bridge. You survived. Don't sound so disappointed, Hellforge Mistress. The lips of the Astartes twisted in an expression she wasn't able to identify. Grimace? Smile? Mockery? I must admit it was a very close thing up to the last moment. The Blood Angels are not easy opponents, and they had better equipment than the Night Lords I commanded. And of course we encountered Weaver's swarm after killing the chapter master of the Blood Angels. Sotanol left the latter deed go uncommented. While it was a good exploit for an average warlord to kill a chapter master, it wasn't spectacular coming from someone like the Prince of Crows. And besides, it had been done plenty of times before. Yet every time, the Blood Angels swore vengeance and generally made good on their vows to kill the one who had slain their leader. As for Weaver's swarm, it was the reason she had left her seat of power without taking anything more than the essential pieces of technology necessary to assume supreme command of the vaults of Moravec and her most precious relics. Otherwise the Hellforge Mistress had calculated there would be a 100% likelihood of being skewered by a scorpion or devoured by metallic ants, scarabs, and spiders. The point about new equipment, however, that was new. Sotanol had only seen by intermittent flashes the battles opposing the boarding Astartes with the Steel Brethren and the Night Lords. New equipment? Tell me more. Gladly, Savater took a step forwards and presented a red helmet which, once properly scanned, showed 3 major modifications compared to the most common patterns of the Mark 7 from basic preliminary analysis. We did not have the time to evacuate a power armor with us, unfortunately, the Night Lord's first captain continued, but what I've seen from the servo sensors and in my fight with them has been enough to confirm someone has integrated a miniature ion shield into the defensive systems of this new Astartes armor. Sotanol paused, before shaking her mechadendrites to work. That is, simple, yet brilliant. Mass production of Astartes power armor had never been among her list of alpha-class priorities, but the Hellforge Mistress instantly recognized the sheer advantage it would give to any force of transhuman warriors equipped with it. It is, Savater confirmed. I think it was developed a bit too quickly, as the shields don't have a fraction of the resistance Knights take for granted, and there are some other problems I've noticed. But compared to the Sons of the Lion's armors I saw in the bowels of the rock, the difference is like night and day. The new armors have better protection for the neck, the chest, and seem to be more efficient when interacting with its wearer than with the old marks. Add the Folkite blasters they used in the first part of the assault, and they slaughtered the Iron Warriors with minimal losses. Sotanol didn't need many simulations and cogitation power to arrive at an unpleasant conclusion. It's Weaver. She must have sponsored Mars and the other blinded followers of the false Omnissiah to develop this new power armor for this very campaign. Thus why it was rushed out. The Prince of Crows pointed out the logical conclusion. It was the best they could develop and produce in considerable numbers for the battles in the Eastern Fringe. Yes. And now the heretic who had been once the apprentice of the Fabricator General deeply regretted leaving so many of her technological assets behind, and the STC templates most of all. They were well hidden, but this was Weaver and her swarm they were speaking of. The false saint of the false Omnissiah would undoubtedly find the cache, if she hadn't already. And one of the templates was a model of transhuman armor she had used for centuries to increase the deadliness of her slaves and tech servants. This time, the flesh emotion was frustration. There was an unpleasant possibility she had just given Weaver a lot of data to further the goals of the false Omnissiah. No, she had to be mechanical and cold. No matter the outcome, and it was a massive defeat, there was no doubt about that. There was nothing she could do about Weaver. The scrap code had done some damage, but trying to recover her ships would end in the loss of the vaults of Moravec and her permanent death. Our arrangement is still valid? The Hellforge Mistress asked. With the loss of Legio Vulturum by the fault of that cowardly waste of flesh named Cor Phaeron, it was out of the question to return to the Warm Aster without some sort of victory. And the knowledge of the threat Weaver posed was greater than anticipated wasn't sufficient. It is. The Night Lord's commander confirmed. Then we get out of this system, refuel, and you will lead us to the coordinates of your secret base. Let the Word-bearers and the Ultramarines slaughter each other. I'm done with this ridiculous Black Crusade. Battleship Enterprise. 25 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Rogue Trader Wolfgang Bach. By the time Wolfgang arrived, the Lady Magos Dogma Dragon Richter was already in the process of making her report to the Living Saint. And there was no way to present it in a positive light. And the two frigates Guerrilla and Attack of the Khan collided with each other. But the greatest damage this cursed scrap code did to us was how it convinced the systems of the battleship Admiral Greenwich and the battlecruiser Tribune to vent their compartments into space. We lost more than 2/3 of the crew for each before the Dark Mechanicum's Xenos-derived onslaught was purged from them. The Basileia nodded grimly. The rogue trader noticed she had removed her golden armor and replaced it with a long golden robe hiding most of her body. In total that makes 1 battleship, 1 battlecruiser, 4 cruisers, 2 light cruisers, 5 frigates and 3 destroyers, plus several hundred light craft and starfighters we lost just to scrap code. There was no anger in the saintly voice. There was just exhaustion. And the reply of the draconic clothed tech priestess was at the measure of this remark. Yes. Formidable, really, formidable. That's a massive defeat the traitors have just handed us there. I'm not really sure I would consider it a defeat, Your Celestial Highness, Wolfgang interjected respectfully. We lost the Regent of Bale and more than 200 Astartes in that fiasco. The Supreme Commander of the Stalingrad battle groups disagreed. I could have ignored the fact the High Marshal's strike teams were somehow ejected without being able to capture a battleship, but it didn't stop there. The ship which escaped us had the arch-heretic Sodanul aboard. She is the 42nd most wanted being of the Imperium, and while I know it's nobody's fault we weren't able to catch her, I am not exactly thrilled to see she got a good look at our military and then managed to get away. But she lost 2 out of 3 of her ships, including her flagship. The Minister of Industry of Nyx supported his viewpoint. I don't know what kind of resources in shipbuilding this traitor of the Dark Mechanicum commands, but I doubt it is going to be sufficient to replace a 30th millennium-built Arc Mechanicus. And if the rumors I've begun to hear, you proved true to your reputation and recovered several STC templates. If anything, the sourness of the Living Saint's expression increased, not decreased, at this latest reminder. One of the STC templates is a ticking time bomb, Dragon. The being who recovered it from some policy called the Ortian technocracy was the arch-heretic. What? Wolfgang was not the one who said it, but he was in the same mood. Yes, I have a nice VID casting of the first traitor War Master whose name begins with H announcing he was sending the STCs to buy off the allegiance of Mars over 4 millennia ago. If you think it's a political issue which looks enjoyable from light years away, raise your hand. Predictably, no one did so. The simplest thing would be to erase everything and pretend the traitors had wiped out the STC templates. But if the truth came to light, it would be a revelation which could spark a civil war. By the Golden Throne, even if it was carefully handled, it could still spark a civil war, one directed at the Adeptus Mechanicus. It was one thing to joke that the tech priests were ready to sell mother and father for a barely readable STC fragment, but it was absolutely not funny when Lady Weaver had just gotten proof many of the Mechanicus archmagi may have turned against the God Emperor for this very reason. I am going to take a plunge in a vat of Bacta, the Lady General informed them. I have been making too many mistakes due to exhaustion in the last hours, and if nothing is done, I am going to commit more and more until I lead you to disaster. I must have a few hours of rest. General Rokossovsky, you will assume operational command of the guard units in my absence. If Swartz requests several regiments, as long as they can be limited to the diversion of a light flotilla in terms of escorts, give them to him. For the Navy, Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller has operational command. All ships, including those of the Astartes, are to repair and regroup. I give everyone 10 hours of rest, and then we will re-accelerate in battle formation to exterminate the word-bearers and whatever they have to stand in our way. Gloriana-class battleship Invincible Reason. 26 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Supreme Grand Master Lucifer. It was a rare occasion when each of his bones and muscles was asking for rest after the multiple hunts led in the lower decks of the Invincible Reason. Lucifer ignored this exhaustion with the contempt it deserved. There were traitors and Xenos still breathing in this very system, and other more important things which could not wait. Those more important things included the serf he had just killed, and by the grim expression his interrogator chaplain gave him after making a brief genetic analysis of his human essence, the doubts he had been more than fully confirmed. His genetic legacy is tainted beyond redemption, the owner of 2 black pearls announced. How this fell creature achieved that, their eyes fell upon the corpse of the red-black 6-legged Xenos lying dead mere meters away, is a mystery, especially when many heretic cults aren't capable of such a feat despite having years of blasphemous experience under their belts. I will need to vivisect the corpses of the boarders and the surviving serfs. And of course to analyze the genetic blueprint of every serf which might have been in contact with this Xenos infection. The last 2 words were uttered with heartfelt distaste, as they should be. Further recommendations. As a matter of fact, yes. The interrogator chaplain spoke. While our librarians have proved they can locate the Xenos if given a purely support role while the rest of the order hunt them, I believe we need to seriously begin entertaining the possibility of placing the entire Macrage system under quarantine. Lucifer stared levelly at his subordinate. That is a measure which mustn't be contemplated lightly. His words were neutral, but the accusation behind them wasn't. Macrage is no backwater frontier world. I am aware, Supreme Grand Master. But the Xenos have cost us 50 battle brothers spread over 5 different chapters. And now they have proven their ability to taint the very genetic legacy of mankind itself. I don't know what would have happened if it had been left unchecked, but my personal opinion is that any child sired by someone infected like this is going to be a thrall of the Xenos. When in a few minutes the creature could convince our serfs to lie for them, incite in them partial and total memory loss, and finally trigger in them a pseudo-berserker rage to make them attack us, those creatures are potentially capable of spreading faster than greenskins anywhere there are humans to contaminate. Lucifer mentally probed this logic from all angles, but didn't find a flaw. Check our dead brothers too. No one died alone, but we don't know if those creatures can do the same to us. I believe the augmented immune system of an Astartes is sufficient to fight back against these horrors, but it is better you make sure. This is going to stretch the capacities of the interrogator chaplains to their limits, Supreme Grand Master. I am aware. Lucifer sighed. It's a risk we will have to take. For now, we haven't been able to locate any fallen since our arrival in the Macrage system. And with the word-bearers charging towards Macrage and us unable to intervene, they had not been able to capture that many of the ancient traders of Caliban during this Black Crusade. To be fair, there had been only 3 black-armored followers of the arch-traitor Luther neutralized and brought back to the Rock in chains, and 9 others had been killed. They had confirmed the presence of 2 others who had fled to other word-bearer battleships which had yet to be destroyed. Surprisingly, unlike the major campaigns of the despoiler outside the Eye of Terror, the Fallen had a very unimpressive presence among the traitor legions. There could be a lot of reasons why this was so, of course. To begin with, a lot of those ancient oathbreakers may have descended upon Fenris hundreds of hours ago, and still be there. Unfortunately, given that the large beast had returned to hovering in high orbit above Fenris, it was nearly impossible to verify this theoretical. Given how fast the Xenos infection can spread and how dangerous the psychic blast of the original Xenos abomination can be, resuming the conventional battle is out of the question. I agree, the Grand Master of the Deathwing said. The vindication of loyalty and the implacable justice would never survive such a trial. And the Gloriana of the Wolves is in an even worse shape than we are. Then it's time to consider new tactics which aren't written in the Codex. Lucifer declared. By the time I return to the upper decks, I want a direct communication with the trio of rogue traitors who followed us. Are they going to like what you've in mind for them, Supreme Grand Master? Exhaustion was a foe to be banished. And Lucifer would not let frustration affect his words. I don't care if they like it. I just want them to obey. Bellerophon class heavy assault cruiser Dragon Slayer. 27 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Rogue traitor Guts. The communications were screwed up, but the 3 members of the Band of Hawk present heard enough to answer negatively, if not using the same words to share how suicidal the plan was. This sounds like a very bad idea. Griffith noted politely. No. Casket told the Dark Angel in a stern tone. Over my dead body, he added. Oops, the Supreme Grand Master hadn't liked his answer at all. Well, it was too bad, for him. You seem under the misapprehension you are. Supreme Grand Master, Griffith interrupted again. While my rude companion was a tad undiplomatic, I believe we gave you our answer. We aren't going to be your distraction for the Xenos beast. It is our best chance to kill it in a few minutes. War Master Ender Trevain's voice was heavily distorted, and his image was extremely blurry, as he was far more distant than they were from the invincible reason. I have a lot of doubts about the chances of success of this stratagem, Griffith replied. Which was a roundabout and overly long way to say, no, it won't work, you morons. And even if it did, our ships won't survive. This Xenos abomination had sent mid-ranged attacks which heavily damaged 3 Gloriana ships, and resulted in the necessary destruction of the one owned by the traitors because they couldn't possibly recover it. We have a cruiser, an assault cruiser, and a heavy cruiser. If you're telling me the Princess Charlotte is going to emerge unscathed, I would say you're simply delusional or you're lying, and so far you have shown a firm grasp of tactics. You are right, the man chosen by the High Lords to command the defenses of Cadia and the battles against the heretics admitted. Your ships won't survive. Yet I have contacts that can. Give us inferior replacements. Guts asked rhetorically. Griffith gave him a silent warning. Why did they have so little faith in his words? I haven't been able to find a shipyard that built new assault cruisers like the one I use. To get the spare parts I wanted was already hard enough. It took, finding another one in the mothball fleets. And the same is true for my friend's Indrajit-class heavy cruiser. For good reason, the leader of the Dark Angels growled, those heavy cruisers were among the gifts the traitors of Chemos often gave to their allies. If Kamarak hadn't happened, I would. Supreme Grand Master, Ender Trevain interrupted him, given the stupendous array of classes the traitors showed at Cadia and Fenris, I'm sure more or less every class ever built by the Imperium had at least one unit under heretical control before we blasted them apart. Unless you have very specific reasons to believe rogue trader Griffith is getting corrupted by owning this ship, I would suggest you abandon this line of accusation. The communications were screwed up, but Guts could tell the Supreme Grand Master didn't like being rebuffed by mere humans. Very well, but your cowardice is nonetheless inexcusable. We are rogue traders. Griffith countered, diplomatically. Without our ships, we are nothing. We agreed to a partnership with the War Master, and it certainly didn't mention anywhere that military assistance was requiring the Band of the Hawk to give up everything we had while the military operations continued. I'm sorry, but the debts alone we would be unable to pay while newer ships had to be built would crush us. This is... War Master, something is happening with Fenris. An officer appeared on the hololith next to the War Master and Guts winced, because when after so many hours of battle involving sorcery and other nasty enemies a veteran looked to be panicking, it was going to be bad. It was a feeling which was justified 5 seconds later as the strained devices showed Fenris on the Dragon Slayer's bridge. Fenris had been bad before. It was supposed to be an orb of ice, but thanks to the word bearers and their monstrous partners, it was looking like a mad painter had used too many buckets of the wrong colors everywhere. But the male rogue trader was pretty sure he would have noticed the enormous red-violet thing which was growing on the surface. And there was also the fact of the enormous things which were trying to crawl out of the planetary gravitic well. By the damned beasts of Midland, the big bastardly beast is breeding other monstrosities. Ah, in hindsight he was being undiplomatic again. Oops. Fortunately, this time no one seemed to care. War Master Ender Trevain, the Dark Angel announced, please warn the Space Wolves that if they are able to evacuate the planet, they must do so immediately. What are you going to do? The officer chosen by the High Lords was not angry or panicking, but his expression was beginning to be displeased. There are Primarches down there, you can't. This time it was the Space Marine who interrupted him. Fenris is tainted beyond redemption. This is not in doubt. The Primarches being present is the exact reason why I have not yet launched an exterminatus to stop the Xenos infection. Macrage system. Fenris. The Fang. 27 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Primarch Corvus Corax. There had been many times Russ fell into a deep depression that little seemed to be able to drag him out of. After the siege of Terra, for example. Much like that time, the Primarch of the Raven Guard wasn't going to say it was undeserved. If Deliverance had been experiencing the same level of destruction, he wouldn't feel good either. It took 30 seconds for Lemon Russ, Great Wolf of Fenris, Master of the 6th Legion, to regain some fire in his eyes. His next words weren't exactly reassuring, however. Fenris is lost. Jarl. An irate dreadnought bellowed. Don't say things like, Fenris is lost, at least to us. His brother repeated with a voice which, if not shouting, tolerated little contradiction. Assuming all the malefic Aram corruption could be removed, the damage still would have been too much. But now we have confirmation from the Sons of the Lion and the other survivors in the Void the Xenos infection, is too much. There are too many Xenos and they are using the fauna and the flora to feed their enormous stomachs before jumping into the Void. But, it is Fenris. It is. The Primarch agreed. But why is the planet our home? It is because we are in love with the icebergs, or because the Fenrician tribes live here. That's very philosophical from you, Magnus applauded with difficulty, given how restrained he was. Obviously he had ruined the solemnity of the moment. I think you could almost make a book out of it and... You. Shut. Up. Lemon Russ growled before turning his eyes back on Bjorn the Fell-Handed. We have saved all what he could from Fenris, Bjorn. Everything we want to protect is inside the Eat, be it Vilka Fenrika, warriors of the tribes, wolves, and yes, even wrath badgers. With the Bloodfire Gate sealed again, and what a surprise it had been to learn Lemon had somehow borrowed the formula for the liquid ferrocrete Rogel had used during the siege and stockpiled enormous quantities of it in his fortress, the Eat is impregnable and between shields, guns, and all the other protections, those Xenos won't hurt what we've saved. Corvus Corax nodded, and asked the unpleasant question he felt many in the chamber of the watch were thinking but holding back with all their self-control. Those are noble feelings, brother, but the Astartes who is commanding the Invincible Reason was speaking of exterminatus weapons. I don't know if he has all the special weapons the Lion was granted custody of, but I'm pretty sure he has some, like the Life Eater virus or a cyclonic torpedo. And while your fortress is extremely resistant, if something like that manages to break through its shields, the Fang will crumble and be destroyed. This was blindingly obvious for a Primarch, and he was sure his brother had thought of it hours before. For all the insults hurled at him, Lemon was rarely guilty of the sin of not preparing enough to face a threat. I know. This is why we must get away before the planet killer begins its work upon the Xenos. My king, one of the Jarls of the Space Wolves bowed respectfully, we haven't a thousandth of the aircraft we would need to conduct a proper evacuation. And we would need high, middle, and low orbital superiority, which we definitely don't have. I'm aware, his brother said, hammering a series of levers before striking at an enormous black button. My Jarl, that thing never worked. Not if you didn't use the right combination, Lemon Russ grinned, and several of his sons blinked as one of the massive command stations in the hall opened, and antique panels which must have been left unused since the heresy were returned to their proper place. Stasis fields flickered out an instant later. Let's see, we begin with this. And the Primarch of the 6th Legion slammed his right fist into a red button. Corvus did his best not to roll his eyes. Sometimes, he wondered if their father had not split his gene code with orc traditions to give birth to Lemon. It was just the first red thing of a long series to be smashed. This is all very funny to watch, Magnus pointed out. But what is it this is supposed to accomplish? It awakens the thousands of Iron Masters who voluntarily went into hibernation stasis after the end of the scouring. And this, a new red button was hammered, is going to prepare the machinery for what's to come. And what is to come? Why, the Primarch who had crash-landed on Fenris laughed. Our return to the stars, of course. I have a feeling every law in the Lex Imperialis is about to go through a Fenrician blizzard, Magnus commented drily. Magnus, shut up. I am making sure the saga of the 6th Legion won't end today. Everything else can wait for its turn, and my axe. Gloriana-class battleship Invincible Reason. 29 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Supreme Grand Master Lucifer. The Space Wolves haven't responded to our messages. No, Supreme Grand Master. Though there is. No, there isn't any more time. The numbers of Xenos abominations on Fenris were growing beyond comprehension, and already one entity the Dark Angel serfs had labeled a Kraken escort had joined forces with the bigger beast in high orbit. The more we wait, the more horrors the Imperium will have to fight in the next hours. Prepare the Life Eater virus. Given the biological nature and weapons of our foe, it should prove extremely devastating. In this case, the Grand Master of the Deathwing, the atmospheric incinerator may be overkill, but better be sure with this extremist Xenos infestation. I couldn't have said it better myself, brother, Lucifer complimented. It is extremely regrettable, but I can't condone. Massive energy spike, Supreme Grand Master. We have an unexplained energy spike at the coordinates of the Fang. Massive movements of the Xenos numbers towards the Wolves' defenses. It said quite something about the unprecedented numbers the threat must have that Auspexes, even with major interferences, could see the hordes move towards the Fang. Now we have a Shinix spike and. What is happening? It wasn't a doctrinally acceptable remark. But Lucifer let it pass. For on Fenris itself, at the limits of the red-violet scar indicating the extent of the Xenos' domination and corruption, fire and ice seemed to be fighting. It was like a maelstrom of every metal and elements making up the home world of the wolves. And the fires began to spread. Whatever the wolves were doing, it was inflicting a tremendous amount of damage to the world itself. A massive rift opened, and the lava of the planetary crust was revealed. They must be using illegal psychic technology. The interrogator chaplain closest to him murmured. More illegal technology, but for what purpose? As if the Primarches had just waited for someone to ask aloud the question, the maelstrom of ice and fire began to diminish, or rather it would be more accurate to say the shockwaves were spreading all across Fenris, and where the devastation had been relatively constrained around the coordinates of the Fang, it struck everywhere else like a tidal wave of annihilation. And a second later, they saw it on their auspexes. By the ashes of Caliban. This is ridiculous. Lucifer's mind for a second conjured an image of the old Terran myths, a flat world suspended in the heavens at the top of an enormous void tree, a world where human-like lords ruled and protected the very heavens from fell creatures. But his mind quickly retook control. That was a myth from before the old night. It couldn't. Lucifer gaped. This is Bjorn the Fell-Handed. The Primarch apologizes for the delay. This is blasphemy. One of the inner circle exclaimed. This is against everything the Codex and the Legion tradition stands for. This is. Many star forts of the Great Crusade era had crashed on planets since the glorious time the Emperor walked and fought for the right of mankind to rule the stars. And some of them, with great effort and expensive investment from the Mechanics, were returned to a space-capable capacity. But the fortress of the Fang had never been a void-capable star fort. Something which apparently hadn't troubled the Primarch or his troops before strapping disposable reactors to it, so that right at this moment, the implausible assemblage of mountain and Fenrician snow was rising ever higher into Fenris atmosphere. Mountain, a serf reacted. Not possible. How? What about the laws? The flying Xenos hordes reacted. In numbers beyond counting, they threw themselves at the rising mountain to prevent the Fang ascending further, but the power of the shields protecting the wolves had spectacularly increased in an inconceivable manner. The exterminatus weapons are to be fired immediately. Despite the outrageous tactical situation, the opportunity was there. Fire and ice seemed to engulf everything, and even some of the massive Kraken escorts were trying to escape rather than perish in the major eruptions and cataclysms. Yes. Supreme Grand Master, the communications from the Hrafunkel are extremely insulting. I demand permission to. For Russ. That's our Primarch. Hoo. You thought you had the biggest space station in existence, lions whelps. Interrogators, Lucifer hissed, add to the list of crimes of the space wolves, utter disrespect on the command frequencies, insults to a co-belligerent chapter of the Adeptus Astartes, and plagiarism. He really wanted to add use of forbidden technology, multiple violations of the Edict of Nicaea, and countless other violations, but unfortunately they had already been listed, several times. And now that he thought about it, how long was it now? He had never stopped adding to it since arriving in the Fenris system end. The hololith flashed, and before 4 of his heartbeats passed, the Primarch appeared. I'm taking back command of this engagement. The Lord of the Space Wolves spoke as if transforming a mountain fortress into a vulgar orbital space station was nothing to be concerned about. It's time for this tyrannid, to fight something worthy of its size. Emperor-class battleship Majestic Mandate. War Master Ender Trevain. Well, you don't see that every day. Omniscia is holy cog. How did they find proscribed technology able to do this? Ender didn't know if he should be relieved or terrified that a Magos of the Adeptus Mechanicus was as ignorant about the specifics of the latest tactic adopted by the Space Wolves and their Primarch as he was. At least several people were reacting like him. Conclusion, he wasn't hallucinating. And in the end, was that a not very reassuring thought? Because the Fang was rising to the heavens, fighting against the gravity well of Fenris, and winning. A moment later, several enormous holes opened on the thing which was becoming a very unconventional orbital station, and they were revealed to be the exits of torpedo tubes. The beasts, the tyrannids, suddenly stopped going on the offensive. Instead they immediately sacrificed themselves trying to intercept the torpedoes at the price of their very lives. And second after second it appeared to be working, well, until most of the atmosphere caught fire and the star fort of the Fang rose ever higher. This must be something that their Primarch prepared long ago and the Space Wolves themselves were unaware of, a Navy Operations Staff officer concluded, otherwise the Fenricians wouldn't have resisted the temptation of using it before. I agree. The War Master nodded. Still, I think the Primarch overlooked one detail. A detail, War Master? His Chief of Staff asked as Fenris died under what was the most impossible clash of frost and fire energies to ever be witnessed in the last millennium. Yes, a detail. They have rid us of the overwhelming majority of the Xenos, but the Fang itself is deep inside the kill zone of the Tyrannid Prime Beast. And the reason the big enemy didn't fire its lethal biospores so far can only be that it is preparing something even nastier. And given how easily that psychic ray of annihilation had destroyed a battleship, the last thing Ender wanted was the entire chapter of the Space Wolves being on the receiving end of such an attack. But there wasn't anything he could do. The Majestic Mandate could only load its tubes and fire its torpedoes, for all the good it would do. The Tyrannid beast opened its maw, and once again, a terrifying attack of psychic red light illuminated the Macrage system. It hit the shields of the Fang dead on, and stopped. Beloved God Emperor! The enormous red spear was stopped, and then it was as if it was being absorbed inside a cube of ice, shard by shard of light. It was impossible, of course. Reality didn't work that way. But it was happening before their eyes. And the Fang opened fire again with more torpedoes, and this time there were no lesser beasts to play the role of meat shields. There was a brilliant flash of blue light, and everyone felt the echo of something roaring in pain. They hit the big bastard. War Master. Permission to return to the fight. Permission granted, Ender replied automatically, before frowning. Keep the Fang as an improvised shield while we approach, though. Whatever the Space Wolves used to pull off this apparent miracle, we don't have it. And it would be a shame to die now that it is proven this thing isn't invincible. High orbit of Fenris. Tyrannid hive ship Behemoth. The hive mind didn't know what the emotion of hatred was, but if someone could have lasted long enough to explain it to the Great Devourer, maybe it would have accepted it had merits. Maybe. It was the hive mind, an implacable and utterly alien intelligence which existed to devour. And at this very moment, the reserves of biomass which had been painstakingly assembled had been destroyed. This world, where it had slept for so long and abstained from harvesting too much prey from in order to avoid a decrease of the pantry, was dying and would clearly not offer any additional biomass for hundreds of thousands of local solar cycles. The hive mind couldn't be said to like or dislike something, but the alien intelligence guided by an uncountable number of Norn queens assessed the new odds and the hunger grew worse. This was before the prey which had somehow managed to challenge it once more evaded all its defenses and inflicted 2 wounds breaking through the psychic shield and the colossal skin protecting it from the outer void. Behemoth didn't falter. Its regeneration abilities went to work nearly instantly, but the cold energy contained in the torpedoes was like nothing the hive mind had ever experienced. It was as if the ammunition used had been conceived to hurt it specifically. The hive mind couldn't know it without gene stealers giving it the information, but this was indeed the case. The rune priests of the Fang had poured what they believed to be the dying essence of Fenris summoned to strike down its tormentor before oblivion into their torpedoes. Many traitor Astartes would have scoffed at the hypocrisy. The hive mind cared nothing for human emotions, and only considered results. The biomass of the planet had been annihilated. 2 lesser units had been saved and could be deployed as lesser escorts and ambushers. And the entire fleet of surviving prey was trying to close the distance in order to slay it. The hive mind calculated the odds of victory, and they were below what a tech priest would have assessed to be the 1% threshold. This new construct of mountain and metal technology built by the prey was extremely resilient, and immune to the most dangerous weapon of the great predator. Yet it had a weakness. It was slow. And evidently whatever it used to propel itself into high orbit had been consumed in large quantities. It had escaped the gravity trap, but the nest of prey had an immobile weapon. And since it was immobile, the other prey ships would hide behind it, knowing only it could protect them, even further decreasing the possibilities of gaining more biomass. This was an unacceptable outcome. The hive mind of the Great Devourer gave the signal to its greatest asset in the system and commanded the 2 lesser units which accompanied it to abandon the ruined pantry. There were far more biomass-filled worlds around this star. Those were the planets which mattered. And the hive mind would devour them, like it did everything. Still, the ancient intelligence waiting beyond the borders of the galaxy promised itself that those howling prey would not howl so much in triumph when it came back for them. Carrion-class heavy battleship Vox Dominus. 31 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Dark Apostle Peristir. Past the long minutes of surprise at what the dogs of Rus had done, there was nothing to do but groan in disappointment. So much for the idea of the beast. What do they call it? A tyrannid. Yes, a fitting name, Vorjuk Kral confirmed. Then so much for the idea of the tyrannid and the wolves taking each other out. Peristir finished. By our actions, the wolves have been driven to their knees. Yarelek disagreed. Fenris has been devastated beyond recovery, and all the companies which fought against us are devastated. Except they have Rus back, Muthake went on to expand on his viewpoint. As long as he's alive, they can rebuild their damned legion again. It may take them centuries, but they will do it. Unlike us. If this is about the flesh change curse Corphaeron began. It is, but there are other complications, aren't there? The Lord of Torment reminded bitterly. Your little diversion failed to kill Sodanol. As a result, I think it's safe to assume Kelbierhal and the other Hell Lords of the Mechanicum are going to want to flay us so that no one else ever betrays a pact negotiated with them ever again. The sinister reality was that if anything, Muthake was understating how bad it was going to be by several orders of magnitude. For all the forges and resources a legion like the Word-Bearers took for granted, there was no denying that the heart of the industrial power the true legions had access to came from the great forges built after the siege of Terra and their exile. And those forges were under the control of the Mechanicum and the Iron Warriors. Even if they didn't die at Macrage, the 17th Legion was going to be hunted for what they'd done. Sodanol's goals didn't lean towards the success of the Black Crusade, Corphaeron answered in a half-virtuous voice which fooled absolutely no one. I seized an artifact made of pure octorite aboard one of her Titan barges. Pure octorite, apostles. It is obvious she was in league with Abaddon and the Black Legion from the start. This may be true, Grand Apostle Akotas didn't pretend to be convinced for a heartbeat, but it doesn't matter. What the true legions and everyone looking at this campaign will see is that we've betrayed nearly everyone we could betray, fulfilled none of our pacts or promises, and now are trying to weasel out by pretending our allies weren't loyal to us when staying by our side resulted in the destruction of their forces. I wouldn't be surprised if right now in the eye, what's left of our holdings and allies are being massacred in swift retribution. Using Sodanol like we did may very well sentence us to death in the end. In the end. The Black Cardinal repeated the words mockingly before hissing, the end is here, Ikotas. The flesh change has taken more than 50 legionnaires since we last spoke. Now at least we have 94 titans of the Legio Vulturum and their support assets to fight off the curse eating our souls. This is all very interesting, Vorjuk Kral spoke again, but I thought we were going to speak of the Ultramarines. You know, they have a fleet trying to flank us as their codex prescribes. And it has been anticipated, Yarelek boasted. Seriously, trying to pin us between their orbital grid and their warships, do they really think we have never seen this tactic before? Peristir didn't feel very reassured by the apparent arrogance of the leader of the second great host. May I remind you, the veteran Dark Apostle hissed acidly, that all our ships are badly damaged. By the Blood God's wrath, we don't even know how much is breaking down because of the shadow field projected by the Tyrannids and how much is falling apart because of the damage we sustained in the Fenris system. Yes, the strategy of the Ultramarines is predictable, but it isn't by any means ineffective. Situated on our starboard like they are, we must keep the Trizajun engaged against the orbital grid while our battleships deal with their battle barges and strike cruisers. But when they try to board us, we will have the advantage, Corphaeron grinned. Everyone save Yarelek stared at the Master of Faith of the Legion in alarm. Granted, they had all known the Black Cardinal was not an expert in void warfare, but still. If they were intending to board us, they wouldn't try to stay so far away, Peristir spoke for the rest of the Dark Council. By now, even with the interferences on their auspexes and the psychic energy released in the system, they can't have missed the extensive damage all our ships have taken. Not unless they are completely blind. They are predictable, yes. This is why they're going to pound us with their intact warships, and demolish us one by one. It's our forces which have to board them. And by now Perry Stern knew better than to hope for a clean victory. The Legion, trying to keep the flesh change at bay, reeling from the blows anarchy had inflicted upon them while depriving them of their primarch, was at its lowest historical point, and it was going to get worse. We unleash everything we have, Muthaik declared. And we pray that it will be enough. Battle Barge Caesar. 32 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Chapter Master Cato Valens. The moment the traitor battleship identified as the Colchian Revenge began to implode, the regent of Macrage knew what was about to happen. Tell the counter-boarding parties to be ready, the Ultramarines chapter master ordered as the warship of the word-bearers lost its macro batteries, air, water, and pretty much everything contained in a hull. Their ships are even more damaged than we thought. They can't expect to win a battle of attrition. And shift our fire to the unbeliever's judgment. Our target is dead, no need to waste our time on a wreck. Less than a second later, his command was proven prescient as the Colchian Revenge blew up. But the boarding torpedoes of the ship in question were already inbound, along with all sorts of heretical attack craft and daemon engines. The strike cruisers are to focus their fire on the boarding craft. The battle barges will continue to concentrate on a single battleship until it is crippled. Given the quantity of Imperial firepower present in the system, a warship which had lost most of its crew, firepower, and engines was a dead warship. Since these were word-bearer hulls, Cato would have dearly wanted to keep hammering the bastard sons of Lorgar until there was nothing left of them, but he couldn't. There were too many enemy battleships, and many of them were fighting back. Practically, this couldn't be but a fifth or a sixth of what they should have been able to send at his battle barges, but that nonetheless remained a dangerous amount of explosive ordnance, especially as the enemy too fired on a single target. The traitors have chosen to kill the first Guardian, Lord Regent. It is a curious choice. Theoretical, they're trying to capture our most powerful battle barges while destroying the weakest. Practical, the majority of their boarding torpedoes are heading towards the Caesar and the Excelsior. Therefore I believe your theoretical has its merits. Yes, yes it did. If they were going after all the Ultramarines battle barges, they would have targeted the Spear of Macrage too. But the warship assigned to the 6th Company was smaller and less powerful, as were most of the recent patterns, and the traitors were ignoring it, for now. I leave the naval battle in your hands, Master of the Fleet, the chapter master announced at last after assuring himself all the orders that could have been relayed had been transmitted. Courage and honor. Courage and honor, Lord Regent. Once outside the bridge, his brother, an equerry Cadmus handed him his personal weapon, the hammer of Macrage. Cato remembered fondly the looks of surprise many captains had shown years ago when he had chosen this relic from the vast armory of the fortress of Hera. While it was a great weapon, the indomitable thunderhammer of the 13th Legion was wielded occasionally when a champion or a captain felt the Xenos threat deserved to have its skull splintered and the moderate options had failed. In his artificer armor, the armor of Adrianople, he could fight with the thunderhammer in one hand and yet also use a bolter or another ranged weapon in the other. Cato had been the first chapter master of the Ultramarines to choose the hammer of Macrage as his personal weapon, and hopefully he wouldn't be the last. 15 seconds estimated before traitors boarding. The tech marine assigned to the 1st Company informed him as he arrived in the node where they would be able to answer the enemy's attacks best. The barrage of the strike cruisers has been able to eliminate over 20% of them, but the middle deck of the Caesar where he and 20 Terminators of the 1st Company were waiting shook like an earthquake had somehow been replicated in the battle barge. And the communications mere seconds later were, concerning Daemon hosts. They're deploying Daemon hosts. Death to the false emperor. Do you hear them scream, blind idiots? How are they coming from this section? It was sealed, arg. Death to Guillemon and his sons. With me, Cato said. We go with Ultramar Quintus Primus Argent. He ran and less than 10 seconds later, he and his battle brothers arrived just in time to see a wave of red-armored traitors finish slaughtering the Ultramar Auxilia. No fear. The Regent of Macrage shouted as the hammer of Macrage hit the helmeted head of a first traitor and killed the Oathbreaker instantly. We march for Macrage. The fury of the Ultramarines and their greater tactical acumen devastated the formation of the bastard sons of Lorgar, and in less time than it took to say it, they were all dead on the floor. But it was just the beginning. Just as they pushed towards the compartments where the torpedo tubes were loaded, a new wave of traitor Astartes charged, and this time they had things hovering above the deck which couldn't be described as anything else but demons. Kill them all in Lorgar's name. Death to Guillemon. Onwards. We march for Macrage. And the blue gold of the Ultramarines and their armed auxiliaries clashed with the crimson horde of abominations. Battle barge Excelsior. Sorcerer Kale Fellow. Kale snarled in satisfaction as his last daemon host and the survivor of the Ultramarine squad viciously murdered each other. The essence of the warp contained inside its human prison had of course a few adverse effects once it was released in the Ultramarines battle barge, but compared to the rest of the collateral damage done so far, a few mutations to the metal and some teeth here and there weren't worthy of consideration. Too bad the Ultramarine was already dead. he would have been given a long and horrible demise. Now, the melta charges, Kale Fallow ordered to the word-bearers waiting behind him. This is the last adamantium door between us and the bridge. When it falls, we will be able to hunt whatever pathetic remnants of their worthless auxilia remain alive. Yes, Lord Sorcerer, though there is a... The captain suddenly stopped speaking, and hastily took 2 steps back. Why was the imbecile failing to? Kale Fallow's gaze fell upon his right arm. Or rather, what until 1 moment ago had been his right arm. Now it was nothing but an ugly black tentacle. No. No, 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 I did everything the Master of the Faith recommended. I sacrificed 8-fold the number of slaves prescribed and bathed myself in the blood of. The word-bearer sorcerer lost his equilibrium, as suddenly his legs began to grow at a different rate, something which also strained the ceramite of his power armor before it shattered completely. On the left, an enormous talon akin to a Night Lord raptor appeared, but on the right, the leg was covered in a multitude of eyes and a number of spikes formed at its extremity. It was only a question of will to repel this ignoble curse. He had the will. He had been, no, it wasn't possible that brief emotion of satisfaction had, no, he refused to accept it. I am not, don't retreat, you faithless bastards. The sorcerer screamed as the legionnaires he commanded were now running back to the other compartment. The Dark Council will have your heads. A heartbeat later, he felt an unnatural hunger in his throat and maw. His blessed teeth changed and increased in length and sharpness. One of his eyes outright disappeared, and Kale Fallow shrieked at the loss of sensation, which rapidly became insignificant as his entire body suddenly became uncontrollable. Something wormed its way past his psychic defenses and self-control. Gods, no. Not this. Haven't, I served you faithfully. IFXJJ Flyg FMJTJG. His mouth ceased to be able to utter human sounds, and 2 seconds later, the transformation into a chaos spawn was complete. Battle Barge Excelsior. Captain Cassius Becurius. The bridge is gone, Captain. Theoretical, the last explosion was Battle Brother Velisu's detonating several Melta warheads in order to deny the traitors their prize. This was a solid assumption, and knowing Velus's loyalty to the Codex, Cassius Becurius was extremely confident that the practical matched the theoretical. Then the scum of the traitor 17th will soon be here, he replied. While Cassius was sure most of the Oathbreakers and heretics had no idea of the majesty and the elegance of the Codex, some of them must have read a tactical treatise in their lives, and there were not that many critical locations an enemy might want to seize. The bridge and the armory had been blown up. He didn't know what had happened to the apothecarium, but it had not been filled before they departed from Makraj. With the battle so close to the Temple of Hera, the gene seed and anything not indispensable for simple healing purposes had been left inside the Temple of Hera. That left the Enginarium. And the 40 survivors of the Second Company still controlled all the approaches to it. Yes, Captain. And they certainly are going to use their cultists and chaos spawns as shock troops to storm our positions. And we will deal with them like the Codex prescribes, the commander of the Guardians of the Temple answered. With all due respect, Captain, the tactics prescribed by the Codex have always been theoretical and practical depending on the opposition having 1 or 2 large-sized horrors like Chaos Spawn. The enemy has brought dozens. We need to adapt the doctrine, or it's going to be the same thing which happened next to the Lance decks all over again, except we won't be able to make a fighting retreat here. Cassius was utterly appalled. Sergeant Victor had been a perfect subordinate, eager to defend Guilliman's Codex whatever the circumstances. The Codex Astartes is perfect, Sergeant. It is the wisdom of the Primarch incarnate, flowing in its purest form to increase our tactical superiority. There will be no adaptation or reform of the Codex. Do you want us to fall on the path of barbarism? Do you want us to become the new Black Templars and Flesh Tearers? Now you're completely ridiculous, the sergeant redonned his helmet. It was just a suggestion, Captain. I was just trying to say. Something incredibly heavy struck the last armored gate preventing the traitors from flooding the approaches of the Enginarium with their slaves and worse things. Stand ready. In the name of Guilliman and his Codex, we are going to teach them they should never have come to Ultramar. The familiar and utterly abhorred odor of ozone reached his nose, and a fraction of a second later, enormous holes burning with eldritch energies drilled into the 3-layered defense built by the best artisans of Ultramar centuries ago. And as the wall's gaps grew almost transparent, Cassius Becurius saw what the traitors had sent to the fight. There were countless daemon engines, most of them defying any attempt to classify them. And there were over 100 chaos spawn, half of them bigger than any dreadnought. Those horrible things were already fighting each other in their haste to arrive first at close quarters. Behind them, there were more cultists and misbegotten mutants, before, a new wave of chaos spawn. Cassius opened his mouth. It was a disadvantageous position, yes, but they had seen worse. No, he wasn't going to accept the blasphemy of Guilliman's words being incorrect. The Codex was order. The Codex was their legion. It was civilization and the rightful legacy of mankind. Courage and honor. He screamed to make sure his voice was not drowned by the shrieks and the demonic chorus of the traitor host charging. No fear. It is only with the benefit of hindsight that a sound theoretical becomes an unwise practical. Attempts to blame oneself afterwards are generally counterproductive and ill-timed. Failing to rectify the problem with the appropriate practical, on the other hand, is unbefitting of a leader. Words of Primarch Robert Guillemon, page 583 of the Codex Astartes. Battle Barge Spear of Macrage. 34 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Chapter Master Cato Valens. The Regent of Macrage opened his eyes, and for all the resilience of his transhuman body, nearly everything was pain. A couple of seconds later, several syringes plunged into his right arm, and the suffering lessened, becoming more bearable. Practical, I recommend little to no movements, Lord Regent, an apothecary revealed himself before him. And he wasn't one of his battle brothers, but a member of their Brothers of the Genesis chapter. The horde of chaos spawn came quite close to killing you. Battle surgery had to be performed immediately, and then I had to make a second extensive chirurgical intervention when you arrived in this apothecarium. Cato remembered the chaos spawn in question. One moment he had been massacring a company's worth of traitors, and suddenly all of them had begun mutating and tripling in size, with claws, pincers, tentacles, and maws appearing and trying their best to kill him. We're not aboard the Caesar. He couldn't say he'd frequented the domain of the apothecaries too many times, but he would have recognized the rooms. No, Lord Regent. We are in the apothecarium of the Spear of Macrage. The Caesar broke in half when Captain Pompeius did his best to deny it to the enemy. But the majority of the injured and the crew were able to be evacuated beforehand in a splendid fighting retreat. Let us thank the spirit of Guillemon for that. More substances were injected into his bloodstream, and those didn't lessen the pain. Unfortunately, being able to see more and more of the enormous wounds which covered his body, the chapter master's theoretical was not pleasant. They were here to keep him alive. We lost the battle. It wasn't a question. Where is Captain Pompeius? He went back to Macrage in order to assume direct command, Lord Regent. The white-armored Genesis Marine replied. Once they defeated us, the traitors launched everything they had against the orbital grid and the rest of the defenses. All the uninjured battle brothers of the 1st and the 6th Company went back to Macrage in anticipation of the coming planetary invasion. What about the 2nd Company? Cato asked, and his two hearts yes, they at least were still there were already dreading the answer. The 2nd Company perished with the Excelsior, his healer revealed grimly. They managed to blow up most of the engines and everything valuable before dying, but no one escaped. Cato for a moment didn't say anything. This was a black page in the Ultramarine's history, and it was entirely his fault. He should never have approved the nomination of Cassius Becurius to the leadership of the Guardians of the Temple, no matter how popular a choice it had been. How many ships we did lose. The Caesar, the Excelsior, and the first Guardian of our own Genesis chapter, reason why I'm treating you here, the apothecary reported bluntly. 3 more strike cruisers and over a dozen of lesser ships were lost alongside them. The Orpheus Gladius is severely damaged, as is the battle barge Sedition, a premier of the 3rd Company. It tried a desperate flanking attack followed by a boarding operation on one of their flagships to turn the course of the void engagement. So many. The grief let the words escape his lips. The depraved sons of Lorgar were forced to pay a heavy price, the shadow of a centuries-old pride echoed in the apothecary's voice, counting the Colchian revenge. We destroyed 6 more traitor battleships in 3 hours, and the grid destroyed 1 more. And for all the fact that they managed to storm the defenses aboard the Caesar and the other lost ships, they did it by burying everyone under the corpses of their own treacherous warriors. We think they lost over 1,000 traitor Astartes just for your flagship, Lord Regent. This was utterly insane. But then every young aspirant who successfully completed the first trials on his way to become a space marine learned that the traitor 17th had thrown in over 50,000 of its own at Calf to make sure the ultramarines died with them. Compared to that, 1,000 was nothing. And he hadn't stopped them. This was the worst part. He had failed Guillemon. What now? This may seem a strange question to ask from a chapter master, but right now, Cato Valens was not going to pretend he had anything but a superficial understanding of the battlefield. In his state, unable to even stand on his own 2 legs, there was nothing he could do but let Gaius Pompeius continue assuming command so that Macrage was defended by someone competent. And trying to interfere would not only be violating the tenets of the Codex, it would be stupid too. After withdrawing from the battle, Captain Pompeius ordered that the Spear of Macrage was to take all the wounded and bring them to the Imperial fleet. Communications are as bad as they have been for the last several hours, but the admirals of the Imperial Navy have begun deploying destroyers to use as short-range relay nexuses so that we have a small degree of coordination. As we have more than 100 Astartes, including yourself, who have been rendered unable to fight for months or years given the gravity of their injuries, Captain Pompeius, with the support of Captain Rebilus, declared himself willing to pay any price Lady Weaver would set for a large stock of blue Bacta. The irony burned like the bile of the damned monsters the word-bearers had transformed into. Cassius Becurius had refused the Bacta Accords in Valence and the Ultramarines' names, and now the only option Macrage had was to accept the Bacta anyway and hope it worked exactly like the Lady of Nyx had boasted, because the Ultramarines had no alternative to propose. Though it does not solve the problem of the power armors, the apothecary continued, injecting more medical substances and deploying new healing devices. Most of the battle brothers we have here had their equipment battered and the Tech Marines reserve of Mark 7 has evaporated. Such are our needs. I thought, Captain Dacius, would try to find a solution. The captain of the 3rd Company, Maxellus Dacius, was one of those battle brothers who, as far as everyone who remembered, had studied the Mark 7 and the artificer armors of the chapters so much that one wondered how he hadn't been chosen to become a Tech Marine in the first place. Captain Dacius is dead, Lord Regent. He died in his ill-conceived attack on one of the enemy flagships. 2 company captains dead, 1 company exterminated, 3 battle barges gone. The enemy had beaten them like they were novices. No, not like they were novices. They had been anticipated, and outmaneuvered. The traitors had predicted each action they committed before it was implemented. The heretics had turned the codex against them. This was a practical impossible to refute. And Cato Valens didn't know what to do anymore after this revelation. Infernus-class battleship Delightful Agony. Dark Apostle Muthake. Before the terrible slaughter at Fenris and the curse taking hold, the sight of Ultramarines battle barges fleeing with their tails between their legs, their pride humbled, and their morale in tatters, would have made him laugh. Today Muthake didn't smile. There was nothing to rejoice about. The Ultramarines were fleeing, yes, but they were fleeing towards the 50 battleships of the false emperor who had reorganized their formation. Assuming they tried to use some Xenos artifacts again and they couldn't, most of the ones they had activated were now either destroyed or in need of days of reconfiguration before they could be unleashed again. The tactic wouldn't be as effective. Not that it would have been a second time. Perister had been the first to admit that the reason Sotinol had been able to do so much damage was thanks to her innovative scrap code. Since somewhere about a third of the Mechanicum tech priests they had aboard their ships had to be put down permanently after they learned of how Cor Phaeron had neutralized the favorite apprentice of Kelbier Hal, scrap code was not an option for the 17th Legion. No, Weaver was coming. And while Lorgar had been wrong about many things, there was one thing he hadn't been wrong about at all: this campaign was going to be decided between their Grand Armada and Weaver. That much was true. But even if the false saint was forced to divide her strength and firepower between the word-bearers' ships and the Tyrannid beast rushing ahead behind them, no, it was a vain hope. There was little to suggest the woman who had wiped out Kamarak was a competent naval strategist, but she was a military officer. She wasn't going to try to divide her fire when both enemies, Astartes and Xenos, could retaliate and survive. Weaver was going to strike hard at the weaker enemy first. And since the Grand Armada was a fleet of wrecks which somehow managed to remain in a single piece, there was no denying they were the weaker target. Cor Phaeron had indeed been a prophet before the battle. It was not a question of if they were going to lose, their purpose was to make sure everyone else lost with them. Was this the case? It took 1 second to realize he had spoken the words aloud. Lord Apostle. I was merely thinking, contemplating the situation we find ourselves in, Cora Foss. The member of the Dark Council explained. Will it be enough to make sure the Ultramarines lose? I do not think so, Lord Apostle, the Legionnaire officer admitted after a short silence of deliberation. They will likely take centuries to recover from the losses we are busy inflicting on them. The Trizajon is battering their orbital grid into impotence, yes. But it's just the outer layer of Macrage's defenses. It's going to take hours before we can even think about launching the Charybdis claws. Right now, any drop assault would result in a lot of our warriors blasted out of the sky without a single one touching the ground. And there are still a lot of Ultramarines to defend their fortifications, supported by millions of the false Emperor's slaves. Until we break through their fortress of Hera, they can recover. And what a remarkably honest analysis it was. The Ultramarines could recover, even if their Primarch was kept in a stasis casket 2 seconds away from death. The word-bearers couldn't. From the very moment the Battle of the Macrage system had begun, they had lost 9 battleships, and 3 more had deserted with Erebus. Out of 28 battleships, this was a total of 16 surviving capital warships to escort the Trizajon, to which could only be added 3 Titan barges. And as discouraging as it was, it painted a false picture. More than 10,000 legionnaires were dead or had betrayed them for the vile one. A large contingent of faithful had to be kept on the Titan barges at all times so that the Mechanicum loyalists and the Titan's princeps understood the bolter was waiting to be fired at the back of their heads. And the flesh change curse's ravages were not by any means slowing down. While some of it had been quite advantageous during the boarding actions and surprised the narrow-minded fools of Gilliman's line, it was impossible to pretend that the percentage of sons of Lorgar who mutated wasn't skyrocketing when they were in active combat. They had lost. And given the heavy fighting, there was no hope at all to reach the Ultramarines' final redoubt, never mind tearing asunder their gates and illuminating their pompous palaces. All hope was lost. The gods had forsaken them. Kern only cared about the blood which would flow from this butchery. Xianch would delight upon change coming, but the curse was change too. And was it that simple? Was it simply a choice between the abandonment of all hope and anarchy? Maybe their faith had blinded them for too long. After spending an eternity listening to Cor Phaeron and Erebus prattle, maybe they had been blinded to the truth when it was given to them. There is no hope. There is no improvement. There is no betterment through faith, technology, or courage. We have been in a spiral path of decay, and our grand armada is crumbling in disrepair before the gates of Macrage. Dark Apostle Muthake laughed without joy and summoned his staff. He contemplated it for a brief moment, and then broke it. Their Gene-sire had seen the truth, had he not? No victory, as small and insignificant as it might be, would be won without sacrifice. I swear allegiance to Nurgle, Lord of all decay. The Lord of Torment shouted. I place myself and my warriors under the aegis of the Plague Father, the great corruptor and master of pestilence. 3 artifacts borrowed from the Death Guard were consecrated anew with the life essence of 7 slaves. And for the first time, the enormous worm-like tendrils of the doom pressuring every mind and body of the word-bearers appeared to withdraw. Hail the Grandfather! We will know no fear, for it is ordained decay which rules supreme. Rejoice! For plague will be our salvation. High orbit over Tio. Archmechanikus Zarquisitor. 35 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Archmagos Belisarius call. While 99% of his attention had been on the great task his fellow scientists and himself were about to show the entire galaxy, Belisarius call was not deaf. He knew several of his political enemies were spreading rumors he was overambitious, doing things bordering on heretical activities, and that he deliberately underplayed the risks of teleporting a planet to the Lady General commanding the battle groups of Operation Stalingrad. To which, if he was called to testify in front of the Martian Parliament, he would say they were completely and utterly wrong. He had everything under control. He was Archmagos Belisarius call. He had reverse-engineered the orc-gravitic tunneling technology, something his enemies and critics were too scared to even theorize about. Module Alpha is operational. Module Beta is operational. Ether gold shielding is holding. Empyrean anomalies remain contained, by the grace of the Omniscia. Module Gamma is operational, Archmagos. Belisarius call examined the data, and once more marveled at the triumph of human ingenuity over the corrupted and hideous presence of the ruinous powers. The millennia-old Archmagos didn't doubt for an instant the psychic abominations had done their utmost to prevent him from accomplishing the great work ordered by Lady Taylor Hebert. They had tried to impose a time limit on him by ramming this Xenos crowded world against Macrage, obviously, but that had merely been the direct and most obvious attack. They had tried to subvert some of his tech priests, like he was some apprentice just leaving his first tech seminary. They tried to change the anti-warp shadow in the warp field covertly so that the psychic interferences resonated with some of his synchronizers and the Iridium-built modules. They even tried to reveal some of their longest-serving undercover agents among the Adeptus Mechanicus, despite knowing that many of them would not react positively to being told they served the ruinous powers and that revealing the chains and shackles was a death sentence given the irregular barrages of golden light the Great Moth was illuminating the squadrons with. Belisarius was really disappointed by their lack of imagination. It was like they thought that moving a planet to an entirely different system was just an affair of pushing a button and making constipated noises of auto-congratulation. Really, those heretics were not men of science. It was a favor to the Emperor and the galaxy to exterminate them. Diamond pattern of the ether gold blocks resonating perfectly, Archmagos. The modules are synchronized. The coordinates of the liquid zone in the Auralia system have been calculated and are now incorporated into the tunnel matrix. All star forts and ships are out of the call exclusion zone. On my mark, the survivor of the Horus Heresy ordered, taking great care to hide his excitement. Truly there was nothing more stimulating than playing with the very concepts which defined this galaxy and all the systems composing it. 3. 2. 1. Execute. The gravitic shock was violent. It always was. Regrettably, that was something his efforts hadn't yet managed to solve, despite generous research into anti-gravitic dampeners and some extensive support given covertly to several schools of gravitic weapons on his home world. This was an afterthought, however, for the magnificence of materializing a large conduit which was denied to all foreign entities like demons and the like was a reward in itself. Some external currents came into existence, but the ether gold and his own customized wards blocked all interferences, be they from the Tyranid or another pernicious influence. The planet Tio disappeared into the conduit. Some lesser minds of the Mechanicus had even dared comparing it to a vulgar siphoning tube, and Call had recorded the names of each and every one of them. Probe Aurali ascending code Eureka, Archmagos. The bridge of the Zarquisitor may be crude by many people who had replaced their limbs and organs with mechanical parts several times, but without a single exception, cheers and other manifestations of joy saluted this announcement. The gravitic anomaly closed, and a large disaster had been avoided by his formidable mastery of science. Module Beta reports major damage, Archmagos. It looks like the Iridium machinery has broken under the stress. Regrettable, but not unexpected, Call commented, that is why I asked my colleagues to build more replacements. Hopefully, they will get my exacting specifications right. Now, let's examine how the tactical situation unraveled while I was busy. It was far from good news, that much was certain. Fenris, to point out the most obvious example, wasn't just going to need to be moved to another system if the Space Wolves wanted to inhabit it again. And there were plenty of other reasons for dissatisfaction given what were Belisarius' primary goals. Ro, please contact the rogue traitor Wolfgang Bach and ask him, gently, to establish a direct hololithic communication with Lady Weaver. Now that the blue-skinned aliens, save the detachment they evacuated beforehand, will play no more part in this campaign, I need to speak directly with her. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Moro Subsector. Auralia System. TFNS Midgard. 35 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Commodore Yang Wenli. The journey to reach the galactic core and the squats had been long and eventful. Too eventful. It seemed that any faction that could humanly be antagonized wherever they went had been. Sometimes it was the belligerence of the squat slayer leading to several regrettable deeds. Most often it was Lead saying the wrong thing at the worst possible time, and then Borak went on to burn whatever bridges remained, metaphorically or literally. This galaxy was crazy. If he had any doubts, the age of the Federation was long gone after being nearly burned on an old-fashioned pyre by neo-religious bureaucrats. The following weeks had put them to rest. There had been that improbable race against an Eldar Corsair. Yes, that narcissistic imbecile was ridiculous and his clothes were flamboyant, but was it really necessary to say it to his face before breaking his nose? Yang didn't think so. And the less said about the hide-and-seek they played with Captain Flashyguts in an asteroid belt, the better. Half of his current grey hair had materialized after that insane month. Of course, that was before he knew the forwards was the easy part of the adventure. The return was far, far worse. Every being, be it a human or a Xenos, they had antagonized before was now warming up for the second round, and they were reinforced by new challengers. The Slayer's words, not his. In no particular order, they included, a rogue traitor heiress playing bounty hunter for the Adeptus Administratum, various Xenos with long teeth and a willingness to use them on their vulnerable necks, a few more captains of the orc freebooter variety, a Jokero. Yes, they had somehow angered a Jokero and his family and an enormous white rat which somehow was able to talk. And yes, the rodent wanted to sacrifice them to its evil deity. Yang Wenli's retirement couldn't come soon enough. Anyway, despite being pursued by numerous bounty hunters including the aforementioned rogue traitor heiress, they had still been able to fight, repel, or outright blast their way through everything their enemies had in store for them and reach the Nix sector. They couldn't get there soon enough. His wine cellar aboard the Spirit of Eternity was long empty, and the one aboard their new transport whose hull was hiding Admiral and the Spirit had not survived the daily assaults of the squats they shared the decks with. It was coming back as glorious explorators, or facing a fate no spaceman in his right mind wanted to contemplate, squats unable to satisfy their love for beer and other ultra-alcoholic drinks. Fortunately, Yang had been able to convince the band of formidable warmongers and powerful disasters in the making that formed his crew that prudence was the best plan for now. The Midgard was going to transit into an uninhabited system inside the borders of the sector controlled by their ally, before sending a discreet astropathic communication message that negotiations were to begin in this fairly neutral location. That way they would avoid the predictable accusations of heresy, intimidation, blackmail, and more. 10 minutes after their arrival, a goddamn planet materialized out of nowhere. I have a bad feeling about this. Yang Wenli grumbled. Ultima Segmentum. Realm of Ultramar. Macrage System. Battleship Enterprise. 36 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Lady General Taylor Hebert. Resting in a tub of Bacta had done wonders for her. Ah, if only the galaxy had stopped going to hell while she was resting, but no such luck. Fenris was currently burning in some apocalyptic ice fire struggle. The Ultramarines' fleet had lost against the Word-Bearers. The battleship of the Dark Mechanicum had evaded all attempts to locate it again, and the same was now true for the single traitor battleship which had fled the Fenris war zone before the Tyrannid revealed its dynakinetic attack. The fighting on Laphise was getting uglier and uglier, even with the limited communications they possessed. Under these circumstances, Call having teleported the planet of the Tau out of the battlefield was one of the rare pieces of very good news Taylor could name. After all, there was no way that it could generate more problems tens of thousands of light years away, right? Of course, this also meant Taylor had to accept his communication request, even if the para-human woman knew she wasn't going to like the plans which had taken root in the head of the radical Archmagos. And unfortunately, her premonition based on nothing but past experience was sadly proven correct. No, absolutely not. Macrage should be our next priority. Macrage is my next priority, the Lady General of the Imperial Guard corrected frostily. Yours is to take care of Fenris, Archmagos. I don't know if you have forgotten, but the planet is still on a collision course with the Ultramarines' home world. The good news, and in this case it was really good news, was that between the Tyranid abandoning Fenris orbit and the Space Wolves pulling their totally not heretical move of using their fortress as some kind of giant space rocket, the Imperium had regained control of the Fenritian approaches, meaning the teleportation devices could be emplaced. True, Call conceded for a brief second, but there are other problems. First, I can't return Fenris to its original system. My gravitic tunnels do not suffer as many distance limitations as other technology I've developed, but I do not have the range to return Fenris to the Fenris system. And I wasn't going to ask you to. The golden-winged commander affirmed sincerely. Seriously, while the information about Fenris was extremely incomplete, what the Auspexes had seen so far was enough to give her shivers. The planet was tainted beyond redemption, both by the ruinous powers and the Tyranids. Even the moderate Inquisitors were begging her now to teleport the Astartes homeworld into a nearby sun where it would consume everything and save them a monumental headache. The Inquisition is sometimes overzealous, but this time, their opinion Fenris deserves solar incineration is sadly completely justified. Why did Call not agree with her? This wasn't like they could rebuild Fenris in the state it was in now. There might be diplomatic issues. This was very much unlike the Martian tech priest. He certainly wasn't particularly concerned about diplomacy when he teleported one of the moons of Nyx Sextus at any rate. I don't. Taylor stopped as Artemis and several Catachan ants alerted her about a new problem. We will continue this communication later, Archmagos. Begin your redeployment to Fenris. This is not. Someone is trying to steal my Necron prisoners of war, and this takes utmost priority, I'm afraid. Captain Brutus Cestus. Captain Brutus Cestus of the 7th Company of the Ultramarines was in a very dark mood. Macrage was under direct assault by the monstrous bastard sons of Lorgar, and he was too far away to do anything but watch. Add to this the news which had come 10 minutes ago that the 2nd Company had been entirely destroyed, and his thoughts were as dark as those of his battle brothers waiting for him aboard the Integritas. Brother, I would suggest you don't glare so fiercely, Captain Hadrian Septimus Niger Severus of the Brazen Consuls advised calmly. Are you saying the hour is one for smiles and jokes? Brutus asked tersely. Of course not, the Astartes born on Aventinium, and yes, all space marines of this chapter had hyperinflated names, courtesy of being born nobles answered. It is a dark hour for all sons of Guilliman. But, how to best phrase this, the Ultramarines' relationship with the woman we're about to have an audience with could benefit from some improvements, shall we say. The Spear of Macrage told us their request for a Bacta delivery was accepted. And it would likely allow the chapter master to return to the front lines, Guilliman be praised. Brother, there's a difference between delivering something anyone would give in a moment of crisis and truly mending the existing differences between Nyx and Macrage, Hadrian politely corrected before advancing towards the red-armored son of Sanguinius at the head of the reception committee, and yes, he was flanked by 2 giant spiders. We are. Code Trazyn. One of the spiders shouted, interrupting them. We have a Code Trazyn. Stop him. He won't get away this time. Cestus didn't get the time to ponder on what a Trazyn was, as guardsmen ran in every direction, and the son of Sanguinius began to rush towards the other end of the hangar bay. Before he touched one of the control panels, though, there was a flash of green, and the space marine of the 9th gene line seemed to be frozen. It was like a variant of a stasis field, except naturally. The captain of the 7th Company charged by reflex as a silvery creature which couldn't be anything but a Xenos emerged and ran towards the different aircraft next to their Thunderhawk. But like the son of Sanguinius, suddenly Brutus Cestus' mind was enraged as his body slowed down and then stopped. What sort of Xenos sorcery was this? Bang! And then suddenly he was free to move again, and the Xenos was on its knees, with an astonished expression on its metallic-looking mask. Cestus raised his chainsword, and then lowered it, as a swarm of beetles slammed into the Xenos before dispersing when a foamy substance was used to neutralize the menace. The Ultramarines officer turned his head, and almost froze as a golden-winged woman landed 5 meters away. The presence, suddenly it was like the old records of being near a Primarch. His dark mood felt like a bad memory. The day wasn't so dark, and... I apologize for the mess, the angelic apparition which had to be Lady Weaver began whimsically. I wish I could have spared you from this sad spectacle, captains. Then she turned her head towards the Xenos, all the while drawing a sword which was certainly incredibly advanced, given how many fields seemed to be shimmering around its edge. You were supposed to behave, Trazyn. Especially when Nefertun isn't around to oversee your thievery operations. I wonder if I must test Skyfall and its most redoubtable capacities right now. By this point, 3 more doses of foam were added, and the Xenos of course wasn't going to reply. I protest, my dear friend. I was just going to present my respects to the Storm Lord and those poor cryptex. How by Guilliman's codex was it still able to speak? You were going to use mind shackle scarabs on them, and then steal them away, the woman who shone like a miniature golden star corrected. My thanks for intercepting him, captains. Lady Weaver, Hadrian Septimus Niger Severus contradicted her hesitantly, we thought you had intercepted the Xenos. The golden-armored, brilliant woman turned her eyes upon them, and it wasn't difficult to interpret her emotions as partly based on surprise. No, I was a few seconds too late. But if you weren't. A little aquila decorated item was thrown at their feet. It was one of those small decorations which were commonly used by pilots as a good luck charm and it didn't matter. Brutus' eyes went up, and there was an Eldar, a true Eldar, lounging on his personal Thunderhawk. His hand went to his bolter end. Her Supreme Excellency the Queen of Blades, Weaver announced. I would suggest you sheath your weapons, Astartes, unless you want to die pointlessly without achieving anything. My dear friend, can you free me? Surely I will be a major help in. Be quiet, Trazyn. Be silent, thief. Laphise. Ravenna west of the Polenta River. 37 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Maya Numrius. It was not a true shelter. Maybe it had been a hostel or something prestigious once, but several marble columns had toppled onto it and devastated half of the building. It was certainly not safe to be here. Maya knew that. But nowhere was safe anymore. The heretics attacked again not far from where they hid. The shrieks came again. Screams like the ones the bishops and the other priests always warned about were screamed, and the battle cries of the Ultramar Auxilia answered, but there were fewer of them compared to the last time. Celestine was crying, and Maya didn't know what to do. They had so little water and food left, and looking for more would mean going outside where the battle raged and the monsters were everywhere. Those souls will make excellent sacrifices. Something heavy slammed into the already pulverized roof, and the Laphiser woman was paralyzed with terror, as the monster that appeared from the dust was like something born from her darkest nightmares. The God Emperor protects. One of the pilgrims who had taken refuge with them managed to stand up and make the sign of the Aquila. Begone foul creature. Go back to the abyss where Horus' corpse is putrefying. The malefic red eyes turned towards the grey-haired man, and a maw filled with monstrous teeth opened. It is going to be a pleasure torturing your soul for a few years, pathetic mortal. And before you are extinguished, I will. Several shots rang out, and the heretic monster screamed in pain. The red armor which made her eyes burn every time she tried to glance at it had black smoke rising out of the newly added black holes. Is that all, Long Ear? Let me show you the true power of a chosen of the gods. The right hand of the gigantic red heretic began to burn in some sort of proscribed fire. Maya somehow knew it was going to be their death, for them, the civilians who hid here, and for whoever had tried to intervene. And then the abomination screamed. Its arrogance and confidence were gone, what replaced them was fear. No. Tsiench, save me. Great Architect, I am your servant. Death to the false emperor. Faster than she could see, the monster grew a new head. And then another arm. Pincers and blades appeared, and the heretical armor exploded. And what came out? Oh, sweet God Emperor, protect them. Run. Maya held Celestine as tightly as she could and obeyed her own words. Run away. Retribution class battleship Star Ocean. High orbit over Laphise. Ancient Rylaner. There could be no coincidences in this battle. Truly, there couldn't have been any coincidences during this campaign, but the fact that the augurs first zeroed in a very familiar Stormbird was a message in itself. It was the personal transport of his Primarch before the betrayal. It was the Firebird. Clearly, it had changed in the last 4 millennia, and not for the better. Gone were the proud colors of the Emperor's children, what had replaced them was an absolute ghastly pink to which had been added some excrement-looking things. There were fleshy growths everywhere, as if the warp had tried to transform it into the hybrid of a vulture and a hedonistic daemon. But the weapons of the starfighters and bombers which had killed it had scoured most of the corruption away, and thus Rylaner could recognize the Stormbird and study it again. What is our duty? To serve the Emperor's will. And the Third Legion had not served him for 4 long millennia. Chapter Master, Admiral von Ruenthal reports 1 enemy battleship destroyed and 1 crippled. The Hand of Destiny is trying to hide behind Laphise and widen the distance of engagement with the Imperial fleet. Give my congratulations to the Admiral. He has done his part well. Now it's time to do ours. Rylaner watched the high orbit of Laphise for a few more seconds. It must have been a spectacle of peace and well-organized civilian society days ago, now it was a graveyard of debris from traitor warships and loyalist aircraft and defenses. And it was likely worse in the capital city below, where their auspexes had confirmed the presence of the majority of the Chaos Marines. Since the Hand of Destiny is trying to stall for time against Admiral von Ruenthal, we must assume every traitor of importance is involved in the planetary campaign. The old dreadnought was already mildly surprised the Vile One and his lieutenants hadn't abandoned their campaign and fled for their lives when they realized Lady Weaver wasn't bluffing by detaching several battleships and escort squadrons from the main fleet. The leadership of the Traitor Legion had not shown it possessed much courage when they didn't outnumber their opposition 10 to 1. Which is good, for I don't want to merely cripple them, I want them exterminated. It will be our pleasure to accomplish that, the captain of the Angels and Carmine he had chosen to act as his second assured. Are we going for an immediate drop assault to disrupt the enemy's holding on the western bank of Laffey's capital? No, when he was a young hot-blooded fool convinced of the perfection of his legion, he might have attempted it. Today, he knew better. The stakes were too high, and if it turned into a disaster, there would be no second wave of Space Marines waiting to reinforce them. We descend on the eastern bank first. I want at least one division of infantry to follow on our heels by Macrolander. The enemy is pushing hard, but they've yet to cross the river in significant numbers. Commit our fighter wings. We must contest the traitors' aerial superiority quickly. The artillery. It will descend via the spaceport with priority. Once it reaches the front lines, the assault of the traitors and their horrors will have stopped one way or another. Shouldn't the Knights of House Terran go first, if that is your intention? No, Rylena rumbled. I have plans for those knights. Now inform the Catachan general of my plan, he told the spider which had been waiting in silence, and unless he has major objections, we will launch in 3 minutes. By the webmistress and the Emperor, it will be done, great and venerable ancient. Laffey's Ravenna west of the Polenta River. Captain. Aenid Thiel. Ravenna was burning. Aenid had always understood that a lot of things were flammable in a city, especially if they weren't built in a hive pattern and millions of tons of ferrocrete didn't provide protection against shells and energy weapons. But it was one thing theorizing about it, a completely different thing to see it put into practice. And where there was fire, there was smoke. So much smoke that the Ultramarines captain had quickly understood it was absolutely futile to try to exert any kind of organized hierarchy in the middle of this chaotic disaster. Ironically, whoever was in command of the word-bearers didn't understand that. The majority of the sons of the Lorgar kept trying to advance through the avenues, singing things which should never be spoken, and ritually butchering the civilian population along the way. This was Calth all over again, except the Ultramar Auxilia's communication still worked, and the 17th Legion had taken a neat decrease in assault skills and efficiency. 5 seconds later, he and his squad were forced to take cover as the enemy artillery began to bombard Ravenna again. And it was a really heavy one. More than 1,000 guns, as far as he could estimate, and several supercannons had been used by the traitors. Squad Lion is seeing them through the smoke now, Marcus announced. Those are Leviathans armed with doomsday cannons. He could count 8 of them. 8 of them, Aenid repeated, wincing internally at the magnitude of firepower 8 super heavy machines like those represented. Let's thank everything that is good that the enemy forces are commanded by an imbecile. Yes, Captain, his champion replied with a dark chuckle, who do you think is going to be executed when someone will finally wisen up and tell the moron they have created so much rubble there's no way anything heavy can reach the river? The Ultramarines present shared a humorless laugh. The problem, Aenid explained as the bombardment thundered over and over again, never relenting, pulverizing statues of Guilliman, former artist halls, marble columns and priceless mosaics which had stood for centuries, is that while they're clearly lacking a competent strategist, their sheer numbers and the tens of thousands of cultists they're using as sentinels and cannon fodder are sufficient to beat us. Unless something drastically changes, we will be cornered with our backs against the river in no more than 5 hours. And they had already lost 15 Ultramarines. Yes, the word-bearers had lost at least 10 times that number in the various ambushes their incredible tactical rigidity had cost them, and to this number could be added a lot of dead Alpha Legionnaires, Night Lords, and Iron Warriors. They had even killed half a dozen debased Emperor's children, the depraved monsters never even realizing they were there, busy as they were torturing and flaying civilians, before they opened fire and slaughtered them all. The Codex in this instance suggests we must launch a powerful flanking attack, preferably one to decapitate the enemy theater commander. Yes, Aenid conceded the point made by Sergeant Purpurio. The Codex indeed suggests that. And I don't think it's a bad idea. But in that theoretical, there are a lot of facts arguing against it. We don't have any forces to counterattack with. The men of the Auxilia and every force allied with us are already doing their best to survive. And given that we don't speak the damned dialect of Colchision and there is no sign of most of the enemy commanders wherever we attack, the direction of this counteroffensive would be equally problematic to decide. At last, the traitor artillery ceased firing. It left smoke, dust, and a spectacle which was depressing in the extreme, the same landscape of desolation the traitor legions had created from Ultramar to Terra 4,000 years ago. Let's see if they try the same thing again. Courage and honor, Marcus. Courage and honor, Captain. The 8th Company's champion stopped hiding behind the ruined statue and advanced like it was the most natural thing to do in the middle of the piles of rubble which had been richly decorated houses. It didn't take long for the enemy to swallow the bait. Here is an unbeliever. Death to the false emperor. Death to the false emperor. Aenid didn't know where the word-bearers had found those Volscani. By the ashes of Calth, he hadn't even been able to determine if they were guardsmen which had been turned against the Imperium or some cultists which had been granted better equipment. By now, they were so corrupted by the warp and the traitors that finding out was impossible. Most of their weapons were now marked with the damned 8-fold star of chaos, and from their heads to their feet, it was incredibly rare to not see sickly skin and major mutations. But as the slavers they called masters threw them into the grinder, it was obvious that if they had once known tactics beyond charging while screaming obscenities and treacherous battle cants years ago, they didn't remember any of them. Marcus took several step backs and found a new cover, something that unavoidably made the cultist onslaught roar in triumph, and Enid and all the ultramarines present prepared their bolters. They let the traitors slow down. Rubble was a neutral terrain in that it hindered everyone who tried to cross it, and only after 30 seconds did they fire. The captain of the 8th Company triggered a landmine to add more teeth to their defense, and the Volscani assault turned into a meat grinder. The ultramarines stopped firing, as ammunition had to be saved for more difficult opponents, and went on to finish off the survivors. Everything had been turned into a scene of butchery. Traitors Astartes incoming from the east. It looks like. There was a lot of smoke and dust. They were on a battlefield on which it was incredibly difficult to see anything more than 100 meters away, for all the transhuman advantages and the advanced systems of their power armors. But there was no way they could have missed the blue ray which struck some 50 kilometers west from their position. Orbital strike, one of his battle brothers announced with jubilation. That was a decisive orbital strike. By Guillemon and his codex, it must have caught the traitors' super artillery out in the open. It certainly did, though Enid was going to remain prudent. One thing was sure, it wasn't the word-bearers who had fired this kinetic strike. They were bad gunners in orbit, but they were not that bad, and with the redoubts on the eastern bank and the spaceport heavily shielded, they had not used many of them anyway. It is now more vital than ever we hold onto the western bank, the veteran of Calth ordered. The larger the foothold we secure for our reinforcements, the easier it will be to launch our counterattacks. Send someone on the Polenta immediately to check what amphibious craft we have left. Captain, last time we checked, the yachts were all joyously sinking. They weren't exactly built to endure Astartes Thunderhawks and Stormbird's twin-linked lascannons or heavy bolters. I know, but we will have to come up with something. Enid just for the life of him had no idea what. Battleship Enterprise. 38 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Lady General Taylor Hebert. Assuming you could capture Trazyn, the Necron thief was really useful. Of course, Taylor knew the reason they had captured him in the first place was due to a lot of luck and the intervention of the Queen of Blades. It was unlikely they could replicate the feat anytime soon. Still, so far it had allowed her to gain a device from the dark age of human technology known as a communication hypermagnifier, which allowed the lithocast system to more or less function on a system similar to the Unsible relics of Terra. They had now real-time intrasystem communication, and it was only lightly disrupted by the Tyranid's presence. The only drawback was that it was going to work for only 2 hours before requiring a reloading period of more than 24 hours. Well, no, it was not the only major drawback. The energy requirement was absolutely massive. The Enterprise could only power its shields and no weapons while the device was active. But it was absolutely better than the no reliable communications effect they had to work around for the last several hours, and thus this DAOT relic was priceless. Her first communication was to Laphise, where Oscar von Ruenthal appeared to have things well in hand in high orbit. The situation was far less pleasant on the ground, but the Krieg regiments were landing. There had been no opportunity to speak with Enid Thiel, and there wouldn't be before the communications were scrambled again. At least the veteran of the Ultramarines was alive and fighting the good fight against the word-bearers' onslaught. With hope and luck, it would be enough. As important as Laphise was, it was a minor distraction given the threats converging upon Macrage, and she couldn't afford to send more warships and regiments when everything she had may be needed elsewhere. 10 seconds later, the communication links were opened for the other theater commanders. The first to answer was the Ultramarine captain defending Macrage, since the apothecaries of the Spear of Macrage were busy healing the chapter master with blue Bacta. How bad it is? Taylor inquired of the now identified Captain Gaius Pompeius after giving him a short briefing to inform him the long-range communications resumption was only temporary. Fortunately, the blue-armored Astartes knew better than to start posturing. They are making significant breaches in the orbital grid and our main defenses. The Space Marine replied. They aren't trying to board our star forts anymore, not with the losses the first void engagement cost them, but we are crippling their battleships too slowly with what we have left around Macrage. I expect them to land within the hour, and though there are 3 other successor companies and 4 of mine under my command, only the scouts of the 10th are at full strength. We can't defend everywhere. And the Illyrium military district is almost lost. Illyrium. It was always one of the most troubled districts, where the ideas of our Primarch found the least appeal, Gaius Pompeius explained. We don't know how exactly the traitors infiltrated their cultists and other operatives, but the Ultramar Auxilia has been fighting a losing battle against them. I see. Taylor nodded as more and more senior commanders of her battle groups arrived, and they were not alone. Prominent among the crowds were other captains of the Ultramarines, admirals of the Ultramar System Defense Forces, and people she surely would have to memorize the name of before the day was over. For now though it was better to focus on the military issues. But the cultists haven't been able to capture a spaceport. The Ultramarine commander shook his head. There are no spaceports in the Illyrium military district. After what happened during the Shadow Crusade there, no regent of Macridge was willing to expend the resources to open up the region. By his tone, the insect mistress was ready to bet the son of Guilliman recognized how massively it had bitten them in the backside for this campaign. But without a spaceport, they can't immediately threaten Sirocco further up north. And they won't land their titans there. As such, I am forced to disperse the companies on 3 fronts and stall for time. You won't have to do it for too long, Taylor promised. My forces have regrouped and the admirals and the other forces of Operation Stalingrad are ready to massacre the traitors. My staff is confident we will be able to begin the Guard orbital planetary transfers less than 10 hours after dealing with the traitor fleet. The Astartes drop pods will deploy the moment we gain orbital superiority. They would have to beat off the enormous tyrannid coming this way, but it would be the business of the Navy to fend it off, not the Guard. That's very good news, and the smile of the blonde-haired blue-eyed space marine showed he truly meant it. In the meantime, I am going to. Some part of her mind was incredibly amused by the fact a son of Guilliman had been rendered speechless. The other part was in shock like Gaius Pompeius, for several hololithic representations had materialized, and none of them had been expected by the Enterprise's crew or anyone else. A Primarch? No, not a Primarch. Primarches. And it looked like the legends had been true on at least one point, they really looked nothing like each other, save the near-divine charisma they were radiating from every part of their bodies. It had to be Lemon Russ and Corvus Corax. This was, very unexpected. Lord Russ. Lord Corax. Chapter Master Tafor Hezon of the Salamanders was the first to shake off his surprise. This is... Who, the voice resonated like a wolf somehow incarnated in a winter storm, is in command here. Oh great. This Primarch, unlike Rogaldorn, was going to be a permanent headache, she could already tell. I am, Taylor Hebert answered neutrally. While I can't speak for Ultramar, the 9 battle groups of Operation Stalingrad fall under my authority. Good, I am taking overall command, effective immediately. Oh, Taylor glanced at the strategic situation, and yes, the abomination of a space fortress the wolves had somehow torn from their planet was still millions of kilometers away. Absolutely not. A heartbeat later, the Primarch released his full aura, showing he had been in let's not awe them too much mode before. It was, not pleasant. Rogaldorn was the rampart, the builder, the hero who would make the citadel stand when no one else could. This Primarch was the fury of winter, the savage hunter of the desolations, the killer howling in the night, and the fury of the wild made flesh. That was not a request. And I stand by my decision. I have met Rogaldorn and spoken to Hanzo Hattori before he took his last breath. You aren't in my chain of command, Lord Lemon Russ. The Primarch of the 6th Legion looked at her like she had somehow grown from a non-entity to a somewhat interesting appetizer. Once more, this was, a bit unnerving. This transhuman being wasn't a savage to be sure, and there was a lot of cunning behind this wild facade. After several seconds, a guttural sound escaped the son of the Emperor's lips. Ha! You at least have courage, woman, beyond the golden touch of my father. But you have too many beasts to defeat, and I'm the only one who can do the deed. Can I challenge him, my Empress? Taylor sighed, noting the 2 members of her Dawnbreaker Guard who had tried to prevent the Queen of Blades from entering, alongside 10 of her most dangerous insects, had been rendered unconscious in the equivalent of a thought. Your Celestial Highness, High Marshal Gerlach Barbarossa began, this threat is... She came aboard and helped neutralize a certain Necron thief. Taylor sighed, and it was a heartfelt answer. Since it is thanks to her we can communicate without too many problems now, I decided to humor her. It's not exactly like we can fight her on a ship without dooming it, after all. And it wasn't like they really had a chance of victory either, but she wasn't going to say that in public right now. You make it sound so dull, Aenaria Eldinesh feigned to complain with a smile, before turning in the direction of the Primarches. The Raven is wounded, you would have to heal him before we could spar. I am a principled arena queen. I don't fight cripples. The wolf, however, might do for a stimulating duel. Lemon Russ, predictably, didn't like that at all. I killed hundreds of thousands of your brethren, long-eared vermin, the Primarch's wolfish predatory expression was frankly, scary. Please, the Queen of Blades purred, don't mistake me for the decadent degenerates of the post-fall era. I am an Ildari, brute. And I vanquished your brother, cutting off his hand. He certainly couldn't defeat me, but you may prove a tougher challenge, I will give you that much. If the Sons of Dorn had been murderous before, many were willing to storm the Enterprise now in order to fight the red-haired lethal alien. Lord Dorn indeed lost against the Queen of Blades, Taylor confirmed, but he was alone and exhausted. Though it may not have changed anything. The Primarches had no swarm to control, Space Marines weren't good enough to fight her, and once she fought seriously, Aenaria Eldinesh could permanently slay Daemon Princes of Slaanesh. Anyway, returning to the question of overall command, Lord Russ, I'm afraid communications are going to return to their hazy state in 1 hour and 44 minutes. You certainly won't be able to coordinate anything from where you are, and to be blunt, your pseudo-space fortress is of very limited utility. The Fang is the only thing which will give you victory against the beast. While I am not as confident as my brother, Corvus Corax spoke for the first time, and his voice was incredibly different from Lemon Russ, more like a well-cultured man, but with a rich undertone of hive underlevels. He has a point. This beast you called Tyrannid has proven capable of generating psychic attacks that only the wards of the Fang, bolstered by some interesting advice, have proven able to withstand. We have the new Aegis-class battlecruisers. Princeps Maximus Cyrus of Legio Ignitum disagreed. Their psychic shields have proven their worth at Volga, Mandragora, and the Imga monolith. This overgrown beast may be psychic, but it will have to go through our defenses, and in the meantime the battleships will use macro shells to wound it. And what is this interesting advice you speak of? Corvus Corax smiled, while Lemon Russ glowered. An instant later, a third Primarch materialized, one Taylor had honestly not expected to ever meet outside of a battlefield. It was Magnus the Red. She had seen enough Blood Angels representations of the different sons of the Emperor. Except he clearly was human, not a servant of the ruinous powers, given that he was chained, manacled, and covered in a lot of things whose only purpose could be to bind him. Before she could say anything, one of her trio of custodes had somehow found his way to her side. The orders of His Majesty stand, the member of the 10,000 declared in a voice as noble as it was implacable. By his will, Magnus the Red is to be brought before him. He never rescinded the order during the siege, did he? The one-eyed Primarch inquired sarcastically. Silence, Lemon Russ growled, and smacked his brother. By the sound it made, it was certainly no gentle tap, though given how huge the Primarches were, who could say for sure? Taylor used the moment of internal debate occurring in the Fang to observe the other figures which had arrived. One was clearly the chapter master of the Dark Angels, there was another chapter master, the Exorcists, the newly created chapter the Inquisition was concerned about, and even the current War Master ordered to protect Cadia. Truly, this was a day full of surprises. The Lady General watched the High Officer of the Imperial Guard, silently asking him the question if he wanted to take command. Unlike Russ and Corax, whose status in the current Imperial hierarchy was vague and imprecise, War Master Ender Trevain actually outranked her. But the man inclined his head, and didn't make his move. Maybe he had already bowed to Russ' authority once, and didn't enjoy the experience. More commanding figures continued to appear, including several space wolves and... No, this face, she couldn't be here, she couldn't. Taylor saw the shadows dance around the red-haired woman. And suddenly she knew why Contessa had been so vague about the identities of every para-human not present on Nyx. High orbit of Fenris. Newly created mountain star fortress the Fang. Calidus assassin Elena Kerrigan. The part of Elena Kerrigan which was fully committed to the ideals of the Officio Assassinorum had realized this moment would come. The old thoughts of Sophia Hess might have dreamed that the woman who had destroyed Comarak wouldn't recognize her when they met again, but the Calidus had known better. One couldn't forget what the cruel girl she had been had done. It wasn't like stealing a sum of money you desperately needed, or something worse like adept impersonation. All crimes the Lex Imperialis would punish you most severely for if the Arbits caught you. The trigger of a para-human was far, far worse than that. In this galaxy, this was the kind of turning point which could convince someone to turn to the ruinous powers. There was never a question that Weaver would not recognize her, even if she hadn't taken an official identity very similar in looks to the ex-best friend Emma Barnes. Listen, She was several millions of kilometers away, in the very command headquarters of an Astartes legion, and yet suddenly something luminous and buzzing seized her by the throat. What by the Golden Throne? A second later, thankfully, Lord Corax intervened and somehow disabled the attack. This is unnecessary, the Primarch of the Raven Guard chided the living saint on the other end of the communication, as Elena melted into the shadows for a few seconds to instinctively regain her strength. Elena Kerrigan is loyal to my father. This is Golden Wings burned in a radiance which couldn't be anything but the God Emperor's power at work. You gave her part of your essence. I did. Lord Corax answered. No wonder the Queen of Blades said you were crippled. The High Commander of the forces arrayed in the Macrage system retorted coldly, I feel the sacrifice and what it cost you. It was necessary, if I wanted to surprise the rising ruinous power. But you could have asked for the power to be given back. And devalue the sacrifice I just made? One does not give something away because it is convenient. This is one of the strengths we have over the enemy. We must believe we are better than the might makes right which defines their deluded slaves. Strong words, Lord Primarch, Taylor Hebert conceded, but it doesn't change the fact you have given your power to someone who was obsessed by the division of the world between. Elena knelt. It was hard, most of her had been remade by the God Emperor and the Officio Assassinorum, but a stubborn core remained from Sophia Hess. At this moment of the war, it was important to have trust, and it was evident that the Angel of Sacrifice had nearly none in Lemon Russ, and even less in her. But for some reason, Taylor Hebert had some trust in the Primarch of Raven Guard. And she had to build on that trust. I beg you, forgive me. Battleship Enterprise. Lady General Taylor Hebert. I beg you, forgive me. If they hadn't been in front of several dozen Imperial commanders, Taylor would have asked Shadow Stalker if she was joking. Words were cheap, especially after making her life a living hell. And yet, the same presence meant it was a considerable risk for the assassin-clothed para-human to kneel. And Korux, Primarch of the Raven Guard, must have found something good in her, no matter how ridiculous the idea might seem at first glance. Hanzo Hattori's words came back to her. She had to forgive. Forgive her. Forgive Sophia Hess, Shadow Stalker, or whatever name she went by those days. In hindsight, Taylor should have known something like this was going to happen. A Primarch or someone from the heresy coming from back the dead at an extremely inopportune moment. There was really nothing to forgive. They had abandoned the Imperium in the past, but it was hardly personal. Even now, looking at Magnus, the most powerful emotion the insect mistress felt was pity. Here was a gene-forged transhuman who had everything: psychic power, incredible intellect, and the processing power to do 10 things at the same time and excel in all of them. He was a prince of the Imperium. To see him humbled like this, though he was in a sarcastic mood, certainly as some kind of defensive behavior, was weirdly amusing in a twisted way. Forgive. Ah, hell. Why couldn't it be anyone else? An exception had to be made for the word-bearers. She wasn't going to forgive the sons of Lorgar for the bright future they had ruined in their towering hypocrisy and fanaticism. Why couldn't it be Lisa or some other para-human she was on decent terms with? Yet, she'd just answered her own question. There would be nothing to forgive. An animal walked to sit before the kneeling para-human. To her surprise, it was strangely similar to the mine's cats, except it was way, way bigger. And then it proceeded to lick her copiously wherever it could. A chuckle escaped her throat, and some commanders of Operation Stalingrad weren't as controlled as she in their outburst of giggles or laughter. Maybe, just maybe, Sophia Hess had changed. Maybe, ah, hell. The old MRS Predator would never have knelt voluntarily to her, ultimate Predator philosophy and all of that. I forgive you, Weaver announced, the words coming from the depths of her heart. Anyone who could befriend an animal like that couldn't be entirely bad, right? Naturally, Trazyn chose this moment to reveal he had escaped his very secure prison, and went on to clap enthusiastically behind her. Worse, the Queen of Blades went on to imitate him. The Lady General sighed. With allies like these, her life was soon to be a comedy in its own right, and the Emperor was likely her most faithful spectator. Falchion-class Hornet. Lady Magos Dogma Dragon. Dragon wasn't surprised Taylor asked her to stay after most of the Imperial admirals and other important figures were dismissed. We have a lot of problems on our plate. Is one of them Shadow Stalker? Congratulations on forgiving her, by the way, the Tinker smiled. Dragon was perfectly sincere. She may have reacted as badly as the other para-human did if it was suddenly revealed one of the Dragon Slayers was aboard the Fang. No, the Basileia of Nyx was prompt to answer. While emotionally I am less than pleased she is here, we received a burst of legitimate codes which confirm Elena Kerrigan is a genuine officio assassin or operative. Taking into consideration her powers and appearance, she is most likely an agent of one of the Calidus temples. I'm more concerned about the Space Wolves and the Dark Angels. The Space Wolves I understand, the Lady Magos Dogma nodded. From the VID casts of Rogel Dorn Taylor had shown her, Dragon had been very optimistic about the Primarches. The Lord of the Imperial Fists was someone who could truly do a lot of good, even if her experience mending the differences of the Nyxian Mechanikus inclined her to believe his return would likely cause a civil war. Lemon Russ, however, the 6th Primarch was brutal and a primordial force of nature. While he could certainly behave like the noblest of kings, his was a conscious and logical choice to discard everything but the barest pretense of civilization. This wasn't a civilization builder. This was a destroyer of empires. But the Dark Angels. It seems the Sons of the Lion have kept a lot of secrets beyond their attempts to locate and capture their fellow legionnaires who escaped the destruction of Caliban. Such as Dragon verified by reflex they were using the most secure communication frequency available. Archmagos Hediatrix was able to confirm the identity of the Night Lord who killed Chapter Master Malakbal. This traitor is named Iago Savitarian, the first captain of the Night Lord's Legion 4,000 years ago during the heresy, and if he is still alive today, it is because the Dark Angels kept him in stasis aboard the rock between sessions of torture. Obviously, other traitors helped him escape during the battle for the Fenris system. Dragon waited for 2 seconds, hoping desperately the next words would be no, that was a joke. But the moment never came. What a disaster, the Draconic Tinker replied at last. I suppose the Blood Angels have a few colorful things to say to the Dark Angels. That's putting it mildly, the woman protected by the Dawnbreaker Guard grimaced. Chapter Malakbal was one of, if not the most respected figure among the chapters of the Blood. Losing him under any circumstance would have been a shock, but it could and would have simply been mourned for months, and then Baal would have tried to avenge his death. But learning his killer wouldn't have been alive in the first place if the First Legion's descendants weren't playing stupid games. I am not going to claim it is something as bad as some of the stupidities played by the Space Wolves, but it's definitely something the High Lords are going to censure them for once it becomes known. If it becomes known, Dragon neutrally amended, and Taylor snorted. The Minister of Industry winced. It has already spread beyond your and mine capability to censor, hasn't it? Too many tech priests and tech marines worked on the systems of the Arc Mechanics with protections of ether gold, the Guard Lady General confirmed. When I gave the order, I thought the worst problem when we left the captured capital warship behind would be to purify it. I had no reason to believe they would find something like that. That was perfectly understandable. Dragon had not thought this kind of thing would happen either. I have a feeling that no matter how complicated the battle to come will be, disarming the political tensions after it will be even more difficult. Wise words, Taylor acknowledged grimly. I have to end this conversation. I have another fascinating meeting to participate in. Oh. Yes, it seems the Queen of Blades isn't the only Eldar which came to visit today. Dragon sighed. It's one of those days, isn't it? You're living a very exciting life, Your Celestial Highness. Don't I know it? The living saint groaned. Battleship Enterprise. Lady General Taylor Hebert. There were 4 Tau representatives, 2 Necrons, and over a dozen Eldar in the same room. It felt like the beginning of a splendid joke, but even with her life at stake, Taylor would be unable to say what the punchline was. I think it's an excellent idea, Trazyn reacted once the first female Eldar stopped speaking. We should call it the Grand Alliance of Solemnace. With all due respect for your rank, Emotic the Stormlord acidly replied, be quiet, unbearable thief. And since we are supposed to be open and honest, I suppose I'm going to say this is a horrible idea. I've yet to fight a single specimen of the Tyranids, but we've just listened to what the Tau had to say based on real-life battle experience. The prophecies. A simple gesture of the formidable Sodic warlord forced the Eldar to stop speaking. Prophecies may be your tools, but they aren't mine, the Necron noble declared. They aren't the tools of anyone competent in the thick of the fighting. Besides, you forget something incredibly important, the humans and the Queen of Blades are the only ones that have the military power to defeat the current threats. Therefore it is their opinions which matter, not the Eldars. Predictably, the long-eared Xenos didn't like that at all. Except the Queen of Blades, who looked more and more amused at how the meeting unfolded. Thank you, Overlord Emotic, Taylor replied politely. My plan is not complex. I am going to use the overwhelming firepower I have to exterminate the Chaos Marines and the Tyranids. If both try to land on Makraj, we will establish a quarantine blockade around it, and we will not cease to pour in more troops until every enemy is dead. It had the advantage of being the truth, while keeping most of the important details out of reach of aliens she was unsure she could trust. Emotic, Shadow Soon, and Anchi were relatively safe in that they were her honored guests, but the Eldar, it was better they didn't have the full picture. Without the Crone swords to help you, your victory is uncertain against the maw that hungers, a male Eldar grandiloquently revealed a spear-like weapon, one Taylor could feel literally burning with psychic power. Nice, the female para-human commented blandly, now I am only a poor human with limited tactical abilities, but are you going to explain to me how you intend to stab to death a bioengineered killing machine which surpasses our biggest super battleships in length and width? That sounds like a challenge, the Queen of Blades purred, before changing her tune when Taylor gave her an unimpressed look, but it's not exactly going to be easy. This Tyranid has consumed Ildari essence and assimilated its infinite potential into its flesh. Its insides are more akin to a psychic matrix now, and whoever would try to kill it from the inside would face both incredible mental and physical challenges. And it would certainly be a one-way mission. And to resist all of those challenges, they would need to sacrifice an uncountable number of powerful psychers, and with most of them in a coma or in stasis, that meant librarians of the Adeptus Astartes. Taylor wasn't going to pay that kind of exorbitant price, not when there were alternatives. We will kill it at long range. If it tries to flee, my fleet will pursue it and obliterate it. Any questions? The Crone swords are your only way not to fail. Translation of the Ildari language, Trazyn interjected sarcastically, they have a master plan which involves the Crone swords. The endgame will greatly benefit the Ildari in the short and long term, and may possibly provide minor benefits to the other races which survive the battle. By the way, several Eldar expressed their outrage after the Infinite Collector finished speaking. Taylor had to admit that this time, Trazyn had certainly come incredibly close to the truth. That's certainly a very illuminating interpretation, thank you Trazyn. My pleasure, my friend. You had a bargain with the Herald of Authority. You need to. All amusement she had felt a second ago deserted her head. Don't try to manipulate the terms of previous agreements, Eldar, the insect mistress interrupted frostily. I know what I've promised to Aurelia Malice, and it does not involve letting you do as you please on a battlefield where the Imperium provides the overwhelming majority of the military assets. Your assistance in the battle for Laphise is appreciated, and will be rewarded in the spirit it deserves. But do not try to put words in my mouth that I have not sworn to, because I assure you, you won't like the result of the negotiations if I have to alter the terms. Interestingly, it led her to another question. And since we're speaking of her plans and prophecies, she was the first to present, where is this self-proclaimed herald of authority and her farce reminder? Laphise. Outer perimeter of the Webway Gate. 39 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Aurelia Melis. Knowing many Asuryani had preceded them, Aurelia had known ambush was not a nonsensical possibility when stepping outside the Webway Gate. That was because, much like the Webway, it was impossible to predict how a Webway Gate would be perceived from the perspective of the planet's inhabitants. Sometimes, it was as quiet as a whisper, and the various rangers or raiding parties' arrival point would never be noticed for 1,000 years unless the Asuryani showed them the way to the Webway Gate themselves. And sometimes, it caused a loud explosion which, as one might imagine, was not discreet at all. The moment she stepped through, the Herald of Authority knew immediately which possibility was the likeliest, as an enormous spider the likes of which were impossible to forget since the arena of blades half jumped in surprise. By the Great Web and the Emperor. This is not a new wave of our hell spider cousins. Alert! Trespassers! It was not pleasant to see massive human turrets armed with graceless but deadly guns turn in their direction. Aurelia swallowed heavily. The approaches of the Webway Gate had been turned into a series of ugly and terribly efficient-looking defenses. We are not trespassers. I am Aurelia Melis, and I met your web mistress. We come in peace and as allies, Eldrad added in a hurry by her side. Long ears? As allies? If the tone of the giant arachnid was more skeptical, it was entirely possible Segoric himself would begin to abandon his irritating jokes. Eldar are sources of irritation, not allies. Did you know 10 minutes ago, a group of our cousin hell spiders arrived, fleeing the terrible clowns? Do you have any idea how much trauma they went through? No, and that is very regrettable, her lover affirmed. I'm sure they will. True, their expertise is going to be sorely needed to build new pontoons across the river there. Aurelia belatedly realized the fact that it wasn't bad weather ahead, it was an apocalyptic spectacle of smoke, lasers, and a second later, the roar of the human artillery and the screams of tens of thousands of beings arriving to her ears. But that is no excuse. Mistreating our cousins is a serious crime. Your cousins, a ranger of their Ulfwe escort sneered with distaste before Aurelia or Eldrad could stop him, have developed a disturbing taste for the flesh of Asuryani and Drukhari alike. They are breeding in every realm we have been forced to abandon since the second fall. That is ridiculous. The spider tried to inflate her already formidable size, puffing up her large belly. Eldar of all kinds taste horrible. It's like one added the most foul-tasting poisons to your venison. No, if my cousins try to eat you, it's either they're really desperate for sustenance, or it's for revenge. A great motto of the Web Mistress and her great space marines when we destroyed Kamarak was, after all, a dead Eldar is a good Eldar. Or something like that. Anyway, we should make a book of all the Web Mistress mottos. What? I'm sorry. Aurelia asked. I'm not talking to you, Long Ear. What? Yes, they are here. What do you mean, I have to let them go? Directly coming from the Web Mistress? At once, Ilmarina. Yes, I'm letting them pass. 8 luminous eyes turned their full attention back to them. It seems the Web Mistress is in an unusually good mood where your untrustworthy race is concerned, the golden arachnid commented peevishly. Welcome to the Macrage system. If for some reason you wish to meet the Web Mistress and prostrate yourself before her magnificence, you will need to go to Macrage itself. If for some reason you want to die for a good cause, the battlefield of Laphise is that way. This was the moment the visions began to strike her. Aurelia Melis was not far from collapsing, as she felt a horrible hungering presence wishing nothing more than to consume everything, and there were other beings, those ones corrupted by the primordial annihilator, which were far too close for her to take confidence in a human victory. The great enemy wants to use the Webway Gate. Indeed. The spider agreed sarcastically. What, were you thinking they had come to share a cup of tea? Laphise. Ravenna east of the Polenta River. General Jack Death Swartz. You didn't get a star of terror by surviving on pleasant battlefields, but even by his standards, what the capital city of Ravenna had been transformed into was especially bad. There was the fire, which was generating so much smoke the warships in orbit had stopped firing due to the unacceptable levels of inaccuracy. But the heretical artillery had entered the boundaries of the city, and was bombarding everything it could reach. Hundreds of buildings were collapsing or already razed by its fury. The monumental bridges were broken wrecks, and tons of flaming debris were carried away by the river. And more worryingly, there were columns of men and women in Ultramar Auxilia uniforms fleeing for their lives on the other side of the river. They were so rooted they discarded their weapons and jumped into the water. Jack Swartz snarled in disgust at such a display of cowardice. Yes, the enemy had caught them by surprise, and yes, those were traitor Astartes. But the Ultramar Auxilia had sworn solemn vows on the very memory of the Primarch Robert Guillemon that they would protect the lives of the civilians dying behind them in this battle with their last breath. This wasn't an oath on the God Emperor's divine authority, but it was just one step short of it. And breaking it was completely inexcusable. Besides, if those soldiers didn't fight when it was their families and homes at stake, when would they begin to show some courage? The Katachan veteran turned towards the enormous metallic spider he had been assigned as liaison and swarm commander. Ilmarina. I trust you have a plan to transport guardsmen across the river immediately. Of course, General Death. Several of his men chuckled behind him. Bastards. So that was what they'd been busy doing while he had his back turned, filling Lady Weaver's arachnid's head with all sorts of nonsense. The Nocturne and Scorpiads were born to cross lakes of acid on their home world, and the webmistress refined their training on Brockton and Polar. It isn't that small crossing which is going to make them afraid. And the webmistress centipedes are also good swimmers, though a bit slower. Good. Send plenty of commissars in the first wave. It's important we restore order. Not counting the political officers, I want a minimum of 10,000 men across the river within 20 minutes. We are going to need every good swimming member of the swarm, the spider remarked, before adding in a disappointed tone, and we won't be able to play a big role in the battle. Maybe I could give you the Bale Scorpions as shock troops? They aren't used to swimming through water at all, and they can't be used as transports as their favorite method to cross a river is to race at the bottom of it, but I can promise they will reach the other shore without issue. If the price is keeping you out of the battle for the first hours, I'm willing to pay it. The holder of the Star of Terra answered. Most of the Ultramar auxilia we see is routed, but there still have a lot of men, and we have large intact regiments to throw into the melee. Whereas without Lady Weaver's presence, your numbers can't increase exponentially like they did at Kamarak. You're right, General Death. At least the spider was sorrowful at the idea of missing the fight. There are going to be issues, though. Someone will need to bring plenty of supplies for the valorous Scorpiads, ants, and centipedes who will devote their energy to the transportation of troops. Swimming is something they can do all day, but swimming with platoons on their backs is going to be exhausting. The Departamento Munitorum officers will take care of it, and Jack glared in their direction, satisfied when 1 second later they shivered and ran to bark new orders. Seriously, they should have anticipated this hours ago. It wasn't like the spiders hadn't requested supplies being sent their way. Anything else? Yes, we're going to need aerial cover. Until the ambules have finished working on the tunnels, and our cousin hell spiders on the pontoons, most of the traffic will be done by river crossing, and by the webmistress and the Emperor. We're really exposed here. The pitch in the voice of Ilmarina was clearly justified, as several heretical aircraft went to fire more missiles at the eastern bank, which generated more devastation and deaths further north. The aerial support is on the way. At least Jack Swartz hoped so. Begin the mass crossing. The heretics have devastated Ravenna, now it's our turn to counterattack. Yes. By the webmistress, we will fear no darkness. Claire, give me the maps, the general needs to know where we're digging the tunnels and the shelters. 10 seconds later, the familiar and much sought-after roars of the Aeronautica Imperialis turboreactors filled the air. In this cataclysm, it was only one source of noise unable to drown all others, but for a veteran guardsman, it was unmistakable. We march for Ravenna. No fear. The skies of Laphise. Commander Freya Brasidas. Supposedly their Brunhilde fighters had launched into the skies of a paradise world. It didn't look that way from above. It was as if the normal color of the sky had been banished the closer you got to the fighting, and as they raced to meet the enemy, the tortured screams and the shouts of panic resonated from every frequency the Ultramar Aeronautica was supposed to use for military communications, and plenty of others they weren't supposed to use as well. Our liaisons on the ground already report being bombarded by quantities of held rakes, traitor thunderhawks, and stormbirds, White Leader. There was zero amusement this time, and for good reason. The presence of the traitor engines was already bad enough, but the last two were the grim confirmation the archenemy had traitor Astartes in the skies. Acknowledged. Form on me. We're going in for the most dangerous dogfight of our careers. This is going to be hell. Freya rolled her eyes. No, Black Leader. It is going to be death, for the heretics. Ravenna west of the Polenta River. Lord Commander Lucius the Eternal. Lucius was playing with several heads of the weak mortals he had just decapitated when the explosion enveloped the ruined columns mere meters on his right. It didn't hurt him of course, but it projected a lot of ashes and dust on his magnificent armor. Vikarakis. The Lord Commander hissed while kicking ahead down the alley. Remind those imbeciles of artillerists it is the eastern bank they must fire at. My lord. One of his last true emperor's children stayed silent for a few seconds, and when he replied, his tone was curiously hesitant. The word-bearer's Korifos says, he pretends it wasn't his artillery guns which dared bombard the war zone you're honoring with your presence. What? Lucius at first didn't understand, then a very familiar rumble in the distance reawakened instincts he had ignored for a long time. Take cover. You heard the Lord Commander. He had given the order just in time. No more than 4 seconds later, a rain of shells and a multitude of other ordnance fell upon the city they had fought in for hours. They weren't supposed to have artillery to spare. One of his night lords spat. The air engines were keeping them distracted until we pushed across the river. We crushed them. But the bombardment continued, relentlessly, and Lucius and his new warband had no choice but to wait for its end. After the treacherous beast of anarchy had revealed its perfidy, the legionnaire of the 3rd Legion wasn't willing to verify if enduring this artillery onslaught was something he would survive or not. And then, after more than 1 minute, the guns of the false emperor's slaves fell silent at last. "Get out!" Lucius roared as explosions engulfed the sky and thunderhawks not belonging to the 17th appeared, surrounded by models which were certainly not fielded by the legions. "Get out of cover! Push to the river! The bastards are bringing reinforcements across the river. But the bridges are destroyed, Lord Commander. They must have found something to replace them with." It was the only thing which made sense. They had momentarily pinned them down with their heavy artillery. It didn't matter where they had found it as a prelude for the counterattack. His legionnaires knew better than to disagree with him, and within the next minute, they got through destroyed positions and finally arrived in sight of the river, which was almost half hidden in smoke and fire. And Lucius was so surprised he stopped advancing. The mortals had indeed found a way to cross the river without using any bridge. They were mounted on enormous scorpions and other gigantic insects. For the God Emperor. Hundreds of men began to fire their lasguns after seeing his own warband and the word-bearers advance to eliminate the last footholds on the western bank. They are only corpses unable to realize they are already dead. Death to the foes of excess. What happened to children of the Emperor? Death to his foes. The lasguns stopped firing. The artillery seemed to stop rumbling in the distance. A thin patch of blue sky appeared. Somehow, in all this smoke and the ruins they had plunged into perfect slaughter. And from a scorpion which had just emerged from under the river, a large contemptor dreadnought stepped on the western bank of the Polenta River. The paint was white with only specks of gold here and there. But there was something terribly familiar about him, but it was impossible. It was Lucius. No. No. You are dead. He couldn't be here. You are a ghost. You are dead. You are dead like the other stupid fools of Istvan. I am not dead. And the Emperor and Lady Weaver have brought me here today to bring upon you the vengeance of the loyalist souls of Istvan. Solomon Demeter will be avenged, eternal traitor. Lucius screamed. He didn't know how it was possible, but being called out by the dreadnought after so long, it was simply too much to bear. The Lord Commander charged. A second later, an enormous plasma gun was suddenly revealed behind the massive machine as the ancient who couldn't be him made a step to the left. And Lucius didn't manage to evade it. The favorite lieutenant of the Naga fell to the ground shrieking as the plasma shot had literally left a massive hole in his upper chest. Death followed quickly after that. 3 seconds later, Lucius was reborn. I am immortal, fool. And to his pleasure, several soon-to-be corpses of Ultramar's slaves tried to flee. But a few shots rang out from their grim-faced figures waiting behind them. And if you are really him, I am going to take your soul and sacrifice it on the altar of excess. No, you won't. I am Relinor, and my life belongs to the Emperor. Thunderbolts with me. For the God Emperor. The carnage opened in an orgy of blood and death. Not being completely blind, however, the last Lord Commander of the Emperor's children didn't miss how dozens of space marines arrived, and behind them came new regiments of mortals on the giant insects' backs. Lucius knew they were not going to win this round. And for the first time, the damn dreadnought was coming his way. No. He refused to die any more than he already had. He would survive. He was the chosen of excess. Lucius felt fear burn in his 2 hearts. Fighting retreat. Retreat immediately, perfect legion. Ravenna on the Polenta River. Colonel Lothar Jordan. It was like hell had been summoned to be their battleground. There were flames and explosions ahead, on their right, left, and behind them. They were not on a barge, but on a colossal scorpion with a very threatening stinger and pincers which, despite being half submerged, had certainly not stopped being intimidating. We are ordered to reinforce the positions south of the Cathedral of the Savior Emperor as soon as we land. His Vox operator shouted as several shells created enormous water geysers in the river. The huge beasts that were transporting the 83rd Line infantry were all fine when he could see clearly again. The same couldn't be said about all his men. Presence of traitor Astartes with massive cultist vanguard elements confirmed. Cultists we can deal with, Lothar replied, tell High Command we understand the orders. We're going to decimate the cultists and stalemate the traitor Astartes for as long as we can. There are multiple alerts about heretical gas attacks. Put the rebreather masks back on. The colonel ordered, ignoring the groans of consternation. Yes, I mean it. It's better to endure those things than suffocate under the heretic's sorcery. The men will obey, his second grimaced. They won't like it. They'd better, Lothar Jordan muttered before clearing his throat. We're not in the Katachan party ground anymore. But what are we, Colonel? If we tell the heretics we're the trade corps, they're going to laugh themselves into their graves without us having to lift a finger. More smoke came their way, and his next words were near entirely muffled by his old-fashioned rebreather mask. We will be death. That's the name of our general, according to the spiders, no. Mark of Oblivion, 39 hours after Mark 0. Mark of Calth, 37,725,139 hours, 1 minute and 1 second after Mark 0. Number of Tyranid life forms, approximately 30,003 of starfaring capability. Surviving word-bearers trader marines, 26,573. Surviving ultramarines and successors in the war zone, 1,098. Chapter 54, Extinction 11-2 Death Corps. Extinction 11-2. Death Corps. By the 25th hour of the Laffey's campaign, approximately 70% of West Ravenna was under the control of the heretic horde. The bloodbath created by those 25 hours of campaign was difficult to understate. Between 90 and 95% of all infrastructure was damaged to some degree. The energy photon lines had long been destroyed. There was no running water anymore, no electricity, and the majority of the food stores were looted. The water cisterns were poisoned as soon as the great enemy found them, and the river was running red with blood. Fires were burning by the hundreds, uncontrollable as the firefighting teams had been among the first targets of the monsters. The casualties were literally uncountable. With the bridges on the Polenta River destroyed, there had been no proper evacuation. It would be only when the Scorpion transports began to ferry in the troops of the Imperial Guard that some river evacuation of civilians would be conducted. Hundreds of thousands of civilians had died at the very least, with no doubt tens of thousands more being buried under the debris. The Ultramar Auxilia had thrown 8 complete divisions into the city. Said military formations, some of them engaged for less than 7 hours, were effectively wiped out by the time Imperial reinforcements arrived. The fighting was ferocious, extraordinarily so. Against traitor marines and the vilest things born of heresy they had brought with them, all pre-war definitions of attrition had been rendered irrelevant. The defenders of Ravenna fought for everything. Hours ago, each stronghold could have been a bakery, or a market alley. Sometimes several regiments were lost just to lead a counterattack, managing barely to gain 50 meters of ground in 2 hours, and the position would be lost again in 10 minutes when the heretics threw their most dangerous weapons into the grind. The butchery was appalling by any standard ever held by an imperial force. But through their sacrifice, the Ultramar Auxilia had bought enough time for the 10th Corps to land and begin reinforcing eastern Ravenna. The 12th Artillery Army was pushing forwards its Basilisk and Sphinx batteries to duel the blasphemous heretic creations. And the valiant Angels of Death of the White Thunderbolts and the Angels Vermilion were adding their strength to the Ultramarines' 8th Company. In the middle of this devastation, there were only the dead and those who resisted in the name of the God Emperor. The citizens of Ravenna had been taken completely by surprise by the opening of hostilities. The Paradise world had been absolutely unprepared for any kind of invasion, never mind this one. While most of the renowned families had several ancestors who had fought and won prestigious battles, the last heroes to have won honors in the battlefield were either venerable elders surviving by virtue of extremely effective rejuvenation treatments, or long dead and buried. The Laffeasers, be they from Ravenna or other settlements of the planet, were now confronted with the horrors their predecessors had fought to gain the right of living on a paradise world. Be they scribes, artists, retired soldiers, or city officials, all of them were told to remember the meaning of the vows their lineage had sworn in front of the Primarch's shrine. Running away if you could still hold a weapon was inexcusable. Of course, finding a usable weapon could be difficult if there were no auxilia forces nearby. But the ingenuity of the men and women finding their courage at long last could not be underestimated. There were armories of old trophy weapons and relics maintained by old and new families. There were museums, some presenting vehicles and blades put under stasis fields when the Imperium was young. And as thousands of guardsmen crossed the river to take the fight to the heretics, the Laffeasers fought back for the God Emperor, for their city, and for their souls. And many legends and heroes would rise in the hours to come. From Hell Cauldron, The Battle for Ravenna, by Julia Scribonius, Ultramar Rose Edition, 315M41. Courage isn't the strength to go on, it is going on when you don't have strength, Napoleon Bonaparte, M2. There never comes a time when logistics are of no importance. Primarch Robert Guillemon, words attributed to him after the siege of Tara, M31. Pharsalus must not fall. Lady General Taylor Hebert to her commanders, Cataclysm of Macrage, M35. You will be my death corpse, the shield which stands between the innocent and the darkness. Quote attributed to Saint Celestine, M35. Laffey's Theatre. 40 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Surviving word bearers, 1,666. Other surviving traitor Astartes, 699. Surviving Order of Battle of the Lost and the Damned, approximately 1 million. Surviving Chaos Knights, 65. Surviving Chaos Spawns, 28. Surviving Ultramarines and Loyalist Space Marines, 347. Surviving Ultramar Auxilia, approximately 40,000. Surviving Imperial Guardsmen, approximately 14,260,000. Surviving Loyalist Knights, 160. Laphais. Ravenna west of the Polenta River. 40 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Thought for the day, a weapon cannot substitute for zeal. Singulare Publius Donatus. Publius Donatus' job as a singulare which, on any non-Macrage world, would be called senior bodyguard was usually well paid and boring. Yes, the young and foolish noble he was supposed to protect, Narcissus Hortensius, was a moron who only cared about throwing expensive parties, buying the most ridiculous clothes which could be produced on or imported to Ravenna, and trying hard to become a painter despite having zero talent for it. But his parents paid well, and so Publius had stayed in the house of Hortensius' service. When you were paid 10 times what an average singulare could earn legally, you didn't hesitate. Basic accounting had told him that in 5 years, he would be able to retire and live the good life. Not bad work, given how low the crime rates were on Laphais at any given time and the modest popularity of the Hortensius name. His singulare duties had been an honest job, and one which made sure he didn't have to play soldier in the Ultramar Auxilia or anywhere else. This had been true a day ago. It might as well have been a century ago. Ha! Ha! Did you see that? Publius gritted his teeth and dragged his suicidal charge back behind the protection of a damaged building, as lasers impacted on the crumbling pile of sandbags where Narcissus had been taunting the enemy seconds ago. For the love of the Golden Throne! He hissed. Do you have a death wish? My anti-crag missile got at least 5 of them. 5. No, you got 1, Publius grimly corrected. By itself, it was not that unusual. All the old stories of the veterans he sometimes shared drinks with had always repeated that in war, even under the best circumstances, your kill count was never accurate. And with the fires, the smoke, the dust, and everything including electric sparks and other devastation, it was complete hell here. But Narcissus Hortensius did not have that problem, it was simply that this young idiot wanted to overinflate his heretic kill tally, and those were his words. And that was the last anti-crag missile you had. What in the name of all the armories of Ultramar possessed you to fire it when the enemy is so far away? I thought I saw something big, the petulant blonde-haired imbecile replied. You wasted priceless ammunition. Give me that Archaeotech rifle you have. There's no point. It was gene-coded to me by a true tech priest of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Narcissus crooned like there was something to be proud of when a lot of people besides himself had done all the work. And it's a true relic of the Hortensius line. According to the legend, our ancestor received it from the hands of a tetrarch. Let's get out of here, Publius Donatus replied, his tone making clear it wasn't a suggestion for his charge. 2 new explosive shells detonated in the street, and unfortunately, there were no reinforcements coming in their direction. He wasn't going to rely on this so-called relic rifle. First off, the relic had so many grams of precious metals used in its manufacturing that the odds of it being anything else but a parade weapon were downright insignificant. And honestly, even if this rifle could be considered a reliable weapon of war, it still was a single infantry weapon. Publius fired 5 times with the lasgun he had taken from a dead auxiliary soldier. The singulare grimaced at the sheer size of the laser volley which answered. How many heretics had he delayed on his own for more than 30 minutes? It was death to the false emperor. Something enormous came out of the smoke. Publius froze at the vision of nightmare. It was an enormous colossus of red and brazen heresy, and it was charging towards them. Things that massive couldn't be that fast. No one could be that. Narcissus Hortensius fired by his side. It was like a sort of silvery filament was expelled from the gold and blue gun barrel. The monster laughed. The anomalous ammunition went through the heretical armor like it didn't exist at all. 1 second, the monster was running towards them, the next, its chest had an enormous hole, big enough to plunge your arm through, and you could see the rest of the street out of. The monster slowed down, meaning its pace of advance was only a rapid run by human standards. It stopped. It stared at the fatal wound like it couldn't believe it was real. Enormous close combat claws shone with malevolence. You will suffer for. The second shot transformed the monster's head into a soup of blood and bones. Ha! Ha! The Tetrarch's gift strikes true once more. Narcissus Hortensius jumped in joy, and Publius seized him before he could do something even more idiotic. What are you? I killed it. I killed a traitor marine. He wasn't alone, unless you forgot all his friends. Publius barked, already trying to push the brain-dead blue blood towards other buildings which would offer more protection. And as he did so, he saw hundreds of heretics stop hiding. Mercifully there was no other big red monster among them. But there were a lot more than a lasgun and a relic rifle could handle. Vengeance. Death to the slaves of the emperor. There was only one command singulare Publius Donatus could give. Run. Preacher Lucan Lepidus. Lucan Lepidus had not been a good preacher. This he had known for a long time. Chapel Master Bones had been very insistent, telling him that day after day for the better part of, was it 2 decades? Yes, it had to be. The old man had died 6 months ago, and Lucan had only realized today how much he missed his superior. Suddenly, all the sermons, all the recounting of wars of faith fought by the faithful against the forces of darkness were all too terrifyingly real. What had Lucan done for 30 years as a preacher, ever since his ordination as a priest of His Most Holy Majesty? The answer was alas only too obvious. Nothing. He had done nothing. It was after all simpler to go drink a few glasses of his favorite liquors after the church was officially closed for the night. It was way better to compliment some widows of the jewelers' districts, and have a few pleasurable affairs he didn't always manage to keep a secret from the other preachers of Ravenna. His faith, with the benefit of hindsight, had not so much wavered as it had been completely ignored when it stood between him and his favorite activities. Lucan had believed in the God Emperor, but in the last few decades, he had succumbed to the sins of indolence and sloth. After all, everyone knew the Ultramarines were protecting the realm of Ultramar above all else, right? Why would he be worried, when the vigilant angels of death were bastions of holy ceremite punishing every foe who dared come this way? This was an error in judgment. No, it was worse. It was a cardinal mistake of faith. Those long years had been a trial, and Lucan had failed it abysmally. This he recognized with the shame it deserved, but it was far too late. Explosions were everywhere. Ravenna was burning around his church. The screams of the dying were repeated like the most odious litany, over and over, by thousands of throats. The city he loved, the city he had loved more than the God Emperor himself, was shattered, a monument of ruin and trampled hubris much like his pride and certainties had been. Lucan cried as his church's last columns broke and completed the destruction the heretical artillery had begun. He cried, but didn't stop walking out. In his hands was the Lectitio Divinitatis, the holy book he had been sworn to protect at all costs when he was ordained preacher. This was the only thing he had been able to save. It was the only thing he could still take pride in. Retreat. Retreat. There are too many of them. The preacher stared in incomprehension, as suddenly the abandoned square saw over 20 soldiers of the Ultramar Auxilia running vaguely in his direction. Death to the false emperor. They fled in that direction. Don't let them flee. We will drink from their skulls. From the western street he had walked down thousands of times, the lost and the damned came. They were exactly like his old mentor had described them. They carried weapons of damnation, and their banners were made of human skin. Their skins were branded with the marks of evil, and they were evil. Many had taken heads and limbs as trophies, and most were clearly recognizable as parts of Ultramar Auxilia corpses. Burn their temples. Death to the false emperor. Lucan Lepidus heard the loathsome battlecry, and suddenly felt a great rage warm his heart. His church had not been beautiful or opulent. He had complained endlessly about not being granted a better place to preach in. But it had been his church. And even if these heretics were not the ones who had demolished it personally, those damned souls were their allies and fellow slaves of ruin. By the God Emperor, you are going to pay for that. Retreat. We will flee by the... Lucan punched the coward instinctively. Without thinking, he grabbed the dusty chainsword, and activated it like Bones had done a few times in front of him. There will be no retreat. There will be no surrender of holy ground to the great enemy. Hey! This was our lieutenant and you punched. Lucan Lepidus punched the second man before realizing what he had done. Then of course his rage chose this moment to abate. He had about 30 auxiliary soldiers around him, staring at him like he suddenly had donned a cardinal's hat. They were as lost as him. Half of them must be barely adults, maybe somewhere between 18 and 20. They were just boys who until yesterday had believed they were playing soldiers. Lucan hesitated for a heartbeat. But the hesitation was discarded as the heretics continued their advance, mocking them, hurling insults and heresy in its foulest form. Like the Khan during the Great Siege, the preacher felt the old sermon flow from his lips, let us pray to the God Emperor a last time. We are the heralds of hope. We are the soldiers of the last dawn. We do not succumb to despair. We fight in his holy name, and we shall know no fear. Death to the heretics. Death to the heretics. Death. 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 Deus ex Imperator. With me. The preacher charged the enemy, and knew he had at last found his redemption. Maya num rius. Once again, Celestine and she were back on the banks of the Polenta River. The explosions had not ceased. The surface of the water could not be less reassuring, the current was washing away corpses, wrecks of vehicles, aircars and boats, and much of the metallic debris was somehow still on fire. And of course there were the transports. When the survivors of the Auxilia had brought them to this gathering point, Maya had imagined someone had led ships upriver. The tourist and pilgrim ships when they weren't one and the same were gone, but Ravenna had a large fishing fleet in its harbors south of the capital. Instead they were greeted by the sight of giant, armored, very threatening scorpions. And seeing how many guardsmen of the Imperial Guard were disembarking from them once the river was crossed, there had been little doubt said insects were the chosen method to get to safety. Maya wished she was having a bad dream. Everything was so so impossible. At some point, everything was going to return to normal. Right? I want the subcontractors of the Departamento Munitorum to be fired. Fired. A giant golden spider exclaimed about 20 meters on their left while surrounded by a large force of red-armored women. Do they really believe logistical support means giving us rations 7 years past expiration date and ammunition which doesn't ignite half of the time? This is scandalous. Great, now she was having hallucinations, a spider was talking. An unintelligible, low Gothic. Talk about a nightmare. We are not in your chain of command, Arachnid. A blue-red uniformed officer of the Munitorum attached to the Ultramar Auxilia replied angrily. I don't care about the falsified truths you've cooked up to convince the Imperial Saint, the Departamento Munitorum do not and will not recognize any non-human creature. This is my area of responsibility, and if this saint accepts non-humans under her command, then she is not a saint at all. I am. The arm of the Arachnid missed the throat of the official so nearly that the young mother at first believed it had tried to decapitate him. But the next words growled by the tang-sized insect indicated it had not been its intention. You will not insult the webmistress in my presence. Is that clear? Yes. The queue advanced, as more and more soldiers debarked and more scorpions went back across the polenta with many women and children. And as she stepped forwards, Maya saw the Munitorum official had suffered some indignity, by virtue of not controlling certain vital functions of his body when in a stressful situation. But, Commissar! The golden spider shouted. 2 seconds later, as if summoned by the God Emperor himself, one of the dark-clad representatives of the commissariat appeared in dark power armor. I found another one, Commissar. He is guilty of incompetence in simple logistical matters, refusal to take a perfectly functional lasgun and fight, and of course the gravest of all, doubting the holiness of the web mistress. Commissar. You are not going to let this dangerous insect. Your answer, the words were so cold Maya made sure Celestine wasn't looking directly at the scene and placed her hands upon her daughter's ears, will be, thank you Commissar, for this glorious chance to join the 3rd Penal Legion. You are making a terrible mistake. No, you have. By some action which was difficult to understand, an enormous roll of vellum flashed in between the arms of the spider. According to my reports, the armories of Ravenna City currently under Imperial control should have contained 256 tons of ammunition more than they did. In addition to this deplorable state of affairs, an awful percentage of lasguns, mortars, and tanks were lacking the required spare parts to be truly operational. Why would you want to serve the web mistress like that is beyond me. My staff and I determined this was the best use of the funds. Commissar. You heard him. Send his staff to the Penal Legion too. Maya would have continued to watch the exchange forever, if more explosions didn't create gigantic columns of water not far from the landing point and more scorpions hadn't arrived to lead them to the eastern shore. Why is the spider so big? Celestine asked as they were told to tighten their belt by a scar-faced veteran in bog-green armor. She ate a lot of delicious soup, my treasure. Nothing to worry about. Oh, but why is no one as tall as she is? And where is the saint? I want to see a saint. The river crossing was a torture, and not just for the obvious reasons. High orbit of Macrage. Orbital grid fortified command Nexus B1. 41 hours after the mark of oblivion. Ultramar Auxilia Captain Ramius Turbilinus. Recruit Ramius Turbilinus had often wondered why the Ultramarines had felt the need to design each command nexus of their orbital grid to be protected by a series of 10 reinforced gates. It had always felt excessive and impractical, especially compared to the rest of the standards the sons of Guilliman expected every Ultramar recruit to uphold once they swore their vows. Not to mention that if the gates were meters thick and made from the toughest alloys known to the Imperium, the walls were thicker still. And to remind any doubters, they were on an orbital station. Forging everything and then moving it into orbit before assembling it all must have been incredibly difficult, and the curses of the workers had likely been the stuff of legend. Captain Ramius Turbilinus now perfectly understood the Ultramarines' motives, and regretted there were only 10 gates, since the horrors unleashed by the heretics had already broken 3 of them. By all the statues bearing an Omega emblem, the Auxilia officer removed his helmet and desperately tried to calm his poor heart. How many of their damned chaos spawns do they have? I think the answer is too many, sir. Don't call me that, it makes me feel respectable, Ramius grimaced. Our supply of plasma grenades. Down to 10%, the younger officer confirmed his fears. We will likely have nothing left after another assault. Something incredibly big shook the gate which had been decorated with the heraldry of Ultramar. The next second, there was a horrible shriek, and a blast of red sorcery struck the meters-thick defense. It was not reassuring at all to see a small fissure appear on it. All right. If they use the same sorcery as last time, we have about 50 minutes to prepare. Tell the support staff to bring us everything they can to slow down the big bastards. They managed to requisition some landmines 3 hours ago, surely they can find something else which will be a nasty surprise for even chaos spawns. That would certainly be a second miracle, after the first. The two men of the Ultramar Auxilia exchanged a forced laugh, before returning to grim expressions. But they remained silent, to spare the men's morale if nothing else. The enemy was willing to burn too many chaos spawns to pulverize defenses whose first layer had never fallen before today. They were on the defensive, and they were losing. If only there were Ultramarines fighting by their side, but there was a single Astartes who had managed to reach them before the battle began, and this Space Marine was currently unconscious, likely forever. It had taken more than 20 chaos spawns to put him down during the second gate's engagement, but the heretics had more chaos spawns than 20 to throw into the melee. The preparations continued. No landmines were found anywhere, but a particularly vindictive tech priest announced he had found a way to move 2 old Lascanon armed turrets so a proper killing ground could be made. In addition, several melta weapons were handed to his veterans. The odds were getting better, unless they saw the VID of what was hammering the other door, and they realized the traitors had brought more than 40 chaos spawns, with 3 sorcerers patiently waiting behind for their advance guard to wipe them out. The fourth gate began to break. The fissures grew wider and wider, and something which looked like fire but definitely wasn't came through the interstices. The hammering was accompanied by roars which couldn't be human. Filthy beasts! The voice of an Astartes reached his ears, and Ramius turned, his heart beating with hope, only for it to be cruelly dashed. The Space Marine who had appeared had returned courtesy of the metallic stretcher on which he was lying being dragged along by a Mechanicu's bike. The son of Guilliman was conscious, that much was true, and it was an improvement of sorts, until you saw the 3 big holes the claws and the fangs of the spawns had made in the blue power armor. And of course, that wasn't even mentioning the fact he had lost his left leg entirely. Given how much blood had leaked out of his body, the captain of the Ultramar Auxilia was extremely impressed that the Ultramarine was still alive. The God Emperor built his angels of death tough, he had always known, but this resilience was, well, it was something else. Lord, Ramius saluted, raising his arm in salute all the while keeping an eye on the rapidly fissuring gate. I assure you. What are you doing here? The Space Marine interrupted him. You should already be fortifying the next gate. A series of violent coughs forced him to stop for several seconds. Yes, those wounds were the real deal, in case he had had the slightest doubt about it. You must conduct a defense in depth. The Ultramarine commanded in a softer voice after regaining enough strength to speak. Without any Astartes to conduct a counter-strike, you must let the automated weapons inflict as much damage as they can, and trade space for time. But Lord, Ramius protested. If they break through 2 more gates, they will be able to manually shut down many important energy conduits of the orbital grid. And if you all die in 2 engagements, who will protect the other gates? The Ultramarine had not donned his helmet for now, and as such they could see that his pale face was truly corpse-like, which didn't reassure anyone present. I wish it wasn't so, but there is no other choice. Perhaps there is one. The 35-year-old man blinked and felt his eyes vacillate as golden light bloomed, and an angel appeared. She was magnificent. Ramius saw many of his men fall in tears and bend the knee instinctively. A ruby burned around her throat, and her golden armor was as if it had been blessed by the God Emperor himself. You are, Weaver. This is one of the names I'm using at the moment. The gate shook and debris began to fall. Big debris. We don't have much time. Can't you, kill them all? The Ultramarine asked weakly. Or heal me for long enough to deal with them. I wish I could, the female angel admitted, but the effort to kill more than one sorcerer would weaken me for too long. As for healing you, I am the angel of sacrifice, battle brother Germanicus. I am not the angel of healing. There will be a price to pay. If it allows me to stand one last time and kill the sons of Lorgar, I will pay it. Do not give your agreement too quickly, son of Guilliman. I am not speaking about a favor to be repaid when this battle is over. I am speaking of service beyond death. Duty ends with one's death, if you accept, you will be denied this. There was no hesitation, just an ugly grimace of ferocity on the Astartes' face. I am a son of Guilliman. And I accept. Then as you sacrifice, I give you 10 minutes. The golden angel's voice rose as the golden light became more powerful. Give them hell. Ramius would remember what happened next for the rest of his life. A large part of the Nexus Command's 4th gate exploded. But before smoke had cleared, a golden halo formed around the wounded Ultramarine's body. An immaterial golden leg burst into existence, replacing the one which had been torn apart and devoured by the spawns. The enormous holes, hastily patched up by medics and tech priests, burned in golden flames. The Ultramarine battle brother Germanicus, he remembered, stood up, right as the horde of chaos spawns charged. Seizing his antique relic Gladius, the loyal son of Guilliman charged to meet them. It was a battle like the ones which could only exist in the tales of legend. The Auxilia survivors knew how dangerous, fast, and unpredictable the spawns were. They had paid an enormous price in blood and tears to learn it. But here the Ultramarine demolished them. He was slaughtering them. Each blow of his blade was a strike of pure golden fire which saw at least one chaos spawn go down and not rise up again. The heretics behind the abominations tried to kill Germanicus from range. But somehow, their sorcery was always blocked by the angel's blessing. And when the number of spawns dropped into the single digits, it was their time to die too. At last it ended. The last sorcerer fled like the god emperor himself was after him, and the last chaos spawn took 3 blows which saw it collapse into a puddle of foul-smelling black slime. The ultramarine battle brother went still. Ramius ran in pursuit and suddenly noticed how there were traces of red on the blue armor. There was gold and black too. Those were colors he was rather sure were not part of the Primarch's heraldry and... I see, the son of Gilliman seemed happy. It seems, sacrifice is a heavy duty. I do not envy your burden, Weaver. But we can help you, beyond the veil. No legion of the damned, a legion of sacrifice, we march, for Terra. There was a golden flash, and the captain thought he saw something both angelic and far too terrible, but it was his imagination. It had to be his imagination. The body of battle brother Germanicus for a second was a statue of golden dust, and then it disappeared. Miracle. Ramius would never know who had uttered the word first, but it soon spread across the defenses and would soon galvanize all the loyal souls who fought to protect Macrage from the horrors of the archenemy. Miracle. Blessed be the angel. For the God Emperor. Carrion-class heavy battleship Vox Dominus. 42 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Dark Apostle Peristir. They had agreed to not hold a formal meeting of the Dark Council until the orbital grid of Macrage was fully disabled. The fact they did so anyway told Peristir how badly things were going. When even the simple steps of a plan were not proceeding according to the plan, it was really a sign this act of desperation was not going in the direction they wished. And none of their legionnaires had yet set a foot on the Ultramarines' home world. Well, Vorjuk Kral began in a tone which fooled no one, it looks like we aren't going to be taking over the orbital grid and turn it against our enemies in the end. This is Weaver's fault. Peristir, like several of the Dark Apostles present, flinched at the sheer level of hatred in Cor Phaeron's voice. That false saint's soul shall be offered to the gods and... Please, Muthake gurgled, the signs of his new allegiance incredibly obvious. Over a third of his armor's red had turned into a putrid green, and his Crozius was looking more and more like a scythe the longer this reunion continued. Weaver struck against us in a way we couldn't retaliate against. What makes you think you have the power to do what you promise, Black Cardinal? The Lord of Torment taunted joyously, as if their tactical and strategic inferiority amused him. And maybe it did. It was not exactly a secret that once sworn to their god, the followers of Nurgle developed a disturbing sense of humor. Muthake has a point, Peristir decided they had lost enough time with recriminations. If we could strike Weaver directly, we would have done it before. Throwing Sodanul's ships against her was our best chance to inflict catastrophic damage, and it didn't work. It delayed her, but I won't pretend we hurt her seriously. She is coming now, and soon her fleet is going to be able to massacre us. Using some powers the false emperor gave her, our enemy is capable of inspiring some ultramarines to die like world-eater berserkers. Yes. Muthake spluttered in approval, pus, and worse things coming out of his mouth. 3 times she intervened. 3 times we lost countless chaos spawns and our assault forces were wiped out. It will take hours to send other forces into the orbital grid's command stations, and while we do, the slaves of the false emperor will fortify their positions, having analyzed our pattern of attack. All the while a massive battle fleet including over 50 battleships and 2 Gloriana flagships was accelerating to kill them all. I agree. The veteran Dark Apostle grimaced internally. This meant only one course of action was left, as insane as it was. Then we have no choice left. We must launch the full invasion immediately. Are you mad? Ikotas exploded, all restraint gone. We may have disabled about a fifth of their orbital grid and the damage is total over the ground theaters we wanted to deploy, but the planetary anti-air grids of the Ultramarines are intact. If we launch an orbital assault, we will charge straight into their teeth. Yes, Eliphaz interrupted his far more senior council member. Peristir is right. We are out of time. If we remain here, Weaver is going to destroy us. Unless someone thinks we can fight her with what we have left, unable to use most of the power of the gods, and in the middle of a heavily damaged orbital grid we don't control. How do you intend to proceed, then? Yaralek asked. Peristir shrugged. We intended to launch a 2-pronged invasion of Macrage. I see no reason to change that. Half of our forces move against Illyrium. We planted extremely fertile seeds there, and any force which lands there is going to have a few hours to illuminate cultists and other slaves before any ultramarine counterattack. I will take responsibility of this front, Cor Phaeron predictably hurried to volunteer. I will take Yaralek and Kral with me. We will relieve you of the knights and the majority of the slave elements. Don't forget, Muthake gloated, or at least Peristir thought it was gloating, to take our failed Genesire with you. He may be useful before the end. No one dared voice their discontent. In the end, the failures were so plentiful that there was enough blame for 10,000 scapegoats. It was far more convenient to blame Lorgar, especially when the Primarch wasn't there to defend himself. Accepted, Perister declared. I am going to take charge of the Pharsalis Theatre. I'm taking the Vulturum Titans with me, half of our legionnaires, and my commanders will be Eliphas and Akotas. No. The Grand Apostle refused immediately. You may be willing to plunge headfirst into another disaster, but I am not. I am staying aboard my flagship, and I will fight with the Grand Armada. Don't be ridiculous, Akotas, Yaralek began, your battleship has taken heavy damage, and even if we give you the time to transfer your staff aboard the Trizajun, our last Abyss super battleship is not going to hold for long against the tide of the False Emperor's battleships. Our best defense right now is to be so close on the ground to the major Ultramar forces that they won't dare strike at us from orbit. Our fleet is in no shape to. I am staying. I won't run. I will fight them like a warrior should. Praise Kern. The shadow of the colossal Xenos had added an entire layer of darkness between them and the true veil, but despite this, Perister and every dark apostle present felt all too clearly the god's name echo through the chamber. Damn it! First Muthake swearing himself to Nurgle, and now Akotas pledging himself to the blood god? It was truly insane days they were enduring. As you wish, Perister said as it was evident the Grand Apostle was not going to change his mind. Muthake will go with me, then. The orbital assault begins in 10 minutes. Send every transport we have to land on Macrage. And since we don't have the time for a second wave, we're going along too. Battleship Enterprise. Lady General Taylor Hebert. Germanicus. Leptis. Metinus. 3 names, 3 histories, 3 space marines. 3 dead space marines, who had sacrificed everything. There were some moments when Taylor wished she had not accepted the power of sacrifice into herself. It was powerful. It was useful. It had allowed her to save countless lives, and she wasn't just speaking about today. It was a terrifying power, and the worst part was that it was seductive. It would have been so easy to send the power she had inherited from the Sanguiner to thousands of men of Macrage. Many were ready to die for their homes, their families, their friends to be safe. The thought was there, but she wasn't going to sacrifice them like that. These men deserved better. And their souls, the loyal souls, deserved to go to a peaceful afterlife. Despite the shadow and the warp created by the Tyranids, the Lady General of the Imperial Guard could still feel the 3 first members of Sacrifice now fighting beyond reality. Taylor had told them the truth. They were imbued with the power of sacrifice for several minutes, 10 to be exact, but the price in exchange was everything. Obviously, the Space Marines died. If you weren't prepared to handle that power, it burned you from the inside. And then your duty didn't end with your death. Much like the Black Templars sworn to continue their eternal crusade, Germanicus, Leptis, and Metinus would continue waging the war against the ruinous powers until the end of the Imperium or a true victory was won against chaos. This was the pact of sacrifice. The Insect Mistress knew it was necessary. Yes, the battle groups of Operation Stalingrad could deal with the Word-Bearer's damaged squadrons, even if they were supported by an orbital grid. But it would cost her more ships, more men, and it would be another delay, allowing the heretics to inflict more corruption and poisoned wounds. Her intervention meant the orbital grid held, and would continue to hold, reaping an ever-rising toll of traitor marines. Against this success, the loss of 3 space marines seemed insignificant, but it wasn't. And Taylor Hebert could only hope it would never be something she would discard mentally during a battle. The heretics are launching what appears to be their entire complement of drop pods and orbital transports, my lady, Wolfgang Bach reported. The best auspexes of the fleet, Archmagos Sagami added 2 seconds later, report 2 distinct concentrations, each including heretical dread claws, Charybdis assault claws, Stormbirds, Thunderhawks, and Held Rakes. That was not good news. Save the Held Rakes, which the dragon armors would have to counter. All of those forms of attack craft were specifically designed to transport traitor Astartes. And there was an enormous number of them. It might be a bluff, Wolfgang suggested quietly, but in a voice which told her he believed none of it. They might try to push us to boarding assaults while keeping their elite forces aboard their flagships. If so, this bluff would be countered very easily. The golden-winged parahuman smiled coldly. I have no intention to board those ships. Most of them are Infernus traitor designs. Those heretic death traps will be thrown into the nearest star when we have finished battering them into impotence. Taylor shook her head. But no, I don't think this is a bluff at all. Look at the big things they're sending right on the tails of the Thunderhawks. Those are very big transports. Magi of the Eye of Mars estimate with 79% certainty that those corrupted blasphemies are Olympus-class Titan landers, chosen of the Omnissiah, Archmagos Sagami informed her. They're committing their Titans before having secured a landing zone. Gavriel was really surprised, and Taylor could hardly blame him. It flew against, well, the entirety of any sane military doctrine. Titans were priceless assets. committing them so early when the anti-air fortresses of the Ultramarines could still shoot them down? Apparently, they are. Fortunately, none of the damage Sotinul had inflicted hours ago had been done to the loyal legios of the Adeptus Titanicus. Inform Princeps Maximus Cyrus I place him in command of the Titan maniples we are going to deploy on Macrage. Dragon, you will provide him aerial support. Yes, Taylor, the female tinker replied from the bridge of the Falchion. Though I will point out we have to remove the obstacle of the Word-Bearer's fleet before landing anything. Oh, I didn't forget, the Angel of Sacrifice reassured her Minister of Industry, Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller. The battle plan is ready, Your Celestial Highness. Good. The extermination of the 17th Traitor Legion is long overdue. To say the Krieg Guardsmen had not been greeted with delirious jubilation when they arrived in the Nyx sector was the understatement of the millennium. Lady Weaver and her generals had not been impressed, and the first thing to be replaced had been the flag officers. The equipment had followed in short order. Many Nyxian or Katachan officers had discovered with no small astonishment that the Kriegers had produced astronomical quantities of the Hamburg M33 lasgun, widely considered by all knowledgeable military analysts to be an obsolete piece of junk several centuries ago. Helmets, communication equipment, and food rations had been among the hundreds of items which were eventually replaced after several years of arduous training. Krieg produced quality equipment, but too often those goods went on to arm far more prestigious regiments. Yet, after countless war games, dismissals of inexperienced officers, and 6 major doctrinal and order of battle reforms, there was one vehicle which had escaped the purges. The name sounded incredibly vulgar in Low Gothic, Sturmgeschütz. In appearance, it was even worse. The meager consolation was that the Kriegers had discarded the purple and yellow mustard decorations as soon as they were ordered to. But while non-Kriegers had a lot of difficulties speaking its name without major pronunciation mistakes to the point many Nyxian men simply called it the Frog, the Sturmgeschütz was acknowledged as a perfect tank hunter in an urban environment. Its slow speed was not as much of a drawback there as in open terrain, and its low profile made it an extremely difficult target for enemy armor-destroyer formations. Moreover, unlike a lot of other vehicles built by the Krieg manufacturers, the Sturmgeschütz was extremely cheap to produce. It was not the destroyer tank hunter and its laser destroyer main weapon. The Krieger Sturmgeschütz, in its first iteration as it was deployed in the Battle of Ravenna, had less armor and effective range. But under its new black-grey camouflage colors, the companies of Sturmgeschütz were thrown into the inferno with well-trained crews and extremely motivated scouts ready to risk everything so that the heretics could be baited into charging straight into an ambush. At close quarters, the long, 95 mm circumference barrel of the Sturmgeschütz was a fearsome weapon even the super-heavy tanks of the archenemy had to take very seriously. And as the damned souls crawling before the vile one would learn to their sorrow, the adjutant spiders had found plenty of innovative ways to bring them across the river. From Hell Cauldron, The Battle for Ravenna, by Julia Scribonius, Ultramar Rose Edition, 315M41. Before the cataclysm of Macrage, Laphise had 10 cathedrals, and 2 of them were within the city boundaries of Ravenna, its capital. Contrary to what its name might suggest, the Cathedral of the Savior Emperor was definitely the least prestigious. Millions of pilgrims showed surprise when they were first informed about this truth, though in hindsight, there should have been none. Inaugurated in the last years of M31, the Laphise Cathedral of the Savior Emperor was truly ancient by any imperial standard. But those millennia of existence had proved themselves a drawback time and time again. First, when it had been built, the architects paid by the ecclesiarchy authorities had always kept in mind that their presence was tolerated at best. The then regent of Ultramar had not been shy voicing his displeasure, and as such the pontifex overseeing the project had been more concerned with building something that even the Ultramarines would find hard to demolish than with spending the Ministorum's money on sublime arches of marble and rare stones. This had resulted in a cathedral which looked like more an Arbit's fortress from the outside than a cathedral meant to satisfy the ideals of a Gothic purist. Secondly, the absence of support from the Ultramarines had led to the impossibility of acquiring holy relics from the sons of Guilliman for the better part of the 32nd millennium. When at last the cult of the Savior Emperor was able to influence Space Marines towards donating splendid banners commemorating the exploits of the Angels of Death, there were other cathedrals erected on Laphise and elsewhere in the realm of Ultramar. Thus the painting The Scouring, an immense 30 meters long artwork retracing the melancholy and the anger of the years after his ascension, was the only acknowledged relic of the Cathedral of the Savior Emperor. It still attracted a large crowd on any day, but everyone beginning with the priests in charge of the renovations and maintenance knew that as far as donations were concerned, their massive cathedral was the poor sibling on Laphise. But when the cataclysm came, most of those inconvenient facts were turned into strengths. Unlike the Cathedral of the Martyrdom on the Aquila Triumph Avenue, the Cathedral of the Savior Emperor endured the initial bombardment of the traitors and their heretic slaves with only minor damage, courtesy of its thick walls of ferrocrete and ugly grey decoration. If the archenemy wanted to take the cathedral, they would have to do it with infantry, not by pummeling the religious sanctum with artillery with ammunition they couldn't afford to spare. And after 28 hours of battle for Ravenna, tens of thousands of heretics were diverted from the other blocks to do exactly that. But they were too late. The regiments of the Imperial Guard had arrived first, and the monsters damned for all eternity would learn all their crimes had consequences they couldn't escape from. From Humble Beginnings and Glorious Endings, by Julius Ignatius, Ultramar Rose Edition, 315M41. Laphis. Ravenna west of the Polenta River. Cathedral of the Savior Emperor. 43 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Colonel Lothar Jordan. Wait, wait. The explosions which resonated in the Cathedral of the Savior Emperor were extremely loud, and even with the earmuffs, Lothar wasn't sure the gunner of the Sturmgeschütz was going to hear him perfectly. But it was way too late to change the plan. The back of the turret. Fire. For a second, the Krieger colonel feared the gunner had indeed not heard him, but only for a second. Because the next, the 95mm cannon roared in fury, and the enormous cataphract sprouting an insane amount of heretical markings exploded. Golden Throne, Colonel. Lothar Jordan forced the soldier closest to him back behind the granite columns. A very good move, as in the next several seconds, quantities of mechanical shards and other dangerous things bombarded the cathedral's blessed alley. What? Cataphract tanks aren't supposed to do that. They do. The colonel of the 83rd Line Infantry disagreed with the other guardsmen. If you stock an additional reserve of fuel behind the turret. Slowly, Lothar approached the incinerated wreck that many of his infantrymen were already busy covering in foam so that the risk of burning down the cathedral stayed as close to zero as possible. As he suspected, the turret of the traitor cataphract was now 10 meters away from the rest of the super heavy vehicle, and the closer you came to it, the more you smelled the horrible smell of burned human flesh. Yes, Colonel. But, the Nixian cataphracts didn't do that in any war game or exercise we participated in. The true war conditions didn't apply that many times, but I'm pretty sure none of the heavy armor carried fuel behind their turret. The officers of the Paragonian mechanist units love to boast about their dedicated fuel trucks. As well they should, Lothar nodded, examining the carcass. Those supply vehicles Her Celestial Highness gave to every army make sure we can sustain our offensives without lacking edible food, water, fuel, or ammunition. Tech priests approached and began to vigorously spray more foam onto the incapacitated cataphract, which quickly covered the last glyphs of the heretics. I think those idiots have the old models of the cataphract, Lothar told his men. Honestly, it was the only thing that made sense. Colonel. I'm sure it isn't common knowledge in all units, but many officers told me during the training the original model of the cataphract was only worth its weight in scrap metal. I have a few difficulties believing that, Colonel. The cataphract as it is, as the God Emperor is my witness, it is a splendid machine. And it was many splendid machines of this design which tormented us endlessly during the war games. Yes, Lothar smiled, which proves the cogboys sometimes know what they're doing when it comes to tanks and weapons of war. Death to the false emperor. Oh, look, the commanding officer of the 83rd Line Infantry of Krieg commented in a faint carefree tone, the infantry has finally caught up with the fact they shouldn't have let their tanks advance alone. Seriously, those heretics were really dangerous because they never relented in their mad rampages and aggressive butchery, but a first-year cadet looked to have a better grasp of tactics than them. However, it would not do to be too overconfident. If the competent traitor guardsmen were in the second wave. Tell all Sturmgeschütz to use their anti-infantry shells this time. Ambush pattern Koruks. Relay to the other regiments what we've learned about these old-fashioned cataphracts. For Krieg and the God Emperor. Tremble, for chaos comes. There were over 400 heretics, all of them mutated so badly it was hard to tell if they were former guardsmen who had committed the worst sin imaginable, or simply creatures masquerading in tattered and damnation-tainted clothes for some reason. Die, in the name of the Master of Mankind and his avenging son. The Sturmgeschütz gun fired again, and countless monsters paid the price for facing the Imperial Guard. 44 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Singulare Publius Donatus. With the nice, very nice, benefit of hindsight, taking refuge in the Cathedral of the Savior Emperor had provided neither refuge nor a few minutes of calm. War was everywhere, from the confessionals to the alcoves, from the musical organ to his statue, and from the stained glass to the cold hard bloody ground. The only upside of being inside instead of outside was that he got to live, since some of the heretics had gone so crazy they were shelling everything around the religious block with chemical weapons. The guardsmen they were fighting alongside all had their ugly rebreather masks, but former civilians like him didn't. Glory to him. It is better to die for the God Emperor than to live for oneself. Where did they find this one, anyway? Narcissus muttered under his breath. I don't know, one of the soldiers, one apparently part of the Krieg Corps admitted, but he's completely fearless and as high as the worst of our autocrats on drugs after the hour of the Emperor's wrath. They are coming through the catacombs. We are going to kill them all. They dare disturb the rest of the honored dead, and there is only one punishment for them. Death. Fix bayonets. Most of the guardsmen didn't obey the last order, of course, since the bayonets were already ready and covered in blood. And, Publius supposed, they obeyed people who were in a proper chain of command, which this hirsute and crazy preacher definitely wasn't. There were many rumors about where the priest of the ecclesiarchy had come from. At the moment, the leading one was that he had been a lowly religious man before the destruction of Ravenna filled him with grief and a spirit of retribution to be wielded against the heretics. No matter if it was true or not, he certainly looked the part of the crazy priest. His eyes were deranged, his mouth was perpetually muttering or shouting religious sermons, many of them mentioning retribution and redemption. His ecclesiarchy robe was now red, not white, and would likely be far more appropriate for a vagrant than an anointed priest. But the most obvious feature was what he carried. In one arm, a holy book was carried like it weighed nothing, despite being an absolutely massive tome, and in the other, a dangerous chainsword. They are coming. Death to the heretics. Let Makridge burn. Krieg, the saint, and the emperor. For the Savior God Emperor. Death to the false emperor. For Guilliman. For Ultramar. Hundreds of chainswords were drawn, and the defenders of Ravenna screamed their hatred for the heretics. Publius and Narcissus screamed but didn't charge. They weren't slaves of the darkness. While they, unlike the guardsmen, had no armor, they wouldn't lose their discipline either. And so they advanced, methodically, their chainswords a wall of death. Courage and honor. The horde of heretics suddenly became far more disorganized, and in a few seconds, while they began to fight for their very lives, the Singulare realized the battlecry had come from behind the accursed tide of enemies. Courage and honor. The Ultramarines are coming. For the God Emperor. Kill them all. They plunged their chainswords into heretical flesh. They struck the heretics again to make sure they were dead. Then they went on to strike other heretics. Kill the enemies of Ravenna, Laphise, and the God Emperor. Repeat as many times as was needed. Exhaustion began to slow down his arms. Everything ached. Publius still found in himself the strength to continue until 3 giant angels of death in blue armor came into view and finished the slaughter of the catacombs defilers. Captain Aeonid Thiel. Usually, Aeonid avoided cathedrals. In fact, the ultramarine veteran generally avoided the places of worship since his return to Makridge. Ironic, wasn't it? The only thing which had truly changed here in the Laphizar cities, and he was trying to avoid it. It was somewhat hypocritical, but having travelled across the cathedral's catacombs, the Astartes captain thought he hadn't missed anything. The ecclesiarchy had chosen a very morbid place to bury its greatest priests. At least they had built a very resistant fortress-type structure. Irony of ironies, Aeonid had read the reports of the former captains of the 8th Company, who had all agreed this was the best attempt of a cardinal to make sure they didn't raise it in case some priest held a sermon the Ultramarines disagreed with. The fact it was now resisting the word-bearers' artillery, the very religious fanatics who had been the ones to introduce the concept of worshipping the emperor as a god, well, the galaxy was full of ironies. Colonel, the Ultramarine abandoned his musings and saluted the officer waiting for him, who had just snapped to attention. At ease. Your resistance against the traitors has proven your courage and your fighting skills. And we hardly have enough time for parades. Yes, sir. The Imperial Guard officer replied in a voice which still was martial but betraying how tired the man was, Colonel Lothar Jordan, 83rd Line Infantry of Krieg. I am in operational command of the brigade ordered to defend the cathedral. Your Brigadier General. Thiel already had a good idea of the problem, because a colonel wasn't usually leading a brigade-sized force, and the crowd around him was too small to be the reserve of a regiment. Many in fact were Laphizars who had taken up the lasguns and chainswords of fallen guardsmen. Dead, sir, Jordan confirmed grimly. The archenemy once again tried to push 3 cataphracts super heavies and armor support through the destroyed gate. Brigadier General Waltz was killed with 2/3 of the 84th leading the counter-push. And you managed to hold. Well, the cataphracts they have are older patterns with a lot of weaknesses. The upper carapace armor of the officer was stained red and not the original dark green, and the same could be said about the dark grey below the black belt containing an interesting set of mini-grenades. And we had plenty of Sturmgeschütz tank hunters. Thiel had seen several of those tanks on the way to the improvised command post inside the cathedral. How effective were they? Anything like a chimera or more lightly armored, within the urban ranges we work with, if a Sturmgeschütz crew sees it, they can kill it. There was no boasting, just a vicious satisfaction behind those words, but the heretics know that now, sir. Their artillery is staying at least 1 kilometer away, and the first time the 86th Armored tried to relieve us, they were slaughtered by 3 traitor things. We thought they were corrupted land raiders. The Russ, Khan, and the Sturmgeschütz which attacked were annihilated in short order. Understood. But they have not brought any spawns or sorcerers so far. No, sir. Only one daemon host so far. It tried to slaughter the priests, but several of my men gave their lives and we took it down through thousands of shots before it could succeed. The haunted look suggested this had not been a pleasant experience, but then, all fighting against the word-bearers since they had turned traitor was a series of nightmares for loyalist Astartes. The non-Astartes often took their own lives. Good. Given your excellent defensive fighting, it is likely the traitors are becoming impatient. They are making mistakes. They weren't in a hive, and the cathedral wasn't that big. Sending super heavy tanks inside it was just an invitation to be ambushed. So yes, either a word-bearer was impatient and closed his eyes on the casualties his slaves would take, or their tactical abilities had degraded even further in the last several years than Ian Thiel had thought. I think it is time to show them this theatre has some teeth able to close upon their throats. Yes, sir. Colonel Lothar Jordan saluted vigorously, prompting an internal sigh. Distribute the rations and water. We eat, drink, and then we counterattack. For Guilliman and the Emperor. Macrage System. Emperor-class battleship Dominus Astra. 44 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller. There had been a lot of unofficial gambling behind his back about when the traitor fleet was finally going to stop engaging the defenses of Macrage and confront the battle groups of Operation Stalingrad. Neidhart had not gambled himself, of course. A Lord Admiral was above those things, and naturally should only gamble with his admiral peers. Still, the issue was very important, and would reveal a lot about the thoughts of the heretics commanding the corrupted warships in addition to the real damage they had taken so far. If they disengaged early, it would mean that they didn't fear the orbital grid's surviving weapons, and believed in lightning-fast strikes. If they disengaged too late, it would mean either the traitors had huge difficulties determining which threat was the most dangerous to their survival, or that their ships had taken such catastrophic damage they couldn't afford to leave anything intact in their rear. The heretics had made their choice, at last. And the answer was, they were very late in leaving the high orbit of Macrage. None of their Thunderhawks have returned to their motherships, Lord Admiral. For that matter, none of the boarding craft that were launched into Macrage's atmosphere returned. That implies unpleasant things for the population of Macrage. Neidhart didn't have the slightest idea what the dark souls controlling the heretics had in mind, but he was sure it couldn't be good at all. The heretics had eyes. They had seen the firepower of the battle groups coming to put an end to their monstrous existences. That they hadn't fled to the darkest corners of the galaxy and instead had chosen to attack Macrage suggested the traitors were willing to throw caution to the warp and continue their uncountable tally of crimes. But that is something the Imperial Guard and our other allies have to plan for. We of the Imperial Navy have this foe to defeat and annihilate. Any changes from the last report? Not really, Lord Admiral. His Chief of Staff shook his head. The Chaos Fleet hasn't revealed anything new at all. Unless they somehow have obtained super-cloaking devices which resist every aspects of the Mechanicues, we have seen everything they have, the eternally damned Treasagun and 17 battleships playing the role of its escorts, plus a small screen of flying Daemon engines and corrupted starfighters. By any admiral's standard, this was a nightmarish force arrayed in a single system. There were sector battle fleets which had to fight tooth and nail to have 2 battleships in their order of battle. On the other hand, a wise admiral knew very well the battleships weren't a miraculous answer to everything. If you were in need of hulls for scouting duties, the last thing you wanted was a battleship. If you needed a small attack squadron to destroy a pirate base in a vast asteroid field, the chances were high the best solution would include light cruisers and frigates, not battleships. Battleships played important roles in fleet-against-fleet engagements. Neidhart Muller wasn't going to deny it. But even there, skilled admirals considered well-balanced fleets essential. Either the traitors hadn't been able to save their escorts at Fenris despite their best efforts, or they hadn't understood why destroyers and cruisers were so vital. It was going to be a pleasure teaching them a last lesson before annihilating them. Per Lady Weaver's will, the naval commander of Battle Group Volga intoned, the Eternal Crusader and the Flame Rod are going to deal with the Treasagun as soon as they enter weapon range. The rest of the battleship divisions, however, will focus on the other important flagships of the heretics. I trust we have them all identified. Yes, Lord Admiral. It wasn't that difficult, honestly. While the core of their armada consisted of the heretical Infernus class, the leadership sworn to the archenemy has kept old designs of the Great Crusade for itself. Infidus Imperator, Vox Dominus, Unbreakable Faith, they are all here. The only one missing is Hand of Destiny, but as I understand, Lord Admiral von Ruenthal is in the process of demolishing it while it tries to flee Laphise. Indeed, he is, and if his subordinate succeeded, all the better. The flagship of the Vile One being destroyed would mean one of the most dangerous heretics in the galaxy was cornered on the Paradise World. But let's focus on our job. We will fire on the Infidus Imperator first. I don't know why they chose to name another hull that after the Battle of Calth, but the Imperial Navy won't tolerate its existence for a second longer. I want a full salvo of torpedoes and our new Nova cannons in 50 seconds. By your will, Lord Admiral, and Lord Admiral. Auspex's fluctuations around one of the traitor flagships. It is most likely sorcery of the foulest sort. Neidhart barely raised an eyebrow. Some officers had believed the heretics had no tricks left after the corrupted Archmechanicues was somehow teleported into the middle of their formation, but the grey-haired man had known better. Heretics always kept nasty abominations and monsters in reserve. It was in their evil nature. Lady Weaver anticipated they might try something like that. The Lord Admiral reassured his subordinates, "Do not worry, the countermeasures are being activated as we speak. My orders stand. Target the Infidus Imperator." It took only 30 seconds for the confirmation of everything being ready to arrive, which didn't look that impressive, until you considered just how many ships the orders had been transmitted to. Open fire and no quarter. Goliath-class battleship Unbreakable Faith. Grand Apostle Akotas. They had wanted him to use the Trizajun as his new flagship. Did they really think him so stupid as to fall into this obvious trap? The Trizajun had been the lair of Corphaeron for the entirety of the Black Crusade. Taking possession of the ship would be more painful than trying to fight a bloodthirster with his bare fists. Assuming there weren't saboteurs and assassins ready to kill him, which wasn't the case, of course the last super battleship of the Abyss class brought him nothing. It was huge, and its unique nature was guaranteed to make it a priority target for the Glorianas the slaves of the false emperor had. It was slow, and the communications were not that good for a ship its size. But more importantly, it was not the Unbreakable Faith. He was a Grand Apostle, and his flagship was not a simple hull, but a fortress and the projection of his will. In addition to those benefits, if he had to leave it, he would have had to take with him the Noctilith he had found in the Eye of Terror, and there was zero doubt Perister and Corphaeron among many others would be enraged he had kept this vital resource for himself. By a decree of Lorgar, relayed by the Vile One what felt like an eternity ago, every shard of Noctilith, as insignificant and small as it may be, was to be given to their Primarch so it could be used in the great ritual which would usher in a new age of illumination. Akotas hadn't obeyed. Part of it was because he distrusted Erebus so much, he wasn't going to be too shy to admit it. The other principal reason was how difficult it had been to acquire the Noctilith. Time had no meaning inside the Eye of Terror, but it had taken dozens of ventures into zones most legions stayed well away from to acquire it. Over 40 legionnaires had been killed in those Noctilith quests. The losses in slaves and raider ships had been far greater than that. And ultimately, the prize was an amount he could hold in the palm of his hand. But it was Noctilith. And thanks to the secrecy his efforts had been shrouded in, this Noctilith had remained Noctilith, when the trinkets of Octorite were so fragile that breathing too loudly may break them. I call for the power of the Lord of Skulls, Akotas began as he waited at the center of an 8-pointed star freshly painted in the blood of 88 slaves. I promise great slaughter. I promise skulls, be they those of my servants, or those of my enemies. I promise to abandon sorcery, and dedicate the rest of my existence to the ways of creating more carnage with the weapons the Lord of Wrath approves of. I promise to never relent, to fight until my last breath. I acknowledge there is only war and rains of blood in this galaxy. The words became more and more difficult as the litany was uttered. The Xenos beasts may be able to remove the influence of the Empyrean temporarily, but Akotas had artifacts of blood aboard his flagship, and the Noctilith had been perfectly prepared. The flesh change curse tried to turn him into a mindless chaos spawn, but his will was keeping the vengeful anarchic curse at bay for the time being. Soon, there was only the last and evidently most important part to speak. Instinctively, he knew the name of the Key-ornate Noctilith chosen by champions higher in the gods' favor than himself. I am your servant, and I have heard the whispers. I name this 8 blessed stone Hemashia in your honor, Great Kern. For the first 8 seconds, nothing happened. But in the next 8 seconds, it became a pulsating heart from which the god of war, blood, and skulls could enforce his will. Kill. Maim. Burn. The order was given, and Akotas laughed as a red aura of bloodlust and war engulfed his battleship. Soon, the red cloak soaking everything in carnage and natural bloodthirst extended, and struck the golden orbs which had been cast from the ships of the false emperor head-on. Not bad, Weaver, but too late, you arrived too late. A second later, there were monumental explosions rocking his fleet. The Infidus Imperator, one of the ships which had managed to remain relatively intact, thanks to Yarlek's general cowardice, saw its void shields battered so brutally they fell in less time than it took to say it. Fire back! The Neverborn will feast upon their souls. Around him the Unbreakable Faith changed. The hall became a charnel house, and a small rain of blood began to fall upon him and his legionnaires, giving his armor a fresh and complete coat of red paint. It didn't matter. It didn't matter that the Trizajun was taking a heavy punishment. The Warhammer of the Blood God was going to strike down the false emperor's fleet, and disperse all the so-called ether gold into the forgotten reaches of the void. It was. More than 20 luminous shields went up in the battlecruiser vanguard of Weaver's fleet, and in the course of a single minute, the onslaught of the Grand Armada attacked this cursed psi technology, without managing to bring one down. And as the battle continued, the unnatural insect of Weaver sang. Akotas didn't understand half of the thought speak, but he could recognize mockery when it was slammed in his face. No. Even with the blessings of Kern, the power of Hemashia was not enough. It was going to be a psychic stalemate, leaving the fleets able to fight each other the conventional way. And with those new battlecruisers no one had warned him about, the Grand Armada couldn't destroy a single enemy ship. No. Blood for the Blood God. Skulls for the Skull Throne. 1 minute and 8 seconds later, the Infidus Imperator's ammunition stockpiles detonated, as over 60 torpedoes, 3 Nova shells, dozens of lances, and more macro ammunition a Dark Apostle's mind could process broke through its armored hull. The explosion illuminated the macrage system, and there were no survivors. Battleship Enterprise. Lady General Taylor A. Bear. Infidus Imperator destroyed, Your Celestial Highness. Loud cheers followed the announcement of the news. Taylor nodded politely to the von Lehengram twin who had spoken. Thank you. Congratulate our admirals, and inform them to continue the elimination of the heretics. With pleasure, Your Celestial Highness. As the blonde-haired noblewoman of the Imperial Navy turned away, the Lady General idly wondered how one managed to make a blue-clad Navy uniform look that good and fashionable. It must have taken a lot of clothing designers and decades of practice. The flame-wrought scored 5 more hits on the Trizajun, chosen of the Omniscia. Archmagos Sagami's voice forced her to return to far less pleasant thoughts. The heretical hull appears to be more resistant than the initial estimates suggested. Well, Taylor commented lightly, I suppose there must be some advantages to building something that big. We already knew it brought them no gains in terms of speed, maneuverability, or weapon range. When she had first learned of the existence of the Abyss class, the insect mistress had been very impressed. As monstrous as the word bearers and the dark mechanicum were, building one of those things was a feat of engineering which had rarely been equaled. Now, she was completely unimpressed by them. With the amount of rare materials used, one could have most likely built 2 Glorianas. Said hulls would not have slowed down the Chaos Fleet as much as the Trizajun did. Damningly, in practice the Abyss class forced the rest of the word-bearers surviving capital ships to play the role of escorts, and needless to say, battleships weren't designed to do that. My dragon armors have finished destroying their held rakes, Dragon reported joyously 3 minutes later. I am tempted to call it the Great Held Rake Shoot. Let's not get overconfident, the golden-winged parahuman warned the draconic tinker. They may have sent their best abominable engines against Macrage. In which case, we will do the same. The mistress of the Hornet rebutted theatrically. Indeed. Very good work, Dragon. The battle groups continued to fire, and Taylor mentally told Lisa to strike for a second time. Much like the previous time, the red halo surrounding one of the enemy ships refused to buckle, but the attacks of her Titan Moth were powerful enough to ensure that the heretics didn't launch a second attack again. The psychic shields of the Aegis-class battlecruisers stayed activated nonetheless, of course. What she had said to Dragon about being overconfident was true for all of the components of the Imperial war machine assembled under her command. The insect mistress didn't say it out loud, but things were going well. Maybe too well. The heretics were being hammered and taking an enormous amount of damage. Undoubtedly, they were going to resort to more sorcery and abominable deeds to give her a nasty surprise. This was why she was letting Lisa bombard them. No need to exhaust herself and realize later that ultimately, her strength would have been needed elsewhere to save hundreds of ships and millions of men. But the heretics' counterattack didn't come. Infernus-class Butcher of Stars destroyed, chosen of the Omniscia. When it was over, they were probably going to have to refine their doctrine. Telling over 40 battleships and their cruiser squadrons to focus their fire on a single target was a bit too much. 10 minutes later, another Infernus class died, just as the Trizajun took 40 more hits and at last began to shed an impressive quantity of debris. Infernus class Ruination of Hope destroyed, my lady. It had to be a trap. This was too easy. Was she satisfied that trillions of throne gelts in new ships, deployment reschedules, repairs, and much-needed maintenance had been judiciously spent? Yes, she was. But Taylor had not expected this. It was a one-sided extermination. It couldn't even be called a battle. The Infernus battleships and the Trizajun were unable to reduce the power of the Aegis-class battlecruisers by 12%. They couldn't be that outclassed, could they? Yes. My lady, we have. There had been several monumental explosions already as the Eternal Crusader and the Flame Rot proved why the Gloriana super battleships had been dreaded by countless human and Xenos foes during the Great Crusade. But this time, one surpassed them all. One moment the Trizajun was still advancing towards the Enterprise like a crawling slug bleeding to death. The next the Black Templars, Salamanders, and countless other gunners hit the traitor flagship with everything they had, and most of the shields and sorcery close defenses were gone. No one would be able to properly count how many hundreds of hits had struck the Trizajun within 15 seconds. But one thing was sure. The Abyss-class super battleships had been thought up by heretics, but they weren't designed to endure such punishment. The ammunition stockpiles of the Trizajun detonated just as the furious salvos of the Astartes and Imperial Navy ships ravaged it. The folly of the word-bearers and the dark mechanicum disappeared forever in the apocalyptic explosion, and if the destruction of the Infidus Imperator had been celebrated, this was nothing compared to the roars of victory echoing right now. Super battleship of the Abyss-class Trizajun, destroyed. My lady. Taylor abandoned her command seat for a while and went on to examine the strategic situation. The word-bearers were invading Macrage, which wasn't good at all, but within the hour, she could organize a space marine strike force which would relieve the parts of the orbital grid which still held against the ruinous powers cultists and other tainted forces. The Imperial Guard was going to have to prepare for another campaign, and then. It was only when she saw the location of the 3 black dots that Taylor paused. As the pressure of whatever the words-bearers did had attracted her attention, the mental pressure of the Tyranid had faded, and now the black-haired lady of the Enterprise wondered how clever Behemoth truly was. Archmagos Sagami, please immediately confirm the location of the 3 Tyranid bioships. Chosen of the Omnissiah, by the Great Cog. They have. Yes, the Lady General grimaced as the laughs and the celebrations abruptly died down. They have changed course. They aren't trying to attack Macridge anymore. Laugh eyes. Ravenna west of the Polenta River. 45 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Lord Commander Lucius. Lucius hated the Eldar. No, this was an expression far too weak to describe his disgust. Before Kamarak had been destroyed, he had loathed those perfidious and blinded long-eared fools. But now that they had been defeated through their own sheer incompetence, and in their internal struggles failed to protect the goddess of excess, the Lord Commander of the Third Legion's foremost desire was to find them and lengthily torture each surviving Xenos until they begged him to be his slaves. It was going to begin here and now, with this grinning clown. You will know your masters, Lucius hissed as his armored hand tightened around the throat of the multicolored Eldar buffoon. Oh, yes. I will teach you why you should have knelt to Slaanesh when you had the chance. The clownish Xenos didn't make a sound of pain. In fact, the loathed long-eared creature didn't make any sound at all. Lucius didn't dare show weakness in front of his 50 or so subordinates, but he was wondering what drug the Harlequin had consumed. He had severed both legs, and one arm. The Xenos should be in agony right now. As the long-ear finally opened his mouth to reply, Lucius relaxed his hold upon the long-ear's throat. My soul belongs to Seguruk, there was no pain to be heard in this alien voice. And there was no suffering either. The joke is on you, eternal traitor. No. Your soul is going to be claimed by the demons. And the pitiful thing you call a god won't dare save you. It is too weak to save anyone. Seguruk was strong enough to end Slaanesh. Lucius couldn't control his fury, and struck the Xenos several times with one of his favorite torture daggers. Immediately, he regretted it. It was going to kill the Eldar far too quickly, and the buffoon didn't deserve that. To his surprise, while the torso wounds were absolutely fatal, the Xenos' eyes remained clear. A second later, it spoke again. The joke's punchline is coming for you, eternal traitor. A perpetual has no need to be a slave of the primordial annihilator to be eternal. But you debased yourself before the abomination, and for this gift, she tainted your immortality with conditions. The lives stolen were the goddess gift, but do you know what they call a divine present when the god is no more? A curse. You are cursed, eternal traitor. Lucius tried to crush the throat of the clown once more, but as soon as he did, the flesh of the Xenos suddenly became extremely malleable. His armor was sprayed with something syrupy and was this substance corrosive? Lucius threw the Eldar away and took several steps back, smelling that there was something incredibly different in the air. All of you, don your helmets now. The Lord of the Perfect Legion snarled while obeying his own command. I don't know how the perfidious long-ears did it, but the entire ruined plaza exploded. Not because of artillery shells, but in less than a second, blue smoke was everywhere, and with his transhuman vision, Lucius saw the slave troops were laughing hysterically, and then laughing louder. Something laughed. Something far away laughed and mocked him. The eternal dance is about to end. Laugh. Laugh, and contemplate what you have done. Thousands of Volskani troopers laughed hysterically, and then before Lucius' very eyes, as the unconventional chemical effects faded away, they began to fight each other. Maia Teal Lysis. The Queen of Blades was a confirmed sadist. Unfortunately, her words were right more often than not when it came to battlefield wisdom. Cain's bloody hands, all right, Lilith Hesprax was always right. It was better to think that way, or she would be due another beating, also called a training lesson, when this battle was over. When seeing this battle, 3 lessons immediately came to mind. Don't underestimate the humans. Don't rely on your psychic powers, for they can be neutralized by an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. And don't fight near a Harlequin, unless you want to be the prime target of their jokes. Maia had believed in all of them before today, Isha was her witness. But it was an illuminating experience to see it before her eyes. The humans were fighting like they were Mother Gyrinxes defending their cubs. At first it had appeared the sheer violence of the primordial annihilator's slaves was going to win the day. But it had not lasted. From basements half buried under the rubble, thousands of humans, young and old, had emerged, and immediately engaged their tainted enemies. It didn't matter that they were slow, clumsy, and that none of them had spirit stones to protect their souls. All of them were giving their lives to protect those they cherished. Would the guardians of Malantai defend their halls with such vigor should a dreadful day like this one come to the craft world? The apprentice of the Queen of Blades was honest enough with herself to admit she wasn't sure. If the psychic powers of the seers, farceurs, and warlocks were absent, no, they wouldn't hold. Maia could ignore the ugly hungry noises that comprised the shadow cacophony, but not every aspect warrior would be able to do the same. You needed some experience fighting on battlefields with nothing but your blade and your mind. The former seer one could hardly say she was on that path anymore after all had gained this experience in death and pain. And then there were the Harlequins. They were spreading strange gases and bizarre bombs wherever their flimsy whims desired. Maia had seen the troops of the primordial annihilator fight each other with maniacal laughs howling from their throats. She had seen human houses succumb to strange gravitation-cancelling devices and crush quantities of chaos space marines like the former were giant boulders and the latter were bugs waiting to be reduced into paste. Many of the great and lesser daemon hosts refused to move from their positions as long as their masters didn't give them the correct answer to their riddle. Ordinarily, Maia could have sworn this was nothing but another joke of the followers of Seguruk. But this time, the young Asuryani of Malantine knew that their actions made sense. Even with her talents inactive, Maia still had her eyes. And she could see two enormous forces of humans amassing north and east of the city battlefield she was fighting in. The human leaders knew what they were doing. They were pushing as much of their infantry across the river to make sure the primordial annihilator's slaves were stalemated for the better part of the day, before launching their encirclement operation. By disrupting everything inside the city, including the enemy's brutal and chaotic hierarchy, the Harlequins were making sure the trap would close with implacable teeth and no means of escape. It was not what she had expected from the followers of Seguruk. Not after Kamarak. Not after the second fall and Slaaneish's death. Not after everything that happened lately. Maia closed her eyes, and touched the hilt of Asuvar, the crone sword of the silent screams. All the while she repeated in her mind what her sadistic mentor had said. She was not to draw no energy from beyond this reality. She was not to make a single sound. She was to listen to where destiny wanted her to strike. Otherwise Asuvar, as befitting the reputation of one of the crone swords, would drain her of her life. Maia jumped. The first was no drawback here on this bloody day. The second was incredibly obvious given the number of enemies. The third had pushed her to remain here on this world, while Ivrain left it. She closed her eyes again. Let the galaxy burn. Maia struck, once, twice, and a third time. When she reopened them, she saw the three bat-like servants of the primordial annihilator. Night Lords, the humans had called them. Armored in their dark blue carapaces of corruption, they looked redoubtable. But they were blind. Asuvar was sheathed again, its duty fulfilled for as long as the dead goddess wished it. The Night Lords still tried to mock her as their heads fell, decapitated, and several of their limbs and body parts spurted black blood. Maia raised an eyebrow at the last injuries. This wasn't what she had intended. Truly she needed more training. The apprentice to the Queen of Blades shook her head and jumped onto the roof of a palace which had seen better days. Fortunately, something pulled her towards the south as her right hand caressed the hilt of the crone sword. Maia ran. Chaos would not be victorious as long as she fought. Ancient Rylaner. Battles were rarely well ordered, the fog of war made sure of that. Even then, Rylaner was sure this battle was going to be an example of chaotic melee when the military academies went on to study it. The Krieg forces were advancing street by street, and taking horrible casualties doing so, for the hordes of berserk cultists and the bastards brainwashing them were not willing to retreat even a single step. I am ashamed to confess we have lost the eternal traitor in that mess, sir, one of his white thunderbolts admitted after removing his power katana from a word-bearer's corpse. No matter. Rylaner made a dismissive gesture. He's still in the city, we will kill him eventually. His determination to permanently kill the last Lord Commander who had prostrated himself before the Naga had never been greater. Rylaner had believed his motivation to rip off Lucius' ugly face was huge, but that had been before seeing that depraved hedonist personally. How was it possible the eternal traitor could look at his own reflection and believe himself to be an Astartes? No, his vengeance was going to have to wait. He had been given command of the Laphise Astartes forces minus the Ultramarines company of course and he wasn't going to shirk his duties. Killing Lucius, as satisfying as it may be, would not bring victory. The sad excuse for a space marine didn't appear to be in command of more than 60 Astartes at best. It was better to help the Krieg guardsmen progress through the devastation of what had been the city of Ravenna. Since the enemies which aren't the Night Lord elements don't use the roofs and much of the airspace, Rylaner declared after analyzing his surroundings to be sure one of those wretches wasn't trying to ambush them again, Squad Triceratops are given the sniper duties. Squad Ankylosaurus, you are the wall. Understood, sir. The young white thunderbolt before frowning. What are, oh they're beginning to sing again. Indeed they were. Proof of how far the word-bearers had fallen, they no longer behaved like a proper legion, but more like a religious mob advancing towards their enemies. They looked, in Rylaner's opinion, absolutely ridiculous. Unfortunately for anyone who wasn't an Astartes, the songs tended to induce madness, hallucinations, self-mutilation, and a whole lot of mental problems that badly affected the morale of the men. Rebreather masks or not, Rylaner could feel the despair of plenty of the guardsmen. And the enemy wasn't even visible. We will stand here. The effect wasn't exactly the one he wished for, 2 men tried to flee, and one was promptly shot by his regimental commissar. We will stand here. He was forced to return to the booming mode, and yes, he hated that nickname. Men of the Imperial Guard, I will fight by your side. For the Emperor. Some voices answered, but it felt forced. Hesitant. Yes. For the Emperor. I met him, you know. The ancient dreadnought, veteran of the first battle of the heresy, revealed. Using it to raise morale was something he had not wished to do before this campaign, but victory was everything. I met him. I listened to him as he proclaimed the triumph of Olaner. I saw him. I fought behind him. I know he wanted mankind to have a prosperous and bright future. Pointing his weapons towards the spawns and the dogs of Lorgar had never felt so righteous after admitting it. And those monsters you face today did their best to destroy that future. They are ruining cities. They are the destroyers of hope. Let the galaxy burn. Rylaner avoided the first shots with the disdain they deserved. But Terra still stands. Cadia still stands. Laphise stands. Macridge stands. Krieg stands. And as long as the loyal worlds stand, we will rebuild everything. The Emperor walked among us millennia ago. He will do so once more. Ave Imperator. Death to the false Emperor. For the Emperor. For the Emperor. For the Emperor. The familiar noise of engines roared behind them, and Rylaner could finally greet the lemon russes he had asked for 2 hours ago. The old battlecry drowned the warp's corrupting whispers. The troops screamed the Emperor's name, their morale revitalized. We shall know no fear. For the Emperor. And Rylaner charged with his men to kill the word-bearers. Macridge. Pharsalis Military District. 45 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. 40 kilometers east of the Pharsalis fortified line. Dark Apostle Perister. Perister couldn't hide his surprise at seeing the column of ruined tanks the legionnaires of the 17th Legion had just ravaged. They're still using Malkador tanks. Even with the evidence in front of him, the member of the Dark Council had difficulties believing it. They're using all variants of the Malkador, Eliphaz confirmed sarcastically. The standard pattern formed the majority of their counterattack, but there were plenty of Annihilators, Defenders, and Infernuses among their companies. And I thought the Volskani were bad with their obsolete Cataphract tanks. The Volskani were still awful, of course. No Legionnaire was going to claim otherwise after watching their monumental failures from Cadia to here. And that didn't even take into account that their mental resistance to the whispers of anarchy was no better than a Grox's sense of restraint at feeding time. But fielding a Malkador on a battlefield was a move reeking of desperation. Those wastes of metal were already being scrapped in favor of the far more adequate Bane blades and their variants before the word-bearers realized how duped they had been by the false Emperor's lies. Some slaves might say a Malkador could still engage Lemon Rust tanks and make a good showing of itself. This ignored the fact the Malkador was a heavy tank, and thus could not go to half of the locations a Lemon Rust did. Its turret had a pitiful traverse. It was extremely slow, to the point most of the time infantry could leave it in the dust. It consumed startling amounts of fuel, and for this, offered only a ridiculously short range. In conclusion, a Malkador built on the M-Cand pattern or one of its numerous variants was far too likely to arrive late to the battlefield, but if it didn't, it better prayed it could win because otherwise, it would be too slow to flee. I suppose that means you aren't going to order the Volskani to salvage the lightly damaged hulls before driving them against the Ultramarines. By the gods, no. Perister exclaimed. I want to use them as cannon fodder, not have them trail 50 kilometers behind us like they are frozen in a stasis field. I was just checking. Eliphaz cleared his throat. The Grand Armada is being slaughtered as we speak. Ikotas is not able to do more than delay the inevitable. Perister gritted his teeth. His 2 hearts beat harder. While everything had gone wrong during this campaign, the fact remained that the great battle had always been supposed to be fought against Weaver. Yes, the Grand Armada was only a shadow of itself by now. Yes, Weaver had not had to fight the macro-scale space battles they did at Cadia, Fenris, and lastly against the Ultramarines. But it was still galling to see the ease with which the Navy and Astartes forces of that infuriating pest were decimating battleships which had been the 17th Legions for millennia. The Trezagun in particular had often been seen as a symbol that, no matter what happened at Terra, whether their home worlds were razed or reduced to radiation-saturated nightmares, the Legion would endure. Now the last of the Abyss-class super battleships was gone. And as it died, Perister could not shake the feeling the bell tolled for them all. Then we must hurry and strike Pharsalis and its defenses as quickly as possible. Muthake and his plague marines will take care of the spaceport. Once we break that defensive line, we must head about 102 kilometers west, and then it's another 100 kilometers north to Macridge Civitas. We will assault Gilliman's home from the south, while Corphaeron and the others arrive from the north. Given how much has gone according to Corphaeron's plans lately, the younger Dark Apostle remarked with dark humor, should we not worry about breaching the Pharsalis line first? We have only seen pitiful counterattacks so far, but an expansive set of fortifications, especially one designed by the Ultramarines, is really not something to take lightly. The ground shook beneath their feet. No, Perister bared his teeth. The ground shook again. The Titans are going to break the Pharsalis line and the dogs of the Ultramarines. Their last tech specialists were not as fast or gifted when it came to technology as Sotinal's acolytes, but they had obeyed their orders. In mere hours, they had awakened the dangerous spirits of the greatest weapons of the Mechanicum. 18 warlords for this part of the Legion's landings alone roared their fury, and Macrage itself seemed to cower at their presence, the enormous mountain ranges no longer seeming so tall or indomitable. Then a roar drowned all the others, and the warlords moved aside in a hurry, for their alpha would tolerate none of them entering the fray before it claimed first blood. During the Great Crusade, it had been implacable and the doom of billions. But now, it was truly something bestial. The artisans of the Mechanicum had repaired the old wounds by plating it with black scale-like metallic plates, and as more and more Xenos technology was added to it, what had been an Imperator gained a terrible reptilian aspect. The maw designed in the Eye of Terror was a monstrous cannon the power of which had never been seen before in the 17th Legion's arsenal. Spikes of bones and metal had been emplaced both on its back and around each weapon. It was Tyrannosaurus Rex, greatest weapon of the Legio Vulturum. Let Macrage burn. Macrage. Illyrium Military District. Epirus City. Korifos Kol Badar. Days ago, the thought of killing the wretches clad in the blue and gold of the useless Macrage Auxilia would have filled him with joy. Today? It was a chore, nothing more, and a dangerous one at that. It wasn't because they were dangerous, oh no. As he charged several hundreds of those idiots, his armor's paint was barely affected before he was fighting them at close quarters. Then the holy butchery began. Cole could have slaughtered them several hundreds of meters away, of course, but Yarlek had ordered them to conserve their ammunition, and the Korifos knew the wisdom of his Dark Apostle's argument. Courage Energ. Shut up, and may your soul feed the Neverborn. Immediately he regretted the outburst, as he waded through the ranks of Guilliman's mortal slaves. Those wretches didn't matter. They were insignificant. They were dead, or soon to endure a long and tortuous agony. Advance. He told his troops. They can't stop us, and we need more sacrifices for our Lord's rituals. Yes, Korifos. By the will of the gods, it will be so. Only hidden depths of self-control kept Kol Badar from decapitating the imbecile who had dared utter these words. The will of the gods? Who was stupid enough to believe it was a blessing for the 17th Legion? Who was delusional enough to keep their faith when abandoning the mental struggle meant transformation into a chaos spawn? Who was so ready to believe they had won when their own ships died one by one not far from Macrage, winning mere hours while they had barely landed? Kol Badar struck down the last blue-clad mortals before throwing one of their own grenades into a chimera where most of the surviving cowards had taken refuge. Several more strikes of his fists finished mopping up the enemy resistance, even if it was giving them a level of attention the dogs didn't deserve. The Korifos examined his surroundings with obvious disgust. The city of Epirus, the cultists Yarlek had used to spread illumination. Interestingly, unlike most of the ultramarine cities he remembered from the Shadow Crusade, it looked like an extremely poor settlement, with none of the golden paint, marble columns, and grandiloquent statues the fools of Guilliman's gene line lived for. Now it was a ruin, as the forces of the First and Second Great Host had released countless chaos spawns before joining the massacre. Lemon Russ and Malkador tanks littered the streets, along with chimeras, salamander scout tanks, and countless other things like supply trucks. This vehicle graveyard proved how decadent and incapable the leadership of Macrage was. Building thousands of tanks and transports for your slaves, honestly. No wonder the false emperor's domains were ruled by weaklings when the legionnaires should be the lords and masters. Don't slow down. Kol Badar barked as once again, the thought forced him to remember he hadn't been able to anticipate the insolent Kur's betrayal. He had been denied the pleasure of strangling Marduk, and this alongside the current efforts to keep the curse at bay put him in a very sour mood. Illyrium must be ours before sunset. This is the will of Dark Apostle Yarlek and the Dark Council. It was also necessary if they wanted to have enough sacrifices to ensure the Noctilith crown was properly activated. Yes, Korifos. Several of his legionnaires shouted as he killed the insolent dogs in blue which fired their pitiful lasguns at him. Death to Macrage! Death to Guilliman! Death to the false emperor! He roared and went on to kill more weaklings. Laphis. Ravenna east of the Polenta River. Adjutant Spider Urbana. Urbana was frustrated. There was so much fun everywhere around Ravenna, and she wasn't allowed to participate. Several of her sisters were searching for the incompetent locals like those useless Ministorum Vellum lovers, the aristocrats who had fled at the first opportunity, and every oath-breaker of Laphis. Other adjutant sisters had the privilege of overseeing the ambules digging tunnels and the scorpions crossing the rivers. It was a noble duty. It was really useful. It was fun. She had thought her assignment would be just as fun as the duties her sisters enjoyed. But no. She was the gatekeeper of the Webway Gate. Yesterday she had thought this would bring her plenty of very nice opportunities to eat some long ears and taste if their flesh was truly as delicious as their hell spiders' cousins claimed, but Ilmarina had relayed the webmistress orders, the Eldar weren't to be touched as long as they didn't fight against the Imperial forces. Urbana was of course a good obedient adjutant spider. And the webmistress had a far better understanding of the war situation than hers, of course. But, it was frustrating to stay here, doing nothing to help save boring guard duty. After all, the Ultramarines had been clear this webway gate had been inactive for millennia until the 2 recent arrivals of Long Ears. What were the odds a third time would happen while she was the guardian? The heretic artillery's rate of fire is not decreasing in the slightest, the young adjutant spider spoke to her Sororitas protectors. I wonder if they're trying to hit precise targets with all this smoke, or if their purpose is just to destroy everything they can before our counterattack destroys their guns. I would say it's the latter, not the former, Urbana, one of the Clare sisters answered. I'm more worried about the number of planes trying to support the guardsmen which are destroyed by the archenemy. Her Celestial Highness was confident the Marauders were tough bombers, but the traitor Astartes' anti-air batteries have killed dozens of them as far as we can see and... The word stopped in the Templar Sororita's mouth, and Urbana turned right in time to see many Xenos runes shine on the construction of Wraithbone and other Eldar materials. Webway activation. Webway activation. Beta level emergency alert. Take position but do not fire. If those are Eldar. But the loyal servant of the webmistress didn't even have the opportunity to finish her speech, which was just rude. The webway gate flickered once, twice, and then a silhouette staggered through it. Urbana didn't know what to think. It couldn't be a human coming through the webway, no? The webmistress had told them how treacherous this labyrinth dimension could be. Don't fire. She ordered the Sororitas warriors next to her as she saw the armor of the newcomer was bearing the sigil of the Inquisition. The webmistress wouldn't be very happy if she killed a true Inquisitor, oh no. The unknown potential Inquisitor removed the unconventionally shaped helmet, and one of the Sororitas gasped. You recognize her? Yes, Urbana, I think it's Inquisitor Contessa. Silk and Bacta, what is she doing here? Urbana had been informed by the webmistress herself of the disappearance of the Inquisitor before Operation Caribbean destroyed Comarak. Many had gone missing assuredly, but most had been retrieved dead in the days after, and this had been at Pavia. Never mind. I'm going to ask her myself. And she rushed towards the webway gate, taking care to disarm the turrets. Beware, the enemy is not far behind. Urbana stopped a few steps away from the female Inquisitor, and she saw blood trickling from her mouth. That wasn't a good sign for humans, and neither were the 3 large feather-shaped weapons which had impaled her in her back, despite being protected by what was a very good power armor. Hospitalers. The adjutant spider immediately called out. I want a squad of hospitalers and plenty of red Bacta immediately. Quick. Inquisitor Contessa is severely injured. Hospitalers. Medical personnel. Bacta. Hurry up, I am a spider, not a medic. Urbana almost couldn't believe that the poor Inquisitor had the strength to continue to advance. I must arrive in time, complete the mission. The healer specialist Sororitas were arriving, and right in time, because the young spider didn't know if the Inquisitor was trying to push her away, or was simply leaning on her head to avoid collapsing. No, no. Urbana wasn't going to tolerate that sort of evasion. The hospitalers are going to heal you, and don't worry about those enemies coming by the webway gate. We are ready for them. At last, being the guardian of the webway gate wasn't boring anymore. Now quick, she had to send the news to all her sisters, before writing a few reports for the important officers of the webmistress, a lot of paperwork in paper and digital form, true, but absolutely worth it. Ravenna west of the Polenta River. Sister Alice Gaius. Ravenna was hell. Alice had thought her previous battles were bad, but they had been nothing like the fight the capital of Laphise was proving itself to be. The Imperial Guard was advancing, yes. But it was slow, and by slow, the young Sororitas meant they could count the number of steps they were making. And the number of casualties they were taking for each of them. Where is the air support I called for 30 minutes ago? Ilmarina shouted next to her, and Alice had to touch her to remind her that in this abandoned museum, an adjutant spider had to be careful if she didn't want to hit her own bodyguards. Oh, sweet honey. Another one lost. Alice stopped trying to look outside as another aircraft crashed. And as she had learned quickly, when a war engine slammed into the ground with a lot of promethium in its tanks, the result was spectacular. By this, she meant a spectacular column of fire and smoke devoured the street. Meager consolation, the Imperial pilot had fallen upon a heretic position. So the enemy infantry was definitely dead. We need to neutralize the anti-air weapons of the enemy, the stupendous golden spider they were sworn to protect declared imperiously, and this won't be done by staying here. Alice sighed. This conversation came back every 5 minutes, and didn't get easier any time. Adjutant Ilmarina, we know how eager you are to kill the enemies of Lady Weaver, but a lot of coordination, both with your sisters and the different theater commanders, depends on you. Where you stand, you run little risk. But if you fight in the streets, the traitors are going to notice your presence and they still have a lot of firepower available. The young woman had to stop her speech to fire her bolt pistol at 3 haggard heretics running out of the smoke. Alice fired 6 times, 2 per enemy. Experience gained in the last hours of war had suggested that when in doubt, it was better to give any daemon-worshipping scum a double dosage of life-terminating medicine. Sometimes, it simply didn't pay to be miserly with your lost cells or your special bolt shells. You didn't know if the heretic was on his way to whatever hellish pit tainted souls deserved? Then it was better to shatter his head or transform his body into a large red pile of splattered meat. Nice shot, Ilmarina complimented her. Thank you. General Swartz is sending 2 new regiments our way. The adjutant Spider changed the topic of conversation without warning. I think we will try to cross the street in 20 minutes. We need to gain ground again. The Cathedral of the Savior Emperor is a dangerously exposed salient in our defenses. If they are encircled, many ultramarines and loyal servants of the web mistress will surely perish. Yes, Ilmarina. But 2 brigadier generals tried to push towards the cathedral in the last hours, and her argument was interrupted by the heretic artillery bombarding the city block with extreme prejudice. It wasn't a methodical attack like the ones the Imperial Guard constantly threw against the abominations' heads. No, it was like the archenemy simply had a lot of shells and rockets, and was relishing in demolishing Laphai stone by stone. Smoke once again became their whole world. New small fires were born. Aircars and the city infrastructure were torn apart and transformed into wrecks. Devastation reigned everywhere. When the systems of her power armor were once more able to see further than the walls of the very damaged museum, long lines of burned vehicles and eviscerated habitation quarters were the new norm. I really hope the heretical leader has an enormous bounty. Ilmarina commented in an exasperated tone. Do you have an idea how expensive it is going to be to rebuild the city so it can be a jewel reflecting the generosity of the web mistress? Battleship Enterprise. 46 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Lady General Taylor Hebert. The space separating the fleet of Operation Stalingrad from Macridge was a cauldron of dying ships and lifeless wrecks. This didn't bother the Lady General, since most of these hulks had belonged to the word-bearers in the first place. Carrion-class battleship Vox Dominus destroyed, chosen of the Omniscia. Only 3 heretic ships are left. Very good, Archmagos. By any measure, this battle continued to be a one-sided humiliation for the traitor Astartes. Evidently, this wasn't exactly something to rejoice about for the short term. The chaos-worshipping bastards had deliberately sacrificed all their naval assets, betting on their ability to conquer Macridge before she could rescue the Ultramarines. Wolfgang. Have the Tyranids changed course again? The tactical display didn't say so, but with this dangerous and remarkably intelligent threat, Taylor wasn't willing to underestimate the danger they posed. No, my lady. The trio of bioships continues to rush away from Macridge. And their ultimate target? We're still unable to determine if the Xenos intend to strike Thulium or Artium, unfortunately, the rogue traitor admitted. Given the information the Space Wolves transmitted in the short time available, both planets can be appealing for a species which thrives by genetically corrupting the fauna of the world they invade. Thulium is covered in jungles. If the Tyranids decide to throw forces there, it is unlikely we will be able to purge them without burning half of the planet from orbit. As for Artium, I'm sure the beasts would love feasting upon billions of humans. And can the fleet catch them if I give the order to pursue them now? Immediately. The blonde-haired man shook his head. If Thulium is the target they have chosen, absolutely not. If it is Artium, we may have a chance, but it would be extremely close. Wolfgang grimaced. I don't recommend it, by the way, my lady. Leaving an enemy alive in our back. Oh, we aren't going to leave any word-bearers free to rampage at will in this system, Taylor assured. Even ignoring the fact that this was Macridge and that the military and political consequences didn't bear thinking about, it would indeed be a stupid thing to do. But this fleet will have to pursue the Tyranids when the word-bearers' threat is neutralized. Behemoth can and will destroy all the planets of the Macridge system if given the chance, and we don't need to park 50 battleships in orbit of Macridge to launch precise orbital strikes and protect our transports. You have a point, my lady. No, there was no doubt the Tyranid trio of void-capable bioships had to be killed at all costs. And since the assets of the Ultramarines were not up to the task, it would have to be her battle groups which did it. The real question was, should she go with them or not? On the one hand, the threat of the word-bearers who had landed on Macridge was absolutely terrifying. They must still have tens of thousands of Chaos Marines, supported by millions of cultists, and at least a demi-legio of traitor titans. There was no denying that unleashing her swarm here, in addition to her new powers, would make the fight way easier. On the other hand, for all the golden energy burning inside of her, the insect mistress couldn't fight 2 major battles at once. And the images of Fenris, the psychic attacks of Behemoth, and the sizable damage it had handed to several Gloriana super battleships, it was something the Imperial Guard may not be ready to handle if not properly supported by millions of her insects. What was she supposed to do? On the hololithic display, another word-bearer battleship died. That didn't in any way solve her dilemma, and a pool of shadow flowed onto the bridge's floor from, somewhere she couldn't look at? All the members of the Dawnbreaker Guard instinctively raised their weapons, and Elena Kerrigan, aka Sophia Hess, aka Shadow Stalker, swam out what appeared to be a miniature lake of darkness. No, swimming was not the appropriate description of her actions. The currently red-haired assassin para-human was not swimming, she was riding the enormous Fenrisian feline which had been seen licking her hours ago. Lower your weapons, Taylor ordered her honor guard before raising an eyebrow and addressing her former enemy clad in a black skin bodysuit. That is an interesting ability. What do you want? You need to deal with the Tyranids, the shadow-shrouded assassin declared as the officers on the bridge tried to stay as far away as they could from the enormous feline super predator. You're the only one who has a chance with your insects to fight them once they land on a planet. No one else can do that. I can deal with the word-bearers Dark Apostles. This is my purpose. Taylor wasn't exactly convinced. Yes, she hadn't felt Elena Kerrigan coming, but the power she had was attuned with the gift of one of the Emperor's own sons, it was a perfect furtive system against the light of sacrifice she wielded. But the same couldn't be said for the traitors. Their leaders were damned souls, forged anew into the fires of hell. The heretics will be able to feel your presence long before you strike. The ruinous powers will warn them of your coming, and even if they don't, they will have placed lethal contingencies to stop any would-be assassins from terminating them. And as far as I can see, you're not as advanced as I am on the path all angels must walk upon. The assassin gave her a simple nod. I know. This is why I went to your battleship first. I need help if I am to kill them all. I need Noctilith. Noctilith. In the last few hours there had been no massive surprise besides the Tyranids changing their strategy, but this definitely qualified as one. Why do you think it is going to help you? Ether Gold, for the power imbued in it, is more a hindrance than a help to the Raven Guard who tried it. Their shadow-walking abilities, which are similar to yours, were significantly decreased any time they tried to use it when shards of Ether Gold were in the same compartment. What led you to believe, Elena inquired with an infuriating smirk, that Ether Gold is the only modified Noctilith loyal servants of the God Emperor can create? Goliath-class battleship Unbreakable Faith. Grand Apostle Akotas. The battle had begun disastrously, and was ending in a thoroughly humiliating fashion. The Eternal Crusader was only firing sporadically by now, and was skirting around the most distant debris of battleships with a large escort of strike cruisers and navy destroyers. Akotas was almost certain this was the prelude before the fanatical dogs in white and black launched their own decisive assault so as to save what remained of Makraj's orbital grid. Seeing how badly the day had gone for the 17th Legion, the Dark Apostle sworn to Kern knew they were going to be successful. The Grand Apostle should say he cared what was about to happen, but it would be a lie. Relying so heavily on the power of Hemishia had been his only chance. A chance, which, in the end, had been no chance at all. Now he was trying to stay still as the level of the blood lake his ritual chambers had become reached his armpits. He didn't have to be concerned about the flesh change curse anymore. Then again, he didn't have much to be concerned about anything, especially if it was a matter which didn't involve the warp. The raw power of the Lord of Skulls had sunk into his soul, and as each of his battleships was destroyed, Kern was getting closer to claiming everything he was. When the Unbreakable Faith was be destroyed, and it was now a matter of minutes, not hours, Akotas would be lost body, soul, and mind. For all his attempts to avoid thinking about it, the member of the Dark Council was unable to forget the terrible fate which awaited him. Of course, the demons crawling out of the blood lake and taking position in a morbid cohort against the twisting charnel house were not helping matters. There was a meager satisfaction in all of this. The Hemishia relic had worked relatively well, within limits. Weaver had been forced to use her battleships to destroy his one by one, instead of utterly annihilating them in a fraction of a second with the false Emperor's power. As such, Akota's new Kern and his favorite bloodthirsters had acquired a great deal of information about Weaver's new toys. The next admiral sworn to the gods who would fight this blasphemous daughter would not be taken by surprise nearly as much as he was. Hemishia would likely be the key to improve new ships. How, the Grand Apostle hadn't the faintest idea, and he didn't really care. His vision was not improving, and most of it was focused on the Hemishia relic. It was terrible and magnificent. It was a crystal of 8 sharp edges, almost but not quite the shape of the blessed eightfold star. The Hemishia was so potent bloodthirst and rage came from just looking at it. And in its depths, 8 shades of red coalesced and fought with each other. Akotas knew he contemplated the 8 aspects of Kern, though even pledged to the blood god, he wasn't able to distinguish and name them. Pain increased, and the blood sang. The blood sang and the order came. Weaver. Akotas knew his voice was carrying through the immensities of the void and obeying the will of Kern. I challenge you. Come and fight me, servant of the false emperor. Once purified, each final form of the Noctilith gives us a lot of information about the strengths and qualities the God Emperor expects of us. And each of the living saints is the ideal soul one has to use as guide on that path. Words attributed to Inquisitor Cryptman before the Sanguiterra Conclave, 800M41. Battleship Enterprise. Calidus Assassin Elena Kerrigan. Elena had not known which shape the Noctilith would take after being imbued with her power. Her best guess had been that it would be black in color since her powers continued to be all about shadows. This was a logical assumption. But after walking next to rows upon rows of brilliant ether gold cubes, the young Calidus assassin had unconsciously expected that the shadow Noctilith would be the same too, only in a black form. This wasn't the case. Instead, where an enormous cube of Noctilith had stood, there was now a floating globular shape. Yes, it remained levitating without support. It didn't flow onto the ground. And it wasn't completely black in color. Though there was a very powerful nightshade visible, there were brilliant silver patterns changing on the surface of the orb. Elena had to admit she instinctively loved it. Warm and smelling of metal, yet soft and malleable, Taylor Bear commented as her bare hand caressed the substance she had just created. It's interesting. It's very unlike ether gold, to say the least. Had you considered the fact that since our powers are complete opposite, the Noctilith substances we're able to create may be diverging on a fundamental manner? No, the Angel of Sacrifice admitted, but now you say it, I can see the merits of this perspective. Ether gold is hard, a light in the darkness, and particularly unyielding once I have forced it into the form I want. Glad to see it wasn't just her imagination running wild. Do you have a name for this Noctilith, by the way? No, Elena admitted. I have, several on the tip of my tongue, but it is almost as if there's something missing. Her right hand touched again the transformed Noctilith, and once more the black silvery substance shifted, and answered to her will. Her curiosity led her to push hand and arm further into the globular shape, and the shadow-wielding para-human activated her powers. The phenomenon was fast and intimate. Something in her blossomed, and Elena closed her eyes, letting the Emperor's will guide her. When she opened them again, the evolved Noctilith had changed shape, flowing upon her Calidus sin skin, and covering her body in a new layer of shadows with some silver markings at locations where they could easily be hidden. This wasn't the only modification made to her attire. There was no mirror, but Elena touched her face, and instead of a Calidus mask, there was a feminine version of the Mark VI helmet the majority of the Raven Guard used. Well, Taylor Bear must have a pretty high tolerance for surprises, because her expression of surprise didn't last more than 3 seconds. That's a change of look, all right. I hope you will be able to write a post-battle report describing the abilities granted by your globular Noctilith. Umbral Shroud, Elena spoke. Its name is Umbral Shroud. Umbral Shroud? It isn't a bad name. I suppose you want another block for your Frost Lion. An enormous purr rumbled behind the two chosen of the God Emperor. I think that's a yes. The Calidus replied humorously. Weaver. I challenge you. Come and fight me, servant of the false Emperor. The imprecation was that of an abominable heretic, and a powerful one at that, to be heard in a compartment which was so heavily warded, behind powerful Geller fields. Your first catch of the day, assassin, the mistress of insects snorted, before releasing a secret mechanism of her armor, which revealed a phase sword? How in the name of the Golden Throne did you manage to? Unfortunately, I don't have the time to tell you that story, Elena. Just know that you aren't the first Calidus I met. The green blade was thrown to her hilt first. Please make sure to keep some material evidence to prove you have killed the Dark Apostles. The senior warlords of Lorgar all have monstrous bounties upon their heads. So the rumors you have given heart attacks to half of the Almeida's adepts are true. Goliath-class battleship Unbreakable Faith. Grand Apostle Akotas. Akotas waited. The blood lake had almost reached his mouth, and the pain was excruciating. And he couldn't even open his helmet for the suffering to end. It was. The Hemashia flared dangerously. Before he could react, a green blade bisected it into 2 neat fragments. The blood levels instantly fell lower than his chest, and Akotas rushed forwards. This, he reflected, a fraction of a second before seeing an enormous explosion of crimson slam straight in his face, had been the wrong reaction to make. Everything became pain again, but this time it was truly old-fashioned physical suffering, not the Lord of Blood destroying his soul slowly and methodically like a grinding machine. One moment the Grand Apostle believed that at least whoever had dared strike at the emblem of Kern had paid the price for this odious heresy. This thought abruptly ended as something huge struck him from behind, and with an atrocious sound, one of his legs was ripped from his body. For all his transhuman body and the packs carved in his armor, the realization came fast that the pain he had felt before was merely the prelude. The pain, however, did not seem so problematic when he saw the giant feline shrouded in shadows and silver which stared back at him. The blood lake was gone. The artifact weapons he had offered to Kern were nowhere to be seen. But Akota's rage knew no bounds. When he could see the beast had his missing leg secured in its opened maw, hatred was an inaccurate word to describe what he really was feeling. Give my leg back. Stupid cat, give it back. Strange last words, but who I am to judge. A blade sliced through his neck, and Grand Apostle Akotas died screaming. Laugh eyes. The skies of Ravenna. 47 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Commander Freya Brasidas. The skies of Komarak had been extremely dangerous. The skies of Ravenna were just as dangerous as them, whether you were an Imperial pilot or not. The big difference, Freya knew as she launched her last decoys and made a brusque change of course to avoid several missiles certainly not destined for her, was the anti-air artillery. According to the rumors they heard every time they landed, the heretic tanks of the archenemy were pure crap if they weren't crewed by Chaos Marines. Unfortunately, this didn't apply to their anti-air defenses. The Volskani traitors and all sorts of cultist bastards weren't good pilots, most of them had been killed by now, but they had brought a lot of Hydra flak tanks with them. As if things couldn't get any more interesting, the Imperial Guard which was supposed to help them was shooting their own Hydra flak tanks too, and their goal appeared to be to kill everyone who flew over the battlefield, enemy and ally. And last but not least, after a good day of seeing airfields overrun and tens of thousands of aircraft crashing into ruins, only the better pilots survived. For the Aeronautica Imperialis, this translated into Komarak veterans and the most brilliant pilots who had trained like there was no tomorrow in the months before Operation Stalingrad was launched. For the archenemy, those survivors were traitor Astartes, most often piloting Xiphon interceptors and some improved machines straight from Great Crusade holo recordings. We have a trio of Xiphon at 11 o'clock. I see them on my auspex, Red 2. You couldn't see them with your own eyes or anything else anyway, thanks to those gigantic amounts of clouds rising from the city of Ravenna. It was like they were fighting over a sea of fire, with the kills they made sometimes adding to the pyrotechnic displays. This is White Leader. Reform on me, we have some Xiphon machines to kill. Freya emptied the bottle of water they were so graciously given at the beginning of each flight, and prepared herself. It was not going to be pleasant. Missiles. Missiles behind us. Orange 3 is gone. Orange 3 is gone. One more Xiphon behind us. It's a modified Xiphon, certainly the Jackal. Great. Not only they were fighting the aces of the traitor Marines, the archenemy had also sent one of their very best sky butchers to kill them. Freya cut off the thought and launched her own missiles at two of the Xiphons she had first locked onto. That it had been a trap didn't mean she couldn't kill those bastards. White 13 is down. There were no time to. White Leader got one. A second has been damaged. Target the third. Usually, she would not stop until a whole wing was destroyed, but there was a bigger danger which had already destroyed one Brunhilde and two Thunderbolts. I will deal with the Jackal myself. Aerial duels didn't last very long. It felt like hours for the pilots involved, of course, but once they were back at the base and had the opportunity to review what they had done, they generally were forced to admit the whole period of life or death struggle was over in 30 seconds. This time the impression didn't feel any different, but somehow, the Nixian noblewoman felt it was lasting far too long. Every maneuver she made to gain the advantage on the heretic was countered by another maneuver. Feints became counter-feints. They expended more and more of their ammunition until they were limited to the close-quarters cannons. All the while the skies continued to be in fire, and the anti-air batteries of both sides tried to shoot them down. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the modified Xiphon painted with crude glyphs of damnation turned away. One look at an important gauge informed her it was likely for the same reason she was going to have to return to, lack of fuel. All members of White Squadron who can hear me, the Jackal is in retreat, Freya said in a tone trying to hide how tired she was by that fight. I am returning to. The edge of her beloved White Lance's left wing disappeared in an explosion, and suddenly Freya fought with her yoke to keep it somehow stable. When the smoke dissipated, the damaged wing looked like one of those disgusting cheeses her father loved so much. The ones which had plenty of holes. Freya didn't need to be a genius to know a Hydra flak tank had just effectively killed her fighter. And as if nothing good could ever happen to her, several missiles flashed onto her auspex as, one by one, the lights of the Brunhilde cockpit went crimson. This is White Leader, my Brunhilde is severely damaged and about to be destroyed. I'm ejecting. One glance at the ground below, and yes, the leader of White Squadron could confirm she was flying right above a very contested war zone, of course that described most of Ravenna today, but still. This was, as the good old proverb said, going to be unpleasant. Ravenna west of the Polenta River. Cathedral of the Savior Emperor. Colonel Lothar Jordan. Where is our damn artillery? We need them to kill that heretic land raider. To cover. To cover. They can't hold. The walls of the cathedral can't protect against this sorcery. Kneel and fire back. It was complete madness. And the worst part was that it had come so fast after the first victorious counterattack led by the Ultramarines. The Ultramarines had helped them turn a small number of traitor Marines, a lot of cataphracts, and even one big Chaos Knight, into fuming carcasses and incinerated flesh. And the calm had lasted long enough for Captain Thiel and his men to move to reinforce other regiments of Krieg. Then the heretic counterattack had arrived. This time it wasn't just a few super heavy tanks acting without infantry support. The Volskani cataphracts had thrown several of their close assault bombers, many Lemon Rust tanks, and a couple of cataphracts along with at least 5,000 shock troopers into the grind. By a succession of bloody sacrifices and thousands of plasma grenades, they had managed to stop that counterattack 200 meters away from the Cathedral of the Savior Emperor. In strategic terms, they had lost pretty much everything the previous counterattack had gained, along with at least half of his 83rd. The 4 other regiments deployed had suffered worse. Where are our reinforcements? Lothar repeated. We can't hold this land raider back by ourselves. Once more he fired his lasgun, and his men, imitating him, fired everything they had against a single Chaos Marine. The monster laughed, before it began to explode in size, sprouting a second head, and its limbs turned into pincers and other horrible things. Another spawn? Colonel, what the hell is wrong with them? Don't know, don't care, Lothar snapped, as 3 of the other traitor Astartes, caught by surprise, were trying to put down the monster which had fought by their side until a second ago. Do we have any Sturmgeskuts able to intervene? Colonel, with all due respect, the heretic hull of damnation continued to advance and fire, and it incinerated 2 more buildings, killing the God Emperor only knew how many snipers. The Sturmgeskuts gun is not powerful enough to kill a land raider. Maybe not when firing at the front, the Krieg colonel acknowledged, but from the rear, we might have a chance. I don't know if the bastards intend to enter the cathedral, but there's plenty of narrow alleys where our tank hunters will be able to move and prepare an ambush. Fine, Colonel, but I don't think it's going to work. To be honest, Lothar didn't think it was going to work either. Conventional land raiders, according to the documentation every regimental commander had been given in pre-campaign reports, were extremely tough beasts. They had 2 twin-linked lascannons, and a twin-linked heavy bolter. This one had 2 big sorcery-filled guns which made lascannons look inefficient, and the enormous replacement for the heavy bolter was a demonic head sprouting warp-cursed fire. The God Emperor protects. Oh no, not the mad priest again. The God Emperor protects. Lothar crawled between the debris of what had been a cataphract tank, and signaled the closest sergeant to stop the madman. There were a lot of tactics which were utterly suicidal when a land raider had slaughtered its way across the main avenue, and charging while screaming sermons was perhaps the most insane of all. We are his servants. We do not fear death. We are the hammer of the God Emperor. Charge! Death to the heretics! The bald and mad-eyed priest was leading a crowd of about 1,000, which included Lafizers, soldiers from a variety of Krieg regiments, and plenty of auxilia personnel brought back into line by the threat of summary execution. They were poorly armed, most of them had not properly cared of their carapace armors when they had begun the battle with one, and they had all a pathetic air of militia and unruly military remnants. Still, they charged. Baying religious hymns and fanatical battle cries, they ran out of the cathedral and rushed to get in range of the heretical land raider crewed by the great enemy's elite. The problem was, the traitor marines were not blind. Their Astartes outside the tank were busy subduing the spawn with chain weapons and corrupted bolters, but there was nothing to divert the attention of the land raider's crew. For several seconds, it was just an atrocious butchery. Colonel! Run! Lothar trusted his own men enough to obey the order. Ignoring everything prudent in his mind, the colonel of the 83rd ran towards one of the ruined buildings which were still standing, and took cover. Before he could breathe twice, an aircraft fell from the sky and crashed into the land raider. The explosion as heretical ammunition collided with Aeronautica Prometheum was extremely satisfying and a just expression of utter annihilation for everything that was close enough to be impaled by thousands of metallic splinters or torched by inflammable substances. Never had Lothar been more pleased to wear a rebreather mask, given how filled with smoke and poisonous substances the avenue's air was right now. However, the most striking feature remained the huge crater decorating the fastest and least defensible path to reach the cathedral. The priest was mad, but he wasn't wrong. Colonel, there was a miracle coming. Maybe, I am not saying it was a miracle, but we had the God Emperor's luck with us. Lothar cleared his throat. Try to find the pilot of this aircraft. I didn't have much time to observe it, but I think it was one of ours. If he ejected, we owe it to him to locate and repatriate him back to the mustering grounds near the river. Yes, Colonel. Do you want to cancel the request for reinforcements? No. We have lost so many of our men we won't be able to counterattack without them. Ravenna east of the Polenta River. 48 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. General Jack Death Schwartz. It is butchery. The Nixian liaison to his artillery didn't look like a man whose stomach was easily shaken, but right now, his face looked like he was about to violently retch. And you want to keep firing? Why? Most of the city is already nothing more than rubble and a graveyard of vehicles. And we likely kill more Krieg guardsmen than the enemy does. Mentally, Jack promised himself to inform the promotion board to not even consider giving one more rank to this colonel for the rest of his career. While it spoke well of the man to care about fellow guardsmen who weren't of his world, he had completely missed the strategic implications. For a colonel of the Imperial Guard, this could be tolerated. If you wanted to command a formation larger than a regiment, it couldn't. Because, the Katachan general replied, the artillery is pinning down the Chaos Marines as long as it fires. When the basilisks, sphinxes, and vermilion rocket launchers are bombarding their positions, the traitor Astartes must take cover or dig in like everyone else. There were countless reports of the transhumans worshipping the archenemy shrugging off hundreds of las gunshots. On the other hand, a few dozen artillery shells saturating their positions were in general enough to calm their heresy forever. We are still losing tens of thousands of men. 100,043 men have perished in the name of the God Emperor and the glorious web mistress so far, Ilmarina the adjutant spider informed the Nixian. While there was no sign of injury on her metallic skin, the loyalist insect was far more subdued than she had been when this battle began. We are trying to cope with the influx of more than 50,000 wounded, many of them requiring immediate hospital attention. You see. But it does not matter. The golden spider interrupted the colonel in a tone which was as terrifying as a commissar's, if in a different way. My sisters have made the necessary requisitions to take over 70 hospitals already, and the queens of our ant partners have quintupled the production of Bacta. Medical services will be given to all of those who are in need. The edicts of the web mistress will be respected. Anything else I must know immediately? The holder of a Star of Terra inquired, making sure the smile he wanted to express was not seen by the spider or his subordinates. We have recovered 22 veteran pilots in the last hour, thanks to the bravery of the Krieg Scouts. Ilmarina reported quickly. Including 3 aces of aces who began their careers at Kamarak. It is good, the web mistress and her officers had a bet about Freya Brasidas and Kurt Nils. It would have been a shame for their tale to end here. Incidentally, the Aeronautica commanders report having neutralized about 73% of the original aerial forces of the word bearers. It had not been 100 hours since he was given the adjutant spiders to help the war effort, but Jack Swartz could see how tempting it was to fire everyone in the Departamento Munitorum and replace them with the talkative spiders, who, for all their personality quirks, combined efficiency and clarity. The tunnels. They have opened 24 minutes ago, exactly where you ordered, General Death. The mechanist infantry is taking position around the Cathedral of the Savior Emperor, the Museum of the Great Crusade, the Iota Artistic Academy, and the Caesar Thermal Complex. This was far better than his own predictions had dreamed possible. The training exercises of past years had confirmed the adjutant spiders could control ambules and thus pave the way for underground assaults with or without Lady Weaver's presence, but the speed of progress had to be seen to be believed. It left a last point, in a way the most important. How certain are you that there are no reserves of word-bearers at the western periphery of Ravenna? Reasonably confident, General Death. A small spider arrived and threw a stack of pictures in his direction before leaving as quickly as she had arrived. Not only did the pressure the Krieg guardsmen are exerting ensure they tried to counterattack as ferociously as possible, Captain Thiel and Ancient Rylaner are ambushing them in dozens of small engagements. This forces the heretics, in turn, that we believe to be led by the Vile One himself, to use more and more stupid gambits in order to break the deadlock. Good. If the numbers were accurate, the last 24 hours had seen between 400 and 700 word-bearers and other traitor Astartes die in the streets of Ravenna. The perfidious and treacherous enemies of the web mistress have kept an armored reserve, which is both serving as a rearguard and a place to do all sorts of horrible and monstrous activities in, general. Yes, they have a reserve. Apparently, for all the heretics' lack of talent in military strategy, they weren't so stupid as to not keep a force in reserve in case the Imperial Guard had a nasty surprise for them. But it is a small force, and we are going to attack them from the north and the south. The Vile One, assuming it really was that heretic in command, would face the dilemma of sending his reserve either north or south, or divide it in two to delay the pincers of the encirclement closing around this horde of spawn and mad cultists. We have waited for long enough. Transmit the attack orders to the lances of House Terrin. Makraj. Pharsalis Military District. The Pharsalis Line. 49 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. General Grumio Catullus. The realm of Makraj, as every general of the Ultramar Auxilia knew, had signed many offensive and defensive pacts with different legios of the Collegia Titanica. Some of them were as old as the Great Crusade itself. Every general also knew there was not a single Titan on Makraj. A small maniple had participated in the parades for the recent celebrations and reviews ordered by Regent Valens so that the ceremonies of the second founding's birthday were memorable, but those Titans must have made their warp transition by now. To be clear, the sons of Gilliman, whose orders Grumio Catullus was duty-bound to obey in every matter of military importance, could summon Titans without demanding for the wider Imperium's assistance. Koner and Gantz supplied the Legio Praesagius, and the true messengers were a reliable ally even when the political situation was tense. None of it was of great comfort at the moment, since no astropathic call had accomplished anything but kill the psyker who attempted it. The loyalist Titans weren't here. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said about the enemy. I count 20 of them, his chief of staff reported quickly as he lowered the magnoculars. In the first attack formation. Yes, and they have 3 more coming right behind it. The Ultramar general didn't even try to use a magnifying device. It would not tell him something else besides what he already knew. To keep it blunt and simple, his men and himself were all going to die. What was the saying, again? What Titans had to fear were hubris, and another of its own kind. Well, the saying was true. Watching them advance on the horizon, it was like mountains had suddenly taken life and gone to war. Alas, the reality was far more horrible than that. Ignore the Imperator monster, Grumio ordered, wincing at the sheer scale of the massacre the tallest and most dangerous gigantic walker was going to inflict on the 4 defensive layers of the Pharsalis line. The Shadow Sword tanks must go after the warlords and the Warbringer nemesis they have. Those their volcano cannons can kill if they play it smart. I don't think that's a good idea, General, the man he had known since they enlisted at Makraj Civitas protested. That Imperator is an enormous threat, and is hardly going to stay idle. But we don't have the guns to bring it down. Not if the energy readings are true. The void shields of an Imperator were theoretically capable of enduring the exterminatus of the planet they walked upon, but the readings his command center got from this heretical abomination were twice as powerful as the maximum output of the most dangerous asset of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Deploy all the troops which have managed to reach us. Contact the regiments who haven't, and tell them to adopt a Kappa Omega deployment in the valley leading to the capital. That was more than 100,000 men who wouldn't come to reinforce his order of battle, but this was not as much a hindrance as he had feared hours ago. If the archenemy truly wanted to lay siege to Makraj Civitas, they would have to fight the Ultramar Auxilia in a series of deadly ambushes, and many of the delayed brigades possessed old vehicles which could pierce a Titan's void shields provided the crews were skilled hunters and luck was on their side. We are going to fight with less than 1,000,000 men, General. We are going to die with less than 1,000,000 men, Grumio Catullus corrected. The heretics have brought 94 traitor Titans. That's 94 more than we have. The Magos in charge of the maintenance of the complex technology the halls of the Pharsalis command bunker contained came back as he finished speaking. Our blessed data vaults have confirmation on the enemy Legio. The tech priest hissed after saying the words, making a noise which was entirely mechanical. Not that it was enormously surprising, normal humans did not have 6 mechadendrites and a body which looked like an assemblage of 10 aircars combined with a toaster. It is the Legio Vulturum we are facing. The noble engines have been defiled and modified, but there can't be any mistake in our cogitations. The Imperator is the 12 times accursed Tyrannosaurus Rex. And what sort of armament does this Tyran? There was a mighty roar. It shook everything. Walls fissured. All around him, Ultramar Auxilia officers began to giggle, ate their own last pistols, or began to bash their heads against the nearest hololith. The air was filled with terror. It was so hurtful Grumio had difficulties just trying to think. There was an urge to flee. There was the sensation he was nothing but a tiny, insignificant thing in front of the apocalypse. Psychic sonic weaponry, the last general of the Catullus line heard the Magos say, but it was as if the words were spoken far away and underwater. How did the Hirtex manage to? Tyrannosaurus Rex roared again. Dark Apostle Muthake. Muthake laughed as the slaves of the false emperor died in their thousands. You could say a lot of things about Sodanol, but the Mechanicum's Hellforge mistress was hardly incompetent when it came to designing and building destructive weapons. If anything, it didn't do her justice. The former apprentice to the Fabricator General had reverse-engineered the weapons of Eldar Titans, and somehow developed models which could be carried by the Legio Vulturum. Theoretically and for the non-initiated, that didn't sound too difficult a challenge. Muthake, infused with the wisdom of the grandfather, knew how massive a technological achievement it truly was. Xenos walkers had nothing in common with the machines the Imperium had and continued to use. The Eldar ones had even less than most disturbing non-human empires, since they used massive amounts of psychically reactive materials. So where did Sodanol? Ah! Of course. The Hellforge mistress must have taken inspiration from the Legio Sinister of the false emperor. Naturally, finding blank princeps had been impossible in the Eye of Terror, but somehow, she had been able to rebuild entirely new titans without this vital piece of control. And now it proved its worth. Blasts of psychic power echoed, and the mortals panicked, detonating their minefields before a single titan approached them. Underground assault teams revealed their positions long before they had any chance to surprise the titans. The roars had fundamentally destroyed this pathetic fortification before the first shot was fired. Yet Muthake wasn't truly satisfied. It was an enjoyable moment, but this was not holy decay at work. They were destroying the Pharsalis line with reverse-engineered weapons and overwhelming firepower. Some of his legionnaires had tried to spread a few plagues, but there was obviously no time for the disease to spread and deliver even a few of the grandfather's blessings. The mortal auxiliaries were dying quickly, and the Dark Apostle knew this was part of the plan. It was just, he could freely admit that his new self, which had been granted the great honor of a glance at the holy site of the garden, was displeased by this spectacle. Missiles coursing with flamboyant blue lightning were tearing enormous gaps into the 10 meters high walls. Red blasts of energy melted turrets and whatever was hiding inside the trenches. Thousands of the false emperor's blinded fools were buried under the rubble or vaporized by the sheer power of Legio Vulturum. Muthake still didn't like it. It didn't get any better, for as the Titan's void shields shrugged off the feeble efforts of the enemy artillery contemptuously, the Volskani and the other slaves they had mustered screamed either the names of the brutish slaughterer or the architect of lies. They weren't praising the grandfather. And this didn't please Muthake at all. I will make see them reason, oh grandfather, the plague-afflicted dark apostle gurgled. I swear. Muthake. What are you doing? You should be in position with your forces, piercing the line on its southernmost sections and directly assaulting the spaceport behind it. Calm yourself, Perister. If only the other veteran had been able to abandon his ridiculous stance of not swearing himself to a single god, he would have been a great servant of Nurgle. Everything is in position. My men are already spreading many diseases as we speak. I don't want the enemy to die by disease. The scream almost deafened him. And this frightened him, for this was unlike Perister to show that much hatred to appear. I don't want them to die by your plagues and your diseases, the other member of the Dark Council repeated less forcefully. Ikotas is dead, and that means Weaver is on her way to kill us personally. We don't have the time to spread an epidemic which is unlikely to work anyway. I am consternated by the lack of faith you have in the grandfather's blessings, Perister. 1 second later, part of the sky behind the far Salus line turned to gold, and Muthake felt the plague bearers behind the veil scream angrily as many holy seeds were destroyed, as infernal light burned them to dust. I am showing you the faith you deserve, Muthake. The remark infuriated him, but for the life of him, the new plague marine didn't have a reply. Attack the spaceport and make sure Weaver and her forces can't use it. If you fail, I will kill you myself. Muthake grunted and took his scythe back in his hand. This turn of events was extremely inconvenient, especially as it confirmed the other members of the council couldn't be trusted to accomplish the Lord of Decay's will. Laphis. Southern approaches of West Ravenna. 50 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. High Queen Esmeralda Terrin. General Jack Swartz may be an uncultured brute of Catachan who had no appreciation for the heroic tales of House Terrin, a trait a disturbing percentage of the guard shared, but his timing was impeccable. When Esmeralda led the 130 other knights of her house past the ruined village they had just burned alongside the regiment-sized formation of heretics occupying it, it was to catch over 200 traitor tanks maneuvering on the flat, verdant fields separating her lances from the city of Ravenna. Elena felt the excitement of her beloved sapphire lance, and memories of uncountable battles flooded through the throne mechanicum's connection. Be they lemon russ or another type of armored vehicle the heretics had corrupted for their fell purposes, they couldn't escape her. Baron Jasper, I give you the honor of leading the lance to my left. Duke Balthazar, the honor to protect my right is yours. Yes, High Queen. They do not deserve the honor of knowing our names. The young red-haired noblewoman bared her teeth. Annihilate them. And joining her deeds to her words, the volcano lance and plasma decimator of sapphire lance fired and killed 2 heretical targets. Powerful emotions flooded her immediately after, and Esmeralda had to control herself. It felt good, but she had to be careful. Yes, the Dominus Pattern Knight Castellan was a beautiful partner to ride, but Sapphire Lance had a temper, and the repairs the Nixian Mechanicues had made had increased her rebelliousness at the same rate they had improved speed, system efficiency, and firepower. 2 kills confirmed, High Queen. Her herald announced. Are you sure you really need us? Well, we will have to see. Esmeralda chuckled before returning to lethal seriousness. We have yet to reach Ravenna. Let's advance, my lances. And so the House of Terran marched northwards. It was completely unlike the awful fighting they had done in the depths of the Throne of Oblivion, where 2 priceless knights had been lost and 13 had been damaged so badly they were currently undergoing extensive repairs in the Starforge galleons. No, this time it was a straight-out massacre. The K's Taurus patterns were not as exceptional at long range as Sapphire Lance was, but it didn't make any difference. Once or twice, a tank shell hammered the ion shields of a too confident knight, but this audacity was punished by her lances immediately, often with the one of her nobles who was hit being teased by her barons. Some heretics tried to flee. House Terran's lances pursued and methodically tore them apart. One by one, missiles and energy weapons transformed each enemy vehicle into a wreck. Colonel Mondragon and his con-equipped regiments are 1 kilometer behind us, Your Majesty. They've advanced fast. Esmeralda let a touch of humor be heard in her royal voice again, or is it some of us are getting a bit slow in their old age? I wouldn't dare slow you down, High Queen, Duke Balthazar grumbled, her honorary uncle making the appropriate sounds of grouchiness. Enemy forces reported leaving the boundaries of the city, High Queen. They are still far away from maximal engagement range, but we confirm at least 100 armored super heavy tanks. A mechanical alert from her long-range enemy identifiers she had only heard once before when taking the field in person chimed. Not just super heavy tanks, Baron. There are traitor knights out there. The green-eyed High Queen smiled instinctively. There was no greater enemy to kill in the name of the God Emperor and his saint. Some might say that traitor titans deserved this position, and they wouldn't be completely wrong, but hunting a corrupted unit of the Titanica was a pack hunt, where improvisation and individual skill held little importance. Knights had to work together to have a chance against a single titan, even if they were as powerful as her Sapphire Lance. But traitor knights, they were a stain upon the honor of the loyal K's Taurus houses. They were a reminder that, when the time had come to choose between loyalty and vile treachery, many oath-breakers had preferred sipping the poisoned chalice of the traitor War Master than do what was right. "Let them come," a noble whose voice she didn't recognize proclaimed, "those heretics we destroyed on our way here were barely enough to chase away the drowsiness." High Queen. Identification of the traitors: we see over 50 traitor knights, and most of them seem to be painted in the colors of the divine traitors. House Divine. The name was infamous, even by the awful standards of the traitor houses. Their initial betrayal had ensured their homeworld's sizable garrison was massacred to the last, and during their march to Terra, the unholy betrayers had committed so many atrocities that the numbers of grudges against them from loyal houses was worth a 1-year-long period of lamentation in its own right. Esmeralda, like many young knights, had thought House Divine would never be seen again. They had fallen to a ruinous power which was dead, after all. Apparently, she had been wrong. Barons. It appears House Divine has survived the hour of the Emperor's wrath. The red-haired noblewoman suppressed the urge to attack coming from the throne Mechanikus. "I do not wish to explain to Lady Weaver that they have survived the might of House Terrin." "Yes, High Queen. By your will, your Majesty. Death to the traitors." For the Emperor. 131 knights of House Terrin went to war. Ravenna west of the Polenta River. Leviathan Super Heavy Assault Transport Legions I. Chaos Lord Mofrin. 5 minutes ago, the sorcerers had foretold a massive attack on the southern flank, one which would be an enormous peril if left unchecked. And since the visions had included knights loyal to the corpse decaying on the throne of Terra, Mofrin had sent the knights of House Divine. It was the most logical solution, and it was honestly the only force he felt could counter this new threat in time to do any good. While he wasn't going to admit it inside the Legion's Eye or anywhere else, the fighting inside the capital of Laphise was consuming available assets at an insane rate. Legionnaires and slaves alike were dying so quickly that several times when he had moved closer to the front lines, he was met with piles of corpses. All these hours, Mofrin had tried to convince himself that while they weren't exactly winning, the slaves of the false emperor were hardly triumphing either. Most of Lord Erebus' champions had kill counts in the tens of thousands by now. At some point, the mortals and the space marines helping them were going to break. They had begun this battle watching their civilians be slaughtered, and there were countless reports signaling the summary executions were continuing hour after hour. The morale of the potential slaves was low. They would soon break the threshold of 1 million casualties, and his artillery had, after a period of adaptation, killed plenty of those big scorpions. In the last 30 minutes, the river traffic was more or less interrupted. This confidence had been threatened by the southern offensive, though he had believed at first this was the blasphemer's last attempt at delaying the inevitable. It did not survive the appearance of a massive army on his northern flank. Worse, said military force had already crossed the river, despite the fact there were no standing bridges in that direction for more than 300 kilometers. The initial orbital strikes had made sure of that. Status of this new army. "We are counting 1,200 Chimera-type vehicles," the daemon host in charge of the surveillance of the plains croaked. "They are followed by 500 pieces of artillery. We see over 40 columns of trucks trying to keep pace with this vanguard. How by the feathers of all lords of change did they manage something like that in so little time?" Mofrin asked in exasperation. "Maybe because unlike you, the Imperials don't suck at organizing their logistics," the creature suggested with undisguised relish. It earned it a well-deserved fist to the head. "We need to counterattack immediately." One of the few captains who wasn't on the front lines vehemently interjected. "I can lead my company." "Your company is under strength with, what, 30 legionnaires? All are wounded and currently being patched up by our medical specialists. We have 5 chaos spawns too. That is no advantage. It is a noose threatening to strangle the entire legion." While the spawns had proved an efficient weapon to use when you felt you could point them at the enemy without trouble, every legionnaire handling one of the former Astartes had quickly learned that if the chaos spawns could misinterpret the orders or escape their fate as defense breaker, they would not let the opportunity go to waste. "I won't stay here doing nothing. You might feel confident staring at defeat doing nothing, but I refuse. I am going to launch a counterattack northwards, and the mortals will rue the day they tried that strategy." "What a glorious idiot," the daemon host kept in a kneeling position by 8 great chains of the finest illuminated metals of the Eye of Terror commented. "Silence. Let's consider the positive consequences of his actions. He won't have to suffer the transformation into a chaos spawn. These new forces are going to wipe him out before the flesh change fulfills its purpose." "I said silence." Mofrin immediately regretted the loss of control. The entity was born of the warp. It was never a good idea to let it know how enraged and lacking in options he was. "Show me the battlefield where the knights duel each other." "As you wish. I must say, with House Divine outnumbered more than 2 to 1, your chances of stopping this encirclement don't look good. What are those fools doing?" "Ha! Anarchy strikes again." Southern approaches of West Ravenna. High Queen Esmeralda Terrin. Once they were back at Furion Peak, Esmeralda would admit to her little brother she had been a bit worried when the traitor knights launched their first sonic bombardment at long range. It had nearly taken out the ion shield of Sapphire Lance, after all. But House Terran had returned fire and killed 4 of them in a devastatingly accurate counter-barrage, Esmeralda personally claiming one of those engine kills. Given the enormous disparity in numbers, the High Queen had thought she had a massive advantage, even if those sonic bombardments would surely kill several of her nobles before being vanquished. But then the abominable-looking pink machines who could tolerate fighting in such a ghastly machine, the young noblewoman sworn to the God Emperor had no idea had not reloaded and fired again. 5 of the Divine Knights had suddenly screeched loudly and turned their close-quarters weapons against their fellow traitors. In the span of 3 heartbeats, what had promised to be a hard-fought battle against extremist traitorous heretics became a one-sided extermination wrought with the name of the God Emperor on their lips. As anything looking like order abandoned the ranks of the eternally damned knights, Esmeralda and her lances were reloading their weapons, all taking their time to make sure there was no escape, and then with perfect accuracy, unleashed volley after volley against the heretical oathbreakers or their descendants. With the Warp Storm's shenanigans, it was always difficult to know if you were fighting a veteran or a new mutant having delusions of grandeur. Naturally, neither her nobles nor she fired at the 2 surviving traitor knights which had turned against their own masters. The Divine Knights took care of them before being all killed, but not fast enough to not reveal that the pink paint was being replaced by white and black colors. Esmeralda was going to have to send an urgent message to the rest of the High Command of Battle Group Volga. Lady Weaver had told them to keep an eye out for any anarchic manifestation, and this definitely was one. She was ready to stake half of her tapestries on it. That was far easier than I expected this fight to be, Duke Balthazar commented as the last Divine Knight exploded under the combined fire of no less than 10 Terran Knights. What next, Your Majesty? General Swartz wanted us to open the way so that the heretics inside Ravenna could be encircled. I think, Esmeralda grinned, that it is time to finish this not-so-arduous task. Makraj. Fortress of Hera. 51 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Captain Gaius Pompeius. Fabius, please tell me you have good news. The Master of the Recruits, commanding officer of the 10th Company of the Ultramarines chapter, gave Gaius a thin smile. As it happens, I have some good news. The Black Templars have been unleashed on the orbital grid and the stations the bastard sons of Lorgar managed to capture, and they're making excellent progress. We're still short of having orbital superiority, never mind orbital supremacy, but with the Word-Bearer's fleet entirely wiped out, it is only a matter of time. Theoretically and practically, that can only be good news indeed. The de facto chapter master acknowledged. Yes. And Captain Cestus is on his way with most of the 7th Company. They're deploying as we speak, so we should see their Thunderhawks landing in a few minutes. And we have received confirmation our chapter master has been healed, though naturally the apothecaries won't allow him to leave their site for at least a few more hours. Gaius was not surprised. He had seen the wounds Regent Cato Valens had taken before they evacuated the doomed flagship of the Ultramar fleet, and frankly, miraculous healing substances or not, it was a miracle the chapter master was still among the living. That damnable chaos spawn had gutted him before going down. And the bad news? There are significant problems finding enough Astartes power armors to replace the lost suits of Mark 7 aboard Weaver's fleet. Of all the problems the captain leading the 1st Company had thought he would hear today, this wasn't one of them. I thought our cousins had been totally re-equipped with some brand new power armor, the Mark 9, if I remember correctly. They have. Captain Torquatus Rebilus, Master of the Rites, confirmed. Though totally re-equipped is really stretching the truth further than the practical allows. According to the preliminary figures I checked, the Blood Angels' successors alone replaced only 60% of their Mark 7 with the Mark 9. And of course, we mustn't forget that the fleet that they came with fought a considerable number of battles before reaching Makraj. Gaius was not an expert in power armors, but he could see where this was going. They have taken significant losses, and thanks to their large supplies of Bacta, the Space Marines present aboard this huge fleet often survived despite their equipment being crippled or suffering heavy damage. Now that the problem was pointed out, the commander of the Warriors of Ultramar's company acknowledged this was a problem that Weaver and all her chapters had perhaps underestimated and whose full implications they had not completely recognized until right now. Before Bacta became a reality, the injuries which destroyed power armor typically left the battle brother protected by the high-quality ceramite grievously wounded or dead. Either way, the chapter was given the time to replace this tragic loss by ordering the armory to produce proud Mark 7 armors, a process which could take between several months and several years, depending on the demand of the chapter and the rest of the successors of the 13th. If the Space Marines came back to service before they had the time to commission a new Aquila suit, however, this was definitely a problem. You understand the problem? Torquatus grimaced. And it just so happened we held a great celebration on the second founding's birthday, where we gifted several new armors to the Battle Brothers. Thus we have far fewer replacement armors here than I would like. Solutions. The tech priests present aboard Weaver's fleet are doing their best to find armors without owners and return them back to proper warfighting condition, but it is going to take time. In the meantime, some 30 Mark 7 armors have been found for our recently healed battle brothers who survived the butchery aboard our destroyed battle barges. The payment, well, we will likely pay a heavy price for them, but it can wait the end of the battle. True, Fabius Decius agreed. Now we can speak of the real bad news. The Pharsalus line has fallen apart completely in the south. And if it's possible, the situation is worse in the Illyrium military district. It couldn't be helped. Gaius declared grimly. They threw a lot of small detachments around the planet, and our anti-air defenses couldn't destroy them all. We couldn't leave regiment-sized forces free to rampage at their leisure and prey upon our civilians. Moreover, I don't think we could have stopped the 2 main assaults from landing even if we threw everything we had at one heretic aerial muster. If they survived, Gaius swore he would triple the number of anti-air guns available for the Macrage defenses, and likely kill at least 20 officers of the Ultramar Auxilia, for their performance couldn't be described as anything but abysmal. Yes. Practical, we still have to admit we lost Illyrium completely. And I don't like the reports we received from the scouts I deployed 5 hours ago at all. Unlike at Pharsalus, the bastard sons of Lorgar seem to use the ruin of one of our cities to build one of their damned temples. Macrage. Illyrium military district. Outskirts of Epirus city. Sergeant Albinus AP. Theoretical, as the Primarch said, a scout must rely on stealth, not brute force. Albinus emptied his bolter magazine into several cultists before replying. Practical, the Primarch isn't here, and if he were, he would likely be furious you would quote his words out of context. A new wave of frothing madmen wearing tatters of military uniforms charged them, and the ultramarine sergeant drew his chainsword, physically explaining to the stupid heretics why you didn't try to go on the offensive against a battle brother of the Adeptus Astartes. There is no way to go into a deep infiltration when there are so many enemies in and outside the city. Recruit, Albinus AP, sergeant of the 10th Company, continued when all the opposition close to them was finally dead in their blood-decorated houses and statues. But the Codex Astartes says. The Codex Astartes does not have a course of action ready for invasion of Macrage. Recruit. Now stop distracting me. Avitus. On the roof of the green residential building, Sergeant. The elite sniper of his squad informed him. I think you must come and see for yourself what the heretics are doing. I'm on my way. Sergeant. I must protest. We have been involved in no less than 7 violations of the Codex. You can obey your orders, Recruit, or I will strive to discover if the Codex Astartes of our beloved Primarch permits an officer to send his unworthy scouts to a penal legion. Am I clear? By all his ancestors, how had they failed so badly? Macrage was on fire and some of their space marines still persisted in thinking a book held the answers to all questions, even when it was clear the enemy had read it and was now using it to anticipate their actions, sometimes before the orders were given. Fortunately, many of the training cadres had acknowledged the truth following Chapter Master Valen's void defeat. If they continued to fight like mechanically programmed servitors, the word-bearers were going to kill them all, and the sons of Gilliman would inflict little damage in return. Avitus? He asked as he reached the roof, and saw no sign of the sniper. West, Sergeant. It still took him 4 seconds to find the foremost sniper of the 10th Company, hidden in an alcove between several heavy-looking cubic boxes, his camo cloak and his natural camouflage skills making him almost invisible. I was using my rifle to explode a few heretic heads, the younger ultramarine explained as Albinus seized his magnoculars, the designated target being several kilometers away, when the traitors began demolishing everything in that direction and leveling the ruins on top of that. And now they're installing this strange ring of black stone. None of the archives of the heroic battles of the Library of Ptolemy mentioned anything like it, and practically, I felt I needed your wisdom. If only I had more scouts like you, the sergeant half-joked before his face turned grim. As Avitus Legundus had rightly remarked, this was a sizable ring-shaped structure the word-bearers had brought here. The here appeared to be what had been the heart of Epirus city before over a third of the population revolted against the Ultramarines' rule. The Auxilia failed to strangle this rebellion in the cradle, and the main host of heretics landed. Albinus AP didn't think it was a coincidence. According to his memories, there had been a large plaza. In the middle of it, a splendid 4 meters tall aquila of gold atop a marble column could be admired since its inauguration on the day of the second founding. And there had been a small church of local Ultramar priests next to it too. It was definitely not a coincidence. And the more he observed the ring-like structure, the more the ultramarine sergeant saw how sinister and threatening the thing was. Its outer edge was covered not in spikes, but in human bones, and the support base of the ring was made of loyalist corpses the word-bearers had piled up. And of course, after a few seconds, other heretics began to sacrifice the lives of more prisoners in one of their eternally damned rituals. Albinus instantly determined that this thing, whatever its real purpose, had to be destroyed immediately. The problem was how to do it. At this distance, an Astartes portable missile would be as useful as a bolter, and likely intercepted well short of its target by some sorcery or another kind of protection. I am going to call Captain Pompeius, see if we can risk some aerial assets for a bombardment and... It was as if all light was instantly sucked out of their surroundings. Many scouts immediately swore or changed their hold on their weapons as dark whispers echoed everywhere. Albinus had fought plenty of abominations, but this was something else. This was the corruption of the warp. This was the evil of the word-bearers. The black ring was now a circle of damnation, and in the space where there should have been nothing but air was now a conduit channeling the infernal energies of the Empyrean. And all around the raised plaza, there were demons emerging from the blood pools. Despite the problems created by the shadow in the warp, the heretics had found a way to summon their masters. The assets will definitely need to be risked, Sergeant. Yes, Albinus AP nodded, I only hope it's not too late. High orbit above Macrage. Battleship Enterprise. 52 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Lady General Taylor Hebert. Taylor was speaking with Werner Groner when the new senses she had barely learned to use in the last hours went to full alert. My lady. The Kadian asked warily. Your expose on the logistical issues of deploying the Vostroyans is quite clear, the Lady General reassured her Quartermaster General. But we have a new problem. The traitor 17th Legion has activated some new infernal device on Macrage. The female para-human requested the strength of hundreds of her ants and spiders, and the swarm gave it to her. As the light of sacrifice bloomed in her soul, it became easier to see what new abominable trick the sorcerers enslaved to the ruinous powers had played. It looks like an enormous ring-shaped structure, an enormous ring of chaos-saturated noctilith. That was a very unpleasant surprise. The Inquisition had given her preliminary reports that by their best estimates, the word-bearers' supplies of noctilith were close to insignificant. How could they have been so wrong? The ring-shaped structure which was tearing apart the veil and the shadow at the same time had to weigh a few tons, it wasn't a trinket or a seat. How? Werner Groner asked in the same tone of disbelief she must have used a few seconds ago. By the love of the Golden Throne, this doesn't make any sense. Enormous imperial disturbance in Epirus City, Illyrium Military District, Friar Achelius informed her. This nexus of heresy allows them to open a passage through the warp, Your Celestial Highness. It was real, all right. The poor navigator looked like his psychic glance at the situation was something that had emerged from the darkest nightmares of humanity, and he wasn't wrong at all. Still, Werner Groner had a point. It didn't make any sense at all. If the word-bearers had that sort of immensely powerful artifact at Fenris, then why the hell hadn't they used it before? Between the moment the Primarches led their counterattack along with War Master Trevain, it wasn't like the Space Wolves garrisoning the Death World could have stopped them from using it. This ring-shaped structure, this octorite crown, and how in the name of all that was holy did she know the name by the way? No, she had to stay calm and collected. Taylor closed her eyes. The word-bearers didn't have the octorite crown when they came to Fenris. Otherwise they would have used it, and transformed the wolves' homeworld into a daemon world. Of this the insect mistress had no doubt. But if they didn't have it when they fought the defenders of the Fang, did they dig it up from Fenris itself? No, that didn't make any sense either. If the word-bearers were so knowledgeable about Fenris in the first place, then how the hell had they managed to lose their battles there so disastrously? But once they came to Macrage, they hadn't gained anything. Okay, no, there had been the Titans of Sodanol, and... Sodanol, Taylor reopened her eyes. This infernal device is hers. But, chosen of the Omnissiah, Archmagos Sagami cleared his mechanical throat, a sound he wouldn't have made a decade ago, the Basileia noted absently. I agree Sodanol is an arch-heretic of considerable skill capable of building gigantic and extremely dangerous tainted heretical conduits, but how could she gather so much noctilith in the first place, never mind corrupt it without the substance becoming unstable and mutating uncontrollably? That is an excellent question, Taylor conceded. And I think the most likely answer is, Sodanol never worked for the word-bearers. Her true allegiance was never with the 17th Traitor Legion. Otherwise she would have unleashed this infernal octorite crown at Cadia or at Fenris, ruining one or two planets in the process of activation, using the chaos of war to inflict catastrophic corruption damage. As for the identity of Sodanol's benefactor, they would have to investigate after this battle was over. For now, there were far more urgent concerns. Position Lisa's carrier above Illyrium immediately, Taylor ordered. It's time to show those heretics that the Emperor's radiance can banish all darkness. Laphise. Ravenna west of the Polenta River. 52 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Lord Commander Lucius. The artillery was relentless, but during most of the day, Lucius had taken comfort in the knowledge that, for all their willingness to bombard their own infantry, the false Emperor's slaves couldn't hit everywhere they wanted. There were limits to what long-range guns could do, especially when they were on the wrong side of the river. But now the enemy slaves had placed their artillery north, south, and east. And it was only a matter of time before the mortal fortified the western bank of the river and placed cannons there too. This was galling, Lucius had to admit, but there was only one order. Fir Creek and the Emperor. Shells exploded all around his new headquarters, a former artist quarter obeying the whims of useless aristocrats, and the battle began anew. We are perfection. Blades lopped off pathetic limbs and heads, but the transhuman shock didn't terrorize the troops like it should have. The green and grey uniforms threw 2 or 3 grenades each, and then ran away through narrow streets filled with rubble, many of them far too narrow for a space marine to pursue them. Lucius gritted his teeth as he cleaned his blade again and looked around. They had killed more than 50 of these infuriating slaves in mere seconds, and for what? One ex-Night Lord of his warband lay grievously wounded and was promptly put down, for there were no apothecaries here, and certainly no wish to waste time on someone who was going to die anyway. Lord Commander, I think. The artillery shelled their positions again. A bomber flew over their heads and dropped an enormous payload. Lasers and plasma lit the streets before creating more devastation. Lucius rushed back into his headquarters as the avenue and more or less everything he could see was turned into an ocean of dust and smoke. This is getting out of hand. The Emperor's Children officer snarled. Where is that useless cretin calling himself Dark Apostle Marduk? Where are the reserves? Once again, Lucius tried to access the communication frequencies of the 17th Legion, but again he was rebuffed without being given the opportunity to say a word. It is like they are deliberately jamming everything which doesn't belong to a word-bearer. The sole iron warrior he had been able to recruit grumbled as he played with a technological device hissing and projecting drops of red acid everywhere. What are they playing at? They need us. A Night Lord affirmed. Without our help, they're going to be even more outnumbered by the regiments of the false emperor. They took monstrous casualties trying to assault the biggest cathedral, and they didn't even take it before the enemy counterattacked from the north and the south. They need us, yes, Lucius acknowledged. Why then did he feel something was wrong? A second later, explosions rocked the building, and this time there were no misses. Get out! Get out immediately! The enemy artillery had the accurate coordinates for his headquarters. This was why they had launched this stupid attack before. It had been to make sure that he was there, and he would stay there as the guns saturated both his refuge and all accesses to it. Lucius was fast, as befitted a perfect legionnaire. He wasn't fast enough to get through one of the exits as the exquisitely decorated ceiling fell upon the perfect legion's warband. The last Lord Commander of the Emperor's Children, even if Eidolon was alive, the head-severed imbecile was unworthy of that rank, didn't die. Astartes legionnaires were tough, and it wasn't a little debris which was going to endanger him. Why, there were confirmed reports of other champions of the gods falling through several hive levels and surviving. The problem, however, was this damned artillery. Even as the entire museum collapsed onto them, the artillery continued its bombardment. And it was hard to fight your way out when more and more rebel hammered you. His incomparable power armor was deflecting the blows, but the shocks were extremely violent. Lucius didn't know how long he struggled to free himself. Seconds? Minutes? Hours? The Astartes swordsman sworn to the cause of chaos didn't know. The important thing was that, eventually, his hand got free, and soon the rest of his body followed. I am alive! Lucius shouted as he tore himself free from the pile of metal and stone which had been his base of operations inside Ravenna for a few hours. Is this the best you can do? No. A shadow loomed, and the dust gradually cleared, revealing the dreadnought he had tried to avoid for too many bloody hours. We have just begun your punishment, traitor. Ancient Rylaner. Rylaner could be honest with himself. He felt a lot of satisfaction as he watched the eternal traitor crawl out of the mountain of broken marble and mosaics like the worm he was. Lucius had been incredibly ugly when they had first met on the Polenta's shores, and this hadn't changed in the last few hours. The same couldn't be said about the pink-black corrupted armor. There were far fewer screaming faces, and everywhere those abominable things had been seen, the debased Astartes protection was now scorched lifeless. So the ghost returns, hissed the monster which had been a legionnaire long ago. By another act of sorcery, his long spiked whip materialized in his right hand. A second later, the very cursed blade which had started the final downfall of the Third Legion appeared in his left. Are you going to try to let your minions fight your battles again? No. Rylaner had intended to do so a few minutes ago, but every time he had tried to give the orders, some clownish Eldar had interfered and scrambled his communications. In the end, the commander of the White Thunderbolts had decided on letting the better part of a Krieg regiment encircle the museum quarter while the Astartes finished the other traitors surviving the artillery bombardment. And if he was honest with himself, it was better this way. For thousands of years, he had awaited the opportunity to accomplish his revenge, and though the Naga may be beyond his reach now, the symbol of everything treacherous was still there. I am going to end you personally. Foolish ghost. I can't be ended. I am perfection incarnate. I am eternal. Rylaner didn't speak one more word. It was useless to waste his rhetorical skills on the eternal traitor, and he had told Lucius everything he wanted to. Rylaner moved. The whip struck. It struck too slowly. For countless months before Operation Stalingrad began, Rylaner had trained with the new weapons forge temple Fafnir had built to his exacting specifications. It was all very good to be recognized as one of the most formidable veterans of the galaxy, but fame was useless compared to proper training. In this instant, it proved its worth. The ancient soul triggered a secret compartment, and a miniature shield activated for 3 seconds, denying the vile weapon the right to scratch his white paint. And 3 seconds were all he needed to fire his plasma gun. The blue bolt of energy struck the traitor directly in the chest, and then Rylaner was upon him at close quarters. What? Had the arrogant idiot truly learned nothing? Rylaner activated another secret compartment, which expelled a fulkite grenade directly into the massive hole he had just made into Lucius' armor. Then he punched him. Hard. So hard the bastard proclaiming himself the most perfect swordsman of the legions went flying across the devastation. Lucius screamed, and this time Rylaner was confident there was no pleasure, only agony in the traitor's voice. The grenade exploded, and the scream turned into an incoherent expression of torment. In 5 more seconds, the eternal traitor became a burning corpse. Rylaner didn't let his guard down. If he was right. There was a flash of purple light, though it remained far weaker than the one he had seen before. Lucius returned, displaying none of the injuries his efforts had inflicted in the last minute. But there was a major difference. There weren't any more screaming faces on the pink armor, which incidentally, looked less and less pink, and more like a scorched ruin. I told you. I am eternal. As eternal as this blade, I suppose, Rylaner retorted, his right foot landing on the cursed ladder blade his Primarch had seized from the Xenos temple. Despite the Naga being gone, the former Master of Rites could sense the evil radiating from this weapon. He kicked it in Lucius' direction, before shooting at it 5 times. Maybe the vector of damnation had grown weaker, or maybe most of its power had gone when the Naga was no longer there. Anyway, the third plasma bolt destroyed it right as it was a foot away from Lucius' breastplate. There was a small column of putrid purple smoke. But there were no metal splinters. There was nothing at all remaining. The ladder blade was at long last gone. My blade. Don't worry, Rylaner promised, wherever it went, you are going to join it soon. Lord Commander Lucius. Lucius summoned the lash of torment and attacked again. He had destroyed the ladder blade. His blade. The very symbol of his supreme prowess with a blade. This was no ghost. This was a spirit of vengeance bound to destroy him. Lucius struck with the lash. He smiled as the plasma gun of his enemy was severed in 2. Whatever this revenant dreadnought was, he could. An enormous flamer emerged from the dreadnought's back via an unfolding mechanical arm, and the lash received its attention. Lucius was forced to abandon his second prized weapon as it turned into flames and ashes. This couldn't be. Deep inside, the Lord Commander felt something that he had completely forgotten while he was inside the Eye of Terror and during his previous battles. It was that poisonous feeling he had so loved to inflict upon those who weren't Astartes. It was fear. Lucius then felt it. The landscape was changing. The few buildings around them looked like they were aging hundreds of years per second. Everything was even more scorched than it had been seconds ago. And the smell, the Emperor's children memories told him he knew this smell. It was the lingering taste of the life-eater virus the sons of Horus unleashed so often when they decided to exterminate a world. The sounds of battle reached his senses. And then Lucius saw them again. The ghosts of that day had returned. They were back at Istvan III. He was seeing the day again where he had. His enemy moved. Lucius drew a new weapon, and to his complete surprise, it was his Legionnaire blade. But that couldn't be possible. The blade was no longer in his possession, he had lost it long ago and the dreadnought was no longer white. It was back in the colors of the Emperor's children. Colors they had changed after Istvan III, for they no longer represented the Legion's allegiance. Lucius screamed and attacked. The golden fist of the dreadnought stopped the blade a fraction of a second after it scratched the paint. Lucius struggled. Lucius roared. The dreadnought didn't move. It towered over him. It was Rylaner. It wasn't a ghost. Or were they all ghosts on this battlefield? Lucius. The Legionnaire's blade broke. The Master of Rites' gunfire tore through his right arm. And it hurt. Slowly, so slowly that the move lasted an eternity, a blade shining like a sun appeared. Lucius felt everything abandoning him. The cries, he was hearing his battle brothers calling for his help. But why had he betrayed them? Why did his ambition matter so much? Istvan III. They were bound for this world, they were the Emperor's children. And he was not eternal. For the Emperor, Rylaner. Ancient Rylaner. For the Emperor, Rylaner. They were back on Istvan III, where it had all begun. They were back, and the Legion was dying around them. Rylaner didn't know how it was possible. But he had waited a very long time for this moment. And the moment had come to end the past and begin a new future. For my brothers. Rylaner struck. The head of the eternal traitor was neatly severed from the rest of his body. And this time Lucius didn't rise again. Ravenna west of the Polenta River. Leviathan Super Heavy Assault Transport Legions I. Chaos Lord Mofrin. Catastrophe. Mofrin had somehow tried to find another word to describe the situation. But there wasn't anything that could give him a chance to reverse the litany of bad news. The Hand of Destiny in orbit had stopped transmitting battle damage reports hours ago, and its silence was an ominous omen about what a sally on an open plain would mean for his troops. The communications were jammed, and his few vehicles dedicated to coordinating an army on the move were destroyed one by one. As a result, Mofrin honestly didn't know how many soldiers he had left, be they Astartes or slaves. He was however certain it was a paltry number compared to what they had entered Ravenna with. Where are Lucius and Kaluk? Open a link with their warbands. We aren't able to contact them, Lord. Mofrin gave a look in the direction of the daemon host that should have answered his questions, but the thing had begun to writhe and mutate uncontrollably, and had to be put down before it shattered its chains. Estimate of the situation to the northeast. He barked. We have at least 5 new divisions of infantry attacking us there. What? That couldn't be right. They had just reduced 2 divisions of mortals into an oversized regiment. How in the name of Kern had the enemy reinforced themselves so quickly? Captain Kolgiar reports he has discovered ambules digging massive tunnels. The enemy is coming through them to assault our forces directly inside the city. Damn you, Weaver. This was that bitch's fault. Ambules, Death World's ants, and his forces weren't going to forget giant spiders and scorpions anytime soon. What was it going to take for this unholy swarm to finally stop springing impossible surprises on the 17th Legion? What was it going to take for her to recognize the gods were going to be victorious and die? Regroup our forces south of this obsolete ultramarine aqueduct, Mofrin spat. Once they have disengaged, they will belay that order. Power erupted in the room as his lord made his presence known. You have failed me, Mofrin. I know, Hand of Destiny, I have no excuse. Fortunately for you, with your failure, you have advanced my goals. As the slaves of the false emperor encircled my army, their vigilance has wavered where the webway gate is concerned. Gather the legionnaires worth saving. We are going to bypass the river and assault their insignificant defenses next to the entrance directly. Now. Yes, Hand of Destiny. No second was wasted. Mofrin roared new commands, and all legionnaires, sensing their very life was at stake, rushed to meet them in front of a ruin which had been one of the churches where blind mortals worshipped the false emperor. Now it was consecrated anew to the true gods. The Chaos Warlord stayed stoic as line after line of the 17th Legion reformed, though it was quite difficult. There couldn't be more than 900 Astartes waiting for Lord Erebus to open their escape route. Of course, many were still no doubt trying to fight their way out of ambushes and the battle raging everywhere, or trapped under the debris created by the unending artillery bombardment. Nonetheless, they had taken heavy losses. But the Hand of Destiny was right, as much as he had failed, this would be all worth it if they managed to escape the trap. Run! The greater Dark Apostle of the Dark Council shouted as the athame cut through reality in a far smaller reddish scar than the last burst into existence. This passage isn't going to last long. 1,000 legionnaires ran, though they maintained enough discipline to rush in 3 columns. It was worse than the last time. During the first use, Mofrin had seen the scar get smaller and smaller, but the phenomenon had been big enough to let warships get through. This time, despite it being no bigger than a large street at the beginning, it shrank incredibly quickly. So quickly in fact that, when they arrived on the other side, it was pure chaos, as several legionnaires were unable to get out before the scar closed. The Neverborn immediately went to feast those unfortunate souls. Don't slow down. The gate is close. Their lord encouraged them. The gate is behind this palace. Neutralize the defenses. Death to the false emperor. The word-bearers answered, and they charged. Their battle cries weren't answered by the usual stupidities of the Ultramar Auxilia or any mortal. There wasn't any massive insect counterattack either. Something was wrong. Something was deeply wrong, but also right. Around them, the eastern blocks of Ravenna were in flames. Mortals fought with cultists and weaklings screamed for salvation. The forces they met on their way were easily dispatched, when the slaves of the false emperor realized they were honored by meeting their deaths at the hands of the Word-Bearer Legion. It was when the Webway Gate became visible that Mofrin understood why their progress to reach it had been so easy. The Webway Gate was already activated. For how long it would remain the case, he didn't know. The Eldar structures were shivering and looking halfway to the point of collapse as a small blood cascade rained on it. And before the Webway Gate itself, approximately 300 World Eaters were waiting in complete silence. For those who knew the Sons of Angren and their natural ferocity, seeing them like this, still like the rubricy of the Thousand Sons, was far, far more frightening than any butchery they could have done. World Eaters. Lord Erebus' power thundered as Marduk and the other Dark Apostles of his coven supported him faithfully. We share the same purpose today and... The ranks of the 12th Legion opened, revealing 2 figures most of the word-bearers were familiar with. The first was Lodarisarin, the mortal commanding officer of the Conqueror. And she was clearly, changed. The favor of Kern shrouded her like a large aura cloak, and the air seemed to grow thick with violence and the promise of slaughter as she drew closer. There was however no time to observe her in detail. Not when the second figure was Karn the betrayer. And just like that, Mofran knew escaping via the webway gate was going to be a nightmare. Like every legionnaire of the true legions, he was aware of the immense hatred between the Hand of Destiny and the betrayer. Fighting here today will serve no purpose. You are helping the slaves of the false emperor by your deeds. Do you really believe that we care? The white and red female laughed, and it was a hungry sound that was definitely more terrifying than 10,000 shells of artillery. The vile one's head belongs to Karn. Have fun with the others, berserkers. Kill. Maim. Burn. Hundreds of world eaters charged them, and the word-bearers veterans tried to survive for as long as they could. Macrage system. The void between Macrage and Artyom. Mass conveyor farmer's privilege. 52 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Exalted Shipmaster Sertorius XXX. Exalted Shipmaster, I respectfully suggest we change course. Or failing that, we try to convince the tech priest to repair the Vox that disrespectful assemblage of oily and smelly parts dared to insult me. Sertorius XXX immediately rejected the idea of his second warning him to not cross the red line. Unfortunately, the stupid young man failed to heed his warning, like he had done for everything else, so far. Ah, if only he had his true second in command. Exalted Lieutenant of Agriculture and Deliveries Perilius was a true second, one which could be counted on to obey his orders without question. Unfortunately, the poor soul had had a violent disagreement with some ugly brute member who was part of a rogue trader's retinue some weeks ago on the Artyom dockyards. Said disagreement had resulted in his trusted second being led in front of a tribunal, condemned in record time for manslaughter and other completely trumped-up charges, and led away for a lengthy prison sentence. Sertorius had known the God Emperor sent trials from time to time, but it was highly inconvenient. The Artyom authorities had insisted, against all of his ship's traditions, to force upon him an outsider. And then given him the pointed warning that if this spy in all but names reports weren't complimentary when the ship returned to Artyom, there would be consequences. The tech priest will come here and recognize the errors of his ways. Exalted Shipmaster, I doubt the death of the ship's astropath was in any way connected to what the cogboy did. To begin with, he was on the other side of the ship when it happened. No, the cogboy was just rude as usual. Now please. Silence. Several members of his bridge court smiled at the obvious insult. Sertorius had not even spoken the rank of the foreigner. You forget your place. For 2,000 years, the farmer's privilege has nobly fulfilled its duties, bringing the finest grok steaks and the most exquisite grain of Nova Thulium to the markets of Macrage, Artyom, Laphis, and the garrisons of Mortendar and Thulium. Thus it has always been. Thus it will always be. What does it matter if some feeble-hearted astropath died and some communications are silenced? The farmer's privilege began its system rotations under my venerable ancestor Sertorius I, praised be his name. Praised be his name. All his officers repeated with the respect his flawless ancestor deserved, all his officers, save of course his second. And his merchant hereditary commission was given by the trade minister of the Primarch Gilimon himself. The Artyom idiot opened his mouth to answer, predictably. But then his face turned from a cold professional mask to an expression of sheer terror. Sertorius XXX turned his head to look at what had disturbed the younger man, and froze. Something was close to the farmer's privilege. No, no, and no. It was a hallucination, nothing more. But the vision refused to disappear. It increased in size. How could it be that big? How? This was impossible. No living being could endure the void like that. It was unnatural. And its size. It was bigger than the farmer's privilege. Exalted Shipmaster, maybe it is a peaceful Xeno's life form. The exalted lieutenant to the hydroponic plant half asked, half suggested. As if it had heard the words, the void leviathan opened its immense maw, revealing natural weapons beyond anything the famed carnivorous wildlife of Thulium had ever been able to create. Change course. Sertorius XXX screamed, completely panicking. Change course. Thousands of souls screamed. And then it got worse. High orbit of Fenris. Newly created mountain star fortress the Fang. Primarch Magnus the Red. What do you think, brother? Artyom or Thulium? Oh, Artyom, Magnus answered, knowing very well he was not the one who was supposed to answer the question. Definitely Artyom. Surprisingly, he didn't immediately get a shut up, for his audacity. Elaborate. See father, they were definitely making progress in their brotherly relationship. Of course, the Primarch of the 15th Legion assured while caressing one of the baby frost lions on his seat jail. This thing has proven it is hyper-aggressive and eager to feast upon everything it can possibly digest. We just saw it attacking a mass conveyor which undoubtedly contained a lot of food. It wants to feed, and a hive world is perfect for its purposes. Thulium is covered in forests and not exactly lacking in fauna which could serve as lunch for the Tyranids. Korix mused. Yes, Magnus agreed, but a death world does not show the lights or any signs of industry and civilization a hive world possesses. Thulium is likely a world which would allow the Xenos to easily replenish their forces, but there are no signs of it before this psychic monster arrives in its high orbit. When offered the choice between an uncertain breakfast and a sumptuous dinner, I think the Tyranids will go for the latter. This is still speculation, Russ growled. Magnus just shrugged. This is a war. If your true plans are still on course 1 hour after meeting the enemy, you're either a liar or falling into a trap. An idea came to his mind, one he could have easily verified while a Daemon Prince, and now he couldn't. As tolerable as his newfound mortality was, it had serious drawbacks in other aspects. Incidentally, would you mind pointing some of your specialized auspexes near Weaver's ships? Are you thinking about something in particular? The Lord of the Wolves, predictably, didn't take a step forwards, but his brother the Raven Lord did. Eldar ships, the little furry cat which would one day become much bigger purred as he caressed it. I think someone is going to be hunting. It took more than 10 minutes for the picture on the gigantic hololith to change its status, but when it did, Magnus couldn't help but smile. There were indeed Eldar warships in the Macrage system. There were only 3 of them around the Imperial Armada, though. Strange, but not totally unreasonable. Weaver's main claim to fame in intergalactic massacres was the destruction of Kamarak. It was interesting, and one of those warships was definitely accelerating on a course towards Artium. Interesting, very interesting, Magnus muttered as he caressed the baby frost lion who was definitely not his pet. For the record, yes, he was aware of the stereotype of men on thrones petting adorable white and furry creatures. Why not indulge in it for the last time in millennia? It seems we're going to see a memorable fight in a few hours. The Queen of Blades against the Tyranid entity Behemoth. I wouldn't want to be on the same planet to be sure. Surely you don't subscribe to the theory this female gladiator was able to defeat Rogel using all her skill. Russ growled threateningly, once again beginning to pace furiously around all the command sections of his new Super Starfort. Of course not, Magnus replied, rolling his eyes. Rogel is alive somewhere in the webway. Logically, that means the Queen of Blades didn't use all her might. Otherwise his sons would have collected his mangled corpse, not just a severed hand. She's that powerful. Korix at least was far more prudent than his wolfish brother. The no longer Daemon Prince chuckled. One of the reasons I suspect father didn't launch a raid against Kamarak during the Great Crusade was the fact no one was sure if the Queen of Knives fighting in the arenas there was truly Enaria Eldanesh, last true blade mistress of the war in heaven. For a fight so dangerous, father would definitely have needed to lead the attack in person. You're joking. And stop caressing that damned feline creature. Magnus didn't obey the latter. And his expression must have made clear that for all his attempts to rile up Russ fiercely, one didn't joke about the danger represented by the Queen of Blades. Weaver is likely going to follow the Eldar ship in a few hours. The 15th Primarch continued. It isn't like she really needs all those battleships now that Lorgar's chaotic armada has been annihilated. They will pour troops onto Macrage until there isn't a word-bearer alive. The massacre is going to be spectacular. Wasn't he supposed to be your ally? We have never been allies, Korix. We were at best, fighting the same enemies in the same war zone. The worst part was there was truly no need for misdirection or telling lies there. As tense as the relationships of the 9 of you who stayed by father's side were, believe me, your relationships were close to unconditional love when compared to our war meetings. The majority were raving mad by the time of the siege, and those who weren't dead after it became worse. You chose the side of the traitors. The master of Fenris' voice, of course, held no sympathy whatsoever. It is far too late for the regrets, Magnus. Don't forget that until I drag your inflated head to Terra. I assure you, brother, I am unlikely to ever forget that. Magnus replied levelly. He didn't add the truth that the meeting with his father terrified him far more than he would likely admit to anyone. Good. The ever-so-loyal executioner of their father turned around and went back to ignoring him. Ricard. Contact the tech priest in command of that Archmechanicus. I want to propose a new course of action to him. Oh, by the malicious humor of Psianch. What kind of ultra-risky gambit had Russ planned inside his wolfish head this time? Now that he thought about it, was this how the ruinous powers felt when they watched him committing a few mistakes? Korix stared at him. Magnus stared back. Well, they had tried several times to convince Lemon stubborn Russ. There was nothing to do but listen to the communication, and wait for the spectacular destruction to start. Macrage. Illyrium Military District. Ragusa Fortress. 53 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Captain Brutus Cestus. The Ragusa Fortress, as every son of Guilliman knew, had been built on the order of the Primarch himself so that the forces of Ultramar always had an entrance inside the Illyrium Military District no matter how rebellious the population proved to be. Unfortunately, neither the Primarch nor its architects had expected the fortress would need to be defended against demons. Blood for the blood god. Decay is unavoidable. Change will claim you. Siench wills it. Embrace anarchy. Courage and honor, brothers. Once again, the Space Marines of the 7th Company and the 2 squads of the 3rd Company reinforcing them counterattacked. The heavy bolters of their vehicles and long-range devastators caused a massacre, as a good third of the abominations were busy fighting each other well before they climbed over the ramparts. But it was little damage compared to the sheer killing they did with their blades and other personal weapons. Each Ultramarine fought without restraint, both a hero and an indomitable part of the Ultramarine force. It wasn't enough. No matter how many thousands of demons were banished every minute, they couldn't kill enough of them. Even the fact that those strange creatures which looked like starving horned bipedal rats were attacking the demonic horde from behind wasn't enough to turn the tide. Blood for the blood god. Brutus fired into the head of the creature which shouted the battle cry before decapitating it with his gladius when that proved insufficient. Captain, the gate is breaking. They are using some sorcery to melt it, it can't hold any longer. As desperate as the situation was, the Ultramarine officer suddenly realized it could become far more unpleasant. Fighting retreat, brothers. We must evacuate before they. Las cannons were pulverized, turrets flew impossibly high in the air, and the enormous doors of metal which had been marked with the Omega sigil collapsed in a thunderous crash which sounded like the end of Macrage itself. Let the galaxy burn. From where he was, Brutus could only see the vanguard of the horde about to enter Ragusa, but he knew it alone would be enough to kill his battle brothers and himself no matter how perfect their tactics. Courage and honor. Courage and honor. For Guilliman and for the Emperor. They were the Ultramarines, the primogenitors of the 13th Legion. If they were to die here so that hundreds of thousands of their citizens could reinforce the defenses, then it would be lives well spent, and to be fair, encircled as they were by the demonic offensive, fighting until they could no longer was his first, second, and third choice. The architect of fate is all-knowing. He predicted your. The scream of a blue horror was violently interrupted as the black skies to the far north which had appeared out of nowhere for the last hour were shredded by golden light. Death to the anathema. Death. Hate the light. The conduit will endure. For the briefest of moments, the Ultramarine captain doubted. It was like a tornado of darkness surged up from Illyrium's corrupted soil and tried to erect some sort of black demonic shield against the power of the Emperor. But it was only for a second. The assault of the golden light gained in strength and radiance, and the longer the skies burned golden, the more the demons around him seemed to lose their strength. Of course, the 7th Company and all Ultramarines present exploited the opportunity. They had banished countless demons before, now they removed twice as many in the same amount of time. In the skies to the far north, about where Epirus had stood before this monumental tragedy began, the golden energy appeared to take shape in the form of bursts of golden flames and an ever-growing great orb. Brutus had to turn his eyes away from it, for even transhuman eyes were not meant to see some things. And then it struck. The Ultramarines were too far away to see its fall. But they saw the result all too clearly. Instantly, all the demons disappeared as if they had never existed. Look at that, one Devastator Marine laughed, as a horde of cultists was suddenly revealed, having no demons left to hide behind. One could say their chance has abandoned them. Praise the Emperor and Weaver. Let's be vigilant and not too enthusiastic. Brutus warned as the sons of Guilliman brutally avenged their losses and recent defeats on the heretics. Ragusa is nearly entirely destroyed, and we sent away the few loyal troops we could save. We are going to hold the ramparts until the traitor Astartes arrive, doing more would be careless, given the strategic situation. Illyrium Military District. Epirus City. Octorite Crown Activation Zone. Korifos Kol Badar. They should be dead. Kol Badar couldn't pretend he understood much about what had just happened, but he knew that. When the sky had turned gold and the atrocious power of the false Emperor's saint had bombarded them, they should have all died. Yet the Korifos breathed. The same was true for all the legionnaires by his side. One of the main reasons they were not was undoubtedly the dark aura shrouding their bodies from this infernal radiance. Otherwise, they would have suffered the same fate the Neverborn did. Total disintegration until nothing remained of them, not even their bones. But if they were alive, this didn't mean the attack had spared everyone. Where the Octorite crown had been activated, the enemy's power had struck its harshest blow. The ground was not blessed with blood, skulls, or any of the symbols of the gods anymore. It was a seemingly placid smooth surface of gold. It seemed completely harmless, if one ignored the fact that countless bodies of legionnaires were currently being dissolved where it expanded. It was as if it was a lake, and the Octorite crown's location was an island about to be submerged, surrounded by gold on all sides. What remained of the Octorite crown, the Korifos corrected inside his mind. The incredible ring-forged structure which had almost won them the keys to Macrage was a ruin. 1/3 of it had been completely vaporized, and what was still there was fuming and disappearing centimeter by centimeter at an alarming rate. It was as if the Octorite was some sort of degradable material, and the golden corruption was its natural bane. A body twitched not far from the soon-to-be disintegrated crown, and to his complete stupefaction, Kol Badar heard the weak voice of Lord Yarlek resonate in his mind. My Korifos! Lord! Thank the gods, you are alive. Hold on, I am going to call your Thunderhawk for immediate evacuation and... Kol Badar, a mental message resonated through his mind again, and this time the word-bearer's warrior tasted a fragment of the torment which was inflicted upon his master's life. How was the Dark Apostle still alive? You can't save me. Lord! Weaver and her cursed moth killed me. The Dark Apostle's enunciation grew more and more labored, as one of his legs was hit by several drops of gold, and the blessed ceramite and holy flesh disappeared leaving massive holes behind. Against ether gold, there is no cure. We will avenge you. I know, you will. Despite the pain, there was something there which could be identified as pride. My ritual should give you about 24 hours. You will kill the Ultramarines. Don't let the false emperor win. Yes, Lord Apostle. The octorite crown structure began to collapse, and the fragments of molten octorite consuming themselves began to rain down on Yarelek, dousing him in golden fire. Kol Badar had seen horrible deaths, but for once, he was utterly taken aback, and not just because it was a respected member of the Dark Council dying before his eyes. Death, to the false emperor. The mental communication ended and Kol Badar knew it would be the last time he would ever hear the Dark Apostle who had made him Korafos. There was only one thing he could do. Fulfill the last order. The officer of the 17th Legion turned his gaze south and grabbed a chain sword from the ground which had somehow survived the end of countless Astartes legionnaires. In the name of Dark Apostle Yarelek. Let Makraj burn. High orbit over Makraj. Battleship Enterprise. Lady General Taylor Hebert. Helping Lisa pulverize the octorite crown had been way more exhausting than Taylor had thought it would be. Fortunately, her Dawnbreaker guard and large staff were there to tell her to rest and bring her a very nice lunch. And in a few minutes, she would allow herself to rest. There were only some minor things to deal with, like a full council of war. I will be brief, the Lady General addressed the hundreds of senior commanders listening to her words. As I warned you during our last meeting, the Tyranids have not changed course. This means they are most likely going to attack Artyom as soon as they can. I am going to pursue them with the majority of our battleships and escorts. Only one squadron of battleships and 2 squadrons of cruisers, as well as the entirety of our bombardment cruisers and half of the guard transports will stay in high orbit of Makraj. The first point was not completely related to military operations, but it had to be spoken. Lord Inquisitor. Yes, Lady Weaver. I have destroyed the Noctilith corrupted weapon of the word-bearers. However, since their troops apparently continue advancing towards Makraj's capital, it has not been sufficient to eradicate all corruption. The demons have been banished, and the heart of the corruption sterilized. But we will likely need to quarantine the Zone A and D. Enforce the proper procedures. This left a very bad taste in her mouth. Most likely, only a minor percentage of the Illyrium population had supported the heretics, and it wasn't like they would have stood a chance against 10,000 Chaos Astartes. But the Inquisition's Ordos, the Malleus in particular, would insist there were rules for something so disastrous, and they would be right. Moreover, demonic infestations of that power left ugly scars. At least with ether gold, distinguishing who was a heretic and who wasn't would go far faster. The Ordo Malleus will not fail. Taylor nodded and turned towards the chapter master of the Salamanders. Chapter Master Tafor Hezon. It seems the plan we discussed a few hours ago is completely obsolete. So it seems, the words were neutral, but the look in the red eyes were not. The Regent of Nocturne was eager to destroy the traitors who dared to attack the home world of Ultramarines and slaughter millions of defenseless civilians. The Pharsalis spaceport must not fall. The Golden-Winged Woman commanded. The communications of the Ultramar Auxilius survivors have made clear the traitor Titans are far more dangerous than we expected. We need to land our own Titans to oppose them. And with the damage Astorm had taken in the long fighting on the Imga monolith, deploying their Titans wasn't an option. Oh, they still had an impressive number of nominally semi-operational Titans ready to fight, and if she threw them against a full Legio, the Princeps of Lucius were going to die without achieving anything. The Legios are ready to march. Princeps Maximus Cyrus Maximus smiled carnivorously. Is Ignitum granted command? Ignitum is given supreme command, yes. Taylor confirmed. There was simply no other princeps with the experience and seniority to forge what was going to be a titanomachy of mountain-sized machines into a unified and coordinated whole. Lady Magos Dogma Dragon will command all aerial assets of the Pharsalis theater. The traitors appear to be relatively weak when it comes to aerial elements, let's exploit that vulnerability. General Rokossovsky will be my personal representative on the ground and will lead the guard elements as support to kill the armored elements which have committed the cardinal sin of obeying the word-bearers. It wasn't going to be an easy victory. In fact, victory was far from assured, despite the might of the reinforcements which were going to land on Makraj. But according to her own experience, the data available, and the sixth sense the Emperor had given her, Taylor knew that if she went to fight the Makraj campaign, then there would be no one to fight for Artyom. Assuredly, the Indigan prefects were still there to slay tyrannids, but her swarm was by far the most potent weapon available. Still, she had to find something. Something that would tip the odds of the campaign in mankind's favor. And as she thought about it, Taylor felt the power Hanzo Hattori had given her before dying react. This was very risky. And there could be enormous complications, assuming it brought victory. Why couldn't she have a nice campaign with no world-ending threat? Laphis. Ravenna east of the Polenta River. 53 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Maya Numrius. The nightmare was beginning again. Flee. A guardsman screamed. Flee. We're going to deal with them. Blood for the blood god. The line of soldiers didn't hesitate and stood its ground. For Krieg. For the Emperor. Las guns were fired by the thousands, and shrieks echoed in a cacophony of pain and suffering. Maya ran. She didn't know where she was going. The Laphis woman had never visited these hab blocks of Ravenna, and even if she had, given how many fires and explosions rang all around, it was possible she wouldn't be able to recognize her own home. Everything was a nightmare of smoke and death. Corpses littered the streets, and heretics attacked as if summoned from the hells. How could they be here? The archenemy was supposed to have been stopped short of the river. Maya ran, Celestine in her arms, trying desperately to find some exit, something that would allow her to escape this nightmare. It would be too much to ask for ultramarines to appear in a flash of light, but surely there had to be more guardsmen coming to fight those monsters. The next street proved how naive this thought was. There were countless mutilated corpses of the Imperial Guard, and two things fought each other, one clad in red with a monstrous chainsword covered in gore, and the other one of the huge spawns she had seen from up close and from far away. The fight was a concert of hateful screams, and blood sprayed everywhere. Fortunately, they didn't care about a civilian and her child. Maya Numrius ran, and passed in a few narrow streets before re-emerging on a plaza where silence reigned. Celestine cried, and Maya opened her mouth. Did you really think you were going to escape me? The scent of flames and blood arrived to her nose. Blood rained on the empty square, and from the very darkness of the night, a lone silhouette marched directly, making sure there was no escape but going back on her steps. Maya was paralyzed. This was not one of the traitor marines or one of the spawn. In fact, it seemed the enemy was a woman, but as the distance decreased, all her hopes died. The top of the woman's clothes may be a pure white, but there was a large bloody hand as a sigil dirtying it. And the rest of her garb was crimson red, with sigils which were definitely not approved by any adeptus of the Imperium. This woman was a bloody heretic, and the long and cruel spear she carried casually was something which somehow appeared alive and bestial. Only a child. The cold merciless eyes stared at her for a few seconds, but she must have been found wanting, for the heretic's mouth twisted in a cruel smile. The Emperor should know better than to use paradoxes after what happened to change in excess. The spear rose. No matter. You are a nuisance. The guardian of the throne of skulls will not be challenged by the likes of you anymore. Maya saw two deaths coming, both her daughters and her own, and then shots rang out. The spear struck nonetheless. Maya closed her eyes, pressing her daughter against her. But no pain came. When she reopened them, there was someone tall in dark armor parrying the long crimson spear. After a period of stupefaction, Maya recognized the sigil of the Inquisition in the form of a rosette necklace. Well, if it isn't the favorite bitch of Malkador and the anathema, the heretic hissed. And here I thought that your doom had caught up with you. Mighty words, the female inquisitor with long dark hair replied as if this was a nice market day, for the favorite bitch of Kern. You are very far from your hunting grounds in the Calyx expanse. I go where my god sends me. Maya could hear the sheer anger boiling behind those words. Yes, killing innocents and those who can't fight back against the conqueror. You and I both know that the girl isn't innocent. You know what she will become in time. I know, the Inquisitor laughed, and to Maya's surprise, it appeared to be a genuine laugh. I know why your master and his other slaves are so afraid of her. Weaver is the nemesis of the Angel's Bane, but the greatest threat she poses is to decay. The same isn't true for this girl. The spear struck again. In that case, the heretic hissed again, you shouldn't have come alone. But before another attack could be made, an enormous shadow fell from one of the nearby buildings collapsing in flames. By the webmistress and the great Bacta. Inquisitor Contessa. Wait for me. You are not yet recovered, and what is happening here? Maya gaped. She had seen several of the huge golden spiders from hundreds of meters away, and heard the rumors of them being the favorite animals of a living saint. But seeing one so close was something entirely different. This heretic is attacking innocents. She must be stopped. The Inquisitor replied with obvious relish. Absolutely. The enormous arachnid agreed. Prepare to die, heretic scum. The blood rose. Lodero was displeased. This was supposed to be a simple kill, and it was already proving to be anything but. When Contessa had not been anywhere near the gate, the likelihood of an ambush had increased, of course. The captain of the Conqueror had expected her to arrive with a squad of the Death Watch or some other space marines. Not an enormous giant spider. Prepare to die, heretic scum. A spider that talks. In hindsight, Lodora would acknowledge it wasn't the most brilliant thing to say. Ha! 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 No imagination whatsoever, these heretics. The arachnid clicked something unintelligible with her mouth before rising to a quadrupedal position. And almost faster than she could perceive it, the arms of the spider seemed to lengthen. That wasn't the case, of course. The insect, no doubt a servant of Weaver, had only revealed her hidden blades. Lodora snorted and fired the bolter hidden inside her primary weapon. There were times for a duel, and this wasn't one of them. But the red shells, instead of killing the spider, were stopped by a translucent shield. As one of the favorite arachnids of the web mistress, we have been given refractor shields, heretic scum. Lodora had never heard an arachnid gloat before, and she realized she really hated that tone. Fine. I am going to duel you. Prepare to die, insect. I have been taught swordsmanship by the great Kratos himself. The golden spider exclaimed. I am Urbana, heretic. Remember my name before I send you to the hell you deserve. For the web mistress. Forkern. The first clash of blades told Lodora this wasn't going to be an easy fight. The spider, despite being tank-sized, was extraordinarily agile, and while the boast had been infuriating, she was clearly trained to use the 4 blades of her arms to their utmost potential. And Lodora had only her double-bladed spear. The duel was barely in its 20th heartbeat, and she was already on the defensive. The Conqueror's commanding officer's senses went into overdrive, and she made an acrobatic jump to her right. A second later, the corpse of a World Eater smashed into the pavement where she had just been fighting. 2 seconds after that, before the duel had any chance to resume, over 50 word-bearers stormed the plaza. No, stormed was the wrong word. They were fleeing. The legionnaires were surrounding Erebus. Damn it, that cockroach was really difficult to put down. And this was not part of the plan. Betrayer! Lodora shouted. The vile one is here, if you haven't killed him within the hour, I will search for a new champion. That's really high motivation there. The spider complimented her. Now let's return to our duel. I was beating you like a drum, in case you've forgotten. Lodora snarled and did something she had hoped to avoid, and not just because it would likely warn the Tsianchan para-human in the Calyx expanse ahead of schedule. She deactivated the stasis field she had kept on her back, and grabbed the 8th pointed star of Hemishia. Blood for the blood god. The female veteran proclaimed, and a powerful blast of red energy was summoned. The tank-sized arachnid was not expecting this and was thrown against a house's facade like a broken puppet. Your power be praised, Lord of War. Now. Her spear barely parried the blow which would have severed her hand, and to achieve it, she had to let the Hemishia stone fall upon the bloody pavement. For a few seconds, there was only survival. Fortunately, her new opponent did not have the number of blades the arachnid did, nor the weight. Nonetheless, Lodora was unpleasantly surprised when blades were finally locked and she could truly observe the new duel list. All around her, the battle escalated as more and more World Eaters arrived to battle the fleeing escort of Erebus. But the eyes of Lodora were ignoring them. By the rage of the brass throne, what was an Eldar doing here? Remove yourself from my presence, Long-Ear, the Key-ornate warrior began, giving a wary look to the weird sword the Xenos was wielding. And I will try to ignore that I want you dead. This was no ordinary sword to be sure. This is a crone sword. The Eldar, a female which had light black armor similar to many Drukhari female gladiators when they dressed for one, yet lacked their cadaver skin, didn't say a word. She just attacked again. All right. I am going to kill you too. Maia Teal Lysis. The servant of the primordial annihilator was impossibly strong. Maia had thought at first the spider of Malesha Eel Danan would have won handily if the corrupted Hemishia wasn't used, but the carnage aspect of the primordial annihilator had poured a lot of power into this damned soul. This human was not a gene-evolved monster like the ones which were fighting all around them, but she still managed to be as fast as Maia, and her skill with her double-bladed spear was formidable. Maia was relatively healthy, and she had thought that once she forced the enemy to abandon its most dangerous weapon, her blade skills and the death touch of the sword of the silent screams would do the rest. This, the apprentice of the Queen of Blades now knew, had been a very dangerous and completely wrong assumption. This slave of the primordial annihilator, despite looking relatively frail, was a monster having far more potential to threaten the existence of every craft world than all of the other abominations sullying this planet with their very presence. We will make sure to burn every planet and holdout we will find. Unlike the pathetic domain of the false emperor, our armies will not tolerate your existence. We will pile up mountains of your skulls. If she hadn't been so busy with dueling, Maia would have rolled her eyes. The massacre abomination was many things, but it wasn't noted for its investigation skills. The farcers of Malantai had stopped counting the number of occasions they had been able to hide their craft world from the slaughter fleets thousands of cycles ago. Though, since she had been wrong before, precautions would still have to be taken. This Himashia was something new and unpleasant. As her sword and the enemy's spear clashed in a beautiful dance where speed and elegance tried to overwhelm brutality, Maia tried to hide her displeasure at the realization she wouldn't be able to push her opponent away from the corrupted stone. Worse, the entire battlefield they were fighting on favored her opponent. With every breath, deaths were offered to the primordial annihilator and torrents of blood were shed, attracting its attention. The shadow of the devourer should have normally kept this influence at bay, but the primordial annihilator used the single connection of the webway its slaves had somehow been able to tear away from the Harlequin's control. And, slowly but noticeably, the blood champion's speed and strength began to increase. Maia was forced to shift into a completely defensive pattern of attacks. And thus she was completely unable to do anything when her enemy recovered the Himashia stone. You lose. A cascade of crimson flames burned. Maia jumped to avoid them. And the raw, nauseating blast of the annihilator's flames was blocked by a violent ray of golden flames. No. The champion of carnage had turned first, but the young female Asuryani of Malantai saw the same thing a heartbeat later. And her heart wept with joy. A second enormous spider of Malesha Eeldanan had arrived. And unlike the first one, this one had brought a scepter of ether gold to the fight. The arachnid was not alone. All around her stood dozens of red-armored females. And from every street, the roofs, and other possible openings to access the square-shaped battlefield, there were thousands more humans revealing themselves and opening fire on the slaves of the primordial annihilator. You shall stop attacking the Eldar, heretic. Maia smiled. We are the only ones to have the right to disparage, humiliate, and punish them. Maia grimaced. I will deal with this perfidious heretic who hurt my sister, General Death. You can deal with the others. By the webmistress will. Your blood will make an excellent offering for Kern. Thousands of blades and guns of different sizes were drawn, and a tall and scarred human roared the first and only order for the battle to come. You heard the adjutant spider. Kill the heretics. For the God Emperor. Makraj. Pharsalis Military District. Pharsalis Spaceport. 53 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Dark Apostle Muthake. Perister had worried too much. Muthake used his scythe to kill over 30 miserable mortals unable to realize the sheer magnificence of the grandfather's plans before giving his next order to his plague marines. We will make sure this spaceport can bring no reinforcements to the slaves of the false emperor. Destroy all machinery you come across. If you can easily convert more souls for the Lord of all Decay, convert them. Kill everyone else. For the grandfather. For Nurgle. Our plagues are unstoppable. Hundreds of plague marines advanced, supported by an artillery barrage which delivered 666 blessed gases. For all the cover the macro containers provided, the mortals of the Ultramar Auxilia could do nothing but pledge themselves to the grandfather or die. The contagion grew by the second, and all his legionnaires decisively moved to spread rust and disease on every piece of machinery they could see. Death to the false emperor. Let rust reign supreme. The curse was a test. We have not failed. Plague and diseases. Situation. Muthake felt his mood continuously improve as many foolish mortals agonized where they had tried to form a line, their faces ravaged by the 6th Nurglite pox. We estimate more than 3/4 of the spaceport garrison is dead, Lord Apostle. To his sorrow, the legionnaire who had spoken had barely any green his armor. No, not even that. There were still traces of red, and no contagion had truly settled in his flesh. It is not enough. My lord. You must embrace decay, Captain, if you truly want to be freed from the flesh change curse. What did I say before corroding the gates of this very spaceport? Muttering some words is not enough. Agreeing with me is not enough. You must truly support your words with your very soul and your deeds. Only then will the grandfather save you. Next to them another mortal died, his body contorting and writhing as his mouth continuously vomited another fascinating quantity of disease-touched blood. But my lord. The captain hesitated, then spoke bluntly. What good is this cure to the flesh change curse, if we are in effect the rubricy of the Thousand Sons with a disease theme? Muthake didn't use his scythe to strike the blasphemer down, but this was because one of his gauntlets had already struck the bareheaded officer. Do not utter those heresies in my presence ever again. The member of the crippled Dark Council snarled. This has just proven you aren't a true servant of the grandfather. The great Nurgle has not only cured us of this terrible flesh change curse, he has also saved us from this odious belief chaos undivided could somehow be a pleasing thing for the gods. This was wrong. As his conviction increased, more machines collapsed and fell apart, looking like they had aged thousands of years in mere seconds. Truly the power of decay was something that could not be defeated. We were wrong. The gods play the great game, and while they may acquiesce to truces when fighting the slaves of the false emperor, they value their loyal servants above everyone else. The grandfather has saved us from the flesh change, and it has given us something even more valuable with it. By the power of the garden we were saved from the curse of hope. Several legionnaires of his honor guard gurgled in approval, and the cloud of flies grew thicker. But then when loud battle cries began to echo in the spaceport, they were not the words he wanted to hear. Oblivion will not claim us, brothers. Into the fires of battle. Unto the anvil of war. Chapter Master Antony444. Unto the anvil of war. The battle cry was thunderous, and no doubt all the heretics inside the enormous infrastructure built by the Ultramar tech priests and architects had heard them. But since they had already smashed apart a third of a traitor company after teleporting into the structure of the Pharsalis spaceport, this wasn't as important as it should be. Advance, brothers. Freedom Squad. Unleash the wrath of the Obsidian Chariot. By your will, Chapter Master. Fukin lives. The Plague Marines defending the approaches of the Maximus Pattern elevator were extremely resistant to the overwhelming mass of bolter fire the Salamanders, Magma Drakes, and all their cousins were using against them. Those traitors were definitely not succumbing to wounds which would have killed a normal space marine a dozen times over. But then the Obsidian Chariot fired. The masterfully crafted Folkite carronade had been tested and given 10 times the care and attention it required after Lady Weaver enabled its rediscovery during Operation Caribbean. Those efforts proved their worth now. One shot was all it took for more than 30 plague-infested traitor Astartes to die screaming in brilliant pyres of flames, briefly reminding him of the volcanic eruptions of Nocturne. Then 1,000 Astartes, many of them from Imperial Fist's successors to support the 2 limited salamanders' numbers, arrived at close quarters. They were incredibly disciplined, and armored with the cumbersome but far more resistant Mark 9. It was a one-sided massacre. Antony444 claimed kill after kill, his thunderhammer pulverizing the heads of the heretics who had dared defile Guilliman's home world. Fukin lives. Dorn lives. For the Emperor. The line of plague marines didn't cede ground, it simply ceased to exist. Immediately behind the main thrust of their advance, Nixian and Vostroyan guardsmen arrived and sprayed anti-fire foam so that the damage to the spaceport remained minimal. As much as Antony444 wanted to kill all the traitors on this planet for their crimes, the preservation of the spaceport's integrity was vital to achieve this goal. And obviously, the Salamanders weren't going to be strong enough to deal with an entire Titan Legio by themselves. Main force of the traitor 17th. He asked his main liaison with the forces in orbit. They're busy slaughtering an army group of the Mediolanum district which tried to flank them from the north, Chapter Master. The Regent of Nocturne grimaced. No one could say the Ultramar Auxilia and the Ultramarines were not fighting with an admirable determination, but they weren't fighting very intelligently. Part of this was due to how many casualties they had taken in the initial assaults, and how mangled the original chain of command was after 1/3 of it was lost in the first hours. Still, this war revealed a lot of weaknesses the sons of Guilliman had tacitly permitted to continue, from obsolete battle tanks to suicidal tactics. Squad Caldera. Repair the control room we have just reclaimed. All remaining forces, we advance. Purge the heretics. Volcano pattern of attack. Fukin lives. Fukin lives. An enormous gurgling sound was heard, and at the other end of the eastern hangars, Antony444's Armor's machine spirits recorded the arrival of enemy reinforcements. All were plague marines, with thousands of contaminated cultists and traitor guardsmen preceding them, playing their role of cannon fodder for the possibly first and definitely last time of their lives. And many of the plague marines, for all the pus and their ridiculous grotesque mutations made it difficult to judge correctly, looked like they were clad in some form of Terminator armor. Use your Folkite blasters and every special flamer you have, brothers, the chapter master of the Salamanders commanded coldly. These heretics really deserve to be burned by Fukin's flames. Laphis. Ravenna east of the Polenta River. 53 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Sister Alice Gaius. For the God Emperor. Alice shouted with the other Templar Sororitas, of course, but she didn't fire her gun. The young woman was too busy pouring golden Bacta over the grave wounds of Adjutant Spider Urbana. Web Mistress, I failed the Web Mistress. Alice was taking it as a good sign the huge spider still had the strength to moan. SSHH. Claire reassured her, the despair of the arachnid visibly causing her a lot of distress, the same which could be said about all of the members of their honor guard. You are going to be as good as new once Her Celestial Highness transports you to a hospital ship. At least Alice hoped so. They had been forced to immediately amputate 2 of Urbana's legs near completely so that the corruption didn't continue its deadly work on the rest of her body. And at least 24 doses of Bacta had been used. They weren't hospitalers, but you didn't need to be a particularly skilled medic to pour Bacta over a spider's wounds. Hopefully, it would be enough. The Hospitaller Sororitas weren't here, alas. Given how off guard they had been taken by the sudden onslaught of 2 forces attacking eastern Ravenna without warning at the very same time, the healing specialists of the Silver Rose were needed elsewhere, and preferably in locations where they weren't at risk of being slaughtered while they healed the wounded. Blood for the blood god. I am a servant of the Web Mistress. You shall not pass. Ilmarina chose this moment to unleash the full power of the ether gold upon the heretics. Alice had been there when her Celestial Highness had told the adjutant spider to do it only in the gravest of circumstances. The fact that the metal-forged golden spider had chosen to unsheath the holy gift from the very start said quite a lot about how dangerous the heretic and the cursed noctilith she carried truly were. This was like the sun deciding to concentrate in a single ray, a source of light as night had fallen and the fires of countless ambushes and counter-ambushes burned all around them. This was solar magnificence burning in golden flames, and the female heretic countered it with an infernal beacon of crimson light. When the holy and unholy attacks collided, reality seemed to come apart. All around them golden fire reigned, but before it touched the ruined pavement of this princely Ravenna block, the molten fire turned into splendid angels which went on to charge the heretics and provide desperately needed succor for the guardsmen of Creek and Catachan who struggled against the traitor Astartes. Of course, the same thing happened for the crimson blood drops of the heretic. Beastly red demons were summoned by the struggle, and they wasted no time using their black blades upon the loyalist guardsmen. Yes. Kill the heretic, Ilmarina. She really deserves it. Save your strength, Urbana, Alice had to calm the overexcited spider, especially as she tried to struggle and prevent the application of more medical substances and bandages upon her very large body. And let us take care of you. The divine confrontation, far from diminishing, seemed to double in intensity. The rays of salvation and damnation continued to push against each other relentlessly, but the rest of the plaza fell into complete chaos as the gold and crimson summonings tried to kill the opposite side. As much as Alice wanted to say Ilmarina was winning, the battle was frankly a stalemate for a moment, and that wasn't a good thing, as the power of sacrifice was beginning to eat at her legs holding the scepter of ether gold. The power of sacrifice was a holy weapon, but her Celestial Highness had made clear this was a weapon of last resort, and only for Ilmarina, because while holding a shard of ether gold was no great burden, being willing to use its radiance to smite down the enemy was something else entirely. Was Ilmarina ready to? And then something extremely surprising happened. Chaos Lord Mofrin. That whelp of Marduk had always disdained the arts of the battlefield, insisting the greatest strength of a dark apostle lied in his power of illumination, not battle prowess. Today this boast was put to the test. Gorechild, Karn's monstrous chain axe, met Marduk's damaged helmet. The helmet didn't win. In a shower of gore, the betrayer claimed another life. Immediately, Mofrin had no choice but to close in and strike as fast he could, before the greatest champion of Karn had the opportunity to use his plasma pistol. His chain sword was possessed by a powerful Neverborn. It was a weapon which usually cleaved mortals in two effortlessly. But when Gorechild struck it, the word-bearer warlord truly feared it was going to break at the second or the third strike. And though it didn't, it was evident his weapon wasn't going to survive the monstrous battering delivered by the lesser chain axe twin for very long. Mofrin gritted his teeth and attacked again. But his attacks were parried before they could pose even a shadow of a threat. Still, it could be enough. He was surviving long enough for his lord to see an opening. Hand of Destiny. This is your chance. His encouragement was only met with silence. Mofrin struck and struck so as to live for several more seconds. And no matter what he did, no matter how seriously Karn fought, Lord Erebus didn't strike. My lord. I can't. And the chaos of the battle allowed him to see the section of the plaza which was burning in psychic power. Mofrin at last found out where his lord was. It was nowhere near him. In fact, for the Hand of Destiny to have traversed the battlefield so quickly, he must have left immediately after Mofrin started dueling the betrayer. But this was fine. No doubt the greatest dark apostle to ever live had found something to convince Lodarasaran to stop her ridiculous vengeance and turn the tide against the slaves of the false emperor and... You won't ascend. I win. Erebus plunged his dagger into Lodarasaran's unprotected back. Every battle cry stopped. Every imprecation went silent. The carnage stopped, as if no one could believe what had just happened. Mofrin gaped. Even by the treacheries which were common in the ranks of the legions, this was absolutely vile. The crimson light died, and as it did, the light of the false emperor surged forwards. The Hemashia stone was thrown forwards in a last effort to stop the assault, but when it came into contact with the golden flames, the explosion was absolutely massive, and fragments of the changed noctilith were blasted everywhere on the plaza and possibly further away. But it had done its role. The light decreased in intensity, for all that golden flames ravaged many parts of the battlefield. Say hello to Argel Tal for me, pathetic female. Maybe I will take the Conqueror as my flagship. It would the height of irony, don't you think? Karn abandoned their duel to run towards the Hand of Destiny, and Mofrin, in shock, let him go. After centuries, the word-bearer officer was finally acknowledging the horrible truth. It had never been about the 17th Legion. It had never been about the Long War. It had always been all about Erebus. The Dark Apostle known as the Hand of Destiny was unwilling to let anyone rise where he had not. And he wouldn't hesitate to kill his allies, no matter how disastrous the defeat would be in the aftermath. I am going to kill you, Siren. The dagger, the last athame of the 17th Legion, rose, covered in the blood of uncountable victims. It never struck. A machete crackling with energy, one Mofrin recognized as typical for the warriors of the Catachan Guardsmen, separated hand from arm. A second later, over a dozen power blades impaled Erebus. I believe a change of program is in order, the scarred Catachan who had struck first grinned. And then he brutally kicked the body of the Hand of Destiny aside. Normally, the very thought of a mortal trying to push a space marine, even from behind, even by surprise, was completely laughable. And as Lodarasaran barely avoided him while rolling away using her last reserves of strength, it was proved again true. Erebus had barely been forced to make a step forwards, and since most of the blades had plunged into his back, it caused some damage, but most of the bayonets were removed from his flesh. You will never suffer enough, vile one, for all the lives you have corrupted. Die in the name of the web mistress. The ocean of golden flames reappeared and struck the Dark Apostle, and for the first time in an eternity, Erebus screamed in agony. His armor melted in the blink of an eye, and the power of the ether gold burned everything, flesh, ceramite, and likely his soul as well. The mortals who had wounded the Dark Apostle took several steps away as the Dark Apostle staggered in excruciating pain and the gold dissolved him limb by limb. And then Karn was on him. There was no time to say anything. Gorechild was the holy weapon of the blood god at that moment. And in one terrible blow, it decapitated Erebus, first chaplain of the Word-Bearers Legion. Mofrin didn't know what to do anymore. He felt his will being crushed, he felt the great curse of the flesh change mutating his veins. An enormous stinger impaled him, shredding his 8 times blessed armor like it was made of paper instead of multi-layered ceramite. And his existence came to an end. Maia Teal Lysis. The head flew through the air as if it were a grotesque toy, not the head of a slave of the primordial annihilator. For an instant, the Asuryani believed it was going to fall and become one more bloody remain on the ground of the human city. But before it could, the Carnage champion grabbed it in its ever-bloody armored hand. Then crimson light burned around the monster, and the severed head changed. The skin and everything which was flesh were flayed in an atrocious second, and in less time it took her to seize her sword, the head was reduced to the state of a skull. And that was only the beginning. A ghostly image formed around the corpse of the creature the galaxy had been forced to call Erebus. It was a dark, vicious thing, one having nothing but maws and claws. It was the soul of the monster. Crimson light surrounded it, and the soul was unable to escape through the ether. It immediately reminded Maia of the pets her craft world preserved by freezing them in amber statues after they died of old age. There was a flash of red lightning, and the soul was inexorably dragged back into the skull. The apprentice to the Queen of Blades acknowledged that, contrary to what she had predicted for some of her enemies, death would not be a relief. It would, apparently, be the beginning of unimaginable torment. For anyone else, Maia would have felt a twinge of pity. For this monster? There was none. Now that a good deed has been achieved, the spider of Malesha Eildanan piped up in a smug tone, I am afraid I am going to be forced to demand you lay down your arms and surrender, heretic scum. And please give me that skull too, while you're at it. Claiming important bounties is a recent but much cherished tradition of the swarm. Now. No surrender. No peace. No respite. The war is eternal. Most of the crimson butchers of the primordial annihilator had disappeared, and those who hadn't lay dead alongside the word-bearers they had come to kill. Thousands of humans were encircling the two blood champions, and the female was severely wounded. The blade used to injure her was a truly awful thing. Surely they weren't going to fight at such a massive disadvantage, not that it would be a fight, as the spider focused again to unleash the power of Malesha Eildanan. In that case, you are going to be exterminated. Now that I think about it, there was someone looking a lot like you among the 100 most wanted beings, you wouldn't happen to be Karn the Betrayer, would you? I am. The axe-wielding butcher then uttered a word which hurt her ears and made the planet shiver. A river of blood flowed towards the wounded female and threw itself at the spot where the cursed dagger had struck. Instantly, the white carmine warrior's skin ceased to be deathly pale and her breath became steady again. The wound mended itself in mere heartbeats, though the scarification was impressive. You aren't going to get away. One of the human officers shouted. Humans, you have won a battle here. Karn the Betrayer rumbled. Mighty Karn approves of the carnage you unleashed against the cowards and the vile one. But our true war remains to be fought. Tell Weaver we will wait for her at the end of the red path. If you are true warriors, I will meet you there. Far away, Maia would later learn that this was the moment the Harlequins had begun an impressive ritual to purify the contaminated tunnel of the webway. An ocean of blood was summoned, and blinded even her superior Asuryani eyes. When she was able to see clearly again, the two slaves of the primordial annihilator were gone. It is going to be somewhat difficult to pursue them. The enormous arachnid really had a gift for understatements. Macraj. Pharsalis Military District. Pharsalis Spaceport. 54 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Dark Apostle Muthake. Muthake was really annoyed by the resistance his opponent was giving him. Nurgle's blessings allowed him to gain the upper hand, and the enemy was a son of Fukin, and their chapter master at that. It was nonetheless annoying to see his scythe be denied the glory of claiming the kill again and again. It was annoying. It was frustrating. And it was very bad news, as even a cursory glance during the fighting told him a lot of the spaceport's orbital-to-ground machinery was active once more. His forces of plague marines had done enormous damage to the cargo warehouses and the vehicles which should have transported food and other things to the cities of Makraj, something that would eventually make Grandfather Nurgle be very happy, since millions of people would eventually starve. But it did nothing to stop the flow of regiments of guardsmen with grav shoots and valkyries who were landing and progressively repelling his slaves while the plague marines were busy trying to break through the salamanders. We heard your father scream for countless nights when he was in the care of the Night Haunter, son of Fukin. And we, his opponent, delivered him a terrible counter-blow with his thunder hammer which nearly splattered his head before his scythe parried in extremis. Heard your father mostly survived the heresy by hiding behind someone else every time he found an opponent too challenging. The 17th Legion must have an infinite amount of pride, to lick the boots of such a disgrace. Before this Black Crusade, the Dark Council member would have found this retort so offensive he would have unleashed his sorcery, whether it was an attempt to bait him or not. Today, he knew better. Your insults are no longer sufficient to break my resolve, Salamander. The Lord of Torment gurgled, before channeling more of the power of decay into his arms. Let me show you. The shadowy fangs struck so fast he didn't see them until the decay-enhanced ceramite was destroyed by the attack. Less than a second later, Muthake was sent barreling against a container by something enormous. The Dark Apostle sworn to Nurgle tried desperately to assess the situation and summoned his scythe, only to realize it had remained in his right hand. His right hand, which was now several meters away, out of his reach, as his blessed armor was suffering enormous malfunctions, and the power given by his god was fading so quickly it couldn't be anything but a sign of disgrace. No. I refused to. The shadowy creature revealed its true self, and it was an enormous Fenrisian feline. However, Muthake instinctively knew the real threat was the false emperor's slave clad in the garments of an assassin that was riding the beast. In her hand was a green blade all word-bearers had learned to dread over the last millennia since they began the worship of the true gods. How could something so dangerous be hidden from the Dark Council's sight for so long? Weaver. This was all Weaver's fault. Damn her. Damn her for all eternity. The assassin dismounted the beast. Dark Apostle Muthake. The son of Lorgar tried to stand up, but his strength abandoned him completely. At least, the flesh change curse was not felt anymore. Oathbreaker. Liar. Murderer. Heretic. The Emperor has a message for you. And what does the corpse of the false Emperor thinks I need to hear? Muthake asked derisively. I promised something once, faithless bastard. The assassin's shadow grew larger and larger, and his eyes widened. No. Not another one. No enemy shall be beyond my wrath. The green blade took his first heart effortlessly. And then Muthake truly saw what was awaiting him on the other side of the veil. The Dark Apostle screamed. Chapter Master Ta-444. Ta-444 didn't like assassins. He never had. This was something very common among all Space Marine chapters, as he had swiftly learned after leaving Nocturne for the first time. But the sons of Fukin had this distaste well before becoming Space Marines. To put it in basic, simple terms, Nocturne was so dangerous that the prohibition of assassins was one of its most ancient and deeply respected laws, and woe to any who tried to break it. That before the arrival of Fukin the people had to endure the Drukari raids which had delighted in murdering anyone able to stand against them on the battlefield by poison or blade had also played a major role. Nocturne didn't need assassins, not when their fiery homeworld tried to kill them every day. When you lived near a salamander's lair and the planet had so many of them, you were never far from one. Your community and your family had to be united, ready to close ranks and stand against any great beast or other form of aggression directed at the tribe, village, or city. If one Nocturne began to assassinate another, unity would be lost in short order. And once disorder and mistrust reigned, survival would become unlikely, at best. Still, the female assassin before him had killed 10 plague marines, undoubtedly saving many of his brothers, and possibly his own life, since Ta-444 didn't think his chances against the corrupted mass of pus and slime that was Dark Apostle Muthake had been particularly great. You have my thanks for the intervention, Elena Kerrigan. The Salamander's chapter master ignored the tank-sized black feline purring on his left. Once you had fought a salamander of Nocturne, all other animals were unimpressive in comparison. Though admittedly, he would not try to fight that super predator barehanded. What are your intentions now? I am going north. The black and silver-themed woman replied. Interestingly, the sort of silver-black helmet over her head was a sort of hybrid protection between the typical tightly fitting Calidus masks and the Mark VI shape so favored by the Raven Guard. I can sense 2 of their Dark Apostles coordinating the traitor titans. Good. We will follow you soon. What does soon mean? The immense gates behind him opened once more, and as the Regent of Nocturne turned his head, the first Titan of Legio Ignitum officially marched on Makraj. It was not the first time the chapter master saw one. This model was a Mars pattern of the Warlord class, and he had fought on the same battlefield as those in no less but 9 occasions before today. It was true that it was the first battle with Legio Ignitum, but then again, Nocturne and the domains they were sworn to defend had not been getting frequent visitors from Mars before Commerac changed so many things for the better. Soon, in this case assassin, means exactly the time we need to transfer all the Titans and point them in the direction of the enemy. Macrage. Southern border of the Illyrium military district. Virgil Fort. 54 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Captain Brutus Cestus. Brutus had really hoped the massive transports he had seen in high orbit would have disgorged their millions of soldiers onto Macrage and reinforced them by now. Unfortunately, a certain captain of the Brazen Consuls had just arrived to inform him it was not going to happen. If we don't stop the traitors here. Oh, please Cestus, Captain Hadrian Septimus Niger Severus interrupted, don't be ridiculous. Excuse me. Brutus growled, his fury raised. I said, please don't be ridiculous. The officer of the Brazen Consuls repeated calmly. Trapping the word bearers inside the Virgil gullet would only work if we had at least an army group of the guard and a minimum of 2,000 space marines here. May I remind you that the enemy, aside from this spectacular vanguard of land raiders, may have more than 12,000 traitor Astartes to pulverize you with. Brutus grimaced. The worst part was that yes, he had thought about it. But he had hoped. If we abandon Virgil, they're going to enter the Macrage district itself. And once they do, there aren't a lot of defensive positions for any army until the Valley of Lapanes. Yes. The other captain nodded. Theoretical, I think the chapter masters of the Blood Angel successors Weaver sent to support the Imperial Guard want to position forces at the entrance of the valley. I wish you would use a practical, not a theoretical. It is a strong theoretical, the Brazen Consul commented. After all, as you have noted so aptly, there are no defensive lines between the enemy and Magna Macrage Civitas after this one. But between there and the Lapanes Valley, the evacuation of civilians is complete. The same unfortunately can't be said about the capital and the rest of the valley it is set in. Brutus Cestus sighed. His honor told him to hold the fort here and kill 10 times his company's number of Astartes before any of the bastard sons of Lorgar was able to set a foot inside the Macrage military district. Practical, since he had lost 20 battle brothers so far 17 dead and 3 gravely wounded his 80 space marines would kill 800 members of the 17th Traitor Legion before perishing. 800 out of maybe 12,000. The 50-plus Brazen Consuls Captain Hadrian Severus had brought here would be able to kill more, but they wouldn't stay here to partake in his defiant last stand. And as Brutus looked around, the ultramarine officer was forced to admit the Virgil fort was far from an ideal fortress to stop any enemy who fielded traitor marines and chaos spawns in its order of battle. The gullet was a massive breach in the mountains which had been created several millennia ago by means the ultramar citizens had forgotten, but the threat of Illyrium had never been so severe a true state-of-the-art citadel needed to be built. Theoretical, if we had built a true citadel here. The theoretical is right. But unless you have a practical to realize this particular theoretical in, about 10 minutes, I suggest your company and yourself prepare to self-destruct the fort so that as many of the word-bearers are killed in the explosions. I will do as you suggest. This was a decision that was likely going to haunt him for the rest of his life, but... Guilliman's laurels. The outburst escaped his lips when the smoke made by the traitor land raiders vanished. The warp-tainted vehicles had stopped their progression so as to begin a formal bombardment, and behind them was revealed to be a mass of chaos spawns, several dozen at the very least. But his attention was not on them. It was on the unnaturally massive abomination the word-bearers had chained to one traitor knight. It was that horror the chaos spawns were following. Even by the standards of repulsiveness of the traitor legions, it was truly disgusting to merely glance at it. Lorgar. One of his battle brothers shivered next to Brutus. Captain, I think that it's Lorgar. That thing was the Primarch they were sworn to kill at all costs? Emperor Gil-Iman and the ashes of Calth, how was this possible? Evacuate the fort immediately. We return to the capital. Immediate evacuation. Tech Marines, prepare the self-destruction sequence of the fusion reactors for a blast in 10 minutes. Yes, Captain. Magna Macrage Theater. 55 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Surviving word-bearers, 12,088. Chaos Spawn Primarch, 1. Chaos Spawns, 388. Surviving numbers of the lost and the damned, approximately 4 million. Chaos Knights, 88. Surviving Ultramarines and successors present, 710. Other Loyalist Space Marines, 1,136, majority of Black Templars and Blood Angels successors. Surviving Ultramar Auxilia, 2,500,000. Imperial Guard reinforcements, approximately 20 million, first wave. Loyalist Imperial Knights, 160. Macrage System. High orbit above Artium. Strike Cruiser Lord of Vespater. 55 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Captain Falco Tullius. Practical, it was a minor miracle in its own right that most of the 9th Company aboard the Lord of Vespater in the defense of Talisar was able to arrive before the trio of Xenos void monsters. Second, practical, it was probably not going to change anything about the situation. Falco did not have the entirety of the 9th's full strength available at Mort Ndar when the alarms shrieked that Macridge was under attack. At the time, it had sounded like a logical move. The anti-imperial rebellion wasn't going to be crushed on its own. Theoretical, as always, hindsight was a fantastic and terrible thing at the same time. Practical, the Master of Rights of the Ultramarines began, we have exactly 70 battle brothers to defend Artyom from a conventional assault by a Xenos bigger than a super battleship and which will have the capacity to generate an unknown number of Astartes killer life forms. Theoretical, his champion replied, we should begin by landing and telling the shipmasters to stay out of range of that Xenos abomination's psychic blast. The chapter has already lost too many battle barges and strike cruisers in the last few days. Our shipyards have suffered critical damage as well. It should be best to prevent the Lord of Vespater and the defense of Talisar from sharing this unpleasant fate. You are right. Why couldn't this tyrannid charge towards Mort Ndar instead of Artyom? The fortress world had considerable defenses, and Falco Tullius knew all its strengths and weaknesses. More importantly, he knew the men manning said defenses. And since he knew them, he was confident the vehicles had been correctly maintained in peak condition, that the surprise inspections were not faked, and that the average divisions of Mort Ndar had a superb degree of professionalism, as it should be for the elite regiments of the Ultramar Auxilia. How many of the Hive prefects have already been relieved of their titles, privileges, and lives? 6. Captain. The captain of the 9th Company didn't scowl, but it was because after learning Macridge was directly attacked by the traitors, there was little left which could increase his anger. It still was an unacceptable number of high-level officials who had proven they had been promoted way beyond their actual capabilities. How long until the Imperial fleet is able to relieve us? Theoretical, based on their course and their acceleration, I estimate between 12 and 20 hours, Captain. His senior tech marine answered. The margin depends primarily on what strategy the admirals will want to use to deal with the tyrannid Xenos. If the annihilation of the traitor 17th fleet is any indication of their battleship's firepower, they can deal with the entity codenamed Behemoth. The one-sided massacre had brought a smile to his lips before the situation forced him to rush to Artyom in the hope some defense could be organized. Good. Theoretical, let's be pessimistic and say we have to hold for 20 hours. Not counting our battle brothers, what do we have to defend Artyom? Captains Cassius Becurius and Maxellus Dacius respected the tenets of the Codex to the letter. A month ago, this answer of the company's chaplain would have filled Falco with enthusiastic approval. Now that the two ultramarine officers were confirmed dead, and under circumstances which had proved their Codex adherence had played a great part in their demises, it was inspiring a large amount of consternation. And what does that mean, exactly? He asked acidly. There are about 800 million troops of the Auxilia on Artyom, Captain. They are divided into 13 army groups, one for each hive. They have the standard equipment and vehicles the last reforms the predecessor of our chapter master's predecessor pushed for. Internally, Falco Tullius sighed in relief. Maybe he had been too harsh towards the memories of the two captains, then. 800 million is a respectable number, especially if they adopt a defensive strategy, and playing the role of a son of Dorn was the only thing to do here. There was definitely not enough time to think of a plan of immediate counterattack, and the vids sent by the Dark Angels and the Wolves showed quite clearly that you didn't want to go on the offensive against these repulsive creatures with soldiers unprepared for the cruelty of such a fight. I suppose they are the first echelon and behind them are the reserves? How many of them have been mobilized so far? Silence was the only thing he heard for several seconds. Please tell me they have mobilized the reserves, or as the feast of the second founding we just celebrated days ago is my witness, I will kill all the Artyom nobles by pulverizing their skulls with the original Codex Astartes of our Gene-sire. The champion of the 9th Company cleared his throat. It isn't that bad. Are you comparing it to the complete ineptitude Becurius showed when it was time to fight the bastard sons of Lorgar, or the reports of abyssal nullity we were given about Laphai's Auxilia? When you phrase it like that, the chaplain interjected, it is that bad. For all our attempts to curb the smuggling and impose an orderly society, Artyom is a hive world, Captain, and this means the immense reserves of vehicles are often subjected to various forms of illegal trade. More and more I begin to understand why the chapter master didn't want me to conduct my surprise inspections. Seriously, aside from Thiel who had the chore of guarding an indefensible world in the first place, was he the only captain to rely on good sense and the Codex rather than the Codex alone? The reserves have been ordered to mobilize. But it's been only 55 hours since the archenemy and the Tyranids have entered this system. And the communications being down have of course hampered our existing war plans. Very well. You will give me the rest of the information as we descend on Artyom. He had a feeling that the administrative governors of the hives of Artyom were not the only people he was going to have to remove before any imperial reinforcements arrived. We launch in 5 minutes. Shipmaster, the moment we are gone, take all the ships out of range of the Xenos abomination. And make sure everyone has received the message. I don't want another mass conveyor devoured by those Xenos. Artyom Theater. 55 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Surviving Ultramarines, 70. Surviving Ultramar Auxilia, approximately 803 million. Surviving civilian population, approximately 81,196,000,000. Surviving void-capable tyrannid life forms, 3. Laphis. Ravenna west of the Polenta River. 55 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Captain Ianid Thiel. It had been 3 hours since most of their communication network went down, and Ianid had spent most of it reorganizing the forces on this side of the river and launching quantities of assaults as the resistance of the word-bearers inexplicably faltered. No, this wasn't quite correct. Ianid knew why the majority of the word-bearers had gone missing. They had certainly gone after the Webway Gate. It was relatively logical, provided of course you had a method to cross the river without using a ship and break through the hundreds of thousands of guardsmen in the way. And evidently, as long as you were willing to let most of your army play the role of bait. Ianid decapitated 3 more heretics and trampled the 2 he had merely maimed. That was 1 more regiment or similar treacherous force wiped out. But it was unimportant strategically. There had been a major reserve in Ravenna East, but was it really strong enough to stop the sneak attack of several hundred word-bearers? Ianid didn't know, and the wait made the ignorance worse minute by minute. He had sent messengers, of course, but none of them had. Lord Captain! Lord Captain! A Krieg guardsman ran towards him, and began to remove helmet and rebreather despite the battlefield killing its fair share of brave and courageous fools every hour when they did exactly that. Lord Captain! Great victory! The man was out of breath and panting after the effort he had made. Please take a few seconds, Private, you are. The vile one is dead, Lord Captain. Most of the Ultramarines present stopped searching for new enemies to destroy. Officers stopped relaying orders. Guardsmen had difficulties keeping their weapons in their hands. Even one of the Hospitaller sisters treating a wounded Auxilia soldier paused for a second before resuming her medical support. The vile one, Erebus of the traitors is dead. Ianid managed to utter. It was. Yes, Lord Captain. Adjutant Spider Ilmarina torched him with the ether gold power of her celestial highness. And one traitor Astartes decapitated him as the light of the god emperor burned that abominable monster body and soul. We have the VID casts and everything to prove it. Erebus was dead. Erebus was dead. And this meant Caltha's destruction was half avenged. No one had announced Cor Phaeron's death so far. But it was a really great day. Without this vicious betrayer, the word-bearers were surely going to be even more disorganized and leaderless. Without him, Ravenna would survive. And all his brothers at Calth had their dreams of vengeance fulfilled at last. Ianid drew the gladius he had taken as a replacement when his former weapon broke 4 hours ago against a cursed weapon of a champion of the traitor legions. The vile one is dead. For Calth and for the Emperor. May he rot in hell for eternity. So perish all traitors. Death to the word-bearers. Vile and cowardly to the very end. Death to the heretics. Ave Imperator. Cathedral of the Savior Emperor. Colonel Lothar Jordan. The night had fallen, but the battle for Ravenna continued. In the distance, they could see the colossal explosions as the artillerists of Nyx continued to pound the hab blocks the heretics still controlled. According to the rumors, High Command had decided to slaughter as many of them as possible for the rest of the night. Lothar had no idea how long it was going to be. His watch had broken a few hours ago during a round of savage fighting in the ruins of a market, and the opportunity to replace it had not materialized. It should have bothered him. The watch had been a nice expensive gift, but it didn't. After this brutal battle, everyone who survived was happy to be alive. You learned to enjoy the simple stuff, like the Nyxian rations they had received by Scorpion transport 5 minutes ago. We're very lucky to have the Saint as a commander, Erwin told them very seriously as the main meal was warmed and the group of guardsmen sat around the small fire. With the rations the autocrats wanted us to eat, we would have died before meeting the first heretic. You always exaggerate, Erwin. Who was complaining he couldn't remove the taste of ration X45 for 2 days. Many chuckles resounded around the fire. Okay, I will admit the rations were pretty bad. Especially the F351, affordable and tasty, they said. Erwin shivered theatrically. Lothar groaned. He had eaten one of those, and the experience had been memorable. Now we have real grox meat for the menu, and some cereals with it. I definitely call that progress. Don't get too used to it, Lothar warned with amusement. Our military service is far from over, and it isn't guaranteed we will have generals who care as much as the ones we currently serve under. Yes, Colonel. The food conversation didn't stop there, of course. As they had been withdrawn from the front lines by their superiors, there was free rein to speak about subjects which weren't able to kill people, and food was a safe subject. It didn't last, of course. Soldiers were by their very nature more curious than any civilian he had ever met. Are you going to be promoted, Colonel? I don't know, Lothar admitted honestly. Plenty of brigadier generals died, so I suppose it's possible, but I won't pretend I'm eager to jump in those shoes. Not much of a brigade left, after all. The mood was contemplative for several minutes. Ravenna looked like it was going to be a victory, but by the God Emperor, the Krieg regiments which had held the lines had been shredded. The Krieg 83rd was down to 400 combat-ready men. They might recover 200 or 300 wounded when the miraculous Bakhta did its work. The brigade is in the same state as the cathedral. Don't insult this ugly pile of stones, Sergeant. It saved our skins 1,000 times. Ah, yes, my apologies. Everyone ate. And yes, the warmed meal was delicious. Good meat, good cereals, good sweets, and plenty of tasty, nay delicious things that eased the sheer exhaustion they felt in their bones a bit. What are we going to do about the regimental flag, Colonel? Bastard heretics were unable to seize it from us, but they shot it so many times. We're going to repair it, of course. Lothar replied, having already thought about it. The bureaucratic forms are going to be a headache and a half, but if we want something to prove we are really the victors and deserve to be included among the best regiments, I will gladly spend a few hundred throne gelts. Count me in, Colonel. And what will be our colors? Laphise is an ultramar planet, right? We will use some blue. And gold. Gold is for the Emperor. Did you see the golden fireworks east of the river when the communications were cut? We weren't even there. It's the principle of the thing. How do you see it, Erwin? A rectangle of blue atop a rectangle of yellow maybe, Colonel? And at the heart, the battle cry. Goblets were raised like a single man. For Krieg and the God Emperor. Makraj. Pharsalis Military District. Fields of Pharsalis 10 kilometers west of the Pharsalis line. 55 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Dark Apostle Peristur. The plain was a graveyard of burning vehicles. Most of them belonged to the slaves of the false emperor. But most of them wasn't good enough, not when one was speaking of thousands of losses, and the word-bearers were irreplaceable. Every legionnaire who fell or transformed into a chaos spawn couldn't be replaced. Kern's throne, they couldn't even find proper substitutes for the Volskani cataphracts, and those slaves were as useless as a mortal could possibly be. By my estimate, Eliphaz announced, we have killed or utterly routed more than 2 million mortals of the Ultramar Auxilia and destroyed somewhere in the vicinity of 40,000 tanks and other armored vehicles. We have also destroyed the secret tunnels this Mediolanum army group used to flank us when we believed we had a mountain range between our forces and theirs. For all the good it will do, Peristur grimaced, looking at the dark skies still filled with the psychic disturbances Yarlak had powered with his dying will. They have cost us the most precious commodity we can't afford to lose, time. Peristur didn't know how long the sorcery preventing the bombardment cruisers from annihilating them would last, but he was ready to bet his soul it wouldn't be more than a few days at best. And once the false emperor's slaves could use their lances in an accurate manner, every asset they had ever mustered in the service of the 17th Legion would die. It's worse than that. The younger Dark Apostle informed him. I have pushed one of the Volskani's fastest regiments deeper into the western pass. They were ambushed with a multitude of anti-tank weapons and more auxilia companies. Since we did such an excellent job of destroying the army groups here, that suggests. Someone not completely idiotic realized we were going to destroy the Pharsalis line and told them to wait where their inferior firepower would do the most good. That was extremely bad. As powerful as the Legio Vulturum was, they were still vulnerable at close quarters if the enemy found out where their weak points were. Moreover, a Titan could not power its shields at full power for all eternity. Sooner or later, they were going to need spare parts and dedicated mechanicum teams. Peristur had neither the former nor the latter to give them. They intend to bleed us every step of the way towards their capital. Eliphaz uttered a curse which was best not spoken in the presence of any ally of Cor Phaeron. Please remind me why we thought this plan was a good idea. I never thought this was a good idea, Peristur was prompt to remind him. It was that all the alternatives were worse. We have lost, so everyone must lose with us. Eliphaz muttered before clearing his throat. I felt Erebus' soul screaming as the betrayer claimed it. I felt it too. Peristur smiled. At least we can say there was some good news in the last standard day. The vile one had finally begun to suffer the punishment he had so richly deserved for millennia. If the situation wasn't so bad for him personally, the veteran Dark Apostle would have been the first to shout it was excellent news, not merely good. But the flesh change curse was still a monumental struggle to mentally fight against. Therefore Erebus' death, while the highlight of the day, was only temporarily celebrated before moving on. Yes. We don't know what happened to Muthake. I told him that embracing decay was slowing him down and forcing him onto a path where tactical mistakes piled up. Peristur sighed. Well, he's dead, and I am not going to wait for whoever killed him to come here. We march our forces through the Western Valley, then. Eliphaz asked for clarification. We will. And we do it as quickly as we can. I don't care if the Volscani can't keep up with our pace, nothing matters more now than storming the walls of the fortress of Hera before Weaver's admirals slaughter us with orbital fire. We take the citadel and finish off Guilliman, or they annihilate us from above. Very well, I will give the orders. Where do you want our rhinos end? Sirens in a loud clamor were heard from far away. Perister turned his head south and gritted his teeth. The explosion of noise rang out a second time. And then a third. Finally, as the light of the sun faintly pierced some of the dark clouds, the transhuman's eyes saw them. They were like mountains over the horizon. They were mountains on the move, surrounded by a sea of ants. They were the titans of the false emperor, and they towered over a gigantic army of mortals. They screamed in fury, both challenge and domination claim in one. We will. Tyrannosaurus Rex roared back. The Alpha of Legio Vulturum could not let this challenge go unanswered, and it didn't. A second later, the other 93 titans of Legio Vulturum shrieked or screamed out their hatred. Metallic legs taller than many fortified walls ignored the command of marching west and turned southwards. To the death, then, Iliphus summarized fatalistically before his voice was filled with hatred once more. Let's try to kill as many of them as we can. Agreed. Perister nodded. They couldn't fight their way through to Macrach Civitas, not with this kind of opposition stabbing their back every step of the way to it. They had lost strategically. All that remained was to kill as many of them as they could before it was over. Reform the lines. All units are to move south. Let Macrach burn. Let Macrach burn. The battle cries were almost drowned under the roars of the titans. The plains had already been burning, and now the fields of Pharsalus looked like they were covered in blood. There was fire. There was smoke. And the faint sun continued to breach through the dark clouds as the two greatest contingents of titans ever mustered in a single location during the 35th millennium advanced to fight each other. The Battle of Pharsalus was about to begin. Pharsalus Theater. Mark of Oblivion, 55 hours after Mark 0. Surviving word bearers, 11,666. Chaos spawns, 177. Surviving numbers of the lost and the damned, approximately 1,888,000. Legio Vulturum Titans, 94. Loyalist Legio's Titans, 128. Loyalist Space Marines present, 1976, majority of Salamanders and Imperial Fist's successors. Surviving Ultramarine Auxilia, approximately 350,000. Imperial Guard reinforcements, 15 million, to be continuously reinforced by the spaceport. Dragon armors present, 292. Chapter 55, Extinction 11-3 The Battle of Pharsalus. Extinction 11-3. The Battle of Pharsalus. I was there, you know. I was there the day the first Battle of Pharsalus was fought, more than 35,000 years ago. Oh no, I was not one of the commanders. No, after some problems I encountered during a previous Macedonian life, I had decided, for the time being, that ruling mankind was neither in humanity's best interests nor mine. No, I was one of the legionnaires serving in Caesar's army. Why was I part of his army? Why not? I won't deny Gaius Julius Caesar was an ambitious and power-hungry man. Every man and woman who met him could attest to his skill at eliminating rivals and climbing the ladder step by step until there was no one left to stop him from claiming dictatorial power. But then the same was true of Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus. You do not call yourself the great because you are humble and modest. No, I was motivated to serve one and not the other because I quite clearly saw what would happen in the future. Caesar would destroy the Republic and force the emergence of a new empire, one which would be for the people, at the cost of not being governed by them. Pompeius the Great, as he wanted to be known, would try to preserve the name of the Republic, just to save his vaunted ego and ambition. In a way, the old man hadn't changed much from the years where his opponents had given him the nickname of Teenage Butcher. Petulant, politically naive, and far too inclined to change his principles if it allowed him to be famous and victorious, the victor of the Sertorian War would undoubtedly have been tempted by excess if its influence had been felt in that era. Not that chaos was completely powerless, unfortunately. I didn't recognize the signs until it was too late, but this civil war was the idea of the parasites hiding waiting in the immaterium. The evidence, once you know what to look for, was not that hard to find. And so brother fought against brother, legion against legion. I served in the 13th Legion on Caesar's side. The 17th was part of Pompeius' army. No, I didn't enjoy the irony of it 31,000 years later. Maybe I should have seen it coming. I always knew Robert had far too many points in common with the man who won at Alesia, Pharsalus, and many other bloody battles. On the other hand, I failed to recognize that Lorgar had the flaws of Pompeius along with many others. And so I am waiting today for the battle to be fought, in many aspects as powerless as when I pretended to be a veteran legionnaire. It is former brothers fighting each other, with the ferocity and viciousness only the bitterest betrayals can create. It is legion against legion, while the roar of the Tyranids overshadows everything. It is Titan against Titan. It is a grand display of carnage to decide if the vision of the champions of the people can prevail against the tyrants who wish to preserve the damnation of our species on a galactic scale. And I must hope the defenders of mankind will win, for all other paths lead to our extinction. To understand a battle, it is always necessary to plunge yourself into past history. This battle is no exception. First and most obvious question, who was Pharsalus and why was his name given to so many locations in the realm of Ultramar? The answer leads to some of the greatest victories and the most terrible tragedy to ever strike the Ultramarines. Julian Pharsalus was a praetor of the 13th Legion during the Great Crusade. Born on the world of Calth, the young Julian was a scion of one of the wealthiest families of the Viridian system, and when he was of age, travelled to Macrage and was declared compatible for receiving the Astartes implants and becoming a space marine. His marks achieved at the Macrage Academia were so high that his teachers predicted a brilliant future for the young aspirant. Julian Pharsalus didn't disappoint. In 70 years, the Calth-born Ultramarine rose from inexperienced battle brother to the rank of praetor. While the series of promotions wasn't unprecedented given the sheer losses often inflicted upon Astartes legions, the number of victories over 60 was, and most of them were won as part of expeditionary detachments away from the main force of the 13th Legion, not under the Primarch Robert Guilliman's eye. After the Ulaner triumph, when the Ultramarines were ordered to muster at Calth, many officers and veteran legionnaires thought Julian Pharsalus was to be groomed as a potential Tetrarch replacement, or be included in the war council for the coming campaign in another capacity. Unfortunately, the word-bearers chose that system to reveal their malefic treachery and all their odious perfidy in. Though tens of thousands of Ultramarines survived the Battle of Calth, Julian Pharsalus was not among them. In the first hours of the battle, the valiant praetor led decisive counterattacks to stop the traitors from slaughtering the civilians, and he and his survivors held for long enough that hundreds of thousands of Calth auxilia and innocents were able to take refuge in the underground archaeologies of the planet, no doubt contributing to the eventual loyalist victory years later. But this was a victory paid at the price of praetor Julian Pharsalus' life, and the near entirety of the company-sized force he commanded by then. A large statue and a memorial remain in the caverns below the ground where the brilliant officer is thought to have made his last stand. There also is a counter of the Mark of Calth there, for every man and woman of Calth to remember that the Battle of Calth is not yet over. It will continue to run as long as a single son of the traitor 17th Legion remains alive. From Heirs of Revenge, The Battle of Pharsalus, by Julius Ignatius, Ultramar Rose Edition, 322M41. Should titans fight each other, the appropriate term for such a cataclysmic battle would be titanomachi. We can only hope something so dreadful will never happen in imperial history. Words attributed to the Primarch Rogaldorn, 994M30. Ultima Segmentum. Realm of Ultramar. Macrage System. Macrage. Pharsalus Military District. Fields of Pharsalus. 55 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Thought for the day: vengeance is your sword. Hatred is your shield. Loyalty is your armor. Lady Magos Dogma Richter. The battle was not going to be easy. Dragon had known it from the start when looking at the incomplete order of battle. The data the Tinker had been able to obtain on the fields of Pharsalus before driving Fokker into the atmosphere had only confirmed this initial assessment. Macrage was a mountain world. There were at least a dozen peaks which could equal Mount Everest of Earth, and there were 6 peaks which were taller than the ancient Himalayan summit had been. This made the regions where the ground was mostly even absolutely priceless. It also made the flat plain revealed to her auspex absolutely impractical for defensive warfare. The width of the fields of Pharsalus was close to 20 kilometers, and at the risk of repeating herself, it was absolutely flat ground, with only a small river flowing from south to north providing some elevation change, for all the good it did. The river was easily crossable by Contanks and Chimera infantry transports. For Titans, it was not an obstacle, it was a distance marker. It was evident, judging by the situation and the sheer size of the dark horde surrounding the corrupted Titans marching towards the Imperial armies pouring out of the spaceport, that this was going to be a bloodbath. Legio Crucius, the Bane Lord class Spinosaurus Aegyptiacus is yours, Princeps Maximus Cyrus began to give orders in a confident voice. Legio Aderus, concentrate your fire on the Chaos Reaver Carnotaurus Sastrae. Half of my dragon armors have been given orders to protect you from aerial attacks and other airborne threats, the Draconic Magos informed the Princeps once he had finished assigning the first targets, and so will the interceptors of the 793rd Baka Air Force. I am taking the other assets to establish aerial superiority over the battlefield. Understood. The commanding officer of the Loyalist Titans mustered for this monumental titanomachi answered curtly. Do you have any idea how many held rakes and other abominations the traitors have kept for? A monstrous roar drowned the world of Macrage, and on the horizon, the sky turned dark. It was not because there were storm clouds, unfortunately. No, it was a tide of flying daemon engines and abominable creations of the dark mechanicum. We predicted approximately 4,000, Dragon answered 3 seconds later, but it seems closer to 6,200. Good luck, Princeps Maximus. Legio Ignitum forges itself a path to victory without luck, despite having no VID, the smile was easy to imagine, but I appreciate it, it seems we're going all we can get to kill those bastards. Traitor Imperator Class Titan Tyrannosaurus Rex. Alpha Princeps Malus. The dogs of the false emperor were still too far away, and at this range, only the Apocalypse missiles had the range and blasting power to break through the protections of a Titan. Malus growled happily as the golden fields disappeared in an inferno of red flames and black smoke. No doubt thousands of his oh-so-weak allies had just been extinguished. It was good. The weak needed to be reminded of their insignificance from time to time. The word-bearers were weak. For all their ridiculous prayers, they were just like the rest of their slaves. Humans. Tiny. Insignificant. Weak. I count 127 Titans, Alpha. The voice of the Princeps of Dilophosaurus terribilis reached his senses, and a very familiar foe is leading them. Yes. Malus didn't know if he had a tongue left to lick his lips with, not after an eternity of leaving his frail body in a green vat of nutrients while his relentless mind tried to keep the voracious spirit of Tyrannosaurus Rex in check. They brought exemples. The Princeps of Legio Vulturum had long wondered if the miserable weaklings which had survived the siege of Terra had the determination and power to deploy their last Imperator Titans on the battlefield. Sotinol had assured them none of the Majorist Titan assembly lines had remained intact when the true Mechanicum had been forced to abandon Mars and flee. But then Sotinol had revealed herself weak and easy to vanquish. Worse, she had made his pack Legio wait, without any appetizer to devour while important battles were waged without them. The weak were punished. This was a galaxy of danger, and only the strong survived and thrived. And the Titans of Legio Vulturum were the apex predators. They were strong. Missiles first, Malus ordered as entire tank regiments of weaklings disappeared in columns of fire. We must cull the weaker prey before moving on the real dinner. As he uttered the last words, the influence of Tyrannosaurus Rex grew ever more powerful, and the tenuous limit between the Titan and himself became far weaker than it had been in millennia. Hunt the warlords. Eviscerate their reavers. Annihilate their warhounds. Tear apart the warbringers. But remember, Exemples is my prey. Yes, my Alpha. By your will, Alpha Rex. Legio Vulturum. We hunt. We devour. Tyrannosaurus Rex roared, the sonic weapon ending tens of thousands of lives, paving an avenue of corpses and skulls. Where the supreme predator walked, they all fled. Above his head, the pathetic flies that called themselves aircraft buzzed and tried to be relevant. It was in vain. They couldn't pierce one void shield, and he had 12 before they could hit his new unbreakable armor. The weak were dying in untold thousands. This was a good day for the strong. Somewhere in the vicinity of Artium. Vol-class cruiser Star Strider. 56 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. The Queen of Blades. Aenaria had been almost hopeful when the Aeleto Kasuryani had told her this was a Vol-class cruiser. Having a ship or a class of warship named in honor of the Smith god had always been a sure way to attract her attention in the old days. By old days she meant thousands of millennia ago, back when the Phoenix throne had ruled the galaxy halfway competently before falling into hedonistic decadence and murderous madness. Unfortunately, it seemed that the Vol class was a perfect representation of what the survivors of the Ildari Empire had become. It was shiny. It had a few impressive toys. And it was utterly, completely obsolete compared to the warships the Empire had been able to field eons before a lot of idiots had the bright idea that Moratha was an acceptable bride for the Lord of the Phoenix throne. No, Aenaria wasn't impressed by the Star Strider of the Aeleto mariners. The ships she had managed to save and hide after the first fall were incomparably superior. The problem, alas, was that by the fault of Segeric this was the clown god's fault, not hers. Those ships were nowhere near the system the humans called Macrage. If they had been, the scenario of this war would have been very, very different. The arena mistress sometimes known as Lelith Hesprax was ready to swear a blood oath to Cain on it. How long? The Queen of Blades asked impatiently, in a tone which, had she been visiting one of her webway arenas, would have been sufficient to make her followers prostrate themselves or run to remedy to the problem. It is only a question of microcycles, the shipmaster replied with an unbelievable haughtiness. Aenaria had to remind herself not to draw her sword. As satisfying as killing this pompous and arrogant mariner would be, it would likely be a chore to learn to pilot this warship by herself. We will soon be exactly at the range you've asked for. And the beast itself. It can't detect us. The certainty in the voice of the younger mariner who had just spoken instantly triggered plenty of alarms born of millions of years of battle in the Queen of Blades' mind. It is too busy destroying the feeble human defenses. And what, precisely, is fueling this confidence? The hyperfurtive system aboard the Star Strider is without equal among the squadrons of Aeletok. The young fool boasted loudly. Hundreds of cycles ago we recovered an important lore cache with the help of an Ulthwi force, which led us to develop a new illusion cloak system, one the lesser races have been completely unable to see through. We have retrieved technology of your time, Gladiatrix, and we improved it. It was not often that Aenaria felt like the maw of the primordial annihilator was opening beneath her feet. The ancient holder of the first sword of Val had always prided herself in correctly analyzing a strategic situation and then slaughtering her enemies. Yet today was one of those times. The creature, the Tyrannid, had eaten Ildari in the past. Anyone who had been able to observe its hyper-psychic blast would recognize that. The young Aletok fools were using a cloaking system which might have been used during the war in heaven. Some warriors or arena fighters, no doubt, would have said she was seeing problems where there were none, but in a fraction of a microcycle, Inaria made her decision. Change course immediately. The Queen of Blades barked. What? Change course immediately. The big Tyrannid can see us, its actions are a trap to convince us to. The sensors of the Star Strider shrieked in a discordant cacophony as an enormous psychic attack came into existence. The Queen of Blades snarled and drew her favorite weapon. High orbit above Artyom. 56 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Tyrannid hive ship Behemoth. If it had been a human admiral or another senior commander of a race known for its deep emotions, the hive mind would likely have grunted in satisfaction as a monumental explosion announced the demise of the Ildari cruiser. Of course, the Great Devourer was not human. It couldn't even have been compared to the super-gestalts the Ildari had experimented with at the height of their empire. Hive Fleet Behemoth, fully in control of the 3 bioships, reacted to the destruction of the Star Strider like it did for the destruction of any prey trying to stop it from feeding, by moving on to the next target which prevented it from devouring everything. This was a list which was decreasing fast, for all around the being which outmissed all the Gloriana hulls in service of the Imperium, the orbital defenses of Artyom had ceased to exist. Behemoth did not care about the sheer devastation it had caused, the billions of macrogen denarii of investment it had wiped out, or the sheer terror grasping the hearts of the surviving defenders. Its creators had not given the Void Leviathan the mental capacity to commiserate on the fate of innocent lives, and the hive mind controlling it from the intergalactic void was not going to change that state of affairs. Whether as an individual life form or as a hive fleet, the Tyrannids had more unity of purpose than any living race, even the Krug. Their sole purpose was to devour. The hunger must be quenched, even if it was only for a short amount of time, before new predation grounds were located and eaten clean. The planet it was currently in orbit of would serve this purpose. Furthermore, the ruthless Great Devourer calculated that, if the consumption of the planetary biomass was completed quickly enough, it would multiply the strength of the nascent vanguard force sufficiently to have high odds of victory against the prey fleet accelerating to intercept it. There was no hesitation to be had, not that the Tyrannid hive mind understood the concept of hesitating in the first place. The units humans would soon call gargoyles and spores were ready. The feeding of the isolated Agri ship had enormously bolstered the bioreserves of the hive ship and its 2 escorts. It was time for the assault to begin. Artyom. Asculum Military District. Hive Asculum's walls. 56 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Corporal Herminius Cincinnatus. 1 hour ago, Herminius had been busy losing his entire monthly pay at the infernal card game that was Pyramid Poker. And yet, he knew Sergeant Quintus cheated except like everyone in the Auxilia regiment, he had never been able to prove it. Naturally, as a good and devout soldier having pledged his life to the Lord of Macrage, Herminius had prayed for the legendary guidance of Robert Guillemon to come save them. In hindsight, maybe that had been a bit of mistake. After all, what was the point of card games when you weren't sure to live another day? By the Omega! He swore as he saw another monstrous winged creature smash against the void shield of the hive. Shit, the Ultramar's uplifting primer never told us we were going to have to fight that. Stop spouting nonsense and help us prepare the flak guns. Herminius obeyed the order, and shivered when he saw the massive defenses of Hive Asculum open fire. Those were not the small salvos a few prestigious commanders were rewarded with between the acclamations of the crowd. Oh no! No, this time, High Command was beginning to fire with everything. Massive silos which were dispersed across the southern plain expelled enormous amounts of smoke, and suddenly missiles taller than the hive walls were climbing towards the heavens at fantastic speeds. One by one, the big turrets on their right and left reminded Auxilia soldiers like him why they were no mere ornamental decoration. In a couple of seconds, laser fire illuminated everything. The big guns were soon joined by shells, plasma, and some things Herminius didn't even have a name for. What are they fighting? I'm not seeing anything. The corporal didn't know who had spoken the last words, but he thought the timing could have been better. Because before he could utter a word in reply, he saw the monsters' bombardment and new winged monsters come. It was, to be honest, impossible to miss it unless you were blind. The winged monsters, there were so many of them. The cannons were killing hundreds of them per second. Yet somehow, the number of Xeno's enemies descending from the skies to smash upon the void shields and the outer fortifications was growing, not decreasing. And unfortunately, each time one of the monsters crashed into the shield, Herminius saw something straight out of a nightmare, red-black bodies with dozens of spikes, enormous fangs, and heretical weaponry merged to their limbs, while their wings were chitinous bat things which should never been able to carry them through the skies for so long. God Emperor, the exclamation escaped him, the monsters are darkening Artyom's skies. Asculum's primary command center. Captain Falco Tullius. Falco didn't need someone to voice a theoretical to know that the loss of the mass conveyor to the Tyranids had allowed the beast to replenish its hordes. This factor had been calculated before the orbital defenses fell against a tide of horrors, except the most pessimistic estimates seem to have not been pessimistic enough. For now, the Xenos are unleashing their entire strength upon Hive Asculum and Hive Quartus, Captain. The senior tech marine of the 9th Company grimaced as the hololith images flickered and the quality of the communication decreased drastically. As far as I can tell, anyway. Vox frequencies and all major methods of communication are partially jammed by the enemy's psychic shadow effect. But the void shields will hold. They hold, for now. The last two words, given the sheer number of black dots encircling the aerial approaches of Asculum, were anything but reassuring. For now. I am receiving an alarming number of reports that wherever there are exhaust ports, secondary generators, and important machinery outside of the shields, the Xenos winged units seem to prioritize their destruction, sometimes using kamikaze units to do so. Obviously, most of the critical infrastructure is inside the void shields, otherwise it would be very poor protection in case of a siege. But this is just the prelude. They will soon bring their equivalent of a ground army via their orbital-to-ground transports. And 80% of our anti-air batteries are already firing. Practical, they will have to continue to fire. When the alternative was to let this horde live a minute longer than necessary, one had to ignore the fire rate restrictions of the Codex. Yes, Captain, but, all those weapon batteries are relatively recent and maintained, but, no Imperial weapon is designed to fire for an entire day without slowing down. At some point, the guns will overheat and suffer grave malfunctions, despite all the help the tech priests can provide. We will have to risk it nonetheless, the ultramarine officer replied grimly. I don't like the energy readings of the void shields. If we stop firing, there won't be any hope for the fighter squadrons which are on their way right now. Practical, do you really want to send non-veteran pilots into that hellish battle zone, brother? The chaplain of the 9th asked. Counter-practical, can we afford not to? All the squadrons of the Ultramar Air Force the chapter master had left stationed on Artium were going to endure crippling losses, but what was the alternative? For now, the enemy was trying to destroy Asculum and Quartus, but once their fate was sealed, the enemy was sure to go after the other hives. Anyway, since the gargoyles of the enemy are doing their best to present themselves as targets for our guns, I can only presume the Xenos drop pods are bringing ground assault forces to breach the walls. How are the ammunition stocks for the infantry and the armor spearheads I planned for? Suboptimal, brother. Falco Tullius snorted. Typical. To be fair to. I am, since the beginning of this whole disaster, incredibly disinterested in being fair, and yes, I include myself in the number of people who have massively underestimated the enemy. Yes, Captain. The tech marine consulted a data slate tied to his belt, before resuming his report. But to be fair, the rates at which the ammunition levels are expended are so high, I doubt the Legion used so many tons of ammunition per hour during the Great Crusade. Even the accursed traitors and the orcs know better than to attempt the sort of suicide attacks those Xenos are doing. Theoretical, it is only suicidal if the individual monsters of this horde care about living another day. And based on practical observations, it is clear they don't. But surely they're going to run out of attack gargoyles to throw at us, right? Falco wished the ultramarine battle brother who had spoken had kept his damn mouth shut, for more alarms shrieked, and the auspexes announced the arrival of a new dark tide of Xenos. And yes, it more than compensated for the insane losses the enemy had taken in the last 10 minutes. Laphis. Ravenna west of the Polenta River. 56 hours after the mark of oblivion. Captain Ianid Thiel. Ianid had seen many army headquarters in his life. Some had been the ruling realm of his primarch. Many others had not, and in about a third of the behind-the-lines campaigns he had fought between Calth and Terra, he had often been the only Astartes to attend Solar Auxilia war councils. It was, however, a novel experience to discover the location where the 10th Corps had built its temporary headquarters. That it was underground was not a surprise, given that many Daemon engines and heretical batteries had yet to be neutralized. But the hundreds of spiders of all sizes working hand-in-hand with the guardsmen officers was something even his transhuman mind struggled with, for all his prior knowledge of Weaver's insect-controlling powers. At least it answered the question of why the ambules he had seen had been commanded to build something so big. When you had a spider bigger than a battle tank coordinating the effort from her red hovering seat near the hololith, dozens of young women from the Templar sororitas guarding her, and a significant number of massive ants, crabs, and bees mounting guard or used as messengers, you needed a lot of space. The addition of all the guardsmen, from generals to simple soldiers and Vox operators, had resulted in the temporary headquarters being a very big cavern in its own right. Ianid was willing to concede no one else, not even his primarch, would have been able to build something so big in so few hours, no matter how much specialist equipment was brought in. They can't break through our lines anymore, General, the bigger spider was reporting when he finally passed through the last security cordon. The closer he approached, the more Enid realized the voluminous red support the spider was using was not to tower over the heads of the Catachans as she delivered the news, but because two of her clearly metallic legs had literally melted and were covered in a sort of golden crystalline substance which had to be ether gold. And without the vile one to give them cohesion, the heretics are dividing themselves into several pockets. A good last kick will result in their prompt extermination. The arachnid servant of Weaver wasn't completely wrong, but she neglected several important factors, proof that for all their intelligence, they weren't their insect mistress. But our forces do not have the strength to deliver this last kick, the heresy veteran saluted the Catachan jungle experts with a nod. The Creek regiments are completely exhausted by the efforts of the last several hours, and the surviving heretics have had time to fortify the positions they hold. Moreover, half of the Space Marines that deployed, your reinforcements included, are dead or severely wounded. I can't say that I disagree, General Jack Swartz, who he had already spoken with by Vox, voiced his opinion. But if we give them too much rest, the heretics are going to have the opportunity to think about what went wrong and use their cursed sorcery to inflict new horrors upon Ravenna. I find that, unlikely, the guardsmen and the spiders weren't convinced. It didn't need to be a psyker to know that, they will try to retake some measure of initiative, but my battle brothers have ascertained via careful scouting that the three pockets are respectively commanded by a Night Lord, an Iron Warrior, and a Word Bearer. Correct. Correct, the big spider conceded, before praising him. Your ability to collect priceless information is as good as your reputation suggests, Captain. I'm glad you think so, Enid smiled before finding the accurate location he wanted on the hololithic imagery. But the point I wanted to make is that we do not need to destroy the pockets at the same time. The Word-Bearer-led force must remain our priority, the others can wait. Without the bastard sons of Lorgar, the heretical sorcery will no longer be a factor. That could work, as long as the followers of the Vile One can't employ the same tricks which allowed them to bypass the river. Enid grimaced, because for all the bluntness of the arachnid, it definitely had a point. And we need to bring more artillery in position, of course. Noble Ilmarina, one of the Sororitas intervened with a frown, we already have 2,000 guns bombarding the heretics. There's no such thing as overkill when it comes to killing the enemies of the web mistress. The metallic spider protested loudly. Much like there is no such a thing as a too large detachment to make sure Inquisitor Contessa is in a hospital bed and doesn't leave it. Macrage. Magna Macrage Military District. Entrance of the Lapanis Valley. Cynocephaly Line. 56 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Dark Apostle Vorjuk Kral. If the sons of Perturabo were here, they would likely be busy laughing themselves to death. The entrance of the Lapanis Valley was not fortified, no matter if you used Astartes or Immortal standards. It may be different in a few days, thanks to the pacts he had made, the member of the Dark Council could see the slaves of the false emperor dig trenches as fast as their frail bodies allowed. It was too late, of course. The battle was going to begin within the hour, the 17th Legion was not going to give them more than a few minutes to complete their pathetic preparations. No, the entrance of the Valley of Lapanis was completely open to them. 4 kilometers wide where it counted, this was a perfect stage for their land raiders, rhinos, and other armored vehicles they would unleash. If Vorjuk had ignored everything else, he might have almost believed this was going to be a one-sided victory which would lead them to the gates of Guilliman's capital in a matter of hours. Almost. I see 400 heavy mortars on the left rocky ridge, the senior Dark Apostle announced after clearing his throat. They have 50 or 60 self-propelled artillery guns, and 200 hydras to protect them. More are arriving every minute. Vorjuk tried not to show the strain that keeping the flesh change curse at bay was putting on him. He didn't know if he was particularly successful at fooling the Black Cardinal. And of course there are just as many batteries and long-range weapons taking position on the right ridge. It was a funny thing to know the Ultramarines world had a scarcity of valleys, simply because too many of their domains consisted of impassable mountains. It was far less amusing to acknowledge that despite a few millennia spent praising the corpse of their Genesire and venerating the book he wrote, they had found the time to build good roads. And many of them allowed the slaves of the false emperor to deploy quickly to easily defensible positions. I don't even need to open that fucking Codex Astartes to know what they have in mind, Vorjuk continued. They will place their artillery on the ridges from here to Macrage City, while the forces in the valley will play the role of bait and bleed us at every opportunity. They will fail. There was no trace of doubt in Cor Faeron's voice. Oh? Then please explain to me how we are going to counter this stratagem before Yarelek's last spell of defiance falters and the fleet in orbit annihilates us, Black Cardinal. They will fail because they are blind. They will fail because they do not have the faith. By every putrescent plague of the Lord of Decay, why had he thought the plan was going to be based on a sound concept? Of course. But if you will forgive me, Cor Faeron, without the full support of the gods, faith alone is going to be a poor shield against the false emperor's artillery. We have raptors. We have other Astartes equipped with jump packs. Don't tell me you can't take a slightly elevated position from mortals. We probably could, Vorjuk replied ironically, if mortals were all we had to fight. But unless I am completely hallucinating? The foolish sons of Sigismund are present on the ridges. The Black Templars did their best to be relatively discreet, and to be honest, they were absolutely horrible at it. Unfortunately, the very fact they tried that sort of tactic and would have managed to fool Corfair, if Vorjuk wasn't there to provide some intelligence update, it wasn't a pleasant realization. Yes, but it is only the left ridge. There are no Sons of Dorn on our right. That is because the Ultramarines are a bit more competent at hiding their presence. It's too bad for them that the incredibly well-ordered and Codex standard formations betray their presence as surely as bolter fire would. For one brief moment, Vorjuk dared hope something like sanity would manifest in the head of the Black Cardinal. The Dark Apostle genuinely prayed that the horrible agony suffered by Yarlek had given him enough motivation to avoid a new bloodbath. Needless to say, the losses the Legion had suffered in the Macrage system so far were crippling beyond any hope of recovery, and one more battle was certainly going to be their end. Deal with their artillery. You have yet to use some minor artifacts of the Necrons, no? They should give you the edge you want to destroy the Ultramarines and the Black Templars. The expression the Black Cardinal gave him was malicious evil made flesh. I am herding Lorgar and all other Chaos spawns into the valley, followed by our armored spearhead. Do not make me wait for you, Crawl. Apparently, his prayers had been in vain. I will do as you say. Yes, you will do as I desire. I am the servant of the gods, and I am going to kill Guilliman. Death to the false emperor. Naturally, the battle cry was neither intended for him, nor was it for his followers. It was for the anointed, Corfaeron's personal guard, and the fanatics of the first great host. Death to the false emperor. The scream was guttural, utterly merciless, and free of doubt. Death to Guilliman. Let the galaxy burn. Macrage. Pharsalis Military District. Fields of Pharsalis. 57 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. General Nikolai Rokossovsky. More than 2 years ago, Nikolai remembered having asked the Nixian Minister of Industry what would increase the life expectancy of the super-heavy cataphract tanks should they find themselves facing a Titan-level force. The answer had been both promising and disappointing. Promising, for the Lady Magos Dragon Richter had plenty of good ideas, ranging from targeting system jammers to new plasma guns, and sometimes spoke of near miraculous devices of ages past. The Mechanikus was busy seeking the schematics for in abandoned Martian forges. Disappointing, for each and every one of those measures would make not only the cataphract infinitely more costly than it was currently, a not insignificant factor when the noble machine was produced because it was cheaper than a Bane blade. It required more time the General Staff of Operation Stalingrad didn't have. Then his mind returned to reality, and the reality was that his command cataphract's frontal armor had been literally disintegrated, with only the emergency foam saving him and his staff from dying there and then. General. We have to evacuate. Evacuate the cataphract before whoever shot us tries to finish the job. The God Emperor be praised, the exit hatch functioned as it should, and Nikolai and all his men, all save his poor deceased pilot, alas, left the ruin of the cataphract and began to run in the direction of the twin of the loyal Vostroya. 10 seconds later, a heretical weapon firing what looked like a ray of pure darkness slammed into the doomed cataphract. The monumental explosion shook him to his core, and would have done more if they had not taken cover behind a destroyed trader vehicle. I think it was a new type of held rake, General. Wonderful. The Vostroyan officer replied with dark humor. Would you please inform the Dragon squadrons to shoot it down before it attacks my other command vehicles? You know, just to make sure we don't have to make a second evacuation in 10 minutes. Yes, General. Nikolai Rokossovsky wondered for a second if the heretics' leadership had deliberately targeted him with this sneak attack, before reluctantly concluding it was unlikely. The seconds passed, and though the Hydras never stopped firing, indicating the Flying Daemon engine was still out there somewhere, there was no other super-heavy tank which exploded or suffered massive damage. General, the Vindication of Stalingrad is ready to serve as your new command post. Thank you, Lieutenant. This was the moment the columns of smoke began to blow away in a different direction, and the Vostroyan general suddenly felt very, very tiny. The fire of the Titans exploded in every direction, and their metallic roars of fury exploded in another thunderous litany of hatred and war. The fields of Pharsalis were burning. Thousands of vehicles were already nothing more than incinerated wrecks, tens of thousands of men, maybe hundreds of thousands, had already died, but the majority of the Titans didn't look damaged at all, save 1 or 2 warhounds here and there, and the same was true for their heretical challengers. Seeing them like this, ignoring enormous impacts which could have destroyed entire cities if not for the void shields protecting them, it was a really humbling experience. Why are you staring? He roared at his staff, as they had the same frozen reaction as he did. Stop gaping and run to the Vindication, or, with the God Emperor as my witness, I will give you toilet duties for the next decade. Yes, General. Land Raider Blessed Crusade. Dark Apostle Perister. Any hope Perister had that Malice would be able to impose some discipline upon his fellow princeps died when one of the false Emperor's Titans impaled one of the Subjugator Scout Titans upon its Auric power claw. The architect of the kill was painted in the colors of the Legio Metallica. The senior Dark Apostle was well aware of the bombastic and fearless reputation of the Titans of that particular Legio. Therefore there was no way the Titan blaring his sirens of war and running into the smoke provided by countless explosions was an act of cowardice. No, the Titan had spilled first blood, and was now provoking the other Titans of Legio Vulturum into hunting him. 5,000 years ago, it would not have worked. The Gore Crows had survived the Rengan Xenocides for a reason. Today, Tyrannosaurus Rex and its bestial partners didn't hesitate 10 seconds before charging in pursuit of the fleeing target. The answer from the enemy Titans was quick and devastating. At least 6 plasma destructors and 4 volcano cannons fired on the warlord guarding the right flank of the Vulturum Imperator Titan. They could have only come so close because of incompetence on Malice part and some Auspex befouling technology, but reality cared nothing for such details. Every shot found its target, and the void shields of Spinosaurus Aegyptiacus resisted for only a fraction of a second before collapsing. For a couple of seconds, the scream of utter fury of Spinosaurus Aegyptiacus was heard by everyone. For a couple seconds longer, everything on the battlefield seemed to pause. The right arm of the Legio Vulturum Titan, severed from the main body, fell and crashed onto Macrage soil like the death knell of a sacred bell. This was catastrophic, for the Titan claw, though it had long been modified and evolved into something animalistic, had been its greatest close combat weapon. But Spinosaurus Aegyptiacus was still alive, for all the terrible pyres burning everywhere on its body, the torn-up scales, and the incredible damage that would have destroyed a lesser Titan. Malice, withdraw your wingman, this is... 2 small reptilian units flew at supersonic speeds and launched missiles before he could finish the command. Had the Bane Lord had a single void shield functional at half power, it would have withstood the attack effortlessly. But it didn't. And the missiles struck true. To every legionnaire. Brace for impact. Perister ordered. Fortunately, they were quite far from the front where the Titans had adopted this stupid hunting tactic. Boom! It was not a mere explosion. Saying that would be a gross insult. No, when Spinosaurus Aegyptiacus fusion reactor went critical, it was if a new volcano had burst into existence on Macrage. And suddenly, the reason why there were so few of the false Emperor's slaves mounting a defense on the central front line of Pharsalis, well, it became incredibly obvious. Eliphaz, the veteran of the 17th Legion, growled, knowing the demonic device near him would truthfully relay all of his words to the other member of the Dark Council. I think we need to press the enemy's armored formations harder. Legio Vulturum isn't going to fight as we desire. Perister had tried to coordinate with Alpha Princeps Malice, of course, but past the first accusations of weakness, he had swiftly abandoned the effort. They have managed to kill 2 Warhounds and 1 Reaver. The senior Dark Apostle disagreed. Yes, while they tried to fight like a Titan Legio, bestial roars thundered across the entire battlefield, and I doubt this is going to be the case any longer. It was likely giving them credit where there was none. They had been undisciplined at the beginning of the battle, and now the way they were advancing, it was like the machines were commanded and crewed by feral and bloodthirsty beasts. The fact that this was exactly what they had tried to achieve to force so many legios to turn against the false emperor in the early days of rebellion was not lost on him. If we try to press on the flanks while the Titans aren't there to support us in any manner whatsoever, it is going to cost us. Eliphaz stopped before uttering the last word, dearly. We don't have the luxury of choice anymore. The Lord Apostle of Terror snarled. Send everything into the fray. We can't allow the enemy to consolidate its positions. Battle groups of Operation Stalingrad approaching Artyom. Battleship Enterprise. 58 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Lady General Taylor Hebert. Wolfgang Bach and Archmagos Sagami had agreed on one point, that the Tyranids had left a sizable number of reconnaissance satellites intact in high orbit was extremely good news, for it allowed the forces of Operation Stalingrad to have a good picture of what the situation looked like on Artyom and how to prepare the guard for the conflict ahead. The sentiment had been voiced 1 hour ago, before the first VID was deciphered and projected onto the hololiths. It was before Taylor began to realize that humans were dying in great numbers to defend the hive world of the Macrage system from the Tyranid threat. It was before watching the surreal spectacle of an enormous area on the surface of Artyom being engulfed in a black maelstrom, which reminded her of some nasty hurricanes she had seen recordings of. Except this was not a storm. This was a gigantic aerial swarm of monsters, and the humans were playing the role of prey. The Tyranids were the locusts, but instead of wheat, they had decided the humans were their diet. How long, the Lady General asked, despite knowing very well what the answer was going to be, until we can reach Artyom and gain orbital superiority to help the Ultramarines and the rest of the forces stationed on the planet. Assuming Behemoth and its 2 escorts do not mount a stronger resistance than the traitor fleet did, we will be in position in 15 hours, my lady. 15 hours and 3 minutes, chosen of the Omnissiah. Taylor closed her eyes, and unconsciously gripped the armchairs of her command seat on the Enterprise's bridge tighter. 15 hours. It might as well be an eternity. The Ultramarines aren't going to last. And she wasn't naive enough to make it a question. Almost certainly not. Diamanti stepped forwards and spoke for the Dawnbreaker Guard as a whole. It is certainly a question of minutes before they overload the shields of the two hives they are concentrating on. Since the Tyranids also appear to land considerable ground assets via their biological drop pods, we have to assume the assault on the walls will begin within a minute of the energy protection and the other defenses disappearing. Our cousins are going to sell their lives dearly. Tiklis Rubiks of the magma spiders half protested. It won't be enough. The Imperial Fist shook his head. They don't have enough space marines, they don't have enough guns, and they were caught utterly unprepared for a threat of this magnitude. Within 15 hours, those two hives will be devoured. Then I will have to intervene. The words had not been shouted, but without trying, she had stopped all conversations on her bridge. My lady, Gamaliel began cautiously, while I can't deny it is within your means to intervene, now that you have been granted those extraordinary powers thanks to the Emperor's benevolence, it doesn't mean you should. Gamaliel is right, Gavriel added his voice. I'm all for saving as many Imperial citizens as we can, but this isn't the Battle of Tau. It isn't just a big abomination for you to fight, while we can keep the rest of the monsters at bay. This time, the enemy is uncountable, and the moment they see you arrive, they will commit a tide of horrors to kill you. I have a swarm of my own to unleash, unless you've forgotten. Enkin said swarm come with us, my lady. No, Taylor admitted, at least, not beyond the adjutant spiders and the Catachan ants I have. Lisa was also included in this limited list, but someone had to power the shields of the Aegis-class battlecruisers, and if it wasn't going to be her, it needed to be her diva. In that case. I wasn't finished speaking, Diamantis. It is true I can't take all my swarm with me, but we have a considerable number of special torpedoes which can arrive in time to make a difference. Theoretically, chosen of the Omnissiah, Archmagos Sagami said after consulting some data on his console. I presume you are speaking about contingency terminator via the Nemesis Hunter cannon? And that the deployment would be in the low atmosphere. Yes, it was really good to have competent subordinates. Taylor gave him a thin smile. That is exactly what I had in mind. Surely the insects stored in those torpedoes will die, my lady, the Huskarl of the Imperial Fists continued to object. No Space Marine's body would be able to handle the stress of a fraction of that violent acceleration. They would, if we were speaking about living insects, Taylor smirked. I have taken control of millions of Necron scarabs, and the Magi were kind enough to store them in different transports. While I will give some to Nefertun, it would be a pity to not use them where they can make a difference. The insect mistress left her command seat behind and went on to face the hololithic image of Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller. I think you are taking a huge risk for uncertain gains. The senior officer of Battlefleet Nix told her bluntly. Duly noted, the golden-winged angel of sacrifice nodded, though we are talking about billions of lives, for the record, and I wouldn't be able to look at myself in a mirror if I didn't even try to save them. I'm going to leave 2 adjutant spiders with Lisa, so you can relay her instructions and see them obeyed at the proper time. You are in command of the fleet, Admiral. Yes, Your Celestial Highness. The grey-haired Navy officer saluted. Your orders. The Tyranids must not escape, no matter the cost in warships and lives. The destruction they are inflicting upon Artyom is disastrous, but it pales when compared to the rampage behemoth and any space-capable organisms could do if left unopposed on the eastern fringe for long. Kill it before it can attack another planet, Admiral. The survival of trillions rests on your shoulders. This was only the first call she had to make, of course. Second was to give General Paul Dundee temporary command of the Guard regiments until they landed on Artyom. New orders had to be given, Astartes had to be informed of her change of plan and what would be required of them in 15 hours. It felt long to her, but it was in fact just a few minutes. The torpedoes are beginning to be fired, Web Mistress. Thank you, Artemis. Dawnbreaker Guard, the female para-human announced softly. Will you follow me one more time? Artyom. Asculum Military District. Hive Asculum. 58 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Corporal Herminius Cincinnatus. As always, the military rations delivered to them were awful. I would almost prefer to be back on the wall. No, you wouldn't. Herminius grimaced. Marcus was right. He really didn't want to return to the walls. The mere idea of walking up to the lift and charging back to reload the hydras was turning his stomach. It was far better to stay in this underground room, no matter how awful the food. Yeah, you're right. Primarch's spirit, what the hell do they make them from? They're still good for 2 years, but it's like they're trying to poison us. The quartermaster counselor or one of his cousins must have taken half for his private accounts and told the cogboys to make something edible for the toaster lovers. Lepidus tried before snorting. You know, we should throw a few of them at the monsters. See if they're poisoned by our awful rations. If they are, it would mean our superiors are definitely trying to kill us. And if you do that, the Vigil Opertii will force you to jump after them to recover the rations. This time, Over 20 men grimaced inside the small grey-painted space which served as their unofficial mess hall. The secret police was no laughing matter, and though you saw the agents rarely, the few times you did see them were sufficient to make you long for the times they were nowhere in sight. Rejoice! Rejoice, for the God Emperor is calling you to serve and die in his name. Oh, great, the preachers are at it again. Remind me, whose brilliant idea was it to invite them into military facilities? The hive prefect's, I believe. His wife is very religious, and he thought he was doing us a favor by inflicting them upon us. Great! Herminius suddenly realized his plate was vibrating, and the same was true for the metallic table and chairs. Guys, I believe. Crash! Something huge barreled into the mess hall. Something red and black, with giant scything claws, and an enormous maw. Run! Herminius threw his plate with the half-eaten ration in the direction of monster and followed his own advice. He didn't turn back, not even as loud screams echoed behind him. The auxilia corporal ran faster. Several times he almost fell, for the tunnel inside the walls was shaking violently, despite how impossible it was supposed to be. But at last, Herminius left the barely lit passage and arrived in the avenues behind the wall, and froze, for the war had already overtaken him. Where pristine pavement had been there for anyone to walk upon this morning, now there were enormous holes disfiguring the landscape, and torrents of small red-black monsters were emerging from them faster than you could say it. Only several lines of lasguns prevented the monsters from decimating his comrades. Colonel. In his despair, he found something familiar. Colonel. The enemy is digging through the walls, we have to. An enormous shrieking sound echoed, which was followed by 10,000 maws hungering for human flesh. In a second, a rain of blood began to fall down on their heads, and purple substances which were not good for anyone's health accompanied it, leaving behind an acidic mess on the ground. Herminius was just a corporal, but he understood instantly what had happened. The void shields were gone. We are so going to die. The Xenos attacked. Herminius jumped to grab a lasgun that one of the dead auxilia members had in his hands, reloaded a law cell in it, and began to fire. Someone was screaming, and after a few seconds, he realized it was him. The Artium-born corporal didn't stop screaming. Everything was a nightmare. The monsters came from the air, from under their feet, and though the first volleys killed dozens, there were hundreds more following behind them. Die! Why don't you let us live and die? An enormous scything claw missed him by a finger's width. Bodies flew. Herminius took a bath of blood, his perfect blue uniform sprayed in fluids like it had never been before. Turning, he realized the damned monster which had killed his platoon had followed him. It crawled out of the tunnel. Guilliman's shrine, this was a nightmare. Please, let him wake up. The thing rose like an enormous snake, except no snake was that big and could make one of the angels of death statue look small. Die. But his lasgun didn't do anything to the red chitin of the Xenos, and he hadn't missed. Electric sparks danced on the four massive blades, and Herminius knew he was going to die there. The creature lunged. And a powerful flash blinded him. When his vision somehow recovered, Herminius was greeted with the unbelievable sight of the monster lying lifeless, its scythes broken, and its head cleaved off its shoulders. A golden foot stood upon the Xeno's head. And the golden foot was connected to a golden armor. Herminius Cincinnatus instantly dropped to his knees. Guilliman and the God Emperor, they weren't an invention of the ecclesiarchy, they were real. They were real. Rise, corporal, and fight the Tyranids with us. Herminius could only stare in disbelief as a cascade of golden fire rained upon Hive Asculum's walls, and angels of death in a multitude of colors began to deliver his vengeance to the winged and non-winged monsters. Captain Falco Tullius. The moment Falco had been informed the Tyranids were able to burrow their way through meters of ferrocrete and the foundations of the wall, he had known the outer defenses of Hive Asculum were lost. As such, when he arrived in Sector 15 and the jamming of the Vox was interrupted by roars of triumph, the Ultramarines captain didn't understand what was happening. Then he looked up to the skies. The void shields had been forced to decrease the vital areas they were protecting, courtesy of so many heating vents and power sources destroyed, but the winged Tyranids weren't raining death down on the auxilia. This wasn't because the Xenos had suddenly turned merciful, but because they were under attack. By the ashes of Calth. What is that? Despite the smoke, it was quite clear there were two gigantic clouds of enemies fighting over Hive Asculum, and only one was Tyranid. The other was, judging by the color and the spectrum analysis of his armor's sensors, metallic. And it was quite capable of holding against the largest gargoyles, sending a rain of decapitated or wingless monsters into the last plunge of their lives. It seems we have been given a reprieve, Falco Tullius acknowledged. Destroy me all those infiltration Tyranids which have showed burrowing capability. And cancel the retreat orders for sectors 14, 15, and 16. We will hold the walls. Theoretical, if we pursue that strategy, we are soon going to be without the protection of our void shields, brother. Practical, I prefer to fight on the outskirts of the hive where we have evacuated the civilians than fighting when the Xenos devour them around us. The commanding officer of the 9th Company replied without missing a beat. And since Weaver has saved our outer defenses from being overwhelmed, we'd better take advantage of it. As if to support his words, 4 more gargoyles fell on a nearby fortified position. Fortunately the auxilia all got away from them, and the armored roof resisted the weight of the dead enemies. We don't know if it is Weaver. Falco Tullius rolled his eyes. I suppose there's a near infinity of generals who have the ability to throw millions of insects at an enemy and ensure the cloud swarms can execute audacious tactics based on some famous Tactica Imperialis maneuvers then. The more one looked at the cataclysmic fight, the more it looked like a dance where the Tyranids were not the side gaining the upper hand. To be sure the black-red Xenos had not lost their aggressiveness or their sheer disregard for their own lives, but they were definitely being forced away from the walls. We have been, as I said, granted a reprieve, Falco repeated as his brothers and himself drew their bolters and began to fire at an enormous serpentine creature which had just crawled out of a big hole 2 meters away from the wall. It was good that they had taken it under fire before it could charge. The scythes which were the main armament of the beast looked quite nasty. We will use it, brothers. Courage and honor. Courage and honor. We march for Artium. Macrage. Magna Macrage Military District. Entrance of the Laponies Valley. Cynocephaly Line. 58 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Marshal Helman Malberg. The surviving word-bearers were not an army anymore, they were a horde. Watching them charge towards the entrance of the Laponies Valley, Marshal Helman Malberg acknowledged this. But then how could it be otherwise when their traitor Primarch had been transformed into a night-sized chaos spawn? Maybe this is why there were so many of those heretical beasts in high orbit, Marshal. Maybe, Gottfried, Helman didn't have a better explanation, at any rate. The traitors were damned and always at great risk of transforming into abominable masses of flesh if they displeased the ruinous powers, but hundreds of them turning at once? In all the history of the Eternal Crusade, it was unprecedented. The Marshal of the Black Templars turned towards Tillman after giving a last glance at the 10,000-plus Oathbreakers. Did we receive another suggestion from Captain Pompeius? No, brother. Nothing beyond what was already said. There was however confirmation from the ridge positions that the artillery bombardment of the traitors is extremely weak. Their key effort to dislodge our brothers from our positions there will entirely consist of raptors, daemon hosts, and flight-capable horrors. This sounds like an extremely stupid course of action from our enemies. Helman was going to admit he had been brash in his youth, but charging into a valley when you could see artillery take position on an elevated terrain to flank you was a real nightmare. You have something to say, Squire Eugen? Yes, Marshal. Is it possible the accursed 17th has seen its fiendish sorcery turn against their vile minds and bodies? I am young and still ignorant, but is it possible the traitors are under some sort of deadline after which, if they have not completed some vile task, they will all turn into those chaos spawns? Helman gave an approving look to the neophyte. He could see why Gottfried had asked to be temporarily relieved of his daily duties to accept this new recruit from Smilodon as his squire. You may be entirely correct, Squire Eugen. Helman spoke calmly, trying to come up with another logical explanation, and finding none. Of course, given the madness reigning in a heretic's mind, this didn't mean another didn't exist. It is also possible there's another explanation, of course. The ways of the archenemy are often incomprehensible to us. We follow the path of the God Emperor and Her Celestial Highness, while the determination and wisdom of Lord Dorn and High Marshal Sigismund power our hearts. They do not. And they are going to suffer for it. Franz announced his presence. May I assume from your presence that the Predators and the rest of the tanks are ready, brother? They are, my Marshal, the Sword Brethren confirmed. And the guardsmen I left behind have made sure there are no civilians for the heretics to bait us with between here and the walls of Macrage City. Excellent, Helman would have waged the decisive battle here if he had to, but since the heretics were so willing to throw themselves into a position they couldn't retreat from, it would be rude to refuse the opportunity to exterminate them to the last black soul. Let's return to our Predators, my brothers. I want to see what the will of the Saint and all the gifts of Her Celestial Highness can do against this traitor horde. Ivrain Kaden. At first, Ivrain had thought the humans had lost their minds. Standing in the open like they did, with such feeble defenses, was an extremely easy way to get killed given the sheer number of primordial annihilator servants rushing to kill them. This impression broke when she touched the hilt of Kavir. The moment her fingers grasped the hilt of the terrible sword, the sorrow of the blade struck her, and she saw the multiple units hidden by some sort of mechanical artifice. The humans were not that strong in the valley, and most of their strength was divided into the tall giants of black and white whose aura screamed blind devotion and murder, and some formations of trap experts. And the faster the corrupt beings enslaved to chaos advanced, the quicker the humans finished their work and retreated. The young Asuryani wondered at first why this trick had worked so well. The black-white giants had no Shinik gifted beings among their ranks, unlike some of the other space marines she had seen fighting so far. They're going to be routed. Once again, it will be the skill and the might of the Asuryani which will utterly defeat the primordial annihilator. This voice reminded Ivrain she wasn't alone, and the newly accepted Malantai warrior wondered what sort of joke the Harlequins were playing on her and the rest of their expeditionary force. Given the circumstances, this mission had clearly required a Suryani able to tolerate the presence of humans, and if necessary, to fight by their side. The male aspect warrior holding the spear of twilight next to her, in her informed opinion, couldn't be relied on not to shoot the first human who tried to approach him. No, they won't. The loud guns of the souls obeying Malesha Eildanan chose this moment to unleash their wrath upon their undisciplined foes. The flat ground ceased to be of even elevation, as soon an uncountable number of craters were created, and the sorrowful song of her sword increased. It was both a remorseful melody and a joyful tune. Taking a life should never be easy, yet the actions of the primordial annihilator's slaves could never be forgiven, for they had willfully increased the strength of different aspects of chaos. The monsters died by the thousands. Some tried to reach the heights guarding the valley, but it was a doomed and futile endeavor. The defenders had anticipated this, and soon the things which tried to fly made superb targets. Very few of the possessed and mutated attackers survived to come close enough to shed blood. The horde continued to run southwards nonetheless. Igraine could almost taste their despair thanks to Kavir. The least valuable of the servants were in the vanguard, and it was those the long-ranged firepower of the humans were killing first. Soon enough, the tanks and other powerful vehicles in the valley, a lot of them painted with the black cross on white of the Space Marines, added their guns to the pyres of destruction before slowly driving back south. You were saying? Igraine knew it was poor form, but the idiot had not been the best of companions since they had landed on this world. I remain convinced the Mundaki are incompetent. Don't use that word, Uriel. By Asuryan and Isha, how was it possible a crone sword had considered this arrogant soul to be a worthy wielder? I will call the Mundaki by any name I want. The Yandan Asuryani spat vehemently. And it is Prince Uriel to you. Igraine stopped touching the hilt of her sword and laughed, right as another monstrous tank was perfectly targeted and disappeared in a gigantic explosion of black flames, followed by lesser but no less impressive secondary detonations. 1. You are a bastard, Uriel. I don't really care about the marriage customs of your craft world, but Asuryani culture, our culture, very much requires a father to acknowledge his son, and the mother to spend one cycle on the path of motherhood, otherwise you aren't legitimate. 2. You are from the Oldanesh line. The Queen of Blades told us much about what we have to thank your ancestors for, and I must say, the Queen of Blades lied. Igraine froze, and so did the Harlequin who had been doing ridiculous acrobatic jumps next to them. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Uriel didn't die. Fool. The clown immediately grabbed a stick lying on the ground, and used it as a blunt instrument to deliver a few vicious blows upon the princeling. Fool. Do you actually have a death wish, Uriel of Yandan? If the Queen of Blades had been in range, she would have challenged you to a duel. The duel in question would have been short, humiliating, and would have resulted in his death, of that Igraine was sure. Merciful Isha, Igraine had heard strange rumors that Uriel was the bastard son of Sliskus the Serpent, and disregarded them immediately. But now that she had witnessed his complete lack of self-preservation, the wielder of Kavir wondered if she had not been too hasty in her dismissal. May Mareheg give me her serenity. The young Asuryani exhaled and touched the sword of sorrows again. As always, it was both an addictive and terribly dangerous act. The key moment of this battle is not going to happen here. I feel the pull, to the south. Follow it, the Harlequin advised seriously, before chuckling, a sound which filled with craziness the longer it lasted. I will stay here with the bastard prince. Don't call me that. The youngest scion to claim descent from the hero Oldanesh protested loudly. I am Prince Uriel. Without my assistance, your pet Mundaki and the mission will fail. I'm leaving you to teach him intelligence. The Biltan-born Asuryani rolled her eyes before sprinting southwards. A scream of pain ringing out mere heartbeats later proved the follower of Seguruk took this duty very seriously. Fortress of Hira. Chapter Master Cato Valens. The Fortress of Hira felt different. Cato admonished himself for the thought within the privacy of his mind. It was different, there was no point denying it. The home of the Ultramarines chapter was untouched by war for now, but the hundreds of thousands of soldiers manning its defenses were a welcome but unusual sight outside the days of military remembrance. Their entire world had changed, and it was partly his fault. Chapter Master, Gaius saluted formally, as he entered the Ultima Strategium. We are glad to see you back alive. The thought is appreciated, though practically, I am forced to admit my own performance didn't count for a lot in getting back alive. Without Weaver in her back taw, Cato would likely have stayed in an apothecary chamber healing for a significant number of days, and it would have taken months, possibly a couple of years in the best of cases, before he could have donned a power armor again. The situation on the front lines. He asked once the minimum of courtesies were completed. So far, the word-bearers continue to fight like the enraged fanatics they are, the captain of the first company reported. They have entered the Lapanis Valley in overwhelming strength. They were so ready to push through our false defensive line that they triggered the near totality of our minefield the hard way. And I see our artillery is decimating them, courtesy of them having the high ground. Yes. So far, it's a slaughter. The preliminary estimates of the first 30 minutes of engagement are of 250,000 cultist fatalities, 3 Chaos Knights, 200 traitor Marines, and more than 400 Chaos Spawn. And judging by the list of their own losses being broadcast on a secondary hololith, the combined strength of the Ultramar realm and their reinforcements had lost less than half of that to achieve it. This was madness. I know the bastard sons of Lorgar are crazy, but even for them, this doesn't make any sense. Their damned Primarch alone should force them to adopt a more sensible strategy. Their Primarch has been located, Chapter Master. He has been transformed into a Chaos Spawn, and is among the shock troops they're throwing into the valley in pursuit of the Black Templars. Cato Valens had some resistance to unbelievable news, but this one broke his composure. What? It has been confirmed. 3 times, I checked. By the Golden Throne, I had heard rumors there were an abnormal number of Chaos Spawns, that the battle we fought and lost was no anomaly, but still. Theoretical Gaius smiled thinly. A lot of our own battle brothers and cousins are theorizing the brand new body of that arch-heretic is the reason why the traitors of the 17th are mutating into Chaos Spawns at such an ever-increasing pace. The smile disappeared. Practical, it hasn't made the traitor Primarch easier to kill. We have launched several of our most powerful missiles against the Primarch Spawn, and while it bled, it regenerated from its wounds in mere seconds. Fortunately, judging by your kill claims of Chaos Spawns, the same can't be said about the rest of the traitors. Indeed. Gaius crossed his arms. You wish to change anything about the battle plan, Chapter Master? Cato didn't take offense at the formality of the veteran captain. Before this campaign of nightmares, he would have said that while he wasn't one of his dearest friends, he had the trust and full respect of Gaius Pompeius. The recent disasters had weakened those certainties, there was no point denying it. No. His reply came after a short period of further strategic analysis, but it was decisive. I have been unable to command for too many hours, and you have greater clarity of the battle than I do. And besides, so far I see the plan is working. The traitors are baited into coming closer to Magna Macroch Civitas while under constant bombardment by our artillery. When people spoke of the Cynocephaly line, people thought this meant the Ultramarines had in past centuries fortified the Laponies Valley. This was an absolutely wrong theoretical. Given how high the percentage of lands covered in mountains was, the Ultramarines had never been able to afford to fortify the fertile valleys. It was the ridges, the small mountains guarding its flanks, which had been transformed into vigilant strongholds. And the word-bearers were going to learn this before meeting their violent and shameful demises. Yes. Practical, we have 1 million men manning each side of the Cynocephaly line, and more than 10 million guardsmen are now in position 10 kilometers north of the capital. That is going to place our greatest city in range of the heretics' artillery. It will, but our own artillery is working hard to minimize this threat. And honestly, Chapter Master, we can rebuild in time. The civilians have been completely evacuated to the south and southwest, some of them by ship. With our allies engaging the second traitor horde at Pharsalis, we won't have to fight on 2 fronts here. That is certainly a major advantage in our favor, Cato admitted, as he began to walk around the hololith. Not because he really wanted to, but because this new Mark 7 felt really unfamiliar. This might have been in part because the blue paint had been added only a couple of hours ago, and for all that the tech priests had done their best, it was still a rush job. A dangerous situation, but one under control, then. Yes, Chapter Master. Good. Anything else requiring my attention before we listen to our allies' requests? In fact, there's something important. Oh. About 45 minutes ago, one delegation of tech priests didn't deploy from the spaceport to the fortified positions where we want to stop the bastard sons of Lorgar dead. Their leader went all the way through the fortress of Hera's main pilgrim courtyard before Captain Decius stopped him. The regent of Macroch grimaced at the security failure this represented. Granted, the Mechanicu's forces were allies, but any delegation should have been stopped at Magna Macroch Civitas or at the spaceport, not past the first wall of the fortress of Hera. How many death sentences for sheer incompetence will I have to sign? Cato asked with a resigned voice. None, Gaius replied grimly. He had an authorization and overriding codes from the Lord of Macroch. The Chapter Master of the Ultramarines blinked in incomprehension. I have given information and some credentials to representatives of the Adeptus Mechanicus exactly 3 times while holding this title, and all were about lesser facilities in colonies far distant from Macroch. And though my predecessors had better relationships with Mars, none of them, as far as I am aware, gave them any important Vermilion-level codes. But the First Lord of Macroch apparently did. This was ridiculous. It had been more than 5,000 years, no, it made sense. There were still certain things none of the regents had the authority to remove from their systems, both because it would be a sacrilege, and second because it would be astonishingly expensive. The tech priest has been asking for an audience, of course. Naturally, he snorted, and what is the name of this troublemaker, by the way? Call, Chapter Master, Belisarius Call. Pharsalis Military District. Fields of Pharsalis. 58 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Lemon Russ Third Great War. Lieutenant Martin Shevchenko. Whoever had told them before enlisting that tank battles were fought at distances of over 1 kilometer had smoked too many lhostics. The cons are leaving us in the dust. I will send the general the message. Martin snarled. Now by the love of Himantara, fire everything you've got on that traitor predator. The battle cannon of the Third Great War fired, and missed. Damn it, Nikita. An Ogren could have taken that shot. Martin gritted his teeth. Accelerate, Piotr. No. On the left. You're going to. Lieutenant, I know what I am doing. You're charging in the direction of a damn titan. But it's on our side. His idiotic pilot roared. Martin didn't have the time to curse. The hammer of heretics disappeared in a fantastic explosion, and just like that the 135th Armored had lost its colonel. No. It's not. I accelerate. What the hell do you think you're doing? I am going to go between his legs and Nikita will shoot the enemy from there. Stop this stupidity at once, or I swear I am going to shoot you and drive the Rus myself. Something in his scream must have told the crazy pilot of the Third Great War that he wasn't joking, for at last, their tank suddenly stopped its suicidal charge and began using the countless destroyed vehicles as cover. Martin exhaled. Good. To his relief, the traitor Titan disappeared somewhere eastwards, likely to hunt more interesting things than half-crippled companies. Now, let's see, prepare another crack round. I have a feeling the traitor predator is still here. My pay for a brand new con. Nikita grumbled. Those things have an autoloader and a marvelous target finder, I'm told. Your pay isn't enough, and no one is going to promise you a new tank in the middle of a battlefield. Damn it, Martin knew there were always fires and smoke on a battlefield, but with thousands of vehicles burning and the Titans firing for hours, the ability of auspexes and other optical devices to improve the performance of his poor eyes was seriously degraded to an extreme point. I don't see a predator, I don't see the rest of the regiment, for that matter. Piotr at least had the decency to sound sheepish, maybe. A poor lieutenant of the Vostroyan Firstborn could dream. There. Fire. Fire at will. The thing directly in front of them was no loyal vehicle for sure. Not with the quantity of heretical marks and the skulls impaled on spikes, evil bastards. But a second before the battle cannon unleashed its wrath, the red-painted weapon of the archenemy was transformed into a funeral pyre where the heretics burned joyously. Their own shot only aggravated the fatal damage by starting a new fire at the top of the turret, which promptly rose to the skies a second later. Hey, if it isn't poor Martin of the 135th. Lost yourself somewhere. Remember me? Maxim of the 136th. You told me the cons would always remain inferior to your relics. First his gunner succumbed to this idiocy, and now he had another idiot to deal with. I had the situation well in hand, Killstealer. The Vostroyan lieutenant retorted. Continue dreaming. Now follow us. The 136th will lead again, try to not swallow too much smoke and dust. Piotr. He was going to regret this in a few minutes, but damn it, this kind of insult to the pride of the 135th couldn't be tolerated. Forwards. Show them what the Third Great War can do when roused to war. And Nikita, if you miss a shot again. I won't miss, Lieutenant. His gunner swore. May the golden spiders of the saint whip me if I do. Martin frowned, before deciding this oath was ultimately a good one. Forwards. For the Emperor and his saint. Imperator-class Titan exemples. Princeps Maximus Cyrus. By the abandoned forges of the Rust Belt. What will it take to bring Rex's shields down? Cyrus wasn't the kind to lose his patience easily, but this was getting ridiculous. He had just hit the traitor Imperator of Legio Vulturum with his plasma annihilator, and the Hell's Daughter of the Legio Crucius had flanked it and delivered 2 perfect shots with the plasma destructor and the macro Gatling blaster it wielded. It had brought down 1 layer of void shield. 1. The Heretex have multiplied the energies output of the Tyrannosaurus Rex so much it violates at least 4 laws of physics. His Moderati Secundus informed him. Do I look like I care? The Princeps Maximus of the Legio Ignitum couldn't help but emit a small exclamation of pain as the retribution of Legio Vulturum downed 2 layers of his own void shields. We have to continue to batter it at mid-range. Princeps, his Moderati Primus interrupted in a tone Cyrus knew very well, this is an extremely bad idea. The damage we are taking is far less important at extreme range. That way at least we can nearly ignore the damage of the beastly roars and more or less force a stalemate. But as long as we force the Tyrannosaurus Rex to concentrate on us, the rest of our Princeps can kill Legio Vulturum. As if to underscore his words, 1 more traitor Titan disappeared before it could charge to destroy Hell's Daughter, meaning the warlord of Ryza could retreat and resume its position in the line of battle. Engine kill. Plague Lord Titan destruction confirmed. Identification, ahem, oh, it looks like Legio Vulturum took it from Legio Morbidus during its stay in the Eye of Terror. A kill is a kill. Cyrus declared sternly. How goes the aerial battle? As far as I can tell, everything is on fire. That seems to be a good summary of everything happening so far, Princeps. Lady Dragon reports furious fighting and inflicting massive losses on the enemy, but aerial dominance is far from won. Tyrannosaurus Rex roared as Exemples walked to increase the distance between them. While his current strategy was to stay at mid-range to batter the incredibly durable void shields and corrupted systems of the enemy, staying where he currently stood was a death sentence. How great is our advantage? That there was one was guaranteed by the fact the titans under his command were fighting like a proper legio, if a bit uncoordinated, but with so many Forge Worlds cultures involved it was unavoidable, and the enemy was fighting like they were in a kill-claim contest. We have lost 14 titans. They have lost 21, including 11 warlords. Cyrus smiled before another glancing blow forced a snarl out of him. Good, he managed to articulate, tell Legio Venator it is their time to engage. Legio Defensor will give them the scouting they need. Princeps, I must really insist we request some support. If we fall, it won't matter how many titans we will have slain, I don't think any weapon on this battlefield can slow down Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Princeps Maximus almost by reflex told his subordinate that one titan, no matter how powerful, couldn't stop an army by itself. The greatest weapon of Legio Vulturum chose this moment to demonstrate some of its heretical weapons on a massive clash of loyalist and traitor tanks fighting in the newly created craters of the fields of Pharsalus. In 5 seconds, the holes became pools of eldritch flames, and even quite distant, there was no doubt about the sheer corruption which had just been used to kill thousands of souls indiscriminately. You're right. Tell Metallica to commit 2 more warlords here. They must support Hell's Daughter. Exemples will do its best to force it away from the main attack axis of the Imperial Guard. The announcement that his Hellstorm cannon was reloaded reached his ears. Cyrus and Exemples fired again. Die, treacherous beast, the Martian Princeps whispered as more explosions devastated the Macrogen plain and tens of thousands of lives were lost. You avoided his judgment at Terra millennia ago, but you won't today. Battle groups of Operation Stalingrad approaching Artyom. Battleship Enterprise. 59 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Rogue traitor Wolfgang Bach. The chosen of the Omnissiah has reached Hive Asculum and repelled the Tyrannid assault. As one could expect, this announcement was enough for 9/10 of the bridge to cheer, and the only reason it wasn't more was because some of the tech priests buzzing couldn't be placed in that category. Unfortunately, Wolfgang was alas forced to strangle the good mood as soon as it appeared while looking at the garbled transmissions the living saint had sent their way via her Astartes and the ultramarine stations. It seems the Xenos have broken through the walls of Hive Quartus. Military resistance is completely collapsing there. Archmagos Sagami didn't answer, which was particularly telling. A younger Magos with the draconic crest of Nyx, however, did. Surely the chosen of the Omnissiah will rush to rescue Hive Quartus in the next hours. I'm not sure she can. The blonde-haired rogue traitor placed his hand on the secondary command control of the hololith and called up the central map of the main continent of Artyom where the concerned hives were located. Assuming the vids and partial images we have are compared to the ones from the Ultramarines databases, it is clear the Tyranids have launched 2 separate forces at those hives, each having an aerial and a ground assault force component. That way if the Xenos didn't manage to bring down the hive's void shields for some reason or the aerial assault was repelled, they still have the option to storm it the old-fashioned way. Julia pointed out with a frown. That's really clever for a beast. In the interest of not underestimating our enemy, Wolfgang felt the need to crush the idea brought up by his lover. I think it's better to call them Tyranids and forget the beasts. No matter how the intelligence is spread across this all-too-intelligent swarm, it is evident it doesn't react like a feral creature. When it realized we were going to win effortlessly at Macrage, it avoided us and rushed to Artyom. Now it is proving able to engage the Ultramarines' defenses at will and crush a hive at a speed which can only be described as insanely quick. As it was, Wolfgang was almost certain that, Ultramarines or no Ultramarines, if the Lady Basileia had not used her divine powers maybe boosted by Teleporterium, to go to Hive Asculum, the defenders of that place would currently be sharing the fate of Hive Quartus. True. My apologies. The female von Lehengram Scion curtly nodded before revealing a thoughtful expression. And Behemoth is still launching countless drop spores into the military district of those 2 hives. The 2 escorts have finally stopped, but the biggest, super battleship-sized Tyranid has enormous reserves. It is to be expected, Archmagos Sagami stated. This opponent is bigger than a Gloriana. In addition to this factor, our simulations confirm the units bred and secured inside this biological enemy do not require the same living standards or basic resources as guard soldiers or Skitarii. Logically, Behemoth has the capacity to field a swarm which will challenge the chosen of the Omnissiah, despite having lost the element of surprise. Even after all the Necron metal insects we are sending Her Celestial Highness? Adriana von Lehengram asked. We are beginning to run out both of canoptex to send and of torpedoes to fire them with, Archmagos Sagami reluctantly revealed. We took approximately 15 million of the assets before withdrawing from the Imga monolith, and 14 million have already been sent to the Chosen of the Omnissiah now. And we can't send living insects and other assets via this particular method of deployment. Wolfgang winced. They wouldn't survive either way. Indeed, Rogue Trader Bach. The Archmagos replied. Not that it will be important for much longer, for we are running out of suitable drop torpedoes as well. We're about to launch the last 200 within the next 15 minutes. Once those are fired, the Chosen of the Omnissiah will be deprived of additional reinforcements for the next 14 hours. Couldn't we use some of the new models of torpedoes to disrupt Behemoth's attention for a few hours? Julia proposed, an unhappy expression on her face. I realize that at this kind of distance, our accuracy will be abysmal, but if it helps Her Celestial Highness. The problem is that I'm not sure it will help. In fact, the more he thought about it, the more Wolfgang was sure it wouldn't. The torpedoes won't do any damage if they don't hit by the hundreds, and Behemoth is too intelligent to mistake a true attack for a bluff. Best case scenario, the deployment of the Tyranids will stop for a few minutes while we have expended a lot of expensive ammunition. Worst case, it will assess the threat we pose and do something else to cause us more problems. If only the Queen of Blades had been able to slay Behemoth before it reached Artyom. But the remains of the Eldar Hulk were drifting, completely inert, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Artyom. Wolfgang didn't believe for a second it had been enough to kill the third Endbringer, but it had certainly taken her out of the fight for dozens of hours, and time was a priceless commodity they couldn't barter away in the first place. No, I think. A new powerful alarm shrieked, and the hololith map of Artyom disappeared. Oh, what now? Oh, nothing of importance, the Archmagos replied in what had to be a sarcastic tone. Fenris has just gone missing. Call fulfilled his promise and sent it, somewhere. Seconds passed, and all the bridgemen, women, and tech priests held their breaths, but the homeworld of the Space Wolves didn't reappear. Sands of Mars, the radical is going to be insufferable. But since he made sure a monumental astral disaster was averted. Yes. Wolfgang cleared his throat. Wait a minute, astral communication section, why are we hearing wolves howling? Artyom. Asculum Military District. Hive Asculum. 59 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Champion Kratos. Every time the Tyranids were digging a massive tunnel under the walls, it was getting a bit lively. At least they weren't going to be bored anytime soon. For Cretacia and the blood. He roared as his chainsword intercepted the blades of the larger Tyranid lifeform that had been labeled warrior. Before he could finish it off, however, Moriel of the Angel Guard opened fire. Unlike many of those who had been offered, the green-armored Astartes had chosen to retain his Terminator armor, so he could wield an improved assault cannon the Nyx Forge Temple had provided. The Tyranid warrior was utterly shredded, and then came the turn of the Gaunts, be it the close-quarters Hormigunt or the middle-ranged Termagant. The industrial area where they were fighting had a lot of possible places to hide, but with 10 seconds of fire coming from 6 barrels, the assault cannon put an end to whatever the Tyranids wanted to do. When Moriel lowered his weapon, a few Tyranids were still twitching in their dying throes. The others were utterly splattered. Killstealer, the flesh-tearer champion snorted. It is you who proposed this contest, Kratos, not me, the Angel Guard Marine replied with a virtuous voice, as the Catachan ants surged forwards and began to launch plasma grenades into the tunnel's openings before trying to close them as quickly as possible. Oh, and we have another aerial attack. Kratos grunted and kept one eye on the sky, but as always, the spear of gargoyles which descended upon Hive Asculum was busy being devoured by the metallic swarm their lady was fighting with in the air. It looks like it is handled. And like the 3 other waves, he noted the wings had likely been severed first, so that whatever happened, the gargoyles plunged to their deaths in record time. Let us return to our brothers and see how much I need to catch up in kills. They had to run quite a bit before returning to the headquarters. It was a big word for the place where their lady, a few adjutant spiders, and some Catachan ant queens commanded the outer defenses and led the effort to destroy the unending Tyranid assaults. They had to give their report to Artemis and then stay silent though, for in the middle of the mid-sized bunker repurposed into a command center Lady Weaver was speaking with the ultramarine captain while doing quantities of other things with her swarm. We are successfully repelling their assaults to bypass the walls, yes. Having removed her golden helmet for the time being, Kratos was not happy to see the expression of the Shield of Angels remained extremely grim. I am less than confident we are foiling the plans of Behemoth now. I doubt the Tyranid, Behemoth mind? Yes, I doubt the Tyranid mind expected you to crush its efforts to conquer Hive Asculum so decisively. The son of Gillimon really tried to see the situation optimistically. Perhaps not at first, the chosen of the Emperor conceded, but it is learning. First, it is throwing quantities of forces against Hive Quartus. They have broken through all fixed and improvised defenses there, I am sensing millions of souls dying. Once they have finished there, I guarantee the Tyranids will receive massive reinforcements, and that's if their soon-to-come ground assaults don't succeed. They are already attacking the walls in great numbers, an ultramarine chaplain pointed out. Those are just Hormiguns and Termagants, the Basileia waved him off dismissively, dangerous due to the sheer raw numbers Behemoth is throwing at us, but fortunately devoid of any tactical sense. They're sending more warriors and other controlling units into the tunnels than they're using for coordinating the assaults. The real thrust is yet to come. By the way the faces of the Ultramar Auxilia's officers fell, some of them had believed the contrary. I trust your judgment in this matter, the blue-clad captain nodded. The civilians have been evacuated 2 kilometers behind the walls, efforts are made to do the same to the underhive upwards, and my sergeants are trying to organize the Auxilia to build the best defensive positions they can in the time we have. Of course, the modifications we require aren't approved by the Mechanikus. Artemis. Send your sisters speak to the tech priests and impress on them the level of commitment I expect of everyone under my command. At once, Web Mistress. By Sanguinius and the wings of Baal, Kratos loved the enthusiasm of those arachnids. He really hoped the one he had trained was still alive, it would be a pity for all those sparring lessons to have been for nothing. This isn't going to be pretty, but I think we will have to dismantle or sabotage Sector 4. The Shield of Angels continued the conversation as if a giant golden spider hadn't just stormed out of the headquarters. I will of course rebuild it after our victory. That is, very generous. The Ultramarine coughed. I know you had disagreements. You aren't the enemy here, Captain Tullius. A very ironic smile came to the lips of the woman the Dawnbreaker Guard was sworn to protect. The true enemy advances in an ocean of red and black fangs and claws, and threatens mankind. Doctrinal and political issues will wait until every Tyranid organism is killed and the battle is won. I thank you nonetheless. The son of Gillimon returned his attention to the hololithic map he had arrived with. What worries me is the ammunition expenditure. At first I thought the limited reserves of the hive were going to be a problem, but so far it looks like the principal logistical headache is bringing enough shells and stockpiles to the walls. The current fire rate is using approximately 1 year of production every hour. We have already fired all our most modern ballistic missiles, and some major Manticore batteries will soon run out of ammunition too. Do we have enough to last between 15 and 20 hours? If we are able to keep the status quo for the next 10 hours and make sure our supply effort continues unimpeded, we may be able to sustain the effort on the walls for 12 hours. But I am not optimistic about the situation in the skies over the rest of the military district. The situation from that direction will continue to worsen, and if Behemoth continues to launch gargoyles by the hundreds of thousands, the aerial squadrons will soon cease to exist. And the longer we fight after 10 hours, the worse the ammunition shortages become. We have repurposed quantities of manufactorums to help the war effort, but it won't be enough. We can't fire shells and other ammunition which doesn't exist. This is extremely inconvenient, the winged angel acknowledged before grimacing. But it will have to wait. Let's go to the walls. It seems the enemy is committing some new units that we have not fought before. Sergeant Gavriel Forkas. Behemoth, Gavriel had discovered, was aggressive and unrelenting. It did not care about the millions of fatalities the troops it commanded suffered. It was absolutely callous with its attack waves, it continued to mount offensives against the walls long before it made any tactical sense, save of course the monumental expense of ammunition and the pressure on the void shields. It could be flexible, the underground assaults and their companies of nightmares, including the bipedal lictors, the subcommanding warriors, and the variants of the gaunts with weapons adapted for ambushes proved that. But most of the time, it chose not to. The assault upon Hive Asculum continued. The small wastes surrounding the hive before Behemoth's arrival, the landscape had indeed been natural and relatively unpolluted by hive world standards, was now covered in dead Tyranids, not that it stopped hundreds of thousands of Hormiguns from taking their place and charging again for so much as a single second. To make things worse, the gargoyles had stopped killing themselves by battering the half-restored void shields, and were now trying to provide aerial cover, flying a meter or two above the lip of the walls, and either releasing quantities of acid or ramming the positions of the Ultramar Auxilia. They were holding the walls, but Gavriel would be lying if he claimed the casualties weren't bad. The basic flak armor too many soldiers of the Ultramar realm wore was completely useless against the terrible scythe talons of the Tyranids, and when they pounced, the Xenos attackers were exceptionally fast, and Astartes-level reflexes were quite needed to avoid losing a limb or two. They were not the true threat Behemoth intended to crush the outer defenses of Hive Asculum with. 4.5 meters tall and I think at least 8 tons, the former Dark Angel Legionnaire gave his preliminary estimate to his lady. I see a group of 50 to 60 using the gargoyles as cover to advance as fast as possible without being targeted by the heavy weapons. The Termagants and the Hormiguns were truly repulsive, and the same could be said about every species of Tyranids so far. But aside from the burrowing units digging their tunnels and the warriors following them, nothing was really able to stand one-on-one against a veteran Astartes. Those huge Tyranids were different. One glance was enough for Gavriel to know you didn't want to go fighting one at close quarters, though undoubtedly Kratos and Sigenandus would boast having an opposing opinion. Tell Captain Tullius the artillery is to take out the biggest tyrannid creatures in priority, the Lady General ordered, her aura of light burning bright and attracting a considerable number of tyrannids. Of course, those who managed to break through the tide of Canopetak scarabs were massacred by bolter shots or the crystals of the nebulous shard. As sharp as those scythes are, Gavriel voiced his unease, is it really possible they can cause serious damage to the walls? I don't know, his lady replied as her Catachan ants pushed an astounding quantity of dead gargoyles off the ramparts, a rain of bodies which killed its fair share of hormiguns and termagants. But more charged unflinchingly to replace them. I would have said no 2 hours ago, but the digging units have some sort of bioelectric internal ability which allows them to dig tunnels like Asculum's foundations are made of cheese. Once located, we have found relatively efficient methods to kill them, Gamaliel interjected. Yes, the Basileia of Nyx snorted. Once we have located them. Each time Behemoth sends us one, it kills a lot of auxilia officers we can't afford to lose. A new wave came to slam into the defenses of Ultramar. This one lost about 7 out of 10 hormiguns in less than 5 seconds. It's not good, the insect mistress chosen by the Emperor continued, and though her features were hidden by the angelic helmet, Gavriel could hear her displeasure. I was confident that as long as I had ambules in my swarm, underground warfare supremacy would be mine. Just by introducing the burrowing units, the tyrannids have ruined that. I am not saying you have no right to be displeased, the Blood Angel assured while decapitating another acid-spitting gargoyle before it could inflict more casualties, but at least with the ambules and the Canopetak scarabs plus a few other insects, you have counters to this, assuming the fleet arrives in time. I'm afraid most of the worlds of the Imperium have none. The ultramarine artillery chose this moment to vent its excess of anger, and the largest tyrannids were targeted by at least 2 full batteries. The amount of smoke created was respectable, the crater which was revealed impressive enough, and by the ashes of, how can there be so many of them still alive? They're charging. Vesuvius barked. Prepare all heavy weapons. 30 plus alpha threat tyrannids. Distance, 3 kilometers. Speed, 60 kilometers per hour. Gavriel didn't gape, his training taking over, but he dearly wished the devastator of the scions of Sanguinius was joking. But no, the 4 meters tall tyrannids were that fast, and as if it was not enough, new types of threats were appearing everywhere on the battlefield. There are some sort of huge artillery-type tyrannids attacking Sector 19, the Lady of the Dawnbreaker Guard informed them laconically, judging by the first actions, they have cannons bigger than what we equip our super-heavy tanks with, and they are using some of sort of incendiary ammunition to sunder armor and damage the walls. Hendrik, Dos Santos, Foreman. New threat revealed approaching the walls of Sector 7. As far as I can see, the units have psychic potential and... My lady, those tyrannids, they wouldn't look like huge luminescent skulls levitating over the battlefield with only a long tail to add to their chitinous body, wouldn't they? They would, Ramon. Gavriel heard her sigh. I suppose it would be too much to ask for them not to be trailing behind the tall and fast armored monsters. It is indeed too much to ask, the Howling Griffin answered casually. We're going to need to find good names for all of them. First we kill them, then we name them, the black-haired angel announced seriously. And no, Kratos, you won't name one of them after yourself. Makraj. Magna Makraj Military District. Lapani's Valley. Approaches of the Ultima Cynocephaly line. 60 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Korifos Kol Badar. Kol Badar muttered 1,000 curses as, yet again, the Black Templars withdrew southwards. Of all the times the blind fools worshipping Sigismund and the false emperor had to stop their frontal suicide attacks, why did it have to be now? We are gaining ground, Korifos. One of the lackeys he had inherited after Marduk's betrayal congratulated him. And the Black Templars are in full retreat. A great victory. Tell me, Captain, Cole growled, and the feckless idiot understood praises were not going to compensate for his tactical incompetence. How many land raiders and predators did you lose before my arrival? 6 and 4, Korifos. And how many did the Black Templars lose, apart from this land raider that my beloved Noctis Eterna killed according to my will? 2 predators, Korifos. Then how it is supposed to be a victory, imbecile? The word-bearer commanding most of the Second Great Host's survivors glared at the subordinate who had done so little to justify the confidence he had placed in him. You are demoted. What? Lord Korifos. You are once more a simple legionnaire. Soldier Deck will take your place. You are the personification of failure. Get out of my sight. Mere hundreds of meters ahead, an artillery shell landed, creating a significant dust cloud. And of course their damned artillery is already in position here too. Because the more they pressed on without slaughtering the false emperor's slaves on their flanks, the more arrived to bombard them. But this is almost over, Korifos, his second arrived and spoke after a brief hail salute. There can't be more than 20 kilometers left between us and the capital city of Makraj. No matter how many Black Templars and Ultramarines are left, they will soon be forced to fight us, or their capital will burn as we offer it to, as we burn it. Kol Badar was sure the legionnaire had been about to say to the true gods, but he let it go. It wasn't like a lifetime of religious habits was easy to get rid of in a single day. Yes, they will soon be forced to fight us, but the attrition rate is high. And our advance path is utterly predictable. Your Sakaran and many other prized vehicles of the Legion can open a path into any ultramarine defense, Korafos. But I admit regrouping our hosts while under artillery fire before beginning the final assault is going to be complicated. Kol Badar laughed. It was an angry and bitter sound even in his own ears. Complicated, yes, I suppose it will be. The word-bearer commanding officer gritted his teeth. We have too few Sakaran tanks to destroy the inferior machines of Sigismund's whelps beyond their effective range. And of course they couldn't replace their losses by taking the tanks of the false emperor, for the pathetic simpering chapters didn't have a single Sakaran among the forces they had opposed them with. Kol stared at his Sakaran, then at the mountains south of his current victory. There was a hateful nobility to them, these mountains, as many had been sculpted to be fortresses in their own right. Many more were completely intact, devoid of human habitation. But barely visible in the distance, as the clouds of war and the weather hid it, there was another citadel, higher and larger than all other human constructions. It was disgustingly untouched by war, and Kol knew instinctively it was the fortress of Hira. We continue, the Korafos of the 17th Legion said, we continue and we kill all the dogs of Guilliman and Dorn which stand in our way. A heartbeat later, shells landed behind him, and Kol roared in fury as two more Predator tanks were incinerated by the enemy artillery. Pharsalis Military District. Fields of Pharsalis. 60 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Sky Lord Vuxid the Vulture Baron Torre. Life, Vuxid had known after being inducted into the Night Lord's Legion, was a series of questions. The first you were asked not long after birth was if you could fly. Assuming you answered yes, the second came before you could claim adulthood, how did you get there without falling to your death the next instant? Vuxid had answered this question, and he had survived long enough to become a predator of the skies. He had become the Vulture Baron of the 8th Legion. In his Xiphon Interceptor, the Nostromo-born legionnaire had reigned over the other pilots of the Second Claw. But the questions never ceased. And their crazy primarch had been eager to ask them, including to those he had at first pretended to view as his sons, and he wasn't shy to pursue the interrogations in torture chambers. The next question had come to him, and Vuxid had reluctantly concluded that, in his best interest, the vows sworn to his failure of a gene-sire weren't more important than his own life. The word-bearers had then proposed to him to fly forever. Answering this by a no would have been a tasteless error. Vuxid had told them yes. And so he had become the Vulture Baron. His Xiphon Interceptor and himself were one now. They had been one for an eternity or for millennia, he wasn't exactly sure of how many centuries had passed since the siege of Terra. In the rare times he had been resting since leaving the Eye of Terror, Vuxid had discovered it was becoming more and more difficult to remember his past. He was the Vulture Baron, and the warp had changed his body beyond imagination. His wings were longer, sharper, and filled with inhuman vitality. He had begun to thirst for metal, fire, lubricants, and of course the supreme delicacy, souls. Did he regret it? No. Life was a series of questions. Once again, battle raged in the skies of a world. This one was Makraj, according to the chatter arriving at his ears. Maybe it was. Vuxid Torre, deserter of the Legion of Conrad Kurz, had failed to find many Omega banners on the wings of his enemies and the great banners of the Titans slaughtering each other. Could he survive once more and prove he was the ultimate predator of the sky? We need to return to rearm. There are too many dragon armors. What do you think you're doing? His peerless vision was suddenly nearly overwhelmed by hundreds of missiles. The Vulture Baron cackled and charged into the burning clouds. Less than a minute later, the last of his evasive maneuvers succeeded, and he had 2 more kills under his belt. That is how a true Lord of the Sky fights, the union of Night Lord and Daemon aircraft voiced as one before chuckling. All those who will challenge us will perish. There was no answer coming from the word-bearer's pilots who had begged to join his predation squadron. And as he used every sense, every eye, all 53 of them he had, Vuxid saw he was all alone. Wherever he looked, there were no more legionnaire pilots. There were no more held rakes. Only. There came the enemy. The false held rakes had much diminished in numbers. He had hurt them. As expected. Some of them were lesser predators, but... Blam. The Vulture Baron had only a fraction of a second to see the enormous red reptile which had attacked him from behind before his superior engines flickered and died. The entire world went a hazy shade of grey. But he could see them. Thousands more enemy aircraft, arriving from the south. Reinforcements. Vuxid Torre realized. You were the first wave, not the last. More missiles shrieked, and the Vulture Baron couldn't avoid them anymore. The wings were torn apart. The turboreactors, improved by the artifices of the word-bearers, reactivated only to explode. The beak, the spikes, everything disintegrated as he began his long fall. There was no control anymore. There was no rain. And the veil parted before his eyes. At long last, the traitor Night Lord could see what really awaited his soul now that his death was certain. Nuuuu. For the first time in millennia, the foremost Sky Lord to serve in the Word-Bearer's Legion screamed in fear. He was completely right to do so. The pain he felt when the Vulture Baron collided with the ground and turned into a fireball was extremely unpleasant. It was nothing compared to what his soul began to endure once it was at the mercy of what was awaiting him in the warp. Lady Magos Dogma Dragon Richter. Dragon watched the abominable daemon engine, which may have been as if on interceptor at one point, disappear with a non-negligible amount of satisfaction. This particular chaos heretic, assuming it wasn't a daemon in command of the thing, the massive corruption which had taken over made it impossible to rule out for certain, had cost her plenty of good pilots, and it had taken her both good tactics and an overwhelming barrage to destroy his elite flying unit. But with it out of the way, the majority of the enemy aerial force had been annihilated. Assuming the Word-Bearers hadn't hidden a couple thousand superiority fighters somewhere, the extermination of their surviving aerial force would be a matter of minutes. Rear Admiral Daniels. The Tinker reopened the communication channel linking her to the Aeronautic High Command. It would have been better if she was in charge of every plane in the theater, but alas, Adeptus politics and other shenanigans made that impossible. Yes, Lady Magos. The skies are clear. My preliminary estimate is that we have shot down 95% of the heretic aerial cover, including all its Astartes aces and the biggest held rakes. And she had taken great pleasure in slaying those, just looking at them filled her with anger. Excellent. The Marauders are launching in the next minute. Which particular foe do you want us to strike at? The traitor Titans, Dragon grimaced, as one more warlord of Ignitum faltered before collapsing and dying before her eyes. The Princeps Maximus needs all the help you can give him, and though the Vostroyans are making progress, the advances are made at great cost, both in lives and machines. As long as the Titans of the enemy slaughter our forces while they don't deal with the Legios of the Collegia Titanica, the butchery will be long and mutual. Understood. We are going to do our best to teach them the fear of the Marauder bombers. The markers. My dragon armors are preparing them as we speak. Good flight, Rear Admiral. It couldn't come soon enough. Dragon winced as the fighting, far from abating with the deaths of some heretic pilots, was escalating. The heretic army had unraveled into a mass of monsters which tried to push south at all costs, and on the few defensible positions, a term very relative when everything was flat, the tanks and artillery of the Vostroyan regiments did their best to send them to the foul abominations they worshipped. It was an exercise of mutual slaughter. It was one the Imperium was winning, if only because they had superior numbers, and the Astartes' superiority didn't mean much when General Rokossovsky could trade 10 tanks for an Astartes and still call it a bargain. But looking at the sea of flames, the terrifying explosions, the poisons, and the demonic weapons unleashed against the Imperium arsenal, there was only one conclusion the female Tinker could reach. We aren't winning fast enough. High orbit over Artium. Newly created mountain star fortress the Fang. 60 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Primarch Magnus the Red. It was likely obvious, but Magnus wished to say it clearly before they were in the middle of a dangerous mess, again. No, using the gravitic anomalies which resulted from the massive translation of a planet to throw a mountain-turned starfort in the direction of the enemy was not a good idea. It was a stupid idea. It was a crazy idea. If there was the slightest miscalculation, a significant number of souls, his included, were about to experience what happened when your insides were violently expelled outside your body before being reduced to a gelatinous paste. Fenris disappeared, somewhere. Russ had refused to say where he was sending his ruined homeworld for some reason, and Corax for once had not been willing to share the secret. The translation shook everything. There was an enormous flash of white light. And when they reappeared, the auspexes of the Fang were close enough to see the astonished reaction of the 60 kilometers long Tyrannid. For they were no longer millions of kilometers away, but in high orbit above Artium. And despite a few loud noises, half of the command bridge vomiting or suffering acute problems due to the violence of the not teleportation, the mountain seemed to have maintained full integrity. Engage. The Primarch of the 6th Legion immediately roared. All batteries, kill Behemoth. And the wolves obeyed eagerly. The first volley largely missed for the most part, which wasn't surprising at all, given the disorientation of the devices and how, not so stable the mountain citadel proved to be, but the artillerists were veteran Astartes or Astartes trained. The second volley of torpedoes and other lethal ammunition was perfectly dead on target. Only for one of the heavy frigate-sized escorts of the Tyrannid Prime Beast to sacrifice itself. It deliberately rushed towards the hurricane of death in order to save the bigger living ship. It was nothing but a missile sponge. When the succession of explosions finished their destructive work, there was nothing left of the small Tyrannid ship. But the bigger one was very much undamaged. The spore bombardment abruptly ceased. And Behemoth turned towards the Fang. Brothers, I have a bad feeling about this. Tyrannid hive ship Behemoth. Hive Fleet Behemoth had made its calculations and concluded the prey which had indisposed it above the planet where it had hibernated for so long was out of range and unable to inflict any kind of damage to the surviving assets deployed in system. The hive mind didn't enjoy being proven wrong in the slightest. Originally the plan had been to deploy a considerable amount of ground and aerial assets to devour the world. After the damnable source of light and its metallic flesh swarm appeared and delayed the consumption efforts, the plan had been to neutralize as many of the prey defenses as feasible, and then to depart for another planet. In time, the fleet pursuing it would be forced to spread out its considerable numbers, and a proper hive fleet would be assembled. All Behemoth had to do was to survive, and it had plenty of time to evade the weapons of its pursuers given the situation. This plan was impossible now that this mountain filled with prey had somehow appeared before it. Calculations were made. At the moment, the other prey manning the greater fleet on its way were unable to properly support this foul and loud inconvenient factor. On the new pantry, the devouring was still very far from complete success. Given no additional support, it was likely the devouring would utterly fail. The planetary assets were going to require armored commanders to lead the assault on the fortifications the prey was hiding behind. And it was of no use withdrawing to another source of biomass, for there was no guarantee the impossible mountain would not follow the hive mind wherever it directed its efforts. No, the prey had to be eliminated and devoured before it, by its very existence, resulted in new anomalistic behavior from the other prey. Behemoth launched a last wave of reinforcements for the ground assets and turned. Then it attacked. Newly created mountain star fortress the Fang. Primarch Magnus the Red. The Tyrannid's attack was far more powerful than the last time. If they survived this battle, Magnus swore to himself he would find a proper name for it. Psychic Hyperbeam described the phenomenon accurately, but sounded a bit too bureaucratic for his tastes. What was clearly unexpected and unpleasant to see was the small sway it inflicted upon the Fang for 4.5 seconds. By the bowels of the ice toads. The great wolf swore angrily. Putrid vermin. The wards should have blocked that without flinching. The Primarch of the Thousand Suns frowned, because for all his flaws, Lemon was certainly right, his Void Mountain should have resisted the blow with ease. It had certainly not been experiencing any problem the first time around, and the increased firepower of the Tyrannid was not big enough to make a significant difference. Ah! Of course. Out of pure curiosity, brother, Magnus began in a disinterested tone, when you warded the Fang against potential enemies, you used a mix of Father's lore and Fenrician runes, right? I did. The eyes of his distrustful brother narrowed after the admission went through his lips. Why? You think Prosper and Sorceress glyphs would have been more adequate? Oh no, goodness no, Magnus caressed the little white feline. Given how many of your totally not psychers believed in the idea of Mother Fenris, it would have ended up a downright ungodly disaster at the first enemy attack. No, I was just guessing that since the Fang was always the last redoubt of your legion, the idea of home and protection must be central to it. Don't you agree? I do, Corax replied before Russ could. But what does that have to do with our current predicament? Magnus rolled his lone eye. You should know better, brother, than to disregard how much importance belief and faith have these days. In the last 5 millennia, the 6th Legion and all its forces have literally soaked the walls and halls of this mountain with the idea it is their home forever, and that they will defend it to the death. This is all very good as long as you use the Fang in a very defensive manner. Magnus sighed loudly. The moment you started using it offensively, a lot of extra psychic protection was lost. And the removal of Fenris from the board likely didn't help either. Does this mean what I think it does? The Raven Lord asked after wincing when the second psychic blast of Behemoth hit, and the Fang shook in a manner that was not reassuring in the slightest. If you think we are completely screwed, yes, it is exactly what you think, brother, because Lemon had neglected a key factor in a domain where he thought he was a charlatan. They were all going to die by the psychic power of a creature which couldn't care the slightest about the differences of Fenrician and Prosperan cultures. I suggest we prepare a limited evacuation for Artium, that way. Lord. We have a gravitic anomaly right behind Behemoth. Alpha-class gravitic anomaly. This is. By the putrid guts of the Krakens. One of the space wolves cursed, receiving a dark look from some of the rogue traders they entertained on their bridge. That is, a starship. Don't be ridiculous. Another space marine of a chapter Magnus didn't manage to remember the name of replied forcefully. It is easily bigger than, by the golden throne of Terra. Even Corax whistled. That's a super battleship larger than our Glorianas, is it a friend or an enemy? By the time the Armada Imperialis of the Imperium of Mankind became the largest void-capable fleet in the known galaxy, the fame of the Astartes Legion flagships had spread from the Halo stars to the eastern fringe. And with this fame, the new citizens of the Imperium had come to believe that, barring a few exceptions like Phalanx and the Emperor's flagship Bucephalus, the modernized shipyards of Sol could indeed build greater starships than the relics of the old knight. This was, needless to say, an entirely incorrect assumption. Though the Terran Federation had collapsed at the beginning of the Age of Strife and was not keen on centuries-long genocidal campaigns against Xenos, it was hardly a pacifist society. Many of the imperial classes of the 31st millennium, while having adopted considerable reforms due to the changing environment, came from the battleship and cruiser schematics of the defunct Federation. And to safeguard its frontiers before the maelstrom of decadence and madness also known as the birth of Slaanesh made reliable warp travel impossible, the line of battle of the Federation Navy was not the battleship, but the dreadnought. It was, in one short sentence, the height of Terran technology in one hull. A dreadnought was 40 kilometers long, and its armament included such devastating weapons as nanomachine swarms, antimatter fusion bottles, chronodistortion fields, and other batteries capable of reducing a fleet which did not have those weapons to a state of ruin in less than an hour if roused to wrath. Unfortunately for the Federation, the dreadnoughts also incorporated an Olympus Prime artificial intelligence, so as to ensure all the fastidious navigation and logistical calculations were completed in a reasonable amount of time. As such, when the cybernetic revolt began, over two-thirds of them were lost to the Men of Iron and Omnius genocidal armada within a year. Those ships which weren't destroyed with all hands or captured and servicing the designs of the mad machines had to be decoupled from their ace with extreme urgency, and the first prototype cogitators of Mars and Alpha Centauri replaced them. The replacement was obviously far less efficient than the artificial intelligence, but it was far better than wondering every minute when the guardian intelligence of your own ship was going to open all compartments to the void in a deranged effort to wipe out all flesh-based life. Yet for all the desperate industrial efforts of the Federation, time was not on their side. The Men of Iron invaded the inner core of the human colonies, what the Imperium would eventually come to call Segmentum Solar, and the last star marshals of the Federation were forced to make their stand at Alpha Centauri. All modernized dreadnoughts the Federation had been able to overhaul went to this battle. None survived the genocide. The cataclysm of Alpha Centauri, as it would become known among the rare few survivors during the millennia-long age of strife, utterly destroyed the last organized naval force of the Federation. Dreadnoughts disappeared from history, and if the name was remembered in the late years of the 30th millennium, it was because the Emperor himself integrated systems and devices from one aboard his successive flagships, the Bucephalus and the Imperator Somnium. All dreadnoughts which managed to reach the heart of the Federation for the final showdown with the Men of Iron and the abominable intelligences died. But there were a few polities, which, as the Federation died around them, managed to close their borders and keep some relics from its glorious and dead age. To do this required the removal of the artificial intelligences too, as well as the replacement of the most advanced weapons that couldn't possibly be controlled by cogitator or an equivalent. But even with those major hindrances, a 40 kilometers long dreadnought remained a dreadnought. And in the words of the Squat Slayers, nothing like a strong fist in an adamantium gauntlet to solve your problems. The saying would remain unknown to the galaxy at large until an improbable expedition to the core, of course. TFNS Midgard Federation Dreadnought Odin Class. Commodore Yang Wenli. Why, oh why? Yang threw his Commodore's beret across the bridge. Did I think it was a good idea to let Leet modify the Midgard's drive into some sort of super slingshot device? Oh, right. Very loud slayers waving axes telling him to do it. That was why. And now they were facing something even bigger than a damned 40 kilometers long Federation dreadnought. Naturally, his was the only sane reaction to be expressed. By my ancestors! Borak exclaimed. Look at the size of Bessie, slayers. Just imagine the kind of trophy its head will make on a proper volcano hearth. Did the slayer just call this monster Bessie? We are going to harpoon it. Another slayer barked. I can't wait to see what its heart will taste like. This abomination in the eyes of the Omnissiah must be slain. The red-robed cybernetic creature calling himself a tech priest declared. Mountain in sight, Admiral, his faithful partner, chose this moment to pour more insanity into the conversation. That the tactical display chose to support her words absolutely didn't help. I think that if we act swiftly, we can catch the enemy between our batteries. Then do so. And eliminate the smaller monster to begin with. Consider it done, Yang. The former Federation officer sighed in relief. Thank whatever sanity there was left that the spirit of eternity had been conceived to enter the voluminous holds of ships like the Midgard, and that the miners of the Duarden Corps Admiralty had not removed the connectors which allowed an AI to control a dreadnought, even if the original digital control had been removed an eternity ago. Without that, the Midgard would have no chance whatsoever in the middle of whatever insanity they had jumped into. Just for my peace of mind, we are in the Macrage system, right? Yes, we are. Oh good. Yang Wenli sighed as the slayers ran out of the bridge to arm themselves for an epic doom, their words, not his. This is where the fun begins, isn't it? Artyom. Asculum Military District. Hive Asculum. 61 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Sergeant Herminius Cincinnatus. Herminius had the sinking feeling he was going to remember the moment the outer gate was breached for the rest of his life. In all likelihood, that wasn't going to be very long. Take position. The ultramarine giving them orders shouted through the vox. Don't shoot until I give the order. Remember, plasma weapons for the carnifexes. Las guns for the rest of the Tyranids. The worst part was that it made sense. The Carnifex Tyranids were big bastards, 4 meters tall big bastards with enormous blades which could resist things like tank buster ammunition. Only plasma and the other heavy weapons had a chance at killing them. Screech! The shriek was beyond atrocious. Even with his ears protected by earmuffs and another layer of cloth he had placed in his ears, it still wasn't enough to mute the abominable sound. For a few seconds, the adamantium-reinforced gate decorated with the Omega sigil seemed to endure the blows, and then suddenly it didn't. Blades longer than he was tall pierced the metal, before tearing large rents into it. And then something, or a lot of somethings, hit the magnificent protection of Hyvasculum, and the gate's wings were forced open by the Xenos. Herminius froze, and for a second nobody seemed to breathe. God Emperor save them, how many were there of those monsters? That had to be at least 100 Carnifexes. Screech! The monstrous red-black Xenos charged. Fire! Hell was unleashed. The Ultramar Auxilia had recovered from the initial surprise and prepared a killing ground under the orders of the Sons of Guilliman, and for half a minute, thousands of lasguns, crack missiles, mortars, melta, and plasma guns, and vehicle-mounted weapons spoke as one, delivering enough firepower to kill a regiment. The gate of Sector 15, once a proud avenue of celebrations, was reeking of foul fluids and dead Xenos corpses. In fact, as they reloaded and the smoke dispersed, Herminius chuckled as the monsters were meeting increasing difficulties in maneuvering, for at least 5 of the screamers had fallen right in the middle of the gate, and now the chitinous Xenos were seriously hindered, as the Carnifexes could only enter one by one. And with a predator lining perfect headshots, Tyranids or not, they died, and blocked their only path even more. Some Gaunts tried to launch a Tyranid wave, counting on their smaller size, but the Scarabs of the Saint chose this moment to appear and strike down whatever was still alive in the middle of this mess. Volley fire. Second and third rank. Hold. First rank. At my command. Unnatural thunder shrieked, and strange floating Tyranids appeared, surrounded in auras of utter, what the hell? Herminius turned his eyes away, and fortunately it was enough, as some miracle of crystal shot them down. Okay, that was completely terrifying. The Xenos had psychers too? This was completely unfair. Fire. The weapons were emptied of every last scrap of power again, until some couldn't be fired because the next shot would overheat them and kill their owner. Thousands of shells were expended each second. Fire. The dead Carnifexes were dragged away and more took their place. And then when they died, yet others took their place. Herminius replaced another loss cell in his lasgun, and suddenly realized it was his last one. A large pile at his feet informed him where all the other magazines he had put in his pouch not 40 minutes ago had gone. Withdraw. The Ultramarine commander roared. Withdraw. Third section, you are the rear guard. Fighting retreat to the outer industrial wall. What? They couldn't, they were inflicting so many losses upon. Screech. Roughly 500 meters to the right of the killing grounds where they had covered the pavement in red-black corpses, the outer wall of Hyvasculum exploded, and the smoke hadn't even cleared when hundreds of dark shapes were already trying to break through this large breach. Retreat. Herminius was more than happy to obey. Retreat to the next line of defense. Lady General Taylor Hebert. There are too many breaches in sectors 6, 11, and 15. Fighting retreat has been ordered. With your permission, I am going to give the same order to the rest of the regiments. Taylor gave a last disgusted glance at the Carnifex she had just killed with Skyfall, before answering the concern of the Ultramarine captain. Yes, please do so. A good thing the Ultramarine captain couldn't see the grimace she made beneath her helmet. We don't have enough veterans to spare to afford losing them in easily predictable encirclements. And that was exactly what would be happening to the troops manning the walls if they were not ordered to retreat now. If they did nothing, either they would be slaughtered on the walls, or they would eventually be exterminated on open ground when they retreated without orders. How defensible is the industrial wall? Taylor asked. I thought your adjutant was giving you all the information, Captain Falco Tullius commented in a semi-surprised tone. Artemis, her sisters, and the ants she command are excellent at estimating logistical flows, the number of defenders, and all the supplies and weapons brought to defend this wall. But wherever they go, they aren't exactly discreet, and your men are trying to look brave and motivated wherever they are. As such, my adjutant can't really assess how skilled or unskilled your auxilia are. Not when it hasn't even been a day since we arrived at Artium. I understand, the son of Guilliman nodded. In that case, all I can say, is, I would very much prefer not to withdraw so quickly. The industrial wall is a real practical, and it gives us a smaller area to defend, but there's a lot of our ammunition production located behind this wall, and if the enemy breaks through this defense, the manufacturums and heavy industry zones will fall under the Tyranid clause. If that happens, it will be only a question of hours before we run out of ammunition. And yet we have to withdraw, my lady, Gamaliel interrupted. The combination of Carnifexes and the psychic zoanthropes is sufficiently devastating that wherever you aren't present, the defense immediately falters. Not to mention the damned blasts and life siphoning of the Zoans cost me a lot of Canoptek scarabs each time they die. Most of the Tyranids did not have the ability to destroy the Canoptex in significant numbers. Oh sure, a particularly lucky Termagant could shoot 1 or 2 down with an acid shot, but in most cases, she was able to kill thousands of them without a single loss. But the psychic units that her librarians had designated zoanthropes were a different problem altogether. The moment they were close to death, or they felt they were about to die, Behemoth had made sure those nasty xenopsychers became, well, psychic bombs was an accurate description, she supposed. On average, each zoanthrope cost her around 40 to 50 canoptex to neutralize permanently. And at the risk of stating the obvious, Behemoth had bred them by the thousands. I agree that the Tyranids have turned out to be annoyingly clever by sending this duo of units. The para-human empowered by sacrifice acknowledged. And I won't deny this is frightening. In mere hours, the cold intelligence directing this army has seen me fight with my swarm and formulated an efficient counter-strategy where I'm forced to fight an attritional battle where all Imperial forces are on the defensive. If only the rest of her swarm was here, so that she could unleash every insect committed to Operation Stalingrad. But they were hours away, and wishing for it would not teleport them to the battlefield. At least the drop bombardment has stopped, meaning even Hive Behemoth is running out of reserves to throw into the battle. The Lady General noted conversationally. Though I dread to think of how many thousands of Gaunts and other units are busy running around every military district, this means the Aeronautica Imperialis will have a chance when they will arrive in high orbit. I have dealt with tens of thousands of gargoyles, and the rest can. Webmistress. Webmistress. The red communication device you ordered my sister to keep safe is activated. The explosion maker Tinker is here. Taylor groaned, very loudly. Forge Father Envar, please remind me who had bet for a return of lead during the last critical battle of Operation Stalingrad. Air. It was Lady Missy Byron, Gavriel replied before the salamander could. Should I repeat the general explanation she gave you? No, Taylor replied peevishly. I remember exactly what she said. If she was very lucky, Taylor wouldn't have to run somewhere to save the life of the Squat Slayer and his accomplice, but she wasn't going to count on it. I really hope the battle is turning out better at Makraj. Makraj. Magna Makraj Military District. Lapanis Valley. Ultima Cynocephaly Line. 61 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Captain Sodeo. Ah hell, I think half of their company is dead. That's what happens when you think that trenches must be codified. Su snarled at his sergeant. Seriously, are all Auxilia commanders idiots? That is unfair, we were not that good before the Saint came to kick us between the legs either, sir. Sodeo grunted. Much as he didn't want to remember a time when he had been Private Sodeo and Wahane's regiments routinely disgraced themselves on the battlefield, there was no denying his subordinate was right. Plasma guns on my mark. The heretics must have taken the trench ahead of us, let's teach them how big a mistake that was. And the artillery must continue shooting. He barked forcefully into his combead to whoever was now in command of the Wahane's 5th Line Infantry. We are facing spearheads of traitor Astartes here, preceded by their cannon fodder? Do you think it's time to be stingy with your shells? 3 seconds later, the Sphinx cannons positioned well behind the network of trenches pulverized the trench the Chaos Marines and their monsters had taken. The best part of it was after 20 seconds when an enormous explosion shook the earth and everyone took cover in the trench, for the shockwave had been, well, you couldn't miss it. Unless you were dead. The bad news was that it smelled extremely bad, even by battlefield standards. Smells like dead heretic. A lieutenant joked, his original blue-grey carapace armor now a dark brown after all the heretic trenches. I don't know what it smells like, but it smells worse than a dead slaver of Kamarak. All the exchange was taking place through Vox, of course, as his men took shot after shot at the enemy, the artillery bombardment continued, and not having your helmet on and sealed was a guarantee to die in a very ugly manner. Is the trench behind us ready? The men want 3 more minutes, Captain. And I want a swarm of Her Celestial Highness coming right now to slaughter the daemon-kissing bastards. The Wahane survivor of Kamarak replied while rolling his eyes. Unfortunately, we don't always get what we want. We still find it particularly funny you are angry at the Makrajan commanders, given how many times you quote her speeches before the company, sir. Not really, Sodeo grunted, as the explosions came closer, courtesy of plenty of traitor guardsmen and deranged cultists believing wrongly the Imperial artillery was short of ammunition. Her Celestial Highness told us there was no such thing as too many trenches. Kamarak confirmed you can fill large trenches with corpses if the enemy is stupid and arrogant. This is just my experience speaking. Now this new trench, it is ready or not? It is ready, though if there are Astartes somewhere near it, they may not at all appreciate our regiment's, tactical withdrawal. We're still losing a lot of ground here, Captain. But we're bleeding the bastards, the one-timed rejuvenated guardsmen countered with obvious relish. And their offensive is slowing down. They took more than 20 minutes to reach that last trench, and if this imbecilic Mr. I know everything about the Codex had listened to me, we would not have had any fatalities. We may even be trying a counterattack right now. Counterattacking, sir? In the middle of that, Sue glanced at the location he had defended half an hour ago and grimaced. Whatever had detonated inside that trench, it was not for the faint of hearts. He wasn't a specialist, but flames weren't supposed to be blue and violet. Yes, perhaps I am being too optimistic. The captain acknowledged, before deciding it was better to be safe than sorry, rather than let any heretic live to produce another attack of their eternally damned sorcery. Prepare the mortars. We must give them a proper salute worthy of the Imperial Guard. Laphis. Ravenna west of the Polenta River. Encircled positions of the surviving traitor forces. 61 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Captain Sel Jackal Cole Ryan. It was a very bad situation, Captain Sel Cole Ryan, formerly of the Night Lord's Legion, admitted inside his mind. As if the so-called gods of the word-bearers had heard his thought, a building on the other side of the ruined street was pulverized in a quick succession of artillery salvos. The building in question had been through a lot, but the heavy-grade artillery shells were definitely too much. About a third of the structure completely collapsed, likely burying a considerable number of Volskani under the rubble. Sel had seen them going in a few minutes ago, and unless there had been another exit he hadn't seen, they were inside when the Imperials launched their last gifts. Not that he really cared, of course. It was just that there wasn't a lot to do when the enemy relentlessly bombarded you and you couldn't do anything about it. A Terror Master had been the first to recognize the danger, and tried to break the encirclement and escape westwards some hours ago, after the Vile One's final gambit proved to be both yet another betrayal and a complete disaster in a single package. The Knights of the False Emperor and the multitude of tanks waiting outside the raised hab blocks had transformed this retreat into a meat grinder. Then a dark apostle had thought they could pierce in the direction of the northeast, reach the river, and break out, somehow. The idiots who had followed him had never reached the river. In the meantime, Sel was grounded. Dark Hearts of Nostramo, he knew he shouldn't have taken so much pleasure challenging the aces of the enemy. But it had been so tempting. For the first time in centuries, the pilot nicknamed the Jackal by temporary allies and foes alike had enjoyed the thrill of flying through skies on fire and everything which came with it. For those moments of sheer bliss, he had been rewarded with his beloved aircraft partner running out of fuel when the counter-offensive slammed into their flanks and the improvised aerial mustering grounds were overrun. Sel Cole Ryan had fought all his life as a pilot, be he a legionnaire, a reaver, or a mercenary, and he was going to die as a lowly infantry grunt. Fuck Erebus, the Nostromo-born space marine cursed, raising an imaginary cup to carry a no less imaginary toast in the name of the arch-betrayer. I should have never accepted the praises and promised rewards, all the slaves and loot in the world, they are useless if you die before enjoying them. The Dark Apostle had been worse than Conrad Kurz when it came to leading them to victory, and given how damningly incompetent the Night Haunter had been at the end, that was saying something. And the bombardment continues. He muttered as another building, perhaps a theater? It looked like one of those operas the Emperor's children loved parading around in an eternity ago, no? Anyway, the building was utterly demolished. It is almost the end, you know, there was no one to hear his words, of course. The dinner table he had decided to sit near was cold and dusty, and whoever the owners were, they had fled this place. There was no one to hear his words save a painting of Robert Guillemot. It was not a great work of art, obviously. In fact, it was more or less the kind of propaganda piece which was copied by the fools in charge of brainwashing the masses. It was the kind which was distributed by the billions over a million worlds. And the smoke and the consequences of hours of fighting had degraded its already mediocre quality. Despite this, or because of this, Guillemot's image looked almost real. This is the end of the legions. Lorgar, may his soul rot eternally in the warp, fell into a trap. And so, just like that, one more legion is annihilated. The Ultramarines will have their revenge long after you were slain. Sel tried to laugh. But the disappointment burning in his throat was too strong to tolerate anything else. We are completely encircled. The last sons of Lorgar have pressed upon their slaves to erect a few defenses in the ruins of Ravenna, but it won't delay the enemy for too long. And those guardsmen continue to pick us apart, we are killing 100 of them for each of us, but it is a ratio they can afford. The Jackal sighed. We thought ourselves really clever to not believe in the nonsense they preached, but the word-bearers have nonetheless killed us. And since I won't side with people who think siding with giant rats is a good idea, I guess this is it. And since, unlike some, he hadn't lived in the eye of terror for too long, he could still think and live as an angel of death, for all the good it did him. Will I die today? Laphis Theatre. 61 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Surviving word-bearers, 28. Other surviving traitor Astartes, 47. Surviving Order of Battle of the Lost and the Damned, approximately 50,000. Surviving Chaos Knights, 2. Surviving Chaos Spawns, 4. Surviving Ultramarines and Loyalist Space Marines, 199. Surviving Ultramar Auxilia, approximately 15,000. Surviving Imperial Guardsmen, approximately 13,060,000. Surviving Loyalist Knights, 143. Macrage. Pharsalis Military District. Fields of Pharsalis. 61 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Chapter Master Antony444 Hezon. The Battle of Pharsalis, Antony444 Hezon knew, was not going to be forgotten by any space marine who participated in it anytime soon. It was undoubtedly one of the greatest tank battles of the millennium. It was one of the greatest Astartes versus Astartes engagements since the heresy itself. And the greatest weapons of the Mechanikus killed each other, doing as much damage when they died as when they fought. All of this had been expected. The sheer massacre of bombers which was happening before his eyes, however, was not. By the maw of the salamanders, Legio Vulturum has repurposed one of its titans into an anti-air platform. Abort all aerial attacks. Contact the Rear Admiral and Lady Dragon. All bomber attacks must stop immediately. There were unfortunately pilots who didn't heed the warning, or didn't get it in time. Close to 24 Marauder bombers arrived over the ocean of fire that was the battlefield. They didn't stay over it for long. The traitor Titan opened fire with some sort of anti-air missiles and a heretical energy-based weapon of a dark color. In less than 20 seconds, a ruthless massacre removed the aircraft from the Imperial order of battle. Now we know why out of the entire traitor Titan Legion, this one was staying in the rear, Chapter Master. Yes, the Regent of Nocturne said coldly, now we know. A few seconds of evaluation led him to the most logical conclusion. I don't think it was tested on the battlefield before. If it had been, they would not have charged with their Heldrakes and their Flying Daemon engines first. The tank elite of the Sons of the Nocturne sent 2 more traitor Predators and a Land Raider straight to hell as he spoke the words. It's entirely possible it has only limited ammunition, Chapter Master. In addition to this, the heretical laser looks like a very energy-consuming weapon. And unlike us, the logistics of the enemy have utterly failed. Our cousins and the Vostroyan artillery have found and targeted their ammunition resupply vehicles. Yes. One Predator of the Imperial Fists took a terrible blow, but new countermeasures made sure the proud Sons of Dorne were able to evacuate, and they were soon protected by a column of Crimson Fists leading another charge. But we have not found the Titan resupply vehicles. Maybe we should ask a Spider if they've been captured in high orbit. I remember hearing Lady Weaver's admiral saying the Blood Angels had boarded the traitor Titan transports. It's only a hypothesis. Yes, Chapter Master, but the Titan resupply vehicles are not exactly small. After all, I've seen the ones Legio Ignitum use, and they're the height of 2 Bane blades stacked on top of each other, for the small versions. I seriously doubt we could have missed them. Target identified, the Tech Marine aboard his command Land Raider interjected. Unless the Arch-Heretic changed a lot of plates and banners to deceive us, this new anti-air Titan is the Archaeopteryx Mortalis. Not a brand new Titan, then. Antony444 was not happy about the ability of this traitor machine, but at least it was not a completely new design, just an old Reaver the commander of the Dark Mechanicum had repurposed into an anti-bomber abomination. No, his tech specialist agreed, in fact, it wasn't part of Legio Vulturum at all. It was a Legio Mortis Titan. Now that was interesting. Legio Mortis had always been the favorites of the arch-heretic Horus, and all relatively reliable information Nocturne had on them agreed that they had stayed loyal to his favorite son, Abaddon the Despoiler. They may have grabbed it during the siege of Terra. The fires of our caldera know there were enough destroyed Titans there to form an entire legion, provided you had the resources to repair them. Yes, Chapter Master. We need to get rid of Archaeopteryx Mortalis immediately. Antony444 returned to the grim business of war. The good news was that his forces had slaughtered the word-bearers of the entire left flank of the battlefield, helped occasionally but determinedly by the fires of 2 warlords. It was difficult to estimate the word-bearers' losses, but they were at least in the high thousands. I agree, Chapter Master, but most of Cyrus Titans are a bit too busy to help us right now. They badly need their numerical superiority to distract Tyrannosaurus Rex. May the curse of 10,000 years of lava and acid clouds fall upon that abomination, the Regent of Nocturne muttered before clearing his throat. Seriously, they had an Imperator and 4 warlords distracting the traitor Titan. Imperators were the greatest weapons of the Collegia Titanica, but dark heresies or not, even their capabilities had limits. In this case, we will have to deal with Archaeopteryx Mortalis ourselves. This is going to cost us, Chapter Master. The Obsidian Chariot has nobly defeated the Kratos and Sakaran elite of the enemy, but an armored company of the Vostroyan Firstborn, which had advanced too fast for the rest of the army to support it, disappeared in a powerful explosion. 20 Khan and Rus tanks lost in a few seconds, maybe more. We need those bombers raining down death from the skies. Antony444 spoke in his voice of command. And we are going to make that happen, even if I have to place the detonation charges in the core of this traitor Titan myself. Battle Brother Oswald Yago. You know the mission, brothers. Archaeopteryx Mortalis must die. Oswald repeated alongside his battle brothers. Will we succeed? The rhino shook from a nearby explosion, but accelerated nonetheless. Yes, for we are the fists of Roma. Who did we pledge our oaths to? The Primarch, the Saint, and the Emperor. With their shields and those protectors, we will smite the enemies of mankind. The hatch of the Nyx pattern rhino Honor and Lost Souls opened, and Oswald Yago was the second to go through it. For several heartbeats, he was very glad for the endless exercises, for in the smoke and the flames, it was nearly impossible to see anything. It didn't last long. Right in front of them, the beastly titan that was their target fired at something in the sky, and the heretical weapons which did the deed illuminated the battlefield like a dark sun. For Dorn. For Weaver. For the Emperor. The chapter master ordered the charge, and though there were thousands of heretics and more than 100 word-bearers between them and the objective, the lost and the damned had not expected a true Astartes assault converging upon a single target. And it was a true assault. Though the losses had been high, the Portsmouth-born Fist of Roma had to his right at least 2 companies of Crimson Fists, and one of the Emperor's Warbringers. Elements of the excoriators and the executioners were visible too. Oswald's hearts beat faster, and his mind humbly thanked the Emperor for being part of this assembly of heroes. With these weapons and this martial dedication, they were going to smite the heretics. Bow to the true gods, slaves of the. A thunderhammer right in the face forever silenced a chaos spawn which had somehow kept its ability to speak. Where are the Heretecs of the Dark Mechanicum, by the way? Oswald asked the sergeant as he emptied his bolter into something which might have been human once, maybe. It had a vaguely humanoid appearance, but it also had 3 arms and 3 legs, after all. They have no standard doctrine, but aren't they fielding their version of the Skitarii? Evidently not, was the reply. Based on the evidence our tech priests recovered and their absence on the battlefield, it appears the arch-heretic and the traitors had a major disagreement. We will make them rue this mistake. For the Emperor. The traitor Titan Archaeopteryx Mortalis saw the danger. It could have hardly been otherwise. Everyone knew that Space Marines, except the Heracles Wardens, weren't really trained for discrete operations. But that was why there were multiple aircraft dancing at the edge of its vision. Thanks to the Salamander's excellent scouting, they had a good idea of the capabilities of the anti-air weapons, and though no direct assault was possible, lone aces could feint and simulate a whole range of false attacks. The Titan finally understood it was doomed if it stayed, and tried to withdraw, as the word-bearers fell by bolters, power blades, and battle cannon lascannons, their retaliation unable to pierce the ion shields of the Mark IXs assembled here. But it was too late. Already the Emperor's Warbringers battle brothers had reached the feet of Archaeopteryx Mortalis, and in less time than it took to say it, a rhino pattern vehicle opened in full to reveal it was in reality not a transport at all, but a carrier for a weapon Oswald had never seen before. That looks like a modified lascannon, Sergeant. He pointed out while decapitating half a dozen heretics. It is a brand new Nyx pattern neutron cutter. The answer came along with a new flurry of orders to take position ahead of the excoriators. Straight out of the forges of Nyx, given by Lady Weaver herself under stringent conditions to the Sons of Dorn. A perfect weapon to board Titans. It is our honor to use it as the artisans of the Saint intended. The next seconds proved the words true beyond doubt. The highly advanced weapon was indeed a controlled Blu-ray which made short work of the Titan's sealed protections designed to prevent any enemy from invading its insides, and for all the speed with which the Titan tried to flee, over 200 battle brothers managed to break in before the Archaeopteryx Mortalis managed to disengage. They will succeed in their mission. They are true Sons of Dorn. They will. The reply was as confident as his was. And in the meantime, the unexpected retreat of their greatest weapon seems to have rattled the mass of heretics somewhat. Permission to rattle them further, Sergeant. A red-painted heretic rhino was transformed into a pyre of death and incinerated heretic flesh. 2 more followed in quick succession, and the familiar sounds and effects one associated with Folkite and Flamer weaponry were prominently present. Granted. We can't let the Salamanders have all the glory and the fun. Fists of Roma. Dorn does not tolerate the existence of the heretics. Then let none survive. Oswald screamed with William and all their brothers, as the fleeing Archaeopteryx Mortalis legs began to expel a colossal amount of smoke. For the Emperor. 62 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Dark Apostle Eliphaz. Eliphaz knew the battle was lost the moment Archaeopteryx Mortalis began to burn. Worse, in the next 120 seconds, the Dark Apostle watched as over 150 Astartes emerged from various exits natural or created out of the doomed Titan. Somehow, Eliphaz doubted it was because they had found something which had put the fear of the gods into their hearts. A thought which was verified in the next minute. Internal explosions began to cripple Archaeopteryx Mortalis, beginning with an arm which for some reason had been decorated with some blue-green scales and a tail. Anti-air batteries and systems went offline. The fires spread everywhere, from the talon-shaped feet to the fierce predatory beak of metal hiding the command deck of the Titan. The second arm was severed from the rest of the body. And exactly 8 seconds later, the head and a lot of the upper structure were blasted upwards, as if part of Archaeopteryx Mortalis had decided to transform into a rocket and leave this planet for better skies. It didn't, Of course. The tons of metal were soon going to return to Makraj, courtesy of gravity, and with their luck in these last few hours, it was likely going to land on something important. Well. Eliphaz coughed as the mangled carcass flattened everything around it, before plunging another part of the battlefield into a terrible inferno. And obviously, the Imperial Fists and all their successors were returning to their positions, seizing the initiative and continuing to inflict colossal losses upon the crippled and ravaged word-bearers' hosts. It seems our greatest anti-air weapon has just ceased to be. And the salamanders have destroyed most of our whirlwinds. The new Korifos he had chosen after the last one lost his life while his Spartan perished against 5 predators added glumly. The stalker and hunter losses are significant too. I see. Eliphaz grimaced. All our hopes of victory lie in the claws of Tyrannosaurus Rex, et. Lord Apostle? Malus has only 20 titans left and he's facing 40 plus titans of the false emperor. And so far, he's failed to kill exemples. Let's not forget that unlike us, the enemy has rotated its damaged titans out of the melee, whereas all Legio Vulturum titans which fell in thunderous imitations of mountains crashing on Makraj, the other titan commander had decided a coordinated and united legion was better than throwing a few maniples here and there wherever you thought it might do some good. Let's appreciate the irony, shall we? We deployed a complete Legio on the fields of Pharsalus, yet they're fighting like they're complete strangers. The enemy titans, on the other hand, are fighting like a proper Legio, despite their banners making clear they all hail from very different forge worlds. Apparently, some apostles would choose this moment to curse Weaver profusely. Eliphaz didn't. Oh, there was no doubt the favorite daughter of the false emperor was at least in part responsible for the current state of affairs, but the titans of Ignitum, Metallica, Crucius, and Adarus among many, they obeyed the battle plan of their commander because they could swallow their pride and tolerate that their fellow princeps shared the glory of a victory. Malus and the rest of the alphas of Legio Vulturum couldn't. And as much as the member of the Dark Council wanted to blame anarchy this time around, sadly, playing the blame the fourth ruinous power game meant closing his eyes to the true problem. Since Cor Phaeron had ordered them to seize the Titan barges, the 17th Legion hadn't been able to enforce their will. Sodinol may have been able to, but Sodinol wasn't here anymore. In the meantime, the enemy continued to pour more reinforcements onto the fields of Pharsalus. Has the ritual begun? He asked a master of possession who had so far stood alone and ignored for the last several minutes. It has. Glory to Tsianch. His Korifos and several of the captains looked at him in alarm. Lord Eliphaz? I don't think. Yes, the Dark Apostle smiled, most of our legionnaires don't think. That's exactly how so many of the problems plaguing our legion began. Where the ritual circle had been located, power began to spread. But, the shadow and the warp, rituals are still too risky. Oh, that wasn't a great ritual, the inheritor reassured his lieutenants. I just threw some of the Necron artifacts Vorjuk stole and that I borrowed from him into a conduit. Tsianch demanded a sacrifice, and in addition to that, I offer him Tyrannosaurus Rex. All it had taken was a tiny fragment of Noctilith, hidden behind the throne of that arrogant bastard of Alpha Princeps or whatever ridiculous title the commander of Legio Vulturum wanted to be called by, and the modified Imperator was theirs. We need to stop wallowing in our pathetic and self-imposed mediocrity. We need to embrace change. We need to stop believing backstabbing each other is the height of our ambitions. We need to. The green blade emerged from his throat, and his entire world became pain. Assassin, no. The blade was withdrawn, and his blood began to pour out. All around him the shadows engulfed his followers, and screams of agony rose to accompany the litany of death raining upon the battlefield. You arrive, too late. Eliphaz heard the laughter of the god he had pledged himself to. He saw his soul leaving his body and the demons waiting to feast upon him. He turned back to see the human and the animal shrouded in shadows. The great architect will triumph. No. Battle groups of Operation Stalingrad approaching Artyom. Emperor-class battleship Dominus Astra. 62 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller. Neidhart had been overjoyed when it had been announced the Eternal Crusader and the Flame Rot were officially assigned to Battle Group Volga before Operation Stalingrad was months away from being launched. At the time, his treacherous memory reminded him, he had been so overjoyed he had said some very unwise things. Like how it was unlikely they would meet a worthy enemy ship capable of opposing them. And no, the Imga monolith hadn't counted. It was a battle station, and a quite unwieldy one at that. For all its horrifying capabilities, the Necron planet-sized pyramid had been used by an incompetent Xenos. The heretic Trizajun, in the end, had proven another massive disappointment too. Maybe it had been terrifying in the old days, but the damage it had received at Fenris had resulted in the battle groups giving the killing blow to a supersized wreck. And this didn't even count how slow and badly built the hull had been in the first place. Truly the word-bearers had gone for a big gun design and ignored all the experience of skilled shipbuilders. But now, no less than three entities were fighting in orbit of Artyom, and though the Tyranid didn't count as a ship, and whatever the Space Wolves had done to their monastery fortress didn't make it a proper void-capable hull either. The same couldn't be said about the 40 kilometers long super battleship which had appeared out of nowhere. If you forgive me, Admiral, it sounds like the beginning of a bad joke, his chief of staff remarked calmly. I forgive you. Neidhart smiled. Let's look at the bright side. The fact a mountain and an unknown super battleship are fighting the enemy in tandem with what are definitely proscribed weapons can't be our fault. True, Admiral. We have an excellent alibi, we are out of range. Yes. For all the acceleration that all battle groups considered tolerable for a long pursuit, they couldn't hold it for as long as they desired, otherwise they would have only a few minutes to fire all their weapons before bypassing Artyom by several 100,000 kilometers. And thank the Emperor for that, for the firepower the Tyranid and its two opponents have is quite superior to what even a Gloriana can dish out. Neidhart was reasonably sure none of the weapons which were fired at the moment had ever been part of the conventional armament of any class of Imperial ship. Hell, he had seen quite unusual ships in his career, some including Astartes relic ships of the 30th millennium, and none of them had ever shown anything like this. It was if each salvo was creating miniature suns or black holes, and in at least 2 out of 3 cases, this was done by psychic means. 1 second the living Xenos ship was sending 2 rays of red energy at its 2 opponents, and one evaded while the Fang endured the punishment stoically. But the Tyranid was instantly forced on the defensive, and as the data arrived on his bridge, Neidhart could assess that while the newly arrived ship and the Space Wolves weren't doing fatal damage, they were still hurting it. In addition to this, Behemoth may be 60 kilometers long, but it was an isolated flagship, now that its 2 escorts were utterly dead, and as such it had to divide its firepower between 2 targets. It couldn't leave the human adversaries. The super battleship was clearly of human design, if not of the Imperium, to fire at it with impunity. The Mechanics request permission to intervene with their new long-range torpedoes. Denied. Neidhart automatically answered. And you can give them the same reply I gave them hours ago, we don't have enough ammunition to waste it at distances such as the one we're dealing with here. Moreover, Behemoth will see them coming. I won't be the one to inform Her Celestial Highness that we threw good money after bat out the airlock. I leave that to reckless beings, such as the soon-to-be ex-Archmago's call. Admiral, you think Her Celestial Highness will demote the moon teleporter for this stunt? Last time I checked, I don't think teleporting the Fang into the middle of another battle was at the order of the day, nor was it part of his mission to refuse all communications. Many Mechanics ships were still close to the zone, and some had agreed to talk. Unfortunately, it seemed those were the ones who weren't in the know. As for the Archmago's call, no one seemed to know his whereabouts, and the Lord Admiral of Battlefleet Nix had serious doubts he was busy ignoring an endless list of high-priority queries in his Arch Mechanicus quarantined labs. This fight could last quite a while, Admiral. Neither the Fang nor this unknown super battleship seem to have the firepower to slay the beast. Maybe it will give us time to arrive at effective range. I don't think so, the veteran officer passed a hand through his hair, wishing the number of galaxy-shattering surprises the universe sprang upon him on a daily basis could decrease a bit. Thank you very much. Extreme torpedo range would already be quite a feat. How so? I think that the closer we get to Artyom, the higher the chances of Behemoth trying to flee. At this point it isn't able to give its forces on the planet any reinforcements, and though the 2 opponents it had are unable to kill it, this Tyranid is clever enough to know we can. Yes, that makes sense, Admiral. How long do you think? Psychic anomaly detected. New psychic anomaly detected. Location, approximate location is the wreck of the Eldar cruiser which was destroyed earlier. Neidhart Muller grimaced. The proverb "if you couldn't take the joke, you shouldn't have joined" is really revealed in all its glory today. Near Artyom. Eldar cruiser Guardian of Ulthwi. 62 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Herald Aurelia Melis. Aurelia didn't know a lot about the Queen of Blades, a fact she fervently thanked Antony444 for. But knowledge about the legendary sword mistress wasn't necessary to understand that when Lelith Hesprax arrived on the bridge, she looked apocalyptically angry. The words addressed to the subdued Aelet mariners very much confirmed it. And if you don't know about the limits of the old Phoenix Psi systems, you test them ahead of battle. How can you know what works and what doesn't if you aren't even capable of judging what sort of psychic beings can detect it? No one could have foreseen the Great Devourer. No one could have foreseen Kamarak either. The Queen of Blades replied mockingly. Oh, wait. Vect and his friends raided the humans until they became the problem every human wanted to take a piece of flesh from. The webway gates were left scandalously open, by choice and by sheer negligence. And at the end, everyone was humbled, everyone but me, that is. Aurelia had long wondered after the second fall how the pre-Slaanesh Ildari would react to them if they returned from death today. With the bearer of the first sword, she had a clue, and it was hardly a positive evaluation. The only mild reassurance was that the crimson-haired Ildari had as big an ego as the dynasts of Kamarak were rumoured to have had before Maelsha Ildanan killed them all. What was not so reassuring was that Lelith Hesprax had the power to match her ego, and if she decided to kill them, there was nothing Eldrad or Aurelia would be able to do about it. We would have survived. No, you wouldn't have, the arena mistress interrupted the soul Harlequin. That psychic blast disabled your emergency phase tunnels and some other toys Seguric gave you. If I had not parried the attack and used a veil bubble to make it look like we had perished, the Tyrannid would have exterminated everyone aboard your obsolete ship. Aurelia licked her lips, and then she clapped in her hands, immediately receiving the attention of the ancient Ildari. While I would leave you lambasting this group under normal circumstances, there is a big problem we need to deal with. The Great Devourer is still active, and the humans don't seem to be able to kill it. True, they had stalemated the enormous ship monster, something a fleet of Asuryani ships would likely be unable to do, but doing better in this case was still not sufficient. The Great Devourer's baleful influence over this region of space had to be destroyed quickly, and not just because it gave them colossal headaches to be even this close to it. And how do you think you can deal with it? The Queen of Blades raised a curious eyebrow. Being the herald of a nascent goddess in being doesn't grant you the ability to surpass me. And even if it did, you don't have the ability to get into range without the Devourer Prime detecting you and focusing all its psychic firepower on your destruction. No one came forward to protest the defender of Ulth. We could endure that. Everyone had seen the debris of the Star Strider all too clearly. Actually, I thought you could do it, the former slave sworn to authority replied. Well, you thought wrong, the Queen of Blades declared bluntly. While I wouldn't mind adding such an impressive trophy to my collection, my strike abilities aren't that far-ranged. My sword of Vol wasn't built to slay things of this nature either. And I sincerely doubt I will be able to kill it in a single blow, it's far too big, meaning this ship would have to survive at least 1 or 2 counterattacks, and it can't. Aurelia grimaced, before nodding. And what if you had the proper weapon to do this? The secret compartment near her feet was opened, revealing Vilithzar, Sword of Souls, the most powerful of the Crone swords. For the first time, surprise appeared on the face of the Ian's old Ildari. You went to recover it from the Temple of Miraheg on Belial 4? I don't know if I should congratulate you for your audacity or criticize you for your recklessness. You knew where it was, and you didn't think to share the information with our alliance. Eldrad questioned, aghast. The stare her lover received was similar to the one a god would give to a worm. Mind your tone, little farcer. I am only here because wherever Weaver goes, the situation becomes incredibly amusing. I am not your ally, and I have no intention to join your, how do you call it? An alliance. Segurica's will. Silence, the word was purred, but the Harlequin who had tried to speak obeyed the command. For a long period of time which seemed an eternity, the Queen of Blades examined the blade without touching it. Ultimately, the examination concluded without a word being uttered. You, and by you, I mean Ulthwe and all craft worlds are playing games which are going to explode in your face, Lelith Hesprax purred again. But if you want to play with forces beyond your comprehension, I will let you do it. I am even going to sit around and watch. I want to see what Weaver will do to you. The right hand of the arena mistress caressed the hilt of Vilithzar, and instantly the Sword of Souls decreased in size so that an Ildari could wield it. One blink of an eye later, and the Crone sword was unsheathed. A second, and Aurelia felt reality being severed. The defender of Ulthwe was, somehow, intact. The flash of silver light which was recorded by the sensors of the ship proved that the same couldn't be said of the Great Devourer. Hive ship Behemoth. Many average living beings of this galaxy had only one heart. The Tyrannids were not the average living beings of this galaxy. The number of hearts was proportional to the importance of the individual asset within the Hive fleet. A Hormigunt would only have one. A Carnifex would have two. A Zoanthrope would have only one, for their small size and the psychic potential expended them too quickly to be worth additional internal organs. But the Hive Tyrants, primary conduit of the Hive mind, could have as many as 5 or 6 hearts. Behemoth, antediluvian creature, survivor of the late stages of the War in Heaven, had 9 primary hearts, and 2 modules which could be grown in time to become major substitutes in case the injuries required a replacement of the primary organs. Once the Hive mind had connected itself to the 60 kilometers long asset, it had been extremely impressed by this compartmentalization, which was to their consternation not replicable without direct union merging. Part of this genetic success was due to the sheer psychic modifications which had altered the ancient Tyrannid organism millions of years ago. This realization, and the deteriorating military situation, led the Hive mind to the conclusion retreat was necessary. Additional command units would be sent to the planet below so that the fighting revealed more weaknesses about the prey they had begun devouring. Full consumption was likely beyond their reach with the prey's reinforcements coming ever closer, but the assets deployed were considerable, and a long war of attrition would give them certain advantages. But their greatest weapon had to be withdrawn, and evade pursuit of the prey. Recovering it when the closest Hive fleet would devour this region of space was. A silver lance of pain and suffering shredded the super battleship-sized Tyrannid flagship. One heart instantly died. For about 10 seconds, connection between the Hive mind and its forces in theater was utterly non-existent, which had unfortunate consequences. Had the Hive mind been human, it would have been extremely furious. As it was, even emotionless hungering gestalts of trillions of Norn queens were beginning to experience something looking very much like anger. For the silvery wound which had just severed the kilometer-wide chitin and every biosystem supposed to prevent exactly that was utterly toxic. Fast reaction units and recovery spores which tried to heal the wound collapsed in a matter of seconds, their bodies incapable of resisting the unknown disease radiating from this wound. One heart was gone, and at the current rate of contamination, a second wouldn't last long. This was extremely concerning. Worse, the ship from which the blow had been made was out of range, as the two other prey ships barred the way and rendered a move in its direction impossible. And given what the prey had shown, the second attack was just as powerful, but far more accurate. 2 hearts and 1 potential replacement were utterly lost. Their greatest synapse construction was near out of control, as its feral instincts resurfaced and commanded it to tear apart the prey which had dared to hurt it. The hive mind forced itself to calmly evaluate the situation. The current assets couldn't evade fast enough to flee this new threat, and fighting in such conditions would have only one outcome. It nonetheless needed to save something from this inconvenience. Strains of the armored units and the powerful psychic units would be combined into a single body before receiving command strains. The orders were processed and executed. Spores were launched. New commands were given to the devouring units on the planet. And then the third attack hit. Newly created Mountain Star Fortress the Fang. Primarch Magnus the Red. It took a lot to render 3 Primarches speechless. The bisected Tyranid the Hololith was showing achieved it instantly. And no, bisected was not the wrong word. A few seconds ago, there had been a 60 kilometers long Tyranid doing its best to launch thousands of spores onto the surface of Artium, and the Fang and the other super battleship fighting it were firing everything they had to prevent as many of them as possible from entering the atmosphere. Now, there were 2 Tyranid parts, each of them 30 kilometers in length, and each of them vented quantities of disgusting fluids into space. The Tyranid code-named Behemoth was not yet dead. The movement of the head suggested it had still some life in it, which was properly insane. Magnus could see many terrible marks of silver psychic fire, and though he was too far away to have a 100% certainty, his guess was that the strikes had been unleashed with the very concept of severance. If he was right, then each wound inflicted on alien flesh, no matter how minor, was poisoned with something that had no existing cure. I think, Corax was the first to break free of his stupor, that after much reflection, I completely support your idea of not going to duel the Queen of Blades, Magnus. The Primarch of the Thousand Suns coughed before replying. I'm glad you agree, brother. This doesn't prove anything. It could be. Suddenly the void was illuminated by a storm of unimaginable power. It was a storm of psychic fire, of that there was no doubt. And this silver fire proceeded to methodically cut what had been the rear of the Tyranid Behemoth into precise cubes of chitin and meat. It took less than a minute, and at the end, well, there weren't a lot of things left save the bone structure. Half of a Xeno's 30 kilometers of length, filled with some of the most vicious and dangerous weapons which could be developed entirely from a race using only biological resources, all gone. What sort of monster is this Eldar? From the mouth of the Primarch who had made his specialty to hunt the monsters of the dark, the question was indeed a good one. If I had to guess, and he wasn't, he was cheating, I would say one which fought and became what she was fighting in a war making all human-fought conflicts in history pale into insignificance. The one-eyed Primarch exhaled. I think it is best not to provoke her, and just hope she will go away without trying to kill one of us, or all the ships nearby. Besides, it looks like we have a more urgent problem. Half of the Tyranid is gone, but it looks like the dying part of the rest is falling into Artium's atmosphere, and there is the matter of all those biospores which weren't intercepted. That won't be a problem for long. Lemon's fighting spirit made its return. Vilka Fenrika. We march to war. With his hands manacled, it was impossible to place them over his ears. And yes, the howling was horribly loud and an insult to any war cry in existence. Artium. Asculum Military District. Hive Asculum. 62 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Lady General Taylor Hebert. At least half of the planet if not more watched the fall of Behemoth. There was no possible way to miss it, even with all the fires they had lit to burn the Tyranid corpses. Gavriel, spread the words, the soldiers must stop their gawking, the insect mistress commanded in an amused tone, as if she wasn't looking at the final descent of the enormous Tyranid. Of course, unlike them, Taylor could wield the nebulous shard in her swarm without the use of her eyes. Yes, my lady. Other orders. We are pressing back the Tyranid horde to the outer walls. The female para-human smiled. Since Behemoth has been bisected by the Queen of Blades, most of the Carnifexes and the rest of the horde have gone feral. It's time to take back the terrain we lost. For the Emperor. For the Emperor. The battle was extremely one-sided. It was no surprise, seeing as all tactics and iron discipline which had led to the Tyranids be such a formidable opponent had vanished. Where before a few canoptex wouldn't have been enough to down a zoanthrope, now she did it with contemptuous ease. Tens of thousands of Hormiguns and Termagants were adopting nonsensical and uncoordinated approaches against the Auxilia and her ants, accelerating the torrent of casualties. Inch by inch, Taylor felt the mental pressure disappear. It had been a disturbing and ugly shadow against her mind for hours, and it was a true pleasure not to have it gnawing against her shields anymore. We don't know if it's the Queen of Blades, my lady. Gamaliel, who was right by her side, laughed at Diamanta's half-stunned outburst, just as they reached the ruin of the outer walls of Hive Asculum. My dear Husgirl, unless one of the Primarchs in orbit has suddenly grown the ability to cut super battleship-sized constructs in half with the power of his mind, the only logical explanations are either the new ship Lead found has a weapon which severs everything with incredible precision, or the Eldar Endbringer is responsible. And if they had a weapon like that, Taylor concluded, they certainly wouldn't have let the fighting rage for over an hour just for the sake of amusement. Unless you were completely crazy, a fight with Behemoth was something that needed to be ended quickly and brutally. And speaking of brutal, the Lady General turned towards the seemingly petrified ultramarine captain watching the doomed Tyranid burn, much like a horrific comet nothing could stop the impact of. I hope there is nothing of critical importance north of our positions, Captain. Falco Tullius grimaced. The closest hive is Hive Quartus, and we have lost all contact with them. Practical, there are plenty of minor settlements and a sizable lake. Any impact is going to cause massive damage. Theoretical, if Tyranid units survive the death of the main organism, we are going to have to face the danger of the forces eating Hive Quartus citizens and those new reinforcements uniting and arriving to reinforce us. It's indeed problematic, the commander of the battle groups assigned to Operation Stalingrad acknowledged. Let's hope that the collapse of the Tyranid army here has happened everywhere on the planet, not just here. One can indeed hope, Lady Weaver, and... There was a loud shrieking sound, and suddenly an Eldar aircraft became visible roughly 1 kilometer above their heads. If she hadn't had Canoptek Scarab's clothes as anti-gargoyle patrols, it was likely she wouldn't have felt the air pressure it created by its very presence. Don't fire! And spread the word, we must organize the burning of the Tyranid corpses as quickly as possible. Not only it would make sure the nasty critters left alive wouldn't harvest the lifeless bodies of the other Tyranids to reproduce, given the stink, if the Imperium didn't take care of them, they would have a humanitarian disaster on their hands soon. By the time she had given the instructions, the Queen of Blades had jumped from the airship, without a grav chute. Of course, Aeneria Eldanesh, one of the last if not the last Eldari in existence, didn't really need one. In a series of aerial acrobatics which were almost certainly beyond 99% of the living galactic races, the ancient veteran of the war in heaven managed to slow her descent enough in order to touch the ground with feline grace. Then she made a small gesture of the head northwards, where half of Behemoth was about to crash into Artium's soil. Taylor hesitated as to the answer she should give. A thanks after all, would likely be treated as a sign of weakness. What was the proverb? In time, return to the classics. That still only counts as one. Behemoth is dead. The Endbringer has been stopped by another Endbringer. How ironic. Yes, the Hive ship is dead, but the Hive mind will survive. It is still waiting, beyond the gaping abyss separating the galaxies, waiting for its inexhaustible hunger to be satisfied, if only temporarily, once more. No, the shadow in the warp is not gone. As long as there is a synapse creature linking the swarm ravaging the hive world of the Ultramarines to the cold hunger which directs it, this power will continue to plague the Macrage system. However, it has been significantly lessened. Where the baleful vigilance of the Devourer was enough to shroud everything in a radius of light years, now it will be limited to the immediate vicinity of the synapse creatures. From human and non-human perspective, the Tyranid's presence won't be felt as long as one is not near Artium. Do you understand the consequences, foolish descendants of the Eldari? The cursed delights of chaos are no longer beyond reach of those enslaved to it. The strike has come too soon. A few more hours, and the word-bearers would have been annihilated. A few more hours, and the sons of Lorgar would have bled out from 1,000 wounds, and died with a whimper on their lips. That leaves the most important question at stake, of course. Was it a genuine mistake from an inexperienced herald? Or was it another twisted plan from an Eldari god who can't help but play a farce which will infuriate potential allies? Weaver wouldn't have fallen guarding the ramparts of Hive Asculum. The Tyranids committed had neither the intelligence nor the numbers to achieve that. And time was going to run out no matter how many hives they devoured. The battles on Macrage would have seen Imperial victories, in the end. The rapport of force was far too unequal for any other outcome to be possible. But the rules of the game have changed. The certainties of yesterday are no longer valid. What awaits beyond death, O Lord of the Clowns? You might soon discover it. Will you survive her wrath, I wonder? Macrage. Pharsalis Military District. Fields of Pharsalis. Imperator-class Titan exemples. Princeps Maximus Cyrus. Cyrus had felt a lot of frustration since this battle had begun. For the first time, his eyes widened in fear as a colossal pyre of sorcery engulfed Tyrannosaurus Rex without warning. All battle maniples, operational alert. The Princeps Maximus barked. The Tyranid shadow is inactive. All commands, extremis alert. The archenemy can use its sorcery again. Damn the heretics. 1 or 2 more hours, and the traitors would have been annihilated. What is happening to the enemy, Princeps? It is as if they are becoming the beasts of ancient Terran legends. The words of his Moderati summarized the situation incredibly accurately. From every aspects and augur of exemples, Cyrus watched as the traitor Imperator Titan and the last surviving titans of Legio Vulturum, all 16 of them, were mutating and changing as they were bathed in a hurricane of warp energy. Whoever ordered it, it is creating a hybrid of metal and beast. The veteran Princeps of Legio Ignitum had assumed it was Ahu. Yet as the unholy transformation continued and the combined fire of the loyal titans failed to pierce this unnatural protection, Cyrus doubted more and more this was the case. The scales summoned from hell were painted a flamboyant blue and gold. Though he couldn't pretend being very knowledgeable about various traitor legios, Cyrus knew those were the colors of the traitor 15th Legion and the ruinous power which had enslaved the damned legionnaires. Relay the following warning, Moderati. All forces in theater are to expect macro-scale sorcery attacks. Cyrus grimaced, before deciding there was no other choice. On my own order, Vermilion Override Authority, all psychers at our disposal are to be released from stasis and engaged on the battlefield. It wasn't truly disobeying an order of his supreme commander, for the very reason the battle psychers and astropaths among many other lives had been placed in caskets and other restraining devices was to keep them from going mad from the Tyranid influence, and with it destroyed, the order had no purpose anymore. All titans, kill me those heretics before they can do even more damage. Just as he finished uttering the order, Tyrannosaurus Rex roared anew, and jumped to take a quadrupedal position. Cyrus' memories flashed, and suddenly it was as if he was back on a battlefield where he had faced the primitive Eldar riding their gigantic megasaurs. It was ridiculous. Yet the monster exemples stood against had nothing at all in common with the glorious form of a titan. It had 4 legs. It had a long blue tail covered in spikes of gold which shone with a malicious light. It had a maw, and from it, a cloud of poison came into existence. Most of the traitor Astartes and the other heretics which had been too close died in seconds. There was a horrible shriek, and weapons of metal and heresy fired, downing 5 or 6 marauder bombers. And we thought the Astartes had done such a good job killing Archaeopteryx mortalis. His Moderati Secundus commented with a snarl. Tyrannosaurus Rex, or the beast emerging straight out of what had been the traitor Imperator Titan, struck erratically in the next 10 seconds. Alas, for all its monumental imprecision and lack of discipline, the close-quarter and long-range attacks were slaughtering everything on the front line that wasn't a titan. It was the apocalypse, but the titans of the Omnissiah were standing, awaiting his orders. Princeps. Cyrus coughed, and for the first time he was in communion, he felt very, very weak. My fellow Princeps. I won't insult your intelligence by claiming the situation hasn't just undone most of our previous gains. We need to destroy the beast titans. And it seems our long-range cannons can't achieve this from where we stand. How many god machines were going to perish? A lot. But the alternative was unspeakably worse. Close in. There are 3 of us for every one of them. Remember the words sworn to the Omniscient Emperor. We will either find a way, or we will make one. Charge. The war sirens of the Titans thundered on the fields of Pharsalus, and the surviving Titans advanced to meet the terminally corrupted Legio Vulturum. General Nikolai Rokossovsky. General, Exemples, and the other Titans are. I can see them myself, thank you. The moment the tide of sorcery had engulfed the battlefield, Nikolai had understood there were only 2 courses of action. The first was to reform the lines, and wait for the enemy to exhaust its strength, as more and more Imperial artillery regiments arrived on the battlefield. But that would mean abandoning at least 2/3 of the fields conquered with so many heroic deeds. Worse, there was no guarantee it would be successful, for the Beast Titans, as they had been dubbed, were not something that followed normal tactics and logistics. And in the end, Cyrus had chosen the other course, and this settled the matter. All regiments, the Vostroyan general shouted to his subordinates on all command frequencies. This is the time to prove our boasts, men. All-out attack. Support the Titans and the Adeptus Astartes as best as you can. Kill all heretics. For the Emperor. For the Emperor. Tens of thousands of tanks and armored vehicles growled in fury, and millions of voices screamed their defiance. And the Battle of the Fields of Pharsalus resumed, a nightmare of burning machines and explosions, now made worse by the sorcery the traitor Titans were spitting, or using their newly created claws and talons to assault the loyalists. One monstrous beast Titan bit deep into a warlord right in front of them, but this temporary success cost it dearly. 2 more Titans took advantage of this moment of vulnerability to stab the heretical creature with their titanic-sized chainswords, and for all its unnatural strength, the beast Titan was harpooned and slaughtered by a multitude of strikes. General, Exemples. All smiles that could have appeared with this small victory vanished as the greatest and most corrupted beast Titan of the archenemy clashed with the legend of the Legio Ignitum. And Exemples was many things, but it was not built for a close-range butchery such as this one. It was wounded, while its opponent had been revitalized by the abominable warp intervention. The ground shook and the very fabric of Macrage seemed to explode as the two titans engaged each other. Exempli's void shields were the first to fail. The tail of Tyrannosaurus Rex struck it, forcing it to take 2 steps back or risk falling, and then the maw opened. Cyrus was a gifted titan commander, and in a last burst of power, managed to avoid the fatal blow which was coming for Exempli's head. But the arm and the Hellstorm cannon, half of its primary armaments, were torn apart by the heretical teeth. Nikolai Rokossovsky heard the Princeps Maximus scream, and he knew the duel was over. And as Exemplis tried to survive, the cursed weapon of Legio Vulturum fell upon a warlord of Legio Metallica, striking it down like it was a toy. All artillery regiments, priority target is Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fire at will. Alpha Princeps Malus. Malus laughed from the command brain he had merged into. Weak. They were all weak. Why had he been so cautious? Power was his. Power was his birthright and his privilege. He was born to conquer and to devour all titans. Tyrannosaurus Rex was now invincible, and answering to him, not as an extension of his body, but as extension of his very thoughts. A fierce strike of his claws, and the pathetically weak warlord of Metallica who had dared to interpose itself fell. The explosion was loud, but failed to do anything to his shielded scales. This was power. And now he was going to savor the kill. Oh yes, one of the last, if not the last Imperator Titan of the Legio Ignitum. Where is your Emperor now? Malus mocked the enemy he had just devoured the arm of, which had provided an enormous feeling of ecstasy as it was eaten. You rely upon those parasites to defend yourself. From a distance, the insects indeed tried to help their crippled master. They would fail, of course. Nothing could stand against him anymore. Once I will have dealt with you, I will. Another explosion shook the battlefield, and Malus looked to his right with annoyance. It better not be another tiny threat coming to interpose itself between him and his prey. But as he looked around, the mind of Tyrannosaurus Rex realized it was far, far worse. Everywhere his gaze fell upon, the Legio Vulturum were impaled by chain swords, decapitated by unprecedented volumes of fire, or had their legs severed before being overwhelmed by ground parasites. You will pay for that. All of you will pay for that. The world exploded in flames and explosions, and suddenly he was forced back into a bipedal position to hold his ground. Then something bit deep into his tail. Rar. For several seconds, Malus and Tyrannosaurus Rex's only goal was to free themselves from this enemy. He finally succeeded, but it was because his tail's end was missing, and one of his posterior paws was terribly damaged. But it didn't matter. He finally had his eyes upon the enemy which had dared challenge the greatest predator to ever live. It was one of those red-painted dragon armors Sotinol had annoyed him so much about. It was a bit bigger than the rest of the mosquitoes, but... The draconic machine breathed flames again, and flew away before circling around him too quickly for him to lock his new weapons upon it. Stay where you are, fly. Malus hissed, his hatred overwhelming everything. Stay where you are, I am going to. As Malus moved Tyrannosaurus Rex to have the best targeting solution, he turned and... The plasma annihilator of Exemplis was pointed straight at his head. And his shields were down. His void shields were down. This isn't true strength. You needed the assistance of those weaklings. You needed... Everything dissolved in an ocean of atrocious suffering. And as his thoughts broke apart, the last Alpha Princeps of Legio Vulturum heard the words he had dreaded for millennia. Engine kill. Princeps Maximus Cyrus. Engine kill. Cyrus managed to find the strength to smile, then he spat blood. Spitting? No, it was more than a few drops of blood which were running out of his mouth. He felt the mighty machine spirit of Exemplis worry about him. The Princeps Maximus tried to reassure his bonded partner for so many, how long it had been. 8 decades? 9? It was too long, but he had no regret. I did my duty, praise you, Lady Weaver. Months before Operation Stalingrad, the Magi biologist of Nyx had told him his health problems would soon require him to be interred in an amniotic fluid-filled pod. The fate had been utterly repulsive, for like a lot of old legions, Ignitum considered an existence where you were woken up. The pain interrupted his thoughts, and Cyrus realized he had lost consciousness for, about 30 seconds. My Princeps. I wasn't dreaming, was I? Tyrannosaurus Rex is really dead. Yes, my Princeps, you gave the killing blow. Most of Legio Vulturum has been routed. The 3 survivors are being hunted down by Legio Adoris and Legio Astorum as we speak. Good, Cyrus smiled, right as what remained of his strength abandoned him. If Darius Sobek of Astorum is still alive, command is his. If not, give it to Metallica, then Tigrus. It was an honor, my Princeps. The honor was mine. The march is victorious. Our oaths are unbroken. Princeps Maximus Cyrus smiled and held his last breath. Dark Apostle Peristir. The moment Exemplis disintegrated the head of Tyrannosaurus Rex, Perister understood it was all over. No. He had to be honest, this battle was lost long before this day and hour. All that had been achieved after tapping into the warp's once again accessible power was the sheer increase in fatalities for both sides. Before the intervention, it had been an increasingly one-sided affair for the Imperium. After it, the transformation of Legio Vulturum and plenty of Astartes into primal beasts had drowned the battlefield in corpses. But it had not been a victory. Their casualties, bloody even by the standards of the Siege of Terra, had skyrocketed. And the word-bearer doctrine to fight tank regiments which outnumbered them massively had been revealed to be as abysmal as he had feared. Some of his aces in their Sicaran, Kratos, and Land Raider vehicles had racked up impressive kill claims, but they couldn't compensate for the obvious and extensive mediocrity of the majority of his legionnaires. And in the end, overwhelmed by wave after wave of Rus, Khan, Cataphract, and Predator tanks, even millennia-old aces perished weapons in hand. Lord Apostle, we must leave immediately. It is, I'm afraid, far too late for that, Perister replied serenely as Tyrannosaurus Rex raised its bestial head one more time, before the upper body finished its fall, killing a few more sons of Lorgar in what had to be a final act of spite. But if you wish to depart, leave. I release you from your oaths. Perister abandoned his current observation post and went on to sit at the top of his favorite Land Raider's roof, or should he say the third favorite. The first two had been destroyed hours ago. The member of the Dark Council felt really tired, and to be honest, you couldn't fight a battle like this for hours and hours without being exhausted, but the main source of tiredness was mental. The word-bearers had rolled the dice one last time, and they had failed. Perister heard the screams and the explosions. He watched as the salamander tanks rolled over the 17th Legion's corpses and trampled them. As he sighed, the immense carcass of Tyrannosaurus Rex began to burn in the flames of the warp, blue and gold, and then the totality of the traitor titan was swallowed by the inferno and disappeared. Psianch is saving tools for the future battles, I see. Perister had wondered what Eliphas had possibly promised for this impressive last offensive, but in hindsight, it couldn't be the Dark Apostle's fault entirely. It was Psianch's will, from the very beginning. True, the Megazord-looking titan had been very badly damaged by the battle with Exemples, but it was likely reparable, provided you had the tools, and the favorite this gift was destined to almost certainly had the means of doing exactly that. Truly the old saying was right, it isn't about what conquests you accomplish for the gods today, it is what atrocities you will commit in the future to please them. All around him, the rout accelerated. Slaves and Volscani cataphracts, not there was that big of a difference between the two, perished in the tens of thousands as the Imperial Guard was finally free to focus its uncountable batteries on their decimated lines. Perister was alone, given the choice, none of his last legionnaires had chosen to stand with him until the end. He had not expected them to. But it hurt a bit. They had wanted to bow down to the gods so badly that no one had bothered to point out they weren't a brotherhood or a legion anymore. And then one female angelic figure revealed herself. I was waiting for you. Perister allowed himself one last mockery. Is Weaver too busy to do the honors herself? There are many other battlefields and threats which require her attention. She sent me in her stead. Perister nodded, trying to guess what the aspect of this one was. Weaver was sacrifice, and the light. This one was all shadows, though. After a few seconds, he abandoned the idea. It appeared it was a mystery he wouldn't learn the answer of. Then do it. I will not try to oppose you. I am old and tired, assassin. A vicious smile formed on his lips. I have a last request, however. That, the woman who looked like a Calidus, but was of course far more than that, depends entirely upon the nature of the request. Perister chuckled. I would be very happy if Corphaeron's and Erebus heads were placed together in a large jar before being used as ornamental decoration inside the Imperial Palace. The assassin made a click of her tongue. I think something like that can be arranged. Good. The green blade was out of its sheath, and Perister closed his eyes. Pharsalis Theatre. Mark of Oblivion, 62 hours after Mark 0. Surviving word-bearers, approximately 1,100. Chaos spawns, 120. Surviving numbers of the lost and the damned, approximately 99,000. Surviving Legio Vulturum Titans, 3. Surviving Loyalist Legios Titans, 37. Surviving Loyalist Space Marines present, 793. Surviving Ultramarine Auxilia, approximately 80,000. Imperial Guard Reinforcements First Wave Survivors, approximately 12 million. Surviving Dragon Armors, 101. Macrage. Magna Macrage Military District. Lapanis Valley. Ultima Cynocephaly Line. 62 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Captain Brutus Cestus. All Psychers immediately to the front lines. All the Psychers are summoned to the front lines. Death to the false Emperor. Let Macrage burn. The traitors came again. The Ultima Cynocephaly Line had been transformed into a no-man's land filled with heretic corpses. So many corpses that despite the enormous quantities of promethium the tech priests were bringing, it was barely sufficient to keep up with the fatality rate. It was over a kilometer in depth, a land where razor wire, landmines, and shells of all kinds had been expended by the hundreds of thousands. It was a nightmare defended by millions of guardsmen, both those waiting in the trenches and those garrisoning the walls of Makridge right behind them. Standard vehicles like Rus tanks and chimeras had been near entirely buried so as to provide more defensive firepower. It had broken word-bearer assaults 9 times in the last couple of hours. The theoretical would have been for the defilers of Calth to try something more subtle the next time. They didn't. But this time, their cursed sorcery was back, and only the few librarians the sons of Guilliman had were there to parry some of the blows. The Black Templars had none. Courage and honor. Brutus shouted as a new wave of bolter fodder rushed towards their positions. The Makridgian artillery opened fire with all it had again. The battlefield became a cataclysm of explosions and smoke. For a few seconds, it looked like nothing could survive, and as far as the cultists and other lesser heretics were concerned, this was certainly the truth. Mangled corpses were hurled everywhere by the thousands. The insane attack was located, and with fewer and fewer artillery pieces on the other side, the Imperium delivered a one-sided massacre. Then the word-bearers came, and everything went to hell. Death to the false emperor. The first Chaos Marine which arrived in range after the captain had finished emptying his bolter magazine was halfway through the Plague Marine transformation. Brutus decapitated it and urged his battle brothers to fulfill their duty to Lord Guilliman and Makridge. He winced as several of his devastators fell, a new and terrible chaos spawn having plunged into their trench. 2 grenades into its maw, and the thing began to die. It took several more chainsword strikes to finish it off for good though. Courage and honor. We march for Makridge. The guard launched its counterattack to support their line, and in seconds, the butchery furiously spiraled out of control. Demons emerged from the pools of blood, but the Nixian regiments and the others fighting at their side didn't stop. Brutus decapitated one more traitor looking like a cross between a Chaos Terminator and a pincer-armed crustacean. Then another. The Ultramarine captain did not have the time to strike down a third, as a warp sorcery attack struck his plate and slammed him against the trench wall. Even as his armor began to melt and his mind screamed for him to move, the commanding officer of the 7th Company glared in hatred at the Dark Apostle who had just materialized from behind its dead servants. You, son of Guilliman, the heretic hissed, will cease to annoy us. When we will send your gene-sire to the realm of the gods, tell him it was Vorjuk Kral who. Thousands of lasers fired, and the fell word-bearer priest had to conjure a shield so as to intercept the lasgun's fire of an entire regiment. Enough. The traitor Astartes raised his Crozius, and a shockwave of eldritch power erupted from it. Countless men fell screaming, but not all. And those who didn't continue firing their lasguns and other personal weapons, while others brought heavier weapons onto the front line. Brutus tried to stand, but his limbs weren't responding anymore. He was powerless. He could only watch, as the Dark Apostle ground down the guardsman Weaver had sent to Makridge to pulverized bloody fragments. It was taking far longer, but a white-haired Eldar appeared behind the Dark Apostle, and slashed with her sword. It was so fast Brutus had nearly no time to process it, but when she vanished again, the head of the word-bearer slammed onto the trench's corpse-covered ground first, and the headless body was not far behind. Medic! We need a blue-backed medic here. The son of Guilliman heard the guardsmen shout, but for some reason, they sounded far, far away. Lord! Hold on! Brutus wanted to say something, but the words somehow failed and seemed unimportant. Brutus Cestus of the 7th Company felt the darkness close around him, and then there was another tunnel of light opening. Black Cardinal Cor Phaeron. The attack should have succeeded. One trench. One small trench. A tiny, ridiculously unimpressive, trench. It should have been easy, especially now that the shadow preventing them from enjoying the power of the gods had lifted and their favor was available once more, considering that the dogs of the false emperor had been as surprised as them by this outcome. It wasn't. The attack, which had initially started according to plan, had rapidly slowed down, before grinding to a halt completely. And then they had been repelled, thrown back to their previous positions. Cor Phaeron wanted to say it was due the lacking faith of the 17th Legion, but it wasn't. There had been too many artillery guns destroying his position, and too many mortals. They had been overwhelmed by the enemy counter-offensive. The Ultramarines had lost an entire company, and the Praetors had not fared any better, but there were enough Black Templars alive to ruin the transhuman shock effect, and once that was gone, the sons of Lorgar had been forced to choose between a fighting retreat and a warrior's death. Many had chosen the latter, which was why there were barely 5,000 legionnaires left alive. And with Kral gone, he was the last member of the Dark Council. Gods! Mighty Kern, clever Tsianch, generous Nurgle! The Black Cardinal roared. I humbly request your blessings to breach the walls of Makridge and put the last Ultramarines to the sword. For several seconds, only silence answered. And Cor Phaeron doubted. I am your servant, we have brought your influence into the middle of Guilliman's realm. Surely. They here listen to you, yes yes. But they won't act, no no. A voice that he had never heard before but that caused a shiver through his spine echoed. All his anointed raised their weapons, and fired. The enormous bipedal rat in assassin garbs was completely unaffected by this retaliation. Bolter shells and other special ammunition went through it like it was a ghost. Cease fire, the last member of the Dark Council gritted his teeth after giving his order. As much as he loathed the heresy of anarchy, there was no use wasting holy weapons when they were bombarded every minute by the blasphemers' artillery. What do you mean, messenger of the beast? The failure defeat against the light was the last straw, brute thing. They. Demonic rat looked at him with non-hidden satisfaction while playing with a duo of identical daggers. And those weapons were no mere metallic trinkets, but powerful artifacts imbued with shrieking souls and the poison of anarchy. The heretical three have far better things to do than lending a claw, yes yes. The old man silently prayed for the three to send him a sign the vile creature was arrogant and mistaken. Infernal laughter echoed on the battlefield. The battlefield didn't change, but the gods were laughing. And the daemon rat remained intact and free to speak. CC. All I wanted, Cor Phaeron screamed, was to be your servant. Lie so quickly. The messenger of anarchy mocked him. All you wanted desired was power, brute thing. You hid it, but glorious Malal no sees the truth. The name of the fourth, once uttered, provoked plenty of disaster by itself. Two of his anointed immediately transformed into chaos spawn. A land raider went on to mutate into a slug-like thing. Slaves tore out their own eyes and strangled themselves, dying with blissful faces. No. All I wanted was the truth. Yes yes. He doesn't need my help. Best scurry away, then, yes yes. The Black Cardinal felt his rage burn hotter than it had ever before. No matter how badly he wanted to deny it, the 17th Legion or whatever was left of it, at any rate was locked in a death struggle where there could be no victory. All the other Dark Apostles of the Pharsalis landing zone had perished, meaning that there were no other offensives close to Macrach City forcing the Ultramarines to divert armies away from this battlefield. And it was a battlefield which was becoming increasingly unwinnable. Vorjuk Kral was dead, countless officers had perished, and though they had some spawns, never born, and their last slaves to make a final effort, they were near encircled and running out of offensive power. What do you propose? He hated asking the very words, but there was no other choice. Instantly, he felt the attention of Tsianch, Kern and Nurgle concentrate on him again, but he didn't care. They had abandoned him, and they weren't helping him. They could wait for their turn and grit their teeth like he did. A bargain, priest thing. The rat daemon squeaked, its unnatural long tongue. Removing the big blue thing from play is the will of anarchy. He's too orderly, and we don't need that, no. Swear, and our great mighty lord will reward empower you. No more curse. No more spawn things. Cor Phaeron hesitated. Yes, it was one of the worst sins a priest of the three could do, it was so galling, so against his own principles. But the flesh change curse, he dreaded it above all. And failing here, letting the Ultramarines win. Understood, the last member of the Dark Council grunted, I will. The three shrieked. Power seeped into reality. The explosion brought him to his knees. The rat daemon vanished. And from the dust walked a figure Cor Phaeron had seen countless times before his ascension. My lord, the keeper of faith of the 17th Legion babbled in stupefaction and amazement, for the fate of a chaos spawn had been thought to be irreversible. I am overjoyed to see your. The right fist of a primarch seized his throat like he was nothing, and then red lightning was summoned. Cor Phaeron screamed in agony, but the words uttered with the torture were worse. You were about to do what I always refused, fool. You were about to bow to a false god. Despite the suffering, despite the pressure around his throat, Cor Phaeron tried to defend his cause. It wasn't like that, Lorgar. All I wanted. You and I are the servants of the gods. The returned primarch of the 17th Legion screamed. It is your role to interpret their will, not to worship pretenders when their actions inconvenience you. There was a small part of his mind which marveled at the sheer hypocrisy of the proclamation. But he did not dare. With your return, surely. Yes, with my return. Lorgar smiled coldly. Congratulations, Cor. You have angered the three so much that they were willing to stave off the curse for a limited amount of time. They only gave me two conditions. The first, obviously, is that I kill Guilliman myself. The possible return of the Lord of Macrach must be increasingly important for all powers, heretical or not, too. The second, a dark smile illuminated the human-like traits no one had seen in millennia, is that I send you directly to them for a special punishment. Lorgar. Oh no, anything but that. Please. Goodbye, Cor Phaeron. The Black Cardinal tried to fight against the Primarch. If anything, it made everything worse. Primarch Lorgar Aurelian. Ultramar. That was where fate and the gods had led him. Lorgar released the shriveled husk that had once been Cor Phaeron. The 17th Primarch should be wrathful, but, if anything, he felt relieved. He had expected it to be more difficult than it was. My sons, he ordered. Rise. Time is short, and disaster is not averted. They obeyed, all of them. Many had gazes of sheer devotion, which was understandable, for like him, they were spawns no more. On the other hand, they had no Neverborn in their flesh either. They were utterly and completely mortal. Just like he was. It was a troubling and unfamiliar sensation. But there was no time to explore it further. The gods have ordered us to kill Guilliman, and that is what we will do. Together. If it is to be our last battle under the Three's eyes, so be it. And if we win, the triumph and the blessings will be all the greater given the obstacles we face. Hail Aurelian! Hail Aurelian! The last survivors of the 17th Legion saluted like a single man. To the gates of Macrogen Empire will be won or lost. Let the galaxy burn. And the word-bearers, finally reunited and freed from the flesh change curse, went to war. Magna Macrage Theatre. 62 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Surviving word-bearers, 6,868. Living Primarch, 1. Chaos spawns, 0. Surviving numbers of the lost and the damned, approximately 1,100,000. Chaos Knights, 24. Surviving Ultramarines and successors present, 514. Other Loyalist Space Marines, 860. Surviving Ultramar Auxilia, 1,300,000. Imperial Guard reinforcements, approximately 25 million, first wave and second wave. Loyalist Imperial Knights, 103. Artium. Asculum Military District. Hive Asculum. Lady General Taylor Hebert. It was a time of apocalypse, again. The hungry shadow of Behemoth had been cast off, but there were at least a billion Tyranids on the planet. And now that there was nothing to prevent it, the ruinous powers were intervening again. For all the warmth provided by Macrage's sun, Taylor could feel a cold rasping storm building, and it had nothing to do with the weather. In the case one was uncertain about it, the self-proclaimed Chaos Gods were sore losers. Everything wasn't completely lost. Countless Astartes drop pods were in their final landing approach. Based on their colors, Taylor had to assume Space Wolves and Dark Angels were going to be among the reinforcements. Leet and Borek would join them too. The Insect Mistress had a feeling it was going to be an interesting gathering. And that was likely a massive understatement, yes. Unfortunately, this didn't change the fact that against the combined might of Kern, Siench, Nurgle, and Malal, humanity was truly lacking in firepower to defend itself. There is a path which gives you victory, Aurelia Malice interjected. The Herald was part of the far too numerous Eldar delegation which had arrived on the heels of the Queen of Blades, among many other familiar and unfamiliar faces. I don't need your help, worshipper of carnality, to fight the Tyranids, though there was going to be delaying actions until the battle groups were in orbit to reinforce her with millions of living insects. Artemis. Send one of your sisters to Leet's ship, and once she arrives, request the Lord Admiral to send you a block of ether gold. I don't like how old and unconventional the landers they are using seem to be. Yes, Web Mistress. At once. If you persist, won or lost, the battle will see your forces crippled by great losses. Taylor stared at the long-eared Xenos as if she had grown a second head while she wasn't looking. Aurelia Malice, the Lady General began conversationally, I don't know if you are aware, but the Tyranids have already eaten most of Hive Quartus, and killed a third of the defenders of Hive Asculum. Everything that was not evacuated fast enough, they devoured. And that's not even mentioning the millions of lives which have been lost at Mandragora, Laphise, and Macrage. You speak of great losses? We have already suffered them. Unlike a race I won't mention, we don't flee into the webway at the first sign of trouble. The Imperial Guard stands in front of the civilians we are sworn to protect. This is our sacrifice. Am I clear? Very clear, the Eldar replied, swallowing heavily, while the Queen of Blades chuckled unhelpfully in the background. But my offer is sincere. I can help you ascend. The ancient Ildari immediately stopped laughing. Foolish girl, chided the crimson-haired arena killer, it doesn't work like that. The survivor of Kamarak ignored her Dawnbreaker guard and walked through them as if they were there for decoration. Authority is still too weak to be of any help, the Queen of Blades announced in a voice which was as magnificent as it was deadly, an ascension isn't a song you begin when you feel it is convenient. But, nor is it meant to be shared, was added as an afterthought after glaring at the small group of harlequins, it is a choice which will lead one to have the power to rewrite reality according to their whims, but there are strong barriers. And the parasites born of the greatest folly will impose impossible trials to block the path of a potential aspirant. The shortcuts are not worth the. Aurelia Malice opened a pouch the very color of a starry night sky, and drew a sword from it. It definitely looked dangerous, Taylor didn't need to be told that to know it intimately. Though the sheath seemed to be made of autumn leaves and the hilt looked as if it had been sculpted from the ivory horn of some enormous animal, there was more power there in that blade than in the nebulous shard Taylor held in her hands at this very moment. The black-haired para-human had never seen it before, but the Queen of Blades had, if the way she purred was any indication. Oh, so the questers have found all the crone swords. Consider me impressed. For the sake of satiating my personal curiosity, where was it hidden? That isn't important. To say the herald would be blushing might stretch things a bit, but she was definitely uncomfortable. Lelith Hesprax frowned, evidently not used to being denied what she wanted, and undoubtedly trying to figure if a light spar against malice was suitable retribution. And for those who are not familiar with your people's ancient mythology and sword lore, Taylor asked politely as the space wolves began to kill their first tyranids and make their way to the half-destroyed walls of Hive Asculum. It will allow you to walk in a sort of tunnel very similar to the webway, the Queen of Blades revealed. And it will lead you to where you need to beware. The trials on that path will be extremely unpleasant. The godly powerful Endbringer who had slaughtered Behemoth looked at her with feigned boredom. It will lead you to where the last shard of your ascension awaits. Assuming you know where it is. I do. Taylor had not known where and when the Sanguiner would appear, nor what the fallen blood angel truly was, but she had always known where part of the power of sacrifice waited for her. It was hard not to when the first vision she had when fighting the angel's bane was about that nightmarish place. So you see, Aurelia began in a triumphant tone. No. What? Aurelia Malice was aghast, and the Queen of Blades chuckled again. Taylor looked at the Eldar delegation with a very unimpressed expression. In case you have missed it, we are in the middle of a battle, and I am the commanding officer of millions of men and insects. Victory is far from won, despite the decisive intervention of a famous blade mistress. Taylor huffed and shook her head again. I have better things to do than waste my time with frivolities. Ascension will wait for. Aurelia Malice sprinted forwards without warning. Two of her Dawnbreaker guard moved to interpose, but they were thrown aside like dolls and. What the hell are you? There was a flash, mild pain, and they were, elsewhere. Artium Theater. 62 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Surviving Ultramarines, 65. Surviving Ultramar Auxilia, approximately 690,800,000. Surviving civilian population, approximately 79,137,000,000. Surviving void-capable Tyranid life forms, 0. Surviving ground-capable Tyranid life forms, approximately 1,500,000,000. Somewhere in the Eye of Terror. Lady General Taylor Hebert. The first thing Taylor did when the world stopped spinning was slap Aurelia Malice. Now I understand why the Emperor wanted to capture you. The Lady General angrily muttered. The second thing was to turn around and analyze her surroundings, because of course save a few canoptecs and insects she kept on her body as a safeguard after previous incidents, her swarm was missing. The third thing the sacrifice-empowered para-human did was grimace. For they had travelled, by the Eldar's stupidity, exactly where she did not want to go. The room was a vast stratagem, which was clearly built in an imperial style. And yes, the word vast was accurate. This chamber was larger than any stratagem Taylor had ordered the construction of, including the ones on Nyx and the rooms on the Enterprise where the battle group commanders of Operation Stalingrad had often met recently. There was absolutely no one breathing in there, which was, honestly, ridiculous. Space was always the greatest limiting factor aboard a warship, and leaving all of what she saw unused seemed a monumental waste. Yet the stratagem was hardly abandoned. It was empty, yes, but the fact no one was present did not mean no one was ever using it, alas. Why the alas? Because nearly at the other end of the chamber, there was a massive throne of black stone. It was bloody enormous. It couldn't have been forged for a human leader, but it looked the right size for a primarch. And above this sinister throne, was the accursed symbol of the Eye of Horus. In simple words, this meant they were aboard the Vengeful Spirit, former flagship of the 16th Legion, and current flagship of the far deadlier Black Legion. We have to return to Artium immediately, Weaver hissed to the stupid long ear. Bring us back. Now. Impossible. As long as the path isn't completed, we won't be able to return. This is a joke, right? Right. The flushed skin of the Eldar answered that question on its own. You must complete the ascension. It's the only way we can return to your armies and allies. Fantastic, Taylor had the urge to strangle Aurelia Malice. Let's see. Breathing out, and concentrating, it was easy to feel the missing shard. Now she was not so busy focusing her enmity at the stupid Xenos, the song of sacrifice was impossible to miss. Naturally, it required walking towards the Dark Throne, the Herald of Authority following her silently. They had to circle around the massive round table which was dominating the center of the room, of course, and it seemed weird for it to be here. But once it was bypassed, it was summoned into a rain of crystals and golden flames. It was Sanguinius. Or rather, it was a statue of Sanguinius, right at the moment the Primarch of the Blood Angels died. But the details were so sublime, the agonizing gaze was so powerful, that for a moment Taylor thought this was truly the Gene-sire of the 9th Legion. The moment passed. This was the last shard of sacrifice, nothing more, nothing less, but it still hurt to see the Primarch in this state, knowing he had truly perished and laid in this lifeless manner as the Emperor dueled his traitorous son. Taylor touched the beautiful visage of the statue. Instantly, she was struck by a roaring inferno of pain. And as painful as it was, the torrent of emotions which followed in the next heartbeat was worse. When she removed her hand, the head was missing, but hers was tolling like she had slammed it on a table. No, it was worse, infinitely more painful, and glorious. She was seeing the legionnaires of the 9th go to war. She was seeing their victories, their defeats, and above all, she felt their bloodlust. Too much. The insect mistress wasn't complaining often, but here it was truly horrible. It's too much. You have to do it. Aurelia Malice urged her. We don't have much time and... Someone clapped his hands. The sound destroyed the veil of silence which had reigned since their arrival. Then the footsteps were heard. A thought which came to her was that they had been allowed to perceive it, unlike before. It was a thought which was more than verified in the next heartbeats. A space marine emerged from the shadows. This was the truth, but it did not describe just how bad the situation was. The newcomer was a giant even for an Astartes. In fact, looking at him, Taylor thought that none of the members of her Dawnbreaker Guard could challenge him in height. It was like looking at a miniature Primarch. This was an impression which was not broken by the monstrous talon which had been added to the black power armor. Just looking at it, Taylor felt the urge to attack, and damn the odds. She wanted to unleash her powers, and to rend apart this enemy. But she controlled herself. As much as she wanted to kill this heretic, the infamous talon of Horus was not his only weapon. His left hand carried a shard of utter madness. Taylor looked away. It was not safe to look at that. That was not a sword, that had never been a sword, it didn't belong in the realm of the living. The para-human shook her head and tried to clear her thoughts. Right behind the giant, a line of monstrously powerful Chaos Lords in their own right was waiting in deathly silence. I thought the day was going to be lively, the black-armored colossus began conversationally, as if Malice and she were just old friends who had visited at tea time after a long period of absence, with the fire tide of the Astronomican changing course and forcing us to disperse the fleet. But it seems my greatest expectations have been surpassed, Weaver. The warning of the Queen of Blades rang again in her mind. The trials on that path will be extremely unpleasant. Somehow, this was underselling the magnitude of the problem. I am honored my reputation has reached the leadership of the Black Legion, War Master Abaddon.